Pokémon Treasure Detection System Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1 Get Salamence. The treasure detection system is being activated. Activation is complete. Close black lens bracket. The current area map is being loaded. The loading is complete. Close black lens bracket. Waking up the host consciousness. Awakening is complete. Close black lens bracket. With a strange sound, Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, a girl with silver hair and blue eyes was looking at him worriedly, while he himself was sitting in a fairly high-end chair. Just as he was about to say something, a mess of memories suddenly appeared in his mind, causing his head to sting. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and let out a long breath. The silver-haired girl held his hand worriedly. Brother, are you okay? Sure enough, let Nurse Joy take a look again. With the memory of this body, Zhang Yuan finally understood what was going on in front of him. As a good young man in the new century, he actually crossed into the world of Pokémon, and he also became a descendant of a family in the Kanto region. It stands to reason that the next lot should be a promotion and a salary increase, and it will go all the way to glory, but who knows that his cheap parents in this life are two wonderful people. It's almost the same, and even its status in the league is decreasing day by day. The reason why this unfortunate young man who was crossed by Zhang Yuan fell ill was because the previously predetermined qualifications for an intern civil servant were overthrown, and he was in a hurry. After sorting out his memory, Zhang Yuan shook his head amusingly. The former owner of this body has a very poor psychological endurance, but it is just a job to be pushed. In my great dynasty, it is like a pediatrician. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and stroked the girl's hair in front of him. Don't worry, Lilith, I'm all right. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, the girl tilted her head with a curious expression. She could feel that her brother had suddenly changed. Although she didn't know why, her current brother seemed to be more gentle to her. The girl's sweet smile made Zhang Yuan's lolicon energy brush rise a lot. After knowing his situation, Zhang Yuan also relaxed. He stood up with Lilith in his arms, and turned around with a smile, making the girl giggle. Putting Lilith down, he suddenly froze. In the corner of the room, a big red fork was drawn there, which looked particularly dazzling. Then, a prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for discovering the first treasure point. Automatically activate the current area map. Close black lens bracket. With a swipe, a virtual map unfolded in his mind. The map range was about a town. At the same time, next to the light spot representing him, there was a big red cross like the one he saw just now. The current treasure hunt level is 1 and the experience is 0. As the host treasure hunt level increases, the map function will be more comprehensive. The system prompt. Zhang Yuan was surprised, but in order not to frighten Lilith, he forcibly restrained his emotions and walked to the red cross on the ground. As he approached, a ray of light emerged from there. Zhang Yuan touched the light lightly. Congratulations to the host for discovering the Samsung treasure. Opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the Pokémon Salamence. Close black lens bracket. Salamence opened by Samsung treasure. The effort value is automatically adjusted to the full amount. Close black lens bracket. In the next second, a red and white Pokeball appeared in Zhang Yuan's hand. As the owner of Pokeball, Zhang Yuan directly felt his connection with Salamence in the ball. A stream of heat rushed through Zhang Yuan's body and limbs. Salamence, the quasi-divine beast of Hoenn region, a mega boss with a race value of 600. Among all the quasi-gods, Zhang Yuan's favorite is undoubtedly Dragonite. In addition to attribute, it is more of a feeling, followed by Salamence. It turns out that this is the treasure detection system. As long as you find the treasure, you can get the reward directly. It's really frustrating. Zhang Yuan clenched his fist and thought excitedly. Pokeball that suddenly appeared in Zhang Yuan's hand. Lilith showed a strange expression. Hey, brother, didn't you say that because mom and dad don't care about us for the sake of Pokemon, they definitely won't become trainers? Zhang Yuan smiled and patted the little girl's head. At this moment, my brother is already an adult. I have to take care of this family and you. In this era, there is no Pokemon that can't do this. Lilith was slapped on the head, closed her eyes cutely, and said dissatisfiedly, I'm already 9 years old. Brother, you are only 1 year older than me. These words made Zhang Yuan stunned, and subconsciously looked at a certain part of Lilith. As expected of the world of Pokemon, my 9-year-old sister is already quite predictable. It's terrifying. Of course, the reason why Zhang Yuan is looking at this is just for reference and comparison, for purely academic purposes, and he will never have any evil thoughts on his 9-year-old sister. Just as Zhang Yuan was wandering out of the sky, the door of the room was pushed open with a bang. Zhang Yuan frowned and looked over. Although he has just become a part of this family, he is absolutely not allowed to cause destruction here. Seeing this, he was stunned. Standing at the door was a young man with a very sullen expression. This young man, Zhang Yuan still knew him. It is Professor Oak's grandson, Gary Oak. If it is an animation audience, it is generally called Gary. Pushing the door open, Gary Oak looked over with an annoyed expression, so frightened that Lilith hid behind behind Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed just as he was about to say something. The other party spoke first. Zhang Yuan, I heard that the Alliance has erased your position as an intern police officer. What going on? Hearing Gary's angry question, Zhang Yuan had two reactions. First, this grandson is not a villain. It seems that he is here to grieve himself. Second, he is actually called Zhang Yuan in this world. How did you get this name? Before he could speak, Gary's eyes suddenly landed on his Pokeball, and his expression suddenly became surprised. You actually have a Pokemon. Separation line New book. Please take care. Be considerate. P.S. Aliments is also called Salamence and Salament. Here, I use a name that I am more familiar with. If you are not used to it, you can make up your own name. Chapter 2 Unlock Your Skill. Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. How come there are so many questions? Why are you 100,000? Gary was stunned for a moment, exasperated. I'm here because of you. Why are you acting like it's none of your business? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, isn't it just a place for an intern police officer? If you don't have it, it's gone. Anyway, Zhang Yuan is also a young man with healthy limbs. I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat in the future. Gary frowned. It doesn't matter if you are a trainer who has participated in the league competition and won a ranking, but you don't want to be a trainer at all. By the way, I almost forgot. What exactly is the Pokeball in your hand? What? After a few sentences, I went back to the topic at the beginning. On Zhang Yuan's side, Gary's memory has also become clear. Gary, a rich second generation, is really good to his predecessor, probably because the parents of both sides know each other. Gary often takes himself out to be chic. Well, it's nothing. The good thing is, he shrugged, and a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Well, for the sake of my many years of friend, I will not hide it from you. In fact, I have been secretly training my Pokemon over the years, and now that the training is almost done, just take out. You train your own Pokemon. Gary was done. The Zhang Yuan he remembered was a guy who hated Pokemon, even to the point of being neurotic. How could such a person secretly train Pokemon by himself? However, he suddenly understood. This Pokeball is estimated to be a Pokemon bought by Zhang Yuan, ready to challenge the Quartz Alliance this year to gild himself. Most of these purchased Pokemons are strong outsiders and middle cadre, and it is difficult to get a good ranking, but as long as they can enter the Quartz League, they will always have a helping hand for the future. Thinking of this, Gary showed a clear expression and stopped asking about this topic. Instead, he said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. My new sports car is here. Can I go for a ride? Success. Zhang Yuan nodded without hesitation. Just as he wanted to go out to find new treasures, the two hit it off. Then he added, bring Lilith with you. He couldn't let little Loli be alone at home. Gary naturally has no opinion. He has nothing to do with Lilith, but since it is Zhang Yuan's sister, he will naturally take care of it. Zhang Yuan and Lilith home is a small villa in Pallet Town, and after a short walk, they arrived at the Institute of Professional Oak. As soon as he arrived here, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. On the brain map, a new red cross appeared. According to the location indicated on the map, Zhang Yuan strode forward. Seeing his actions, Gary was still surprised. Why are you going? Looking for a baby, Zhang Yuan replied. Under Gary's inexplicable gaze, Zhang Yuan ran to a big tree next to the institute and touched the trunk lightly. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 2-star treasure. Opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate identification technique. Close black lens bracket. Intermediate identification technique requires a little physical strength to identify the status of various items, prop, Pokemon, etc., and cannot be used when the physical strength is severely overdrawn. Close black lens bracket. How can you still use skills? It's amazing. Zhang Yuan couldn't do it. Under Gary's caring eyes for mentally handicapped children, Zhang Yuan walked back contentedly and entered the institute with him. As one of the league's oldest Pokemon professors, Professor Oak's treatment is undoubtedly very good. Although Pankexy is everywhere in his personal life, the equipment of the institute is more advanced than each other. There is a sense of timelessness. As soon as he came in, he happened to see Professional Oak taking care of a sandshrew, and a dark-skinned boy wearing a hat crouched across from him. Looking up to see the two, Professor Oak smiled and said hello, Gary, and Zhang Yuan, good afternoon. Gary just nodded, and Zhang Yuan first glanced at the sandshrew, then smiled and waved at Professional Oak. Good afternoon, Professor Oak. Is this for Sandshrew? Professor Oak was taken aback. He was indeed healing Sandshrew, but on the surface, Sandshrew could not see any problem. Why did Zhang Yuan say that he was healing at first? The boy who was squatting on the ground also looked over. Zhang Yuan, don't you hate Pokemon the most? Why did you come here? Seeing this person, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but look at him twice. The protagonist of Pokémon, Ash, a sad man who traveled all over the world but couldn't get a region champion. I didn't expect to meet him here. And, according to this body's memory, he kinda doesn't like Ash. It's no wonder that one hates Pokémon, and the other likes it. It's weird to play with it. Gary said, Zhang Yuan is my friend. What's wrong with coming to my house? Ash. It's almost this year's travel day. If you don't stay at home, learn some Pokémon knowledge, run out and waste your time. Ash was furious. I know more about Pokémon than you guys. At least I know more than Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was studying the map in his head, and when he heard the two mentioned him, he recovered and looked at Ash. Then he laughed. At least know better than me. This is really Ash. Come, look at this sandshrew that Professional Oak is taking care of. What's wrong? Hearing this, Ash was stunned and looked down. After squatting here for a long time, he knew that Professor Oak was taking care of Sandshrew. He thought it was funny, so he followed it, but he never asked what was wrong. You know what? He said unhappily. Zhang Yuan shrugged, squatted down, and after getting permission from Professor Oak, pretentiously reached out and touched Sandshrew. Then, he said lightly, the fracture of the left front leg 4 centimeters caused by the fall, as well as the loss of appetite and malnutrition caused by the pain, should be the injury left when playing with the same kind within a week. Use potion to treat it a little, and then add just get some nutrition. Quote, hearing his word, Ash and Gary were confused. They wouldn't treat Pokemon Oak together subconsciously, and saw that Oak looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. It's not bad at all. Zhang Yuan, why didn't I know that you still have this ability? In your eyes, you can go directly to the Pokemon Center to work. Hearing Oak's comment, Ash and Gary both looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Zhang Yuan just smiled. It's just the fur. It's still a long way off. Gary showed a high mountain look. Look, this is the highest realm of pretending. Ash has a look of admiration, and his attitude is completely different from the beginning. Separation line Ask for collection. Third chapter. Full reply medicine. Compared to Ash and Gary's confused faces, Professor Oak showed his professionalism at once. He pointed at Sandshrew enthusiastically. Zhang Yuan, besides the bone fracture, this Sandshrew has another big problem. Can you see it? Hearing Professor Oak's word, Ash Gary looked at Sandshrew at the same time. The two of them looked carefully from front to back but couldn't see anything. Zhang Yuan squatted down, looked at it, and narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, he said to Oak, Professor, can you get me some Pokemon food? Oak nodded and took a packet of food from his lab coat pocket. Under the gazes of several people, Zhang Yuan fed Sandshrew something. Ash and Gary looked stern, not knowing what Tang Yuan was doing. Is it a digestive issue? Gary guessed. Zhang Yuan stood up, smiled and shook his head. No, it's vision. Oak's eyes suddenly showed an indescribable admiration. Zhang Yuan explained to Ash Gary, it's normal that you can't see it. Pokemon's vision problems will not be manifested as clearly as humans, but will be reflected in every detail of life. Like this Sandshrew, it has a problem with vision in its left eye, so no matter what it looks at, it will subconsciously tilt its head to the left so that the right eye can occupy more of the field of vision. The reason why I fed it just now is also for test these. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, both of them were stunned. These problems, after being pointed out by Zhang Yuan, seem so clear, but if they are asked to find them from the beginning, it will not be easy. And Zhang Yuan, in fact, he does not have such professional ability. His ironclad bluntness depends on the ability of appraisal. Professor Oak snapped and clapped. Awesome, Zhang Yuan. It seems that I have always underestimated you before. You kid, you really hide it. Are you interested in being an assistant in my research institute? Hearing this, Gary was taken aback. This invitation from Professor Oak may seem nothing to Ash. It is just a solicitation, but he knows the gold content of this sentence. Don't look at Professional Oak's daily life is no different from that of ordinary people, but that's just that he doesn't care. If he wants to, he can make wind and rain in the league at will. If Zhang Yuan really worked in Professional Oak, it means that his life will start to change. Not to mention the trainee police officer. If he does a good job and his talent is higher, it is not impossible for him to inherit the position of professor in the future and become the Pokemon professor of the Kanto Alliance. Then he saw Zhang Yuan shaking his head. Thank you, Professor, for your kindness, but I still want to go around the world to see this beautiful world, and see all kinds of Pokemon. Zhang Yuan's tone was very sincere, and his eyes flashed with anticipation, as if he had seen the wonderful scenery in the vast world. Professor Oak nodded. Alright, people should go out for a walk while they are young. I didn't live in the house every day to gain knowledge, although I always live in the house now. Speaking of the last sentence, he showed a tired expression. If conditions permit, he also wants to go out for a walk, but with the development of the Alliance, he has more and more topic, and there is always endless endless research at hand. If not, he would not see Li Xinxi and invite Zhang Yuan to be his assistant. He patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. It seems that this setback has really made you grow up. Zhang Yuan, your parents will definitely be very happy when they see you now. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. Her brother was praised by Professor Oak, and she was happier than Zhang Yuan himself. Gary, on the other hand, felt that his three views were once again impacted. What virtue does Zhang Yuan have that Gary Oak doesn't know yet? An ectremist who is unwilling to be a trainer, and always wants to find an idle job in the league, eat and wait for the rest of his life, preferably not even in Pallet Town. Could such a guy say something like, I want to go out for a walk, and refuse to be Grandpa's assistant? Incredible. He slapped Zhang Yuan with his elbow. You won't be hit too hard and have mental problems, right? Zhang Yuan put on a forward-looking face and patted Gary on the shoulder. You are still young. You will understand my good intentions in the future. Gary's eyes twitched, and he really wanted to punch him. Since Zhang Yuan said that he was fine, he didn't bother to ask. He drove out the newly bought sport car, dragged Zhang Yuan and Lilith, and the three of them walked away. Ash scratched his hair and looked at Professional Oak. Professor, Zhang Yuan has become so powerful. Professor Oak smacked his lip. I hope that young people can grow up happily. Zhang Yuan's appearance always makes me a little worried. Sitting in the car, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh again. The world of Pokémon is really a precocious world. Gary can drive a sport car and take to the streets at the age of 10. If it were Earth, he would not have graduated from elementary school at the age of 10. Just thinking about it, he suddenly stared. Stop. Gary was startled and stepped on the brakes subconsciously, thinking that something had happened. As a result, Zhang Yuan jumped out of the car, trotted to an open space, reached out and touched a stone, and then showed an expression of worrying about gains and losses. Congratulations to the host for discovering the one-star treasure. Opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the item. Full recovery medicine. Close black lens bracket. Full recovery medicine. Instantly heal all the injuries of the Pokemon, and restore all the vitality. Close black lens bracket. With the sound, a small bottle fell into Zhang Yuan's pocket. Zhang Yuan also knows this stuff. In Pokemon game, you can often find similar things on the roadside, and their practicality is average. Back in the car, in the voice of Gary complaining about him yelling to stop, he asked, Gary, the league sells all recovery pills. How much is a bottle? Hearing this, Gary stopped complaining and turned to look like an idiot. Full healing medicine. You're not talking about the kind of medicine in the storybook. A spray on a Pokemon will heal all wounds and restore all vitality, right? If that thing really exists, why do you need joy and medical equipment? Each Pokemon Center is equipped with hundreds of bottles. When there are injured Pokemon, can you just spray them one by one? Having said this, Gary put on a mocking face. As expected, you are not cured yet. Zhang Yuan didn't mean to care about him at all. He was stunned for a few seconds, then showed a look of surprise. I'll wipe it. That fine too. Chapter 4 Invitation from Professional Oak. Hearing Gary's word, Zhang Yuan felt his scalp explode. This kind of excitement is comparable to when he just got Salaman. Gary's words are not difficult to understand. In fact, Zhang Yuan can think of it himself, but his thinking was preconceived by the game content before. If there is no full recovery medicine in the real world, then other types of mega potions such as full heal may not be there either. In this case, even if he knows nothing, just picking up potions is enough to become a pivotal figure in this world, not to mention that he can pick up other things. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and felt that the world was full of sunshine. When she got home in the evening, Zhang Yuan personally cooked dinner for Lilith. Seeing Zhang Yuan cooking, the little girl was also stunned. This was the first time she saw her brother cooking. On weekdays, both of them were just deal with it casually. Fortunately, the food in the Pokemon world is pollution-free, and few people make unscrupulous money in this area. Otherwise, the little girl would have been malnourished long ago. Seeing Zhang Yuan happily and busy in the kitchen, Lilith also became happy. Brother, can I be of any help? The little girl came to the side and asked. Seeing the excited look of the silver-haired girl in front of him, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be amused. His hand was chopping vegetables, but he couldn't get it out, so he bent down and rubbed Lilith's head with his chin. The fluffy hair was very comfortable to rub again, and Lilith was giggling at the action. Zhang Yuan straightened up and pointed to the vegetable basket beside him with his chin. Bring me the potatoes. Okay. The little girl nodded, trotted all the way, and brought the potatoes to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan skillfully peeled the potatoes while chatting with Lilith. Although he inherited the memory of this body, many details need to be slowly discovered in life, and he will not understand everything at once. Lilith, are you studying at the Pokemon Academy now? Yeah. Lilith studied very hard. The little girl nodded and said, what about the Pokemon you use? Why haven't you seen it? Zhang Yuan asked. Lilith was taken aback for a moment, showing a slightly nervous expression. Because my brother doesn't like letting Xiaobai come out. So, in just a few words, Zhang Yuan immediately understood. No wonder he never saw Lilith Pokemon, because because the previous owner of his body was a lunatic and hated Pokémon very much. Lilith dared to let Pokémon come out. He put down the kitchen knife in his hand, squatted down, and gently hugged Lilith with his arms. Sorry, Lilith, it was my elder brother who was not good before. In the future, my elder brother will be a good and competent elder brother. So, you can rest assured that Xiaobai can play at home. My elder brother now has Pokémon himself. Saying that, he took out his Pokeball from his waist and shook it with a smile. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, Lilith showed a surprised expression. Really? Of course it's true. Come, let me see Xiaobai. I also want to be friends with him. Zhang Yuan smiled. Lilith took out the Pokeball. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't seem to want to change her words, she happily released the Pokémon. After a white light passed, a little white horse with flames on its body appeared in the room. Ponyta. Zhang Yuan pronounced the name as soon as he saw this Pokémon. Yeah, Xiaobai is amazing. Lilith laughed. Her beautiful big blue eyes turned into crescent, and she looked so good looking that Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel very sad. If any man came to take his sister in the future, what a tragedy. Lilith didn't know Zhang Yuan's dirty thoughts. She was introducing her brother to Ponyta. This is the first time Ponyta has seen Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was already prepared to be hated by this Ponyta. After all, it's never been released at home because of itself. As a result, he was surprised to find that Ponyta didn't seem to understand this at all. After knowing his identity, he immediately showed a good impression of him. Looking at Lilith's lawless smile, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood something. Lilith probably never spoke ill of herself to Ponyta. Never said anything to Ponyta. Because of herself, it couldn't be released at home. With such a sister, it is really worthwhile to enter the German orthopedic department. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be moved. He reached out to touch Ponyta and cast an identification spell. After the identification, Zhang Yuan was done. Lilith, is it normal for Xiaobai to use his skills? Hearing this, Lilith blinked. Xiaobai's skills. It's fine to use ordinary skills such as tackle, but using fire attribute skills such as ember will cause problems, often unable to control the power well. The teacher said that this is a small problem. The reason why Bai is too young. Quote, it's nonsense. Zhang Yuan showed a dissatisfied expression. He turned around to find a cabinet, dug out a few tree fruit, chopped them into a bowl, and handed them to Ponyta. Come on, eat something. Ponyta sniffed it, lowered her head and started eating. Lilith blinked. This is berry berries. Sinnoh region, a specialty, can cure burns. I originally wanted to buy them for Pokemon food. As for Xiaobai, the reason why he doesn't use his skills is very simple. There is too much flame in his body, forming a small blockage. Fortunately, Ponyta has the characteristics of ignition and will not be damaged by the attribute of flame. Otherwise I am afraid that I will be injured now. Saying that, he patted Xiaobai on the neck. I'll go to Professor Oak with me tomorrow to deal with it. Little problem. After listening to Zhang Yuan's word, Lilith's big eyes glowed. Brother, it's amazing. Hey, so. Ellipsis. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan took Lilith and Ponyta, and just wanted to go to the research institute in Professor Oak when he received a call. Call was actually from Professional Oak. With surprise, Zhang Yuan answered the phone. Professor Oak's voice rings across the phone. Zhang Yuan, I'm going to go to Indigo Plateau to deal with some problem. Are you interested in going together? Zhang Yuan snorted. Chapter 5 Oak's Dilemma. To the Indigo Plateau. Zhang Yuan was a little strained. Isn't that where the Alliance headquarters is? Yeah, that's it. Oak nodded with a smile. Our destination is Mrs. Andersu's house. Their family is the top sponsor in the league and has a very high status in the league. There seems to be a small problem with her husband's Pokemon, so I ran a trip. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan asked, then why don't you go to the Pokemon Center? Oak is helpless, because Mrs. Andersway doesn't believe in the treatment level of the Pokemon Center. In her thinking mode, Pokemon Professor knows more than Nurse Joy, so the level is also higher. In fact, in the field of treatment, I understand not necessarily more than Joy. Quote, this kind of person can really be seen anywhere. Zhang Yuan shook his head amusingly. In the final analysis, whether to go or go is a good opportunity to make contacts and build relationships. In the future, Zhang Yuan wants to revitalize the family, and the support of various bigwigs will definitely be indispensable. Professor Oak is also very enthusiastic. I still remember this kind of thing. Far away. The two hit it off immediately, and after Zhang Yuan put Lilith on the school bus of the Pokemon Academy, they went directly to the Indigo Plateau. Sitting in the car, Professor Oak and Zhang Yuan chatted a lot. To be precise, they told him a lot of things, such as the current alliance situation on Kanto's side, some important people and so on. From Professor's word, Zhang Yuan can naturally feel his good intention. This old man who was supposed to devote his whole life to research career, in order to take care of his junior. I am afraid I have learned about this last night, and I can tell him in such detail today. After speaking, Oak smiled and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Whether you are the same as before, just want to get a job in the league, or change your mind and have other goals, don't forget there are many people around you. you. People who care and support you. Quote, Zhang Yuan nodded. Thank you, Professor Oak. Professor Oak laughed, got off the topic, and started chatting with him about Pokémon. Zhang Yuan didn't know much about Pokémon, but Sheng had played a few games and knew about Pokémon in each region, so he was able to talk wisely, so Oak kept nodding in approval. Not long after, the two had reached their destination. After getting out of the car, Raoshi Zhang Yuan was already mentally prepared before, so he couldn't help but be stunned. What appeared in front of him was a large villa with its floor. It is said that it is a villa, and its area has caught up with a small castle. It really deserves to be one of the biggest sponsors of the league. The house is so different, he said with a twitch of the corners of his eyes. Oak laughed. I prefer a smaller house, and I feel safe living in it. Saying that, he reached out to ring the doorbell. Hello, I'm Oak. In a few seconds, a surprise sound came from the doorbell. Professor Oak, I didn't expect you to come so fast. Come in. Saying that, the door of the small castle suddenly opened, and inside were two waiters who were specially responsible for opening the door. Luxury. Corruption. With a critical mood, Zhang Yuan followed Oak in. A middle-aged woman walked over with a smile. I didn't expect Professor Oak to come so soon. It's really disappointing. Not far behind her, a maid came out pushing a wheelchair, and inside the wheelchair sat a gentle middle-aged man. You're too polite. I'm just a little researcher, and I don't deserve such courtesy from you. Professor Oak smiled, and then introduced to Zhang Yuan. This is Mrs. Andersu, and this is Mr. Andersu. Quote, then he said, this is Zhang Yuan. This time is my temporary assistant. The Andersu couple nodded to Zhang Yuan at the same time, young and promising. Zhang Yuan greeted the two of them without being rude. At this time, a maid had already come over to get the coats and shoes for the two of them. Originally, Oak was a little worried. He was afraid that Zhang Yuan would experience this kind of battle for the first time and panic. It turned out that Zhang Yuan was completely used to it. Like, take it easy. Zhang Yuan naturally doesn't care about this service. On Earth, if you go to any high-end service place, the service attitude is the same as this, or even better. After a few chats, Professor Oak directly brought the topic. I don't know if it's convenient to look at the Pokémon with the problem now. The Andersu couple looked at each other and nodded. Then, please come with me. With that, Mrs. Andersway walked towards the back of the villa. Zhang Yuan and Oak were strange. They also followed. Soon, several people came to the backyard of the villa, saying that it was the backyard, but it was actually similar to a large backyard. As soon as they came in, Zhang Yuan and Oak found their target. When he saw this Pokémon, Oak's expression couldn't help changing. Strange Jawed Dragon. Zhang Yuan also frowned. Like his Salamander, Strange Jawed Dragon also has dragon attribute, and compared to Salamander, Strange Jawed Dragon's temper is more grumpy and more difficult to control. Originally this should be an extinct Pokémon, but people have reproduced this creature through fossils. This 2.5-meter high, ferocious carnivore. However, the biggest problem at hand is not how ferocious this Strange Jawed Dragon is. Professor Oak was relatively straightforward, and looked directly at the Andersu couple. This Strange Jawed Dragon is too old. Although I don't know much about prehistoric Pokémon, I'm afraid it's hard to accept a Pokémon of this age. Treatment on a scale. Mr. Andersu sighed. You're right, Professor Oak. That's why I didn't ask the Pokémon Center. But you, a senior expert, I believe you must have a solution, right? This kid is coming to our family. It's very important to say that it saved my life back then. I really can't bear to watch it suffer from illness. This, Professor Oak looked a little embarrassed. This Strange Jawed Dragon is already this age, and if it is not properly treated, it may die at any time. If it dies in his own hand, it will make the old couple angry, and not only will he be in trouble, but it will also be difficult for the Alliance to do it. He doesn't care about that, but he has sons and grandsons, so he can't help thinking about them. Just when Oak was about to find a reason to refuse, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke up. I'll try it, Professor. Chapter 6. Are you a college student? As soon as Zhang Yuan's voice came out, the whole audience was shocked. The Andersu couple looked over in surprise, wondering where this was sung. Oak frowned. Zhang Yuan, don't mess around. This weird jawed dragon can't stand it anymore. Hearing Oak's word, the Andersu couple's expressions all darkened. Although they knew this, they still couldn't give up their last hope. Professor, we are very aware of the situation of Strangaja, so please don't be under any pressure. Just try it boldly. Even if it really fails in the end, it can be regarded as letting this child achieve bliss early. Mr. Andersu, sitting quietly in a wheelchair, pursed his lips, sighed finally, and nodded. I get it, and I don't want to see Pokémon suffer either. He turned his head and said, Zhang Yuan, come and help. Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded and followed. Oak stood beside the Strangaja dragon, moving his footsteps while watching, observing little by little, without missing a single question. Zhang Yuan followed along. Then, Oak took out all kinds of instruments and made detailed tests, and Zhang Yuan followed suit. Finally, Oak stopped and looked at Zhang Yuan. Well, do you see the problem? Zhang Yuan pondered for a while and said, the internal organs are damaged, it should be the liver, and surgery is necessary. Oak's eyes lit up, and and he couldn't help being a little excited. Zhang Yuan, your eyesight and experience can really be said to be the best in the league at this age. You really don't want to be a researcher. You will have great achievements in the future. Quote. Zhang Yuan scratched his face and showed an embarrassed smile. Maybe in the future. Oak looked sad. Hearing the conversation between the two, the Andersu couple were a little surprised. They thought Zhang Yuan was just a little assistant doing chores for Professor Oak, but they didn't expect to be so capable. However, even if we find out the cause, there is nothing we can do about it. The Strangajaw dragon is already very old. Once the operation is performed, it will inevitably die. If the two of you really can't bear to see the Strangajaw dragon being troubled by the pain, then you can only. Oak shook his head. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Andersu couple turned pale, and Mrs. Andersu burst into tears. Zhang Yuan stood aside, looking at the strange-jawed dragon lying on the ground. The old Pokémon had its eyes half closed at this time, as if enjoying the warmth of the afternoon. In fact, he was suffering intense pain that ordinary people could not endure. The reason why I didn't show it was because I didn't want to make the master sad. Seeing the sadness of the Andersu couple, Zhang Yuan shrugged. Actually, there's no need to be too pessimistic. I still have some options. The Andersu couple looked over together, showing the expression of a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Oak broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Yuan wasn't joking, right? To joke with these two great gods, that is really a role model. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Zhang Yuan took out a small bottle from his pocket, walked to the strange-jawed dragon, and unscrewed the bottle cap. Come on, open your mouth, he said. The strange-jawed dragon looked at him, wondering if he was confused by the pain, or felt that Zhang Yuan was not malicious, and slowly opened his mouth. Zhang Yuan directly poured a bottle of medicine into it. Mrs. Andersu rushed over a few steps and grabbed his wrist. What did you eat for strange-jawed dragon? Mr. Andersu also had an angry look on his face. This old gentleman who was very calm from beginning to end was like an angry lion at this time. Oak wiped a cold sweat. Don't worry. The scene was about to become chaotic, but the strange-jawed dragon suddenly stood up. Under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, the strange-jawed dragon raised its head and roared loudly. Then, it lowered its head and opened Mrs. Andersu's hand, holding Zhang Yuan with its big mouth. Mrs. Andersu didn't mean to be unhappy at all. She looked at the strange-jawed dragon in surprise. Strange-jawed dragon, are you alright? Roar. Strange-jawed dragon happily issued roar again. Mr. Andersu burst into tears with excitement, almost fell out of the wheelchair, and pushed his maid quickly to push him over. Oak also leaned over, checked again, and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. It's really healed. Zhang Yuan, what did you give the strange-jawed dragon just now? Zhang Yuan shook the empty bottle in his hand. The full recovery medicine can heal all the injuries of a Pokémon. When I was 21, a man in a cape passed by my house and gave it to me. I have kept it until now, and I use it today. Drop. Full recovery medicine. Oak was stunned. Why didn't he know about this kind of thing? Do you remember what the man in the cape looked like, or his name? Oak pressed quickly. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I was too young at that time. It would be good to remember these things. Oak shook his head regretfully. The Andersu couple hugged the strange-jawed dragon for a while, and after a while, Mrs. Andersu personally pushed her husband over. Sorry, Professor Oak. Mr. Zhang Yuan, we were too excited and neglected the two of you. We're fine. Oak waved quickly. Mr. Andezu looked at Zhang Yuan with emotion. Today, thanks to Mr. Zhang Yuan taking out such a precious potion, he was able to save the monster-jawed dragon. I really don't know how to thank him. Judging by Mr. Zhang Yuan's age, it is a Pokemon college student. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Unfortunately, it's not. It was supposed to be this year's trainee police officer, but unfortunately the quota was swept away. Mrs. Andersu was furious. Who did it? I'm blind. I'm going to file a complaint against the Union General Police Department. Zhang Yuan smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm a big living person, so I'm afraid I won't have a job. Mr. Andersu nodded approvingly. Mr. Zhang Yuan is right, but when it comes to career, I have some ideas, but I can't be sure right now. If Mr. Zhang Yuan doesn't mind, you can wait for a while. I'll contact you when I have news. That's fine. Although I originally intended to take part in this year's trip, but if there is a good job, I don't mind. Zhang Yuan said. Mr. Andersu said with a smile. It should not affect your travel work. That good. Zhang Yuan nodded. Oak suddenly remembered a question. That bottle of medicine just now. You should save a little. If you save a little, I can still use it for research. Zhang Yuan patted Professor Oak's arm. Maybe there will be more in the future. Don't be sad. Seeing the appearance of the two, the Andersu couple further confirmed how precious this bottle of medicine is. Chapter 7 is it Salaman? It's been a while since I left Andersu's house, and Professor Oak is still annoyed by the bottle of full recovery medicine. Seeing him scratching his head and scratching his cheek, Zhang Yuan was suddenly very fortunate that Professor Oak was not a mad scientist in some film and television work. Otherwise the old man would probably sneak into Andersu's house in the middle of the night and dissect the strange-jawed dragon. Fortunately, after more than half an hour, Professor Oak finally got out of his depression. Looking at Zhang Yuan who was walking beside him and kept smiling, Oak scratched his hair. Zhang Yuan, a child he has known for a long time, always feels that he has changed a lot recently, as if he has changed himself. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, "By the way, Zhang Yuan, listen to Gary, you have your own Pokémon." "Well, but it's a bit special," Zhang Yuan said. Oak smiled, "Because it was bought. It doesn't really matter, as long as you really like it. Even the purchased Pokémon will respond to your mood, I can guarantee it." Zhang Yuan wanted to say that he didn't buy it, but after thinking about it, he'd forget it. Professor Oak is in high spirit. Today's experience seems to make him in a good mood. "It just so happens that we have arrived at the Indigo Plateau. There are so many training venues. Let me accompany you to practice your hand." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Professor Oak sparring with him. This treatment is really good. As a Pokemon professor, Oak has a lot of experience, and it is said that he was an alliance champion of the Kanto region when he was young, and his gold content is even more important. "It's better to be respectful than obedient," Zhang Yuandao said. "However, my Pokemon is indeed a bit special. I'll see you later, Professor. Don't be surprised." "Well, don't worry. In my eyes, there is no distinction between Pokemon, even ultra-rare Pokemon. It's just more valuable for research." "Don't worry," Oak said with a smile. Zhang Yuan nodded. After a while, the two casually walked into a battle center. Professor Oak came, and the staff were shocked and enthusiastic. Zhang Yuan also received a lot of care, such as buying tickets, queuing, and other venues. Just as he was about to walk into the arena, a middle-aged man with sunglasses suddenly came over and patted Professor Oak's arm. "Hey, isn't this Xingcheng? Are you interested in coming to the battlefield?" Zhang Yuan turned his head to look but didn't recognize who it was. After seeing the person coming, Oak couldn't help laughing and crying. "Why are you here, old boy? This is my venue. How could I not be there?" said the visitor. Oak was stunned, and then introduced to Zhang Yuan. "This is Jason, an acquaintance of mine when I was young. Although he is a little worse than me, his strength is not bad." "Hey, how do you say this? Who said that I am weaker than you? If I hadn't let you, do you think you could take this champion?" Jason suddenly became unhappy. Oak laughed and avoided the topic. Anyway, he took advantage of it now. Looking at Oak's face, Jason felt very unhappy. Shaking his head, he decided to change the conversation. He took off his sunglasses and looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. "Little brother is a rookie trainer. Have you been to Celadon, Rainbow City?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "I haven't started traveling yet, and I haven't been there yet." Jason grinned and said, "If you go to Celadon, Rainbow after that, remember to bring it to my daughter." "Daughter?" Zhang Yuan wondered. "It's gym leader Erica in Celadon, Rainbow City, a talented girl specializing in grass." Professor Oak helped introduce. Oh, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that Erica knew. After all, she was one of Kanto's gym leaders. "I made a note, and if I have the chance, I will bring it." He nodded. Jason nodded with satisfaction. "Are you here today?" "Professor Oak wants to teach me some fighting skills," Zhang Yuan said. Jason snorted. "It just so happens that I have nothing to do. Just watch the game. Come on, use my exclusive venue." As he said that, he led the two of them into a large, luxurious indoor venue with a lot of seats around. It seems that spectators are often invited here to watch the game. Zhang Yuan and Oak stood aside and prepared. Jason said on a whim, "Little brother Zhang Yuan, if you defeat that guy in Xingcheng, I will give you a big gift. Guaranteed to be excited." Professor Oak laughed. "Sounds good. Don't regret it." Zhang Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. Looking at Jason's net worth, "If you want to give a gift, it's probably not bad. Then, I'll be the referee. Both sides send their own Pokemon." Jason shouted. His aura suddenly turned serious. Professor Oak lifted the white coat behind him and took a Pokeball from the lower back. "Go, old man." A white light flashed, and a Pokemon with 3 heads appeared on the field. Dodrio. Zhang Yuan recognized this Pokemon at a glance, and threw an identification technique over. Dodrio, Professor Oak's Pokemon, has excellent training, high intimacy, high level, and medium to high combat power. Close black lens bracket. As expected of the Pokemon of Professor Oak, a Dodrio is so imposing. Zhang Yuan praised. "Well, it's really good. It seems that your research career for so many years has not caused you to retreat much." Jason also nodded. Oak laughed. "It's okay. Don't be too surprised." Then, look at Zhang Yuan. "Come on, Zhang Yuan, don't show mercy." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan showed a subtle smile. "Well, that's what you said, Professor Oak." Saying that, he took out his Pokeball and swiped it. With a flash of white light, a huge figure descended on the arena. Seeing this figure, Oak and Jason were stunned at the same time. "Shit!" Jason uttered a foul language. Oak's eyes twitched one after another. Huge blue body, red wings, loud roar sound. Even if he is not a Pokemon professional, he will not be unfamiliar with such a powerful Pokemon. "Salaman." "Zhang Yuan, you really gave me a big surprise," Oak said dumbfounded. Chapter 8 Precious Gift. Xingcheng. "Did you two join forces to trick me?" Jason gritted his teeth. Oak didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm the victim. Okay, this kid is hiding too deep. He has always said that he's definitely not a trainer, but the result is Salamence. You're not a trainer. You're so stupid. Do you want to say that this Salamence was picked up by the roadside? Was it bought? You can buy me a Salamence and count me as a loser. Professor Oak is speechless. Buy Salamence. Thankfully Jason figured it out. He shook his head and looked at Zhang Yuan. After Salamence came out, Snarl snorted cheerfully, then looked at Zhang Yuan happily, rubbed his big head against him, waiting for instruction. Again Salamence's rough skin. Zhang Yuan also felt sore and itchy, and pushed it away funny. Oak nodded. Although I don't know where your Salamence came from, but it seems that you get along very well, so let me see your hidden strength. Zhang Yuan nodded. No nonsense, and gave Salamence an appraisal first. Salamence, Zhang Yuan's Pokemon, comes from the 3-star treasure. Excellent training, high intimacy, medium to high level, and strong combat power. Close black lens bracket. Full of intimacy, full of hard work. It is indeed a treasure of Samsung. Zhang Yuan thought happily. Then he said without hesitation, Salamence, Ember, Roar. Due to the high intimacy, Salamence's execution of Zhang Yuan's orders was very good. He opened his mouth directly, and an ember shot towards Dodrio. Dodrio, quick attack. Oak also made the command. Dodrio flashed white light, flashed ember, and rushed towards Salamence. Iron head work. Zhang Yuan said quickly. Salamence's head flashed a white light, facing the rushing Dodrio. Bang! Dodrio, who was using spark, collided with Salamence. Although the latter's skills were used a little late, he was better at defending and attacking, and he still seized the slightest opportunity. Dodrio let out a scream and took a few steps back, and Salamence took a little damage. Actual combat is much more difficult than the game. If this is changed in the game, a steel wing will be enough to smash it. Zhang Yuan smacking his lips and thinking. Triple attack. Oak gave a new command. Flying technique. Zhang Yuan took out this semi-invincible skill according to his game habit. Brush. Salamence's wings fluttered and dashed into the sky. Dodrio's 3 rays missed the target. Very good. The effect of the flying technique is similar to the game. Zhang Yuan nodded, and at this time, Salamence had already fallen from the sky, ready to smash Dodrio hard. Get out of the way. Professional Oak yelled. Ha! Dodrio has 3 heads, and can pay attention to one direction when fighting. Salamence rushing from above has long been on his guard. He spreads his long legs and runs away, and Salamence returns without success. It far beyond my expectation. Oak grinned. Zhang Yuan's command level far exceeded his expectations, and the battle was much harder than he thought. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but doubt his life a little bit. Zhang Yuan didn't show any potential as a trainer since he was a child. Why is he suddenly so powerful? Is this the epiphany in legend? Professor Oak was dazed for a few seconds and was sharply captured by Zhang Yuan. Without hesitation, he directly attacked. Dragon breath. Roar. Salamence took a big mouth, and the fiery dragon breath spewed out directly, wrapping the Dodrio who couldn't dodge in it. After the dragon breath, Dodrio staggered 2 steps, and finally fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan won. After a few seconds, Jason shouted this sentence in surprise. Oak took the Pokeball back to Dodrio and looked at him in disbelief. You kid, this is not the level of a novice trainer. How many cards have you hidden all these years? Hey, there's no trump card. It's just that you were distracted when you were fighting, and I took advantage of it. Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing and crying. Oak is not stupid. He knew that Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk about this topic, so he had no choice but to give up. Zhang Yuan is indeed right. If he didn't get distracted just now, he wouldn't lose so easily. But even so, Zhang Yuan's performance was full of experience, not inferior to the trainer who completed the gym trip. Where did his experience come from? Where did such a powerful Salamence come from? I am afraid that only Zhang Yuan himself knows. As long as you don't join a criminal organization, nothing else matters. Thinking of this, Oak gave up thinking and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. It's very good, far beyond my expectations. Your parents will be proud to know that. The two of them. Zhang Yuan wiped his cold sweat. I guess if I catch a mythical beast and give it to them for research, they will be happier. Oak smiled. That's for sure. But if you do catch a mythical beast in the future, you should study it for me first. The reward must be more than what your parents gave. You're really good. It's all robbing. The two laughed together. Jason, on the other hand, looked like a concubine. Oak smiled and looked at him. Jason, I remember you said something before we started fighting. You don't need to remind me. How can I, Jason, be a renegade person? Jason interrupted Oak's words in annoyance, and gave him a middle finger by the way. Then he looked at Zhang Yuan helplessly. Little devil, you not only frightened Xingcheng, but also frightened me. At your age, if you have this rank, you will probably become the Alliance champion in the future. Don't forget to take care of my little shop. Saying that, he took out a box and put it in Zhang Yuan's hand. This is the gift we said before. Accept it. Zhang Yuan opened the box, and Oak also came over to take a look. Huh, good stuff. Oak raised his eyebrows. Inside the box is a key. The Fighting Falcon motorcycle produced by Mubel Company. It's the most suitable for a powerful young man like you. too. Jason laughed. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. He had this motorcycle in his memory. It was extremely wild in shape and had a strong sense of design. It was a mega sport car among motorcycles. If you let him buy it, even if he pawns his underwear, he can't afford it. It's a great gift. I'm too embarrassed to accept it, Zhang Yuan said embarrassedly, and put the key in his pocket. Oak couldn't help but sigh. You two, in terms of shameless level, you really get along well. Jason laughed too. Separation line Ask for a collection. Chapter 9. Meet Giovanni. Sitting on the comfortable leather seat of the Falcon motorcycle, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but thank the world for setting no age limit for driver's licenses. He is only 10 years old this year. If according to the rules on Earth he can ride this Falcon that is madly dragging and squatting in 8 years, then it would be better to give him a knife. Professor Oak was a little worried. Be careful. Vehicles are more dangerous than ferocious Pokémon. Don't worry. Zhang Yuan put on his helmet, gave Professor Oak a thumbs up, then turned the key and rode to the end of the road. After a while, he disappeared at the end of the road. Looking at Zhang Yuan's back, Oak touched his chin. Actually, I also liked motorcycles when I was young. It's a pity that no one gave them away at that time. As he said, he looked up at the sky melancholy. Sure enough, for a person as talented as me, luck will always be a little worse. Speaking, he patted the white coat on his body, happily called a Toros taxi, and went to the station. When Zhang Yuan rode his Falcon back to Pallet Town, it happened that Gary also came back in his sport car. Seeing Zhang Yuan, Gary stopped the car in surprise and stretched his neck. Falcon, he exclaimed. That's right. Zhang Yuan slapped the fuel tank, complacent. Have you robbed the bank? Where did you get so much money? Gary was delighted, opened the car door and jumped down, ran to the side of the Falcon, and touched the left and right. It was given by someone else. Zhang Yuan told the truth. I don't believe it. Who can give you such a good thing when you have nothing to do? Because I am strong and talented. People saw my potential and invested in me in advance. Zhang Yuan laughed. Gary immediately put on the look of caring for mentally handicapped children. Come on, it's only been a few days since you bought Pokémon. It's good to memorize a few skills, and there's still potential. Alas, in the world of genius, of course you don't understand the rich second generation who is destined to be a villain. Zhang Yuan patted Gary's shoulder with a look of sympathy. Looking at Zhang Yuan's face, Gary was very angry. Stop talking nonsense. The Falcon lends me a ride. Gary decided to change the subject. He found that Zhang Yuan's mouth was more poisonous than before, and it was difficult to get benefits for arguing with him on a topic. If you don't borrow it, you've never heard of a car like a wife, so don't you lend it out. You were in my sport car yesterday. I thought you liked this cuckold play. Quote. Gary took a deep breath and nearly fainted. Seeing that Gary was about to explode, Zhang Yuan laughed and jumped out of the car. It's alright. I won't tease you anymore. Take it for a ride, and bring it home for me after the ride. You're acquainted. Gary turned his anger into joy, and Lubrician rode into the car and rushed out of the town. Zhang Yuan took a walk home slowly, and when he walked to the door of the house, he happened to meet Lilith, who came back from school. Brother. Seeing Zhang Yuan, Lilith greeted with a smile. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed, and she was very beautiful. Hey, my baby sister. Zhang Yuan reached out and hugged the little loli. The little girl was fragrant and soft, and it was very comfortable to hold, and with that long silver hair, it was terrifying. Compared to Lilith's foreign name and foreign appearance, Zhang Yuan himself is very mediocre. His hair is black, his eyes are also black, and his name is also an oriental type. If his memory told him that Lilith was his sister, he might have thought Lilith. What about the neighbor? It is estimated that it is not his own gene mutation, or his sister's genetic mutation. Of course, there is a possibility that he or his sister is the child of the old king Nectar. Zhang Yuan shook his head and got rid of these unsightly thoughts from his mind. Holding Lilith in his arms, Zhang Yuan opened the door, sat at the door and changed his shoes, then helped Lilith change his shoes, and the two returned to the house together. Although my parents are not in Kanto region all the year round, the house is still clean and well organized thanks to Lilith. Ah, Lilith, you are really my sweet little padded jacket. Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa, holding Lilith in his arms, and said comfortably, Is Lilith's evaluation so high? The little girl tilted her head dumbly, showing a puzzled expression. Of course, this is the lowest evaluation for Lilith. If you want a higher evaluation, I can think of it at any time, Zhang Yuan said without hesitation. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, the little girl giggled and buried her head in his shoulders so that she could not come out. For the next few days, Zhang Yuan basically rode a motorcycle or Gary's sport car, running around Pallet Town, looking for treasures according to the map in his head. Although there are some gains, the level is not very high. There are sporadic treasures, including some basic Pokeballs, ordinary potion, tree fruit, etc. And then occasionally there are some 1-star treasures that can open some small props, such as breath hood, gold beads and so on. In total, that is, in the 2-star treasures, the skill machines that were opened made him more satisfied. The first one is Thunder Wave. The effect is to send out a weak thunder shock to the opponent, thus causing the opponent to fall into a paralyzed state. The second is the Substitute Technique, which allows Pokemon to create clones by moving quickly and disrupt the opponent. This trick is not very effective in the game, but in the real world, the effect is very good. According to the red cross on the map in his head, Zhang Yuan stopped his motorcycle and put his hand on a piece of grass. Following his actions, the familiar prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 1-star treasure. Opening, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the item. Silver viewing mirror. Close black lens bracket. Silver viewing mirror. The latest work of the Silver Company. After wearing it, you can see the Pokemon that are difficult to find with the naked eye, and at the same time, you can see things that the naked eye cannot see, such as psychic fluctuation. Close black lens bracket. Holding this VR glasses-like thing, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. This thing, it seems to be an item used in the game to find Go-type Pokemon. It should be useless now, so keep it for now. Just then, a voice sounded not far away. Oh, isn't this the product that Silver Company just sold to the outside world? Boy, do you like this pair of glasses. Following the voice, Zhang Yuan turned to look. After seeing the identity of the visitor, he was a little surprised. The suit, the flat head, the confident expression, the sharp eyes. It's Team Rocket's leader Giovanni. Chapter 10 Career Invitation. After a brief surprise, Zhang Yuan calmed down again. Unlike other region bosses, Team Rocket's leader Giovanni, while acting as a villain, also has a decent identity, that is, the leader of Viridian Gym, the official employee of the Alliance. Under this premise, it is normal to appear near Pallet Town. Are you Viridian Gym's leader? I watched your show on TV. Zhang Yuan stood up and said with a somewhat adoring expression in his restraint. Giovanni chuckled. Although he is a leader, his strength is useless. Every time I see a young person with potential, I can feel that I am getting older. Hey, what is this? Giovanni leader is in his prime. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand and said. Giovanni shrugged indifferently, and did not continue on this topic, but once again looked at Silver's inspection mirror in Zhang Yuan's hand. This thing is very useful. Since you bought it, keep it well. It will definitely come in handy during travel, he said with a smile. Zhang Yuan nodded, put on a look full of vitality, and hummed loudly, like a primary school student who took the stage to lead Xiaohonghua for the first time. Giovanni looked at Zhang Yuan's car again. The Fighting Falcon from the Mulling Group. This car is not cheap. I'm afraid I can't afford one after saving my salary for a few years. It seems that you are not easy as a young man, Giovanni praised. Zhang Yuan smiled and scratched his hair, looking shy. Actually, my family bought it, and I secretly rode it out. Seeing Zhang Yuan's appearance, Giovanni shook his head amusingly, walked over slowly, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said, sooner or later you can buy it with your own strength. I believe that one day. After speaking, he strode away. Zhang Yuan also waved his hand. Goodbye Giovanni leader. I will do my best. Giovanni waved his hand without looking back, looking very cool. When Giovanni walked away, Zhang Yuan's face slowly turned cold. He reached down and plucked a rice grain-sized machine from his shoulders. Quote. After looking at this thing for a while, he suddenly shouted, ooh. After shouting, he thudded himself and lay on his side directly on the ground. Then he shouted, damn it, who's littering the drink cans here? It killed me. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely find it very strange. A child was lying on the ground, shouting that he had fallen, that it hurt, etc., but there was no expression on his face. After shouting these words, Zhang Yuan pinched with 2 fingers, and the machine the size of a grain of rice was directly crushed. Throwing away the electronic components in his hand, Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. Put a bug on me. It's really tasteless. A dignified villain boss can do such a boring thing. He stood up and patted the dirt on him. He could guess the reason why Giovanni had a bug on him, simply because he lived in Pallet Town and rode a famous car like the Fighting Falcon. Such a young man, in all likelihood, has access to professional oak in Pallet Town. The latter is the target that Giovanni really wants to eavesdrop on. Even if there is only some trivial news, it is not a loss. It's fortunate that he met a witty boy like me, otherwise the conspiracy might have succeeded. With that said, Zhang Yuan rode on his motorcycle and rode all the way to Pallet Town. As soon as he got back to town, he found that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. The police officer who is rarely seen on weekdays, that is, Officer Jenny, was riding her police motorcycle and parked next to Zhang Yuan's house. Even Joy is there. Joy is not at the Pokemon Center. So what are you doing here? Professor Oak was there, talking. On the opposite side of Professor Oak, 2 men in suits and a woman in a jacket and glasses were standing at the door of his house, talking to Professor Oak. Behind the 3 of them, there was a special-looking car parked. If it was placed on Earth, it would be at least 2 or 3 million. Zhang Yuan twisted the accelerator and stopped beside Professional Oak. Professor, this is, he asked, taking off his helmet. Everyone turned their attention. Professor Oak snorted. His expression seemed unnatural, and he said, "You're back, Zhang Yuan. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Yuan, the person you're looking for." After speaking, he glanced at Zhang Yuan a little worriedly, but didn't say anything else. Zhang Yuan was at a loss. He noticed that there was a big difference in the way everyone looked at him. Officer Jenny was amazed with admiration. Joy is encouraging. Oak is a little worried. The three superiors, two of the men looked a little scrutinized, while the woman seemed to be paying more attention to his motorcycle. He got off his motorcycle, hung his helmet on the handlebars, and looked at the three. "What are you doing for a few coming to the humble house?" A man in a suit came over and took out his ID card from his breast pocket. "Interpol, Dem." Other also took out his credentials. "Interpol, Ma Fu." "Interpol." Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. He knew that this organization didn't appear much in the original book. Ash had met Interpol on the San Annuo. He had also encountered it in Battle Frontier, and he had encountered it in Pokémon. In the world, the status of Interpol is not low, but why is it here? "I'm sorry, I don't think I did anything worthy of the criminal police to come to the door. There should be some misunderstanding," Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The woman in the jacket also smiled. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful blue eyes. "Little brother, why is your first reaction when you hear the Interpol?" "It's a bad habit." The man in the suit next to him nodded. "We received a notice from the Alliance to recommend you to become an intern Interpol. The specific situation can be discussed in detail later." Zhang Yuan was puzzled for a few seconds. Andersu said a few days ago, "When it comes to career, I have some ideas, but I'm not sure right now. If Mr. Zhang Yuan doesn't mind, you can wait a few days and I'll contact you when I have news." Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was suddenly stunned. "I see. Equals 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 separation line equals 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 equals. Ask for a collection. If some friends feel unfamiliar with the setting of Interpol, it doesn't matter at all, because it just gives the protagonist an identity and name that is convenient for doing various things, and it has no effect on the plot. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 11 Career Test. Because it wasn't time for Lilith to leave school, Zhang Yuan brought a few people into his house. Closing the door, he looked at the three. "I'm really happy that a few of you can come to Pallet Town to invite me out of your busy schedule, but you guys are so careless and come to the door, and you haven't tried to cover up your identity. Don't you worry about leaking information." He frowned. "Oh." The woman in the jacket was slightly taken aback, showing an expression of admiration. "I didn't expect your first question to be like this. I thought you would ask when you can take office." "I think it is still necessary to ask clearly," Zhang Yuan said. The man in a suit who called himself Ma Fu said, "It is an honor to be in Interpol. We will help to publicize your identity and let your relatives and friends know about your identity, which can also act as a deterrent to the wicked." Zhang Yuan's face turned black. "Is there such a setting?" Officer Jenny said with a look of admiration. "This is a good thing." Nurse Joy also nodded. "It can also bring honor to your family." Zhang Yuan shook his head directly. "If that's the case, then forget it. Allow me to solemnly refuse this invitation. My little life is very precious, and my family's life can't stand you playing like this." Ma Fu was taken aback. "How do you say this?" Zhang Yuanshu narrowed his eyes, exposing the identity of the criminal police officer. "You are simply an act of financing the enemy. Do you suspect that the criminal police officer did not die fast enough, or that there are not enough hostages in the hands of the criminal organization?" Speaking of this, he suddenly showed a suspicious expression. "I said this is not a test of my confidentiality ability. If it is, your test method is too frustrating." Hearing his word, Oak couldn't help laughing, but couldn't help but look extremely relieved in his eyes. The woman in the jacket lightly tapped her lower lip with her finger, showing a very interested expression. "You are very interesting, Zhang Yuan, although I also think this test is stupid, but at your age, only 1 in 100 can pass the test perfectly. After all, at your age, you like to express yourself." Quote, "Although I lost a few words, it saved some trouble." The man in suit, German Shepherd. "Oh no, it's the reading bandit." He waved his hand. Following his movement, both Joy and Officer Jenny removed a layer of mask from their faces. The face under the mask is not Joy and Jenny in the town at all. Zhang Yuan's eyes twitched. "Is this TM really the worldview of Pokémon?" The two took out their IDs at the same time. "Interpol, Eller." "Interpol, Misha. We've done the quarantine work in this area before we came, and no one will know what happened today except you and Professor Oak," Misha said. Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. "I'm more curious about the next test than your name. If the second test is your sense of humor, you're already out. Young people, don't be so so serious tilde. The woman in the jacket laughed. A sense of humor must also be used on people who understand humor, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Read the following. The second test is very simple. The strength test. As in Interpol, the strength is naturally higher than ordinary people. Ma Fudao. Although there are some criminal police officers who become trainee police officers at the age of 10, they are very few, because if they don't have special training at this age, it is difficult to have the ideal strength and combat experience. Actually, at your age, many people don't even have their own Pokémon. It's pretty normal. Zhang Yuan nodded. But we skipped this test, Eller said. Because professional oak guarantees your fighting ability, Misha said. Are you here to be funny? Zhang Yuan was shocked. Woman in the jacket shrugged. No way. Who made you special? You can skip the test in the face of professional oak, but you have to know what you need to know. It seems that your name is not included in the things I should know, Zhang Yuan asked with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, the woman in the jacket smiled slightly. The policeman's name will never be spoken, including the name they just told you. In fact, it is also a code name. If you want to know my code name, after you finish the test, I will naturally say it. What's the next test? Zhang Yuan shrugged, not arguing. It's kept secret for now. Before the next test, you have 3 days of buffer time. This time is mainly used to let you confirm whether you want to engage in this business or not. This is also a practice. We have all experienced it. The test site is in Indigo Plateau. We will send someone to pick you up in 3 days. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to come. The woman in the jacket suddenly came to Zhang Yuan's ear. Although I shouldn't say such a thing, but I still remind you, don't think too much. After becoming a criminal policeman, the resources and benefits you get are far more than what you pay. Big sister really hopes you can come. Quote. After speaking, she straightened up and took a step back with a smile. Zhang Yuan still squinted his eyes and said nothing, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Seeing his appearance, it is a good thing for the man in suit to be vigilant, but you will understand later that you don't need to be vigilant about them, especially. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by the woman in the jacket and almost fell to the ground. There's too much nonsense, and the punishment is gone. After speaking, the woman in the jacket nodded to Professor Oak, pushed the door open and left. Looking at the backs of several people leaving, Zhang Yuan looked at Professional Oak. Interpol, it's not as serious as I thought. Professor Oak scratched his hair. This organization, the Alliance, has been loose from the beginning. It has been a long time, and there are people of all kinds of personalities, but compared to this, your reaction really surprised me, and sometimes I doubt it. Are you really only 10 years old? Yeah, I also want to know this question. Zhang Yuan shook his head amusingly. Ellipsis 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 ... The next day, Zhang Yuan took Lilith to the school station. He originally wanted to wait for Lilith to leave, and then talk to Professor Oak about what happened yesterday, but he was stopped as soon as he arrived at the station. He was stopped by a blonde woman with glasses who looked in her 20s. Excuse me, are you Lilith brother? Zhang Yuan. She looked a little cramped, but also very serious. Zhang Yuan hummed. Who are you? Lilith blinked in surprise. Teacher. Why are you here? Huh? Zhang Yuan couldn't help being taken aback when he heard Lilith word. Lilith teacher. Chapter 12 Sisters teacher. Are you Lilith teacher? Hearing Lilith's name, Zhang Yuan immediately put on a polite expression. Yes, my name is Adeline, the teacher of the Pokémon school, in charge of Lilith class. Adeline bowed to Zhang Yuan and said. Zhang Yuan also bowed and smiled politely. I don't know what the teacher is looking for from me. Did Lilith do something wrong? Hearing this, Lilith blinked. Why didn't she remember such a thing? Adeline hurriedly shook her head. No, the reason why I take the liberty to harass is for personal reasons. After saying a few words, she didn't seem to be very nervous, and took out a piece of paper from the folder she was holding in her arm. Regarding the question of Lilith's Ponyta use skills, I concluded that it was difficult to release it because Ponyta was young and unskilled in his skills. Oh, this matter. Zhang Yuan was naturally impressed. After all, it just happened a few days ago. Adeline said with guilt. It wasn't until yesterday that I noticed that Ponyta was able to use his skills normally and asked Lilith that I had made the wrong judgment. She picked up the piece of paper in her hand. This is the identification result I applied for at the Institute in Professor Oak. As you said, Ponyta's problem is accumulating energy in the body. I must solemnly apologize for my ignorance and arbitrary, which led to Ponyta's problems not being dealt with in a timely manner. Zhang Yuan shrugged. You are too serious. This is not a big deal. Besides, Pokemon diagnosis errors are very common, and Pokemon centers often make mistakes. Adeline smiled wryly and shook her head. But if it weren't for this, I might not have realized my slack, and being in the teaching profession for too long has made me neglect a lot of things, including the students and Pokemon. Mood. If you can realize this, you are already more competent than most teachers, Zhang Yuan said. Adeline smiled gratefully. Thank you. I feel much better hearing you say that. Then, she suddenly remembered something. Ah, I almost forgot about business. Saying that, she quickly took out another piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Although it's a little rude to say it now, I sincerely invite you to visit the Pokemon Academy. Go to Academy? Why? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Because I was very curious after hearing about you. Why don't you come to the Academy for a person like you who has the talent to be an excellent trainer? I asked Lilith, but Lilith seems to be reluctant to bring up this topic. Quote, Lilith tilted her head. Brother will never do anything wrong. Although these words are unreasonable, it made Zhang Yuan feel very happy. Adeline smiled and shook her head. So, I would like to invite you to come to the Academy as a guest to see the life of the students in the Academy. Maybe after that, you will be willing to come to the school for classes. Ha! Looking at the invitation letter in his hand, Zhang Yuan smiled and put it in his pocket. If you have time. Hearing what he said, Adeline knew that Zhang Yuan probably wouldn't go. She showed a pity expression. Is that so? Lilith pulled her sleeve. Teacher, if you don't get on the bus, you will miss the exchange meeting with the trainer student. Yeah. Adeline was startled. I almost forgot. Wait, the trainer academy. Zhang Yuan suddenly frowned and interrupted the two of them. Adeline nodded. Yes, there is a friendly exchange event between our school and the trainer academy today, which was arranged by the principal. The trainer academy in Vermilion City? Zhang Yuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. Adeline nodded. Tis. Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. He was rarely impressed by this academy. The Vermilion City Trainer Academy gathers rich and young people from all over the country. They pay high tuition fees for mega and learn theoretical knowledge in school. After graduation, they do not need to play gym or collect badges, and they can directly participate in league competition. This group of young masters and eldest misses, all of them are taller than the sky, and have a big and stinky temper. It is not a good thing for Lilith to come into contact with these things. I'll go with you, he said. Adeline was done. That great. Zhang Yuan shrugged and didn't answer. Just then, with a break, a voice sounded behind him. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Looking back, Zhang Yuan suddenly showed a weird smile. Ha, isn't that Master Gary? What a coincidence. Looking at Zhang Yuan's expression, Gary in the sport car got goosebumps all over, and subconsciously shrank into the seat. What are you doing? It's alright, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Hee. I happened to meet you here. Just come with me. A trip. Where to go? Pokemon School. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, Gary was done. You want to go to school? It's not your character. Besides, if you want to learn something, wouldn't it be better to learn from my grandfather? The reason is very complicated. Let's talk about it when we get there. With that, he opened the car door and got in, taking Lilith with him by the way. Mr. Adeline, see you in our school, Zhang Yuan said with a smile and waved his hand. Then, the sport car went straight away. Looking at the sport car that drove all the way, Adeline wanted to cry without tears. Why don't you take her with you? Chapter 13 for Elite Lorelei. The Pokemon School is located in Viridian City, which is very close to Pallet Town. With Gary's driving skills comparable to that of the famous autumn mountain bike god, it won't take long to arrive. Pushing open the car door, Zhang Yuan got out of the car and lightly brushed his hair. It's cool to feel rich. Lilith got out of the car. Her face was a little pale, and it seemed that she couldn't enjoy the fun of being. Looking at the school in front of her, Lilith asked Zhang Yuan, is my brother going to class with me? Well, I won't go now. I have something else to do. Zhang Yuan reached out and rubbed Lilith's hair and said. The little girl hummed, nodded with a smile, turned her head and walked towards the teaching building. Gary slapped Zhang Yuan with his fist from behind. Should you tell me what's going on? Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Trainer Academy. Have you heard of it? Bullshit. Gary spread his hand. Isn't it the theoretical college that specializes in training useless people? I really don't understand. There has never been an alliance champion in that bad place. Why are there so many parents who have to put their children in it? It really burns a lot of money. Quote, yo, I didn't see it. You, a rich 3-generation eldest young master, actually have this consciousness. Zhang Yuan smiled while holding his arm. Gary rolled his eyes at him. I just looked down on the trash. Don't tell me I'm talking about you. Zhang Yuan, at your current level, if we didn't know each other since childhood, I wouldn't be too lazy to talk to you. I'm stronger now, Zhang Yuan said. Gary laughed, looking like an idiot. Let's get down to business. Seeing that Gary didn't believe it, Zhang Yuan didn't bother to argue with him. He continued, this trainer academy will have a friendship exchange meeting with the Pokemon School today. Oh, Gary frowned. The people from the trainer academy. I heard Grandpa say that they have bad personality. Not so good. Professor Oak is too euphemistic. There are a group of mentally retarded. I can't let those mental retardations pollute Lilith your heart, Zhang Yuan said with narrowed eyes. Feeling the dark aura emanating from Zhang Yuan's body, Gary quickly took a few steps back. You actually turned into a sister-in-law. I really didn't see it. Don't worry about what control I am. I will take care of this matter today, Zhang Yuan said. Gary shrugged. Then I'll stay as well. As far as your 3-legged cat command level is concerned, plus a purchase Pokemon, I'm afraid it's not as good as these students. If you are bullied, I will consider helping you. You clean up the situation. Okay, just take me back back in a while, Zhang Yuan said. It seems that Professor Oak hasn't revealed his strength yet, so that's fine. There is a chance to scare Gary. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan laughed. Then, he suddenly froze. In the brain map, a red cross appeared. Treasure. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up and ran directly in the direction of the red cross. Hey, why are you going? Gary looked puzzled when he saw Zhang Yuan suddenly run away. The treasure is located in the school's back playground, a small baseball field, and is easy to find. Zhang Yuan put his hand on it. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability Intermediate Physical Fitness. Close black lens bracket. Intermediate Physical Fitness. Strengthen the physique and reaction ability. The degree of reinforcement is comparable to that of a well-trained soldier. Close black lens bracket. With the successful opening of the treasure, Zhang Yuan only felt a burst of unstoppable energy rushing into his body. Muscles, bones, blood vessels, organs, and every inch of the body are undergoing crazy transformation. Although the transformation brings various uncomfortable feelings, these discomforts are not comparable to the exhilarating feeling brought by physical strengthening. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Zhang Yuan's whole body is refreshed. Gently squeezed his fist. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. His power has become much stronger. No, not much, but many times. He even had a feeling as if he was omnipotent, and could even wrestle with Toros. Of course this must be an illusion. Gary came running from behind, reached out and patted him on the back. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Then he couldn't help but stun. By the way, are you stronger than before? Hey, good exercise, Zhang Yuan said. At the same time, he also had to admire Gary's insight. The power of reinforcement given by the treasure was very human. It only increased his strength, but his muscles did not change significantly. Gary could find this small change at once. It is indeed a Pokémon professor. Grandson. Gary snorted. Should I exercise too? Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away. Ah, are you students at school? If you don't go to the classroom at this time, you will be late. Zhang Yuan and Gary looked over together, and then froze at the same time. The speaker was standing on the edge of the baseball field, looking over with a smile. She has long orange hair in a neat ponytail, a faint smile on her mature face, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. With a tall figure and simple dress, she looks more like a teacher than Adeline. However, this person is not a teacher. Zhang Yuan and Gary both know her. For elite Lorelei. Gary exclaimed, why are you here? Oh, have you been recognized? Lorelei chuckled and shook his head. Of course I have to visit the exchange meeting between the 2 major Pokemon academies. This is the future of the Alliance, so there can be no problem. Zhang Yuan nodded knowingly. To put it bluntly, he was here to be a senior security guard. By the way, he might also take a look at some potential students. He nodded politely. I'm Zhang Yuan. He's Gary O, and he also came to visit the exchange meeting. He was invited by teacher Adeline, not a school student. Oh, hearing Gary's surname, Lorelei showed a stunned expression. No wonder you look familiar. I played with you when you were young, she said with a smile. Gary clicked. He didn't like being treated like a child. With Gary, Lorelei looked at Zhang Yuan again. Chapter 14 Trainer Academy. Zhang Yuan-kun, are you also a trainer? Well, Zhang Yuan nodded. Gary rolled his eyes at him. As far as Zhang Yuan's level was concerned, he was too embarrassed to call himself a trainer. But he didn't break it. Lorelei nodded knowingly. I feel a little pressure on you very rarely. I see people very accurately. You must not be easy. I look forward to playing against you in the future. After speaking, she smiled and waved her hand, turned and left. Gary raised his eyebrows, waited for Lorelei to walk away, and looked at Zhang Yuan speechlessly. It seems that the level of the 4 elites is just like that. I actually feel that a novice trainer can bring pressure. I think she sees it quite accurately, Zhang Yuan said. Gary shrugged. Let's do it. The 2 returned to the school gate just as teacher Adeline arrived. Gary standing at the door. She pouted and was about to complain when she was interrupted by Zhang Yuan's smile. We've been waiting for you for a long time, Mr. Adeline. Let's not waste time. Let go in quickly. Quote. Adeline's face was stunned. She always felt that some topic had been taken over by Zhang Yuan. Was it an illusion? Shaking her head, she sorted out her thoughts and said, Zhang Yuanjin, many parents of students will come to this friendly exchange meeting. I plan to help you apply for a parent's certificate for visiting the school. Okay. In this case, the visiting location will be better than the rest of the audience. Quote. Well, okay. Zhang Yuan is thickened. It doesn't matter. He pointed to Gary again. Just right. Apply for one for my cousin. We are both parents of Lilith. Hey, who is your cousin? Gary slapped Zhang Yuan's hand away and said angrily, cousin, don't make trouble. You. Gary gritted his teeth, but after thinking about it, he didn't need to be in a good position, and he recognized it with a cold snort. After a while, the 2 took the certificate given by Adeline and followed them into the stadium. The schools and stadiums in the Pokemon world are much larger than those on Earth, because Pokemon battles in this world are a must-have course in schools, and the venues are naturally larger and more numerous. Zhang Yuan and Gary found a seat and sat down, watching the students lining up below. Beside the two, there were also some parents of Pokémon school students. Seeing that the two children also entered the parents' seat, they couldn't help showing strange expression. As soon as Gary sat down, he used his venomous tongue. Tis, you look at this class. The whole thing looks like a listless person. Just want to become a trainer with this energy. It's just a dream. Look at that fat guy over there. I think he has more covet on the cake than on the Pokémon master seat. Look at this class. None of them are decent. They just don't see it. Listening to Gary's ramble, Zhang Yuan's face was expressionless, as if he didn't hear it. The surrounding parents gradually began to glare at Gary. Many of the classes Gary criticized, including their children, grudge coming from all directions. Gary finally shut his mouth. Zhang Yuan suddenly came to the spirit. Hey, Lilith class is here. There are only a few people in a class at Pokémon school, and it is very easy to find people. Unlike Earth School, there are dozens of people in a class, and there are even nearly 100 people. Gary stretched his neck and looked at it, pouted, and started to study the ceiling idly. In his opinion, this kind of exchange meeting is not good at all. When the students from the Pokémon school finished entering the field, the students from the Trainer Academy also arrived. The first batch of people who came in were all dressed in black suits and looked like little adults with arrogant expressions on their faces. Seeing these people, Gary squinted his eyes. This is a senior class, and their status is equivalent to a trainer who has obtained 6 badges. As long as they graduate, they can directly participate in the league competition. After speaking, he sneered habitually. Unfortunately, it's all a pile of wine bags and rice bags. Zhang Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Cousin, you don't even have a badge. Forgot. Fuck you. Gary fumed. Next, there is the intermediate class, which is equivalent to a trainer with 4 badges. The last is the elementary class, which is equivalent to 2 badges. In the freshman team of the junior class, Zhang Yuan also saw a acquaintance, Giselle, who abused Misty's army with Graveler in the animation. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help looking at the sky. Misty is also a real dish, and the attribute suppression has been abused. This is not explained by the level suppression. As Zhang Yuan expected, as soon as they came up, the students of the Trainer Academy showed a completely contemptuous attitude towards the students of the Pokémon school. You can't directly participate in league games after graduation. What's the point of this kind of school? It looks so weak. I really don't understand why I have a friendly exchange meeting with them. This school, I am afraid that the teacher is qualified to communicate with us. Haha, in this kind of school, the teachers are all the ones we don't want to eliminate from famous schools like ours. What good stuff can there be? Hearing these students remark, many Pokémon school students frowned. How do you talk? Someone asked angrily. How do we talk? What does it have to do with you? If you don't agree, let's have a test. An intermediate class student said contemptuously. Just like, am I still afraid of you useless young masters? The students here didn't flinch. Everyone, please be quiet. The headmaster of the Pokémon school stood up. The exchange meeting is about to start. Here I am. Sorry, allow us to interrupt, said a Trainer Academy teacher, raising his hand. Everyone looked at it strangely. The teacher smiled slightly. Mr. Principal, just now, the students of your school made insulting remarks to our school. According to the habit of our school, this kind of thing must be in the test arena. Can you give me a little time to let it go first? They have a showdown. When this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Gary was immediately stunned, with an expression on his face that he had never seen such a shameless person. These guys really dare to say that. Chapter 15. Gary and Zhang Yuan take action. Zhang Yuan was also a little drunk. He had seen someone who was sick, but he had never seen someone so sick. The headmaster of Pokémon school frowned. Lorelei, who was sitting next to him, as one of Kanto region. As for elite, Lorelei has a lot of weight in people's hearts. Zhang Yuan also squinted to look at Lorelei. At such a time, Lorelei will definitely rest her mind. After all, she is not here to watch the fun. Under the gazes of many people, Lorelei just sat there smiling, as if he didn't see the situation in front of him at all. Zhang Yuan couldn't help showing a strange expression. The principal sighed. Seeing that Lorelei didn't respond, he had to deal with it himself. As a result, before he opened his mouth, the students were already making trouble. Okay, if you want to duel, come. Who's afraid of you? Country bumpkin. It's not small if you don't have much patience, but you're going to lose your life if we don't fight. Classmate, pack them up. Guys, call me. Brush, 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 brush. For a time, white light flashed one after another, and all kinds of Pokémon appeared on the stadium. Zhang Yuantang stood up and took out the Pokeball from his waist. Gary doesn't hesitate. He has lived the life of a young master since he was a child, and there is no such sentence in the dictionary that he considers this for others. Bang! He released his Pokémon without hesitation, and a tall figure appeared directly on the patriarch's seat. Roar! As soon as it appeared, there was a huge roar. Many people looked at it subconsciously. Zhang Yuan also looked over. Kangaskhan, Professor Oak didn't expect to borrow it from you, he said. Gary hummed and said loudly, you idiot. Stop me. Who allowed you to fool around here? Seeing Gary, the students of the Trainer Academy were blown away. Where's the bastard? Dare to point fingers at us. Get off me. I'm coming down. Gary's temper could stand this taunt, and jumped directly on Kangaskhan's shoulders. Kangaskhan shouted, and jumped down to the field with Gary. The nearest mosquito coil frog. Gary directly shouted, dizzy punch. Roar. Kangaskhan roared, and a dizzy punch smeared the face of the mosquito-repellent incense frog, and then the mosquito-repellent incense frog swayed a few steps and started attacking other Pokémon. Kangaskhan's dizzy punch has a chance to confuse the Pokémon. Avoid him, yelled a Trainer Academy mid-level student. Immediately, many Pokémon gave way. Gary's mouth twitched. It's now. Earthquake. Roar. Kangaskhan's big tubby legs lifted up and stomped down. Immediately, the entire stadium was shaken, and many Pokémon fell directly. With this kick, 5 Pokémon were directly killed. Several senior students were furious. Damn, how dare you hurt our Pokémon? Everyone, come up with fighting skills. Kangaskhan is an ordinary type, and can't resist fighting skills. Hearing this, Gary's face turned a little bad. Going out today, he didn't bring many Pokémon, and he fell directly into a situation where his fist lost to forehand. More than a dozen fighting-type Pokémon were ordered to come directly to Kangaskhan. Damn, Kangaskhan, get out of the way. Gary gritted his teeth and gave an order he knew was impossible. Kangaskhan was in a cold sweat. How could he dodge it? At this moment, Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly sounded. Flamethrower. Quote. Boom. A blazing red pillar of fire rushed directly from behind him, passed over his head, past Kangaskhan, and blasted directly into the pile of fighting Pokémon. The flame radiation directly caused an explosion, and the Pokémon flew away. Gary looked back in shock. In the midair between the parent seat and the stadium, Zhang Yuan was standing there. Under his feet, a Salamence is looking at the Pokémon on the field with the eyes of a demon. All the Pokémon showed fearful expressions at the moment Salamence appeared and took a few steps back, and there are some more jumpy Pokémon continued to rush towards Gary. Looking at these Pokémon, Zhang Yuan said solemnly, how dare you come? Then focus on this time. Salamence. Hyper beam. Roar. Salamence received the order, opened his mouth, and a large golden beam of light shot out in seconds, plowing a deep ditch several meters long on the field, and all the Pokémon that were scratched directly screamed and lost their combat effectiveness, and flew out. Gary's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief. Blood. Salamence. He lost his voice. Zhang Yuan didn't reply to his word, but quietly looked at the troubled students below. Gary didn't notice the reason for his shot. He knew it well. During the riot just now, when 2 Pokémon rushed over, they would definitely crash into the student team, and in the direction they passed, they would hit Lilith. These bastard children don't teach a lesson about the hatred in their heart. Because of this, the flame spray just now, under the hint of Zhang Yuan, directly affected the masters of the fighting-type Pokémon, and burned them enough. Just my own shot. The nature is not very good. A little bad end. Just then, Lorelei suddenly stood up. That's it. This is no longer a friendly exchange. Everyone please go back to your place. The students and teachers who took the lead in making trouble. On behalf of the Alliance, I reserve the right to hold you accountable. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Lorelei's attitude obviously let him go. He suddenly remembered Lorelei's indifferent attitude when the students just started making trouble. It's interesting. Zhang Yuan directed Salamence to fall, retracted Salamence, then pulled Gary by the back collar and dragged him back to the seat of the patriarchy, pretending that nothing had happened. I know who the Kangaskhan is. He is Gary Oak, the young master of the Oak family. A senior student suddenly exclaimed. What? Oh, that Pokemon professor. Hearing this name, the students at the Pokemon school were just a little surprised, but the students at the Trainer Academy changed their faces. No, they offended someone who shouldn't be offended. Don't look at Professor Oak's easygoing appearance. If he wants to squeeze out a family, it's not difficult. What now? Chapter 16. Wisdom comes to the door. Being dragged in half by Zhang Yuan, Gary finally recovered from the shock. He first patted off Zhang Yuan's hand that grabbed his collar, and then raised his middle finger directly at the stadium. Gary Oak, won't do anything by borrowing my grandpa's name. Your family has nothing to do with me. If you're upset, come to me. I'll take care of you one by one. Come on, you are the one who has lost one. Zhang Yuan patted him on the back of the head from behind, and Gary almost fell over. Zhang Yuan. He turned around, furious. Sit down. Hurry up. Zhang Yuan said with narrowed eyes. Gary gritted his teeth at him for a while, but sat down anyway. You hide so deep. Our young master Gary has a rare foul language. Zhang Yuan chuckled. What are you hiding? I've told you several times, I'm a thief now. Who would believe what you said? Gary was furious. Although Gary's words were extremely rude, the students of the Trainer Academy were relieved. These bastards without tutors. Thankfully we came here, Gary said angrily after sitting down. Half of his anger was really hot, and the other half was scared out of being almost abused just now. Zhang Yuan shook his head. If we hadn't come, it probably wouldn't have happened at all. What do you mean? Gary wondered. Zhang Yuan squinted and looked at the students below. The students who picked things up at the beginning are very wrong. Their Pokémon levels are much higher than others, and they don't look like students at all. Because of the high level, they have the confidence to jump out. Gary said, "Ha, maybe I'm thinking too much." Zhang Yuan smiled and confused the topic. No point in talking too much about these topics to Gary. At this time, the teachers of the Pokémon school are constantly apologizing to the parent. After the scene calmed down a bit, Lorelei stood up and made a speech, basically apologizing, negligence and other cliches. Although it sounded sincere, Zhang Yuan never responded. "I've basically guessed who it is. I'll go over there, and you can help me look at Lilith." After speaking, Zhang Yuan stood up and walked to the working passage behind the rostrum. Sure enough, as soon as I came in, I saw a woman in a jacket. Today, she didn't wear that jacket or sunglasses, but a long beige trench coat. Seeing Zhang Yuan walk in, she was slightly taken aback, then smiled. As expected of Zhang Yuan-jun, most people wouldn't think of coming here. Zhang Yuan squinted at her. "You ordered the riot. What if I said yes?" The other party smiled slightly and gently brushed the long hair beside his ear. "Then I really have to suspect that you are mentally retarded. In order to test the strength of a 10-year-old child, can you do it?" Zhang Yuan said with a frown. 10-year-old child? Zhang Yuanjun, you are thinking too easily. I can tell you responsibly that among all the Interpols I have met, none of them can reach your strength at the age of 10. The ability of thinking is also one that does not. Quote, she pushed her long blonde hair behind her ears, her expression serious. "If we said that what we did to you before was a test, then now, even if you can't pass the third test, I will fully invite you to join." Zhang Yuan shrugged noncommittally, turned and walked out. "My code name is Claudia. You can call me that when we meet next time." Tang Yuan just put his hand on the doorknob when such words came from behind him. He didn't look back, just waved his hand and pushed out the door. Found Gary and Lilith. Elena was waiting for him, and when she saw him coming, she kept bowing her head and apologizing. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. "Mr. Eileen doesn't need to apologize. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you want to blame it, you can also blame those students who have brain," Eileen said in a hurry. "Then how can I do it? I invited you to visit, but this happened. I just don't have the face to talk to you." "Haha, Teacher Elena is really an interesting person," Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The friendly exchange meeting that followed was naturally a wait, and they took Lilith and Gary, and the three returned to Pallet Town in Gary's car. Before getting out of the car, Gary stared at Zhang Yuan, looking at the latter for a while. "I said, you won't wake up to any serious habit, will you?" Zhang Yuan asked in horror. Gary ignored his joke, but said word by word, "Now I have been temporarily surpassed by you, but the position of the strongest trainer must be mine. I will defeat you sooner or later and become the Alliance champion." After speaking, Zhang Yuan waved his fist and kicked the accelerator away. Zhang Yuan was delighted. "It's as if I'm the champion now. Does this feel like an emperor?" That night, Zhang Yuan cooked a delicious meal to coax Lilith. The little girl was pure and innocent, and she didn't have any bad memories because of what happened today. After eating and drinking, Zhang Yuan washed the dishes, washed and prepared for rest, but found that there was something more on the bed. It was Lilith, curled up on his bed. The little girl was wearing white pajamas, and her long silver hair was scattered on the sheet like a silver moonlight. Zhang Yuan came over a little strangely. "Lilith, you slept in the wrong room," he said with a smile. Lilith opened her eyes and looked at him with her beautiful big eyes. "Today, I want to sleep in my brother's room." "Why do you think so suddenly?" Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then there was a sudden flash of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that Lilith was nothing on the surface, but she was actually taken aback by what happened today. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhang Yuan changed into his pajamas and got into the bed. He gently hugged Lilith's small body and placed it in his arm. The unique touch and warmth made him feel very comfortable too. "Go to sleep, Lilith." "Yeah." Being held in Zhang Yuan's arm, the girl buried her little head in the quilt and hummed softly like a mosquito. Zhang Yuan put his chin on top of the girl's head and rubbed it comfortably, as if he had found his rest position. Just after breakfast the next day, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuan walked to the door and opened the door, and saw two people at the door. Gary and Ash. Seeing the latter, Zhang Yuan was a little strained. "I shouldn't be familiar with Master G, right? What is he doing here?" Chapter 17 Gary's resolution. Quote, "It's rare to see the two of you coming to the door together. What's the matter?" With that said, Zhang Yuan stepped aside and let the two in. Ash he smiled. "I want to discuss things with you." Gary had a stinky face. "I didn't want to come with him, but he just had to rub over." "Oh, I already know that you are in a good relationship. No need to stress." Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Relationship is bad." Gary and Ash shouted at the same time, then glanced at each other through gritted teeth and turned their heads. Zhang Yuan, how come these two are the same as the hero and heroine in the youth romantic comedy? Shaking his head silently, he slowly walked back to the living room and made 3 cups of tea. Gary and Ash followed suit. Zhang Yuan, tomorrow is the day when Pallet Town turns 10 years old for a trip. Grandpa has prepared a Pokémon for novice training, Gary said. Ash nodded along with Enon. What Pokémon does Zhang Yuan want? Me. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. The Earl Dervish Royal 3 of the Kanto region, including Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, represent the 3 lines of fire, grass and water. As far as personal preference is concerned, Zhang Yuan definitely prefers Charmander, but Bulbasaur is also quite good, and Squirtle's evolution into Blastoise in the future is also very domineering. It's hard to choose. After thinking for a while, he shrugged. What is Gary going to choose? Gary hummed and put on an indifferent look. I'm not the same as you naive guys. I can let you choose first. Oh, I didn't see it. Master Gary has grown up. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands expressionlessly. Gary rolled his eyes unhappily, and finally pretended to be a fourth, and the atmosphere was ruined again. I think Bulbasaur is great. Charmander is great. Squirtle is great too, Ash said gleefully. This time, it was Zhang Yuan's turn to be speechless. Is his thinking circuit the same as Ash's? It's terrifying. But, Master G, you can rest assured, you will oversleep tomorrow, and I'm afraid you can only get a Pikachu in the end. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be happy. At the moment when a few people were talking, Lilith also got up, and the little girl pushed open the door in a daze and came out. Gary's eyes twitched when Lilith walked out of the room. If I remember correctly, isn't that Zhang Yuan's room? How old are these brothers and sisters, and they still live together? Tis tis, they really don't grow up. Thinking of this, a sense of superiority suddenly rose in his heart. Come, Lilith, come here and brush your hair, Zhang Yuan said. Lilith snorted and slowly moved into Zhang Yuan's arm, squinting her eyes and looking up slightly to wait. Zhang Yuan funny ly touched Lilith's long soft silver hair and slowly combed it with a comb. I didn't see it. Gary looked up at the sky speechlessly. Ash doesn't care about that. He's completely absorbed in the joy of getting a Pokémon tomorrow. After combing his hair, Zhang Yuan took Lilith to wash up. Seeing him like this, Gary wanted to leave directly, but suddenly thought of something and found Zhang Yuan again. Zhang Yuan, I asked my grandfather about the last school incident. My grandfather told me not to ask about it. Why? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan glanced at him. I don't know. If you ask Professor Oak, he pulled out his beard without explaining it to you. Grandpa doesn't have a beard. Gary raised his eyebrows. Then, pull his hair. Zhang Yuan made a bad idea seriously. Gary snorted. Don't interrupt. You clearly found something wrong with your IQ. It doesn't make sense for me to explain to you. Zhang Yuan gave Gary a mean smile, and Gary couldn't help clenching his fist. You guys, wait and see. I'll investigate it myself sooner or later. With that, Gary pushed the door open to leave. As soon as the door opened, he was done. At the door, a man in a black suit and sunglasses stood, reaching out to knock on the door. Who? Gary asked, frowning. The man dressed like a special police officer in black gave him a look, ignored it, and turned to look inside the house. Mr. Zhang Yuan, I'm here to convey Claudia's word. If you're ready, I can take you there now. You move fast. Zhang Yuan took off his apron and hung it aside. Gary, help me take Lilith to the station. I'll leave. With that, he walked towards the door. Gary frowned. Wait, what the hell are you doing? This person is not an ordinary person. He is very dangerous. Saying that, he put his hand on the lower back, where the Kangaskhan that Professor Oak borrowed from him was placed. Don't worry, I know. Zhang Yuan patted Gary on the shoulder and walked past him. Let go. Okay. Uncle He Chao nodded and followed him. The two sat in a silver-gray sport car and drove away with the roar of the engine. Looking at the direction the sport car was leaving, Gary didn't speak for a long time. Gary, what's wrong with you? Ash asked strangely when he saw Gary's appearance. Gary took a deep breath. It's nothing. His eyes became firm again, showing an arrogant smile. I will also become stronger and become a Pokémon master, and I will never be thrown away by this bastard Zhang Yuan. Oh, Pokémon master. I'll be too. Ash's blood boiled when he heard this word. HMPH. You are 20,000 years too early. Those who say that others are too early are only 20,000 years too early. Hearing Ash's childish reply, Gary showed a mocking smile and looked back at Lilith. Lilith, go. I'll take you to the station. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Indigo Plateau. Zhang Yuan is not the first time here. Champion of Kanto, this is an essential stop. Only by making a name for yourself here will your life be colorful in the future. One of 1,000 civilians. Of course, there are other ways to succeed. For example, like Zhang Yuan, you can directly get into the top tier of the world pyramid. Walking into the Kanto branch of Interpol, Zhang Yuan met Claudia unsurprisingly. The latter rarely wore a black suit today, and looked over with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Welcome, Zhang Yuanjin. It seems that you have decided to become one of us. Ha! Don't gossip and go straight to the topic. What is my third test? It's very simple. A physical ability test. It seemed that Zhang Yuan would say this for a long time, and Claudia explained with the same expression. That is, to test your physical fitness and your ability to protect yourself in the face of a crisis. Chapter 18 Rolling Test Record. Quote ... Physical fitness test. Zhang Yuan repeated subconsciously. Yes. Claudia nodded. good. Don't worry, we've done some research and know that you're not good at this, so even if you fail the test, you'll be fine. Open the net. Zhang Yuan smacked his lips and shook his head amusingly. It's okay, you don't need to open the door. If you want to test, just follow the regulation. Don't underestimate the Interpol test. It's very difficult, and many adults have difficulty passing it, Claudia said. It's okay, I'm strong. Zhang Yuan laughed. Claudia blinked suspiciously, and finally nodded. Since Zhang Yuan wants to come according to the regulation, he will come to him once according to the regulation. After that, he knows that it is difficult, and he will just help him through it himself. Thinking of this, she took Zhang Yuan into the dojo. As soon as he came in, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sighed in admiration. Great, how much does this cost? The entire dojo, from floor to ceiling, was more than 20 meters high, 700 or 800 meters long, and dozens of meters wide. Region of Kanto, an inch of land and a lot of money. It is a very valuable piece of land. The land is still a small matter, mainly the various facilities inside. Rapid rivers with iron cables, steep mountains and cliff, scalding lava lake, slushy mud, iron rings with howling wind. Various scenes are presented one after another, and the maintenance cost of this thing is definitely not high. Less than a Disneyland. It's worth the extra money to develop useful talent for the league, Claudia said. She pointed to the facility in front of her. Interpol's physical fitness test. It is from this environment, relying on our own strength to pass. We will arrange some people who are responsible for blocking on the way, and test physical fitness, reaction ability, combat ability, etc. Judgment and other factors. We have specialists to watch the whole process and give scores based on the actual situation. Quote, Zhang Yuan nodded. Understood. Quote, You answer this simply. Shouldn't you react differently when you hear these requests? Claudia was surprised. What should be the reaction? Do you still want to stand at attention and salute you? Zhang Yuan said. Seeing his seemingly calm attitude, Claudia felt strange. A normal 10-year-old boy, like Ash and Gary, would definitely turn green when he saw this test. Why is Zhang Yuan so confident? Regardless of whether Zhang Yuan was brave or not, she could only announce the start of the test. The next second, Claudia was surprised to see that Zhang Yuan lowered his body slightly and rushed out. What? Claudia's beautiful big eyes widened. Zhang Yuan's start and sprint just now was not at the level of a teenager. It was definitely the ability of a well-trained athlete. I originally thought it was some kind of difficult test, but I didn't expect it to be a physical fitness test. Claudia, you underestimate my 5 good boys in the new era. Zhang Yuan hummed and smiled, and rushed across the single plank bridge in an instant. Claudia, this single plank bridge is long and soft. A normal person walks up 2 steps and is too frightened to move. How could Zhang Yuan pass by in an instant like running on the ground? Next is the long iron rope on the river. This level is actually relatively simple. It mainly tests arm strength and stability. The water flow here is very fast. If you can't grasp the slippery iron rope, or your feet are unstable, it will be washed away directly by the water. Claudia had arranged lifeguards in advance to prevent accident. Then, under her gaze, Zhang Yuan jumped lightly, stepped directly on the iron rope, and rushed a few steps, landing directly on the other side of the river. Claudia felt her nerves go numb. After 2 consecutive levels, she failed to stop Zhang Yuan for half a point. She suddenly suspected that what she had experienced was a fake test. Fortunately, after 2 levels, the first blocker appeared. The people who are responsible for blocking here all have certain professional experience in fighting. The people who have undergone the test have a lot of physical exertion, and it is difficult to have the physical strength to entangle with them. Zhang Yuan consumed too much physical strength and energy in those 2 levels just now, and it is estimated that it is impossible to pass this level. Just when Claudia thought so, Zhang Yuan had already moved his feet and suddenly dodged behind the enemy. Then, a ferocious high side kick rushed out like a cannonball. Boom! The blocker didn't take a single move, and was kicked directly into the river, screaming and being washed down by the water. Claudia's eyes wet. Are you too tired today? Dazzled. Anyway, here's a good player who has practiced fighting, and was directly killed. Then, like a gust of wind, Zhang Yuan passed one test item after another, and before Claudia was over, he had already landed at the finish line. After completing all this, he shook his head and sighed. It's not difficult. Claudia is in a bad mood. The other Interpols who watched it also looked incredulous. Is this the intern detective recommended by the Alliance? It's too much. When I was his age, I couldn't even get past the first kanto. It's the first level. You didn't even have the qualifications to stand here at that time. Say as if you had it. When I was this old, I didn't even have my own Pokémon. In the discussion of several people, Zhang Yuan walked back to Claudia. How is it done? He chuckled. This is obviously the power brought by the treasure, and he used it to compare it, without blushing at all. Claudia wiped her cold sweat. You guy, you're a monster. The passing standard for the test is 40 points. The best police officer before was 91 points. No one ever got a full score. Never. Claudia said, your word. I'm afraid it will be more than 80. Speaking of 80-10, she couldn't help showing a look of awe. The other detectives also showed expressions of admiration. If it's really over 80, that's the star of the year this year. I can also be regarded as witnessing a promising newcomer entering the industry. Just as the policemen were talking about it, the test results had already been given. Intern police tester. The test result is 90 points. The points deducted are lack of fighting skills and resistance when facing a dirty environment. Hearing this conclusion, people were all stunned. 90. Without saying a word, a detective slapped the face of a colleague next to him with a slap. The latter was furious. What are you doing? I'll check if I'm dreaming. Claudia also looked unbelievable. The result conclusion report is not finished yet. The final score was 93 due to the tester's age factor. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The entire test field exploded in an instant. Break the record. Chapter 19 Get Gengar. Claudia looked at Zhang Yuan with a ghost-like expression, but found that Zhang Yuan didn't know where to go. Zhang Yuan. She strangely looked for Zhang Yuan's figure everywhere. Over there. An employee pointed to the venue and said. Claudia looked over and found that Zhang Yuan was walking towards the lava lake with a happy face. All kinds of obstacles encountered on the road are the same as before, easily overcome. What are you doing here? Claudia asked from a distance. Zhang Yuan glanced back at her. Of course I have something to do, or I'll run here in my spare time. Saying that, she ignored Claudia and leaned towards the lava lake with her full attention. As it gets closer, the heat of the lava lake gets higher and higher. The location of the treasure this time is really bad. After confirming the map in his head and discovering that the treasure was indeed here, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. With everyone watching, he ran all the way to the edge of the lava lake, reached out and patted a stone, then quickly turned his head and ran back. When this circle came down, the ends of his hair were scorched, and the corners of his clothes were smoking. However, he seemed to be in a good mood. Because of this treasure, another Pokémon was open. Congratulations to the host for discovering the Samsung treasure. Opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the Pokémon Gengar. Close black lens bracket. Gengar with Samsung treasure opened. The effort value is automatically adjusted to full, and it has two characteristics of floating and purse body at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the prompt, Zhang Yuan felt that the pores of his cool sweat had opened. Gengar has been a popular Pokémon since the first Pokémon, both in terms of strength and appearance. However, after the 6th generation, an embarrassing situation appeared on Gengar. That is, the characteristic changed from floating to the body of curse. Many skills that could be ignored before can now seriously threaten Gengar. Fortunately, the Samsung treasure is powerful, and the floating feature is directly supplemented. Such a Gengar can only be described as strong. Pokeball around his waist made Zhang Yuan feel good. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after crossing the obstacles all the way and returning to the finish line. Even though he was extremely strong now, he couldn't bear to go back and forth 3 times. He was really tired. Claudia looked at him dumbfounded. You really like to challenge yourself. You just like to challenge yourself. I'm here to mock you. Seeing you like this, you know that you must have scored less than 70 points. Zhang Yuan said with a grin on his face. That's a pity. I just passed with 71 points. Claudia raised her head and said, is there a bonus point for women? Quote. You don't have age points too. Claudia said angrily. Hey, that's fine. Zhang Yuan shrugged casually. A great person is always a little more tolerant towards others. Seeing Zhang Yuan's slapped face, Claudia felt a little bit of internal injury. A couple of staff came by with some stuff. Claudia took it over and showed Zhang Yuan one by one. Congratulations. You are also a member of Interpol from today. Although it is only an internship, the benefits are definitely beyond your imagination. It is said that the magistrate is better than the current management. Many times, even for elite champions and the like, humans don't have as much power on the spot as we do. Quote, this is your police card. You must take it with you. Claudia handed over a small black book. Zhang Yuan took it, opened it and took a look. A small rectangular half-folded notebook that opens up vertically, a bit like a standing driver's book. In the police card, there is his photo, and the word, Interpol, and intern police officer, or written under it. Below the 2 lines, is a slightly larger font. 0. What is this? He asked. Claudia looked over with an expression of admiration. Your code name. I want such a handsome code name too. Why do I feel that there are more elements in the middle school? The above is not because I was young, so I deliberately assigned such a code name to the middle school. Zhang Yuan had a black line. Claudia smiled and said, actually, there are many similar middle and second codes, such as Black Thunder and so on. I complained about Zhang myself. You are not allowed to follow along. Zhang Yuan said angrily. Claudia giggled. Then there is your contact phone, a bracelet with earplug, which is usually only worn on your hand. When you use it, you can take out the miniature earplug from the inside, and you can talk to other people. I think this is one of the most handsome equipment of a criminal police officer, much more handsome than a mobile phone. Quote, you don't need a smartphone smart bracelet with a mobile phone. The technology is really advanced. Zhang Yuan took it and put it on his hand. The third is a tranquilizer gun, which is usually used when arresting prisoners, and sometimes used for emergency self-defense. Well, yes, I like this stuff. This anesthesia gun look good and look handsome. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Any bow not voice changers, strong shoes, strap belt? He asked casually. Claudia looked strange. The voice changer is there, but what does it have to do with the bow? I haven't heard of the other two. If you are looking for equipment, you can get it from the stronghold set up by the Interpol in various places before carrying out the mission. Equipment, like handcuffs or something? Yes, very sick. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, if you are an intern police officer, you usually don't get a task quickly. You will learn the experience first from an experienced officer, but you are in a special situation. The above has given instruction. As long as you pass the test, you can directly assign tasks. Your first task is very simple. Go to Pewter City and investigate the local Team Rocket's activity. Recently, all the criminal police in Kanto have basically spent their energy on Team Rocket, and you can't run away. Claudia said, but I also have to participate in this year's newcomer trip. Zhang Yuan said, it's not a conflict. Occasionally, there were little ghosts who became criminal police officers. They all completed the newcomer's trip in the process of completing the task. You can't be worse than them, Claudia said with a wink. It seems that Team Rockets has really made you feel stressed recently, or it's just a small task. I'll take a look. It happens that the first gym is also in Pewter. Saying that, Zhang Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. In the end, he was stopped by Claudia. Don't rush to leave. We are colleagues now. How about a discussion? Saying that, Claudia took out a Pokeball from the lower back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yesterday, I took cold medicine. After taking the cold medicine, I felt very sleepy. I fell asleep accidentally. I just woke up at 12 noon, and the update was late. I am very sorry. Chapter 20 Gengar vs. Jing. Quote. Zhang Yuan stopped, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, looking at Claudia. Salaman, who has seen him, can also take the initiative to discuss it. It seems that he, the senior of the criminal policemen, also has 2 skills. Let's learn from each other. No problem. But I don't have enough Pokemon, so I'll just score the outcome in 1 round, he said. Claudia nodded without hesitation. No problem. That's what I plan to do. The two came to the training ground, and several employees who wanted to watch the fun also followed after they got their permission. Standing on the training ground, Claudia threw it lightly. The Pokeball in her hand flew into the air. A white light flashed, and a Jinx appeared on the field. PFF. Zhang Yuan laughed directly. You're too targeted, aren't you? He said, shaking his head. Jinx, a psychic plus ice-type Pokemon, can directly cause 4 times the damage to Salaman. In turn, Salamence is good at flying, dragon and fire skills, and it is difficult to cause effective damage to Jinx. Zhang Yuan can think of what kind of treatment he will encounter if he sends Salaman. It must be the limitation of fancy psychic skills, and then take the opportunity to bombard indiscriminately with ice-based skills. If I only have Salamence a Pokemon today, it's really a bit difficult to fight. Claudia smiled slightly. Tactics are also a kind of strength. If I can bully you, I will not lose today. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Zhang Yuan shrugged, took out the Pokeball from his lower back, drew a semicircle with his right arm, and swishly ran the ball out. Brush, white light flashed, and a black shadow appeared on the field. Gah! Gengar grinned, showing a terribly weird look. In the next instant, without Zhang Yuan's order, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Feeling this aura, Jinx shivered and took a step back subconsciously, showing an uncomfortable expression. Darkle. Wasn't until Jinx was injured that Claudia woke up. Gengar, don't you use Salaman? Who stipulated that a person only has 1 Pokemon? Zhang Yuan was speechless. It's not scientific. It's too much to have a Pokemon at your age. How can you come up with a second one? I bought it, Zhang Yuan said. Claudia gave him a middle finger without hesitation. Judging from Gengar's unhesitating moves after playing, he must have had a very high affinity with Zhang Yuan. Only in this case, the Pokemon will judge the timing of the move based on the actual situation. This kind of Pokemon, let alone buying it, even if it is Gary, the Pokemon borrowed from his grandfather, can never be done. That's the power trainers bring to Pokemon. She snorted. Zhang Yuan actually used Gengar. This time it was not he restrained the other party, but the two sides restrained each other. Jinx, don't panic. Psychic. Jinx opened his hand. Psychic wave rushed towards Gengar. Substitute. Then will with. Zhang Yuan also gave the order without hesitation. Gengar grinned, brushed out several substitutes. Psychic rushed over from one of the clones and broke into pieces, and Gengar waved his hand, and several purple fireballs flew past. Psybeam. Claudia said quickly. Jinx shot out blue blue light, sweeping a huge semicircle in the air, and Will-O-Wisp was all scattered in the air. Good job, praised Claudia. Next is sludge bomb. Zhang Yuan had already ordered in advance while Jinx was dealing with Will-O-Wisp. Get out of the way, said Claudia hastily. To her surprise, the sludge bomb didn't show up. What? She wanted to say what was going on, but before she could finish speaking, she had already seen the smile on Zhang Yuan's mouth. They been fooled. Gah. As if responding to Zhang Yuan's word, Gengar's figure suddenly jumped out of Jinx's shadow, grinning. The real move is actually Shadow Sneak. Following Zhang Yuan's word, the Shadow Sneak, which had already been fully charged in Gengar's little hand, slammed into Jinx's back. Jinx screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. Claudia looked at this scene in shock. How could Pokemon's moves actually play like this? Trainer says one thing, Pokemon does another. This Gengar is so understanding. Zhang Yuan chuckled. In fact, it was all thanks to the power of the system, so he could train on his own, so little time was not enough. Quote. Claudia looked solemn and seemed unable to think. Gengar glanced at Zhang Yuan, and Shadow Sneak appeared on his little hand again, intending to kill this Jinx directly. Zhang Yuan was a little strange. How could an Interpol give up his fighting spirit so easily? Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, Gengar, substitute. Gah. Although Zhang Yuan's order was so sudden that Gengar couldn't understand it, he still executed it without hesitation. It consumed a quarter of its weight and made a substitute to stay in place. Appears from a few meters away. At this moment, a purple light swiped from Jinx's body, directly piercing through Gengar's substitute, smashing the latter into pieces. Seeing this scene, Gengar couldn't help wiping his cold sweat, and then looked at Zhang Yuan gratefully. If Zhang Yuan hadn't directed it to avoid it in time, it would have been fun. Hey, damn, was it actually detected? Claudia said angrily. Payback. I didn't expect you to hide this trick. In fact, I didn't guess it. It's just that you acted too much just now, which made me realize the problem. Zhang Yuan said. Payback is Dark's skill. Originally, if it hit Gengar, it will do double damage, and if Gengar is using the skill, it will do 4 times more damage. If it hadn't been avoided in time, with Gengar's small body, he would have just lied down, dodged this killer trick, and then it's very simple. A Shadow Sneak passes, and Jinx lies down. Claudia took back Jinx and said sincerely, you must be unlimited in the future. Zhang Yuan smiled indifferently. He knew this kind of thing even if no one else said it. By the way, according to the rules of the Alliance, the person who loses the Pokemon battle has to compensate the opponent, he said suddenly. Well, there is a rule. Claudia narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. Then you want me. How do you compensate? Chapter 21 Improper. By looking at Claudia's long soft golden hair and her beautiful eyes, Zhang Yuan, as a 5 good young man in the new era, immediately came up with a lot of compensation methods. Seeing the change in Zhang Yuan's eyes, Claudia patted him on the shoulder amusingly. When I was young, what did I think about all day? Let go. Please have a good meal as compensation. Well, actually, I thought so too. I don't know what you just came up with, Zhang Yuan said. Claudia gave him another middle finger. Indigo Plateau has many battlefields and many restaurants, and the two quickly found a well-decorated place to sit down. Claudia drank the fruit juice served by the waiter and helped Zhang Yuan analyze the battle just now. While chatting, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Excuse me, is that Mr. Zhang Yuan? The two turned their heads together, and saw a girl in a small foreign dress looking over nervously. Well, I am. Who are you? Zhang Yuan said. Claudia looked at the girl in front of her with interest. This girl is also good looking, and she also wears a skirt that rich people wear. I don't know which eldest lady she is. My name is Giselle, a junior class student at the Trainer Academy. It's a great honor to meet Mr. Zhang Yuan here. Trainer Academy. Giselle. Zhang Yuanshu raised his eyes, and he knew it after saying that. Isn't it the Academy girl who was defeated by Ash? In the animation, she looks like an idiot. It's really cute, and it's a bit like an internet celebrity child star. I shouldn't have a pleasant encounter with the Trainer Academy. Are you looking for me for revenge? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. Girl shook her head. How could? Mr. Zhang Yuan's strength has been haunting me since that day. When your salamence came to the venue, I felt that my whole world could no longer hold other things. Quote. Zhang Yuan was stunned. This line sounds a bit scary. Does this girl want to confess to herself? Although I don't mind it, I'm afraid this girl's personality doesn't match Lilith. Right. Just thinking about it, Sunday has already bowed to him. If possible, I hope Mr. Zhang Yuan can become the exclusive teacher of the Yudo family, and we will give you a generous reward. Inappropriate. Goodbye. Zhang Yuan waved his hand directly. Then without saying a word, he turned around and went to eat his own meal. Giselle was slightly taken aback. As the only daughter of the Yudo family, she has lived a life of being surrounded by stars and holding the moon since she was a child. On weekdays, let alone bending over to ask for help, she would never even lower her head. The man in front of her actually refused her request. There was a hint of annoyance on her little face. Mr. Zhang Yuan, maybe you don't know that the Yuto family is in the Alliance. I know some of the aka Gold Masters in the Alliance, Zhang Yuan said while putting a piece of meat in his mouth that he didn't know what it was. These things Professor Oak had told him long ago. However, you have to understand one truth. He swallowed the food in his mouth and said to the Sunday slowly, that is, money is not everything, and human beings have all kinds of strange thoughts. Many people would rather be hungry than subservient to others, just like this one sitting across from me, this elder sister. You can never shake her heart with money. Hearing this, Sunday frowned, took out a card and slapped it on the table. Looking at Claudia, there are 3 million in it. Would you like to come to Yuto's house to work? Claudia's eyes lit up and her hand was about to reach out. Snap! Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand speechlessly and knocked toward Claudia's wrist. The latter flexibly dodged and let Zhang Yuan knock on the table. A little bit of discipline. Okay. Zhang Yuan grinned at Claudia. You don't know how poor I am lately, Claudia argued. Zhang Yuan snorted, then took off the earplug from the bracelet. I'll report to you and apply for some subsidy. Don't. Claudia quickly stopped him. I don't want to lose this job yet. She looked at the Sunday without hesitation and put on a holy expression. Little girl, you can't shake my heart with money. Sunday. Zhang Yuan. In Pallet Town before, I didn't see that this woman was so rude. After giving Claudia a middle finger in his heart, Zhang Yuan looked at the Sunday. All in all, I've made my point very clear. Miss Yuto, if it's all right, don't stand here. It's tiring. Hearing this, Sunday pouted. Mr. Zhang Yuan, I will definitely let you agree. After speaking, he bowed slightly and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the little girl leaving, Claudia smiled and said, she looked very hurt. Won't you chase after her and comfort her? Ha! I'll comfort her when she grows up. Zhang Yuan said, your thinking is very problematic. Claudia tutted and shook her head. It's too dirty. Men are dirty, they just don't show it. Your map gun is too big. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Returning to Pallet Town, Zhang Yuan knocked on the door of the Professor Oak Institute early in the morning. Unsurprisingly, only Gary and Professor Oak were there. Yo, Zhang Yuan, it's quite early. Gary put one hand in his pocket and raised the other hand casually to say hello. Punctuality is a good habit. Oak nodded. Then he smiled and said, congratulations, Zhang Yuan, you have successfully passed the test. I was very worried before. It seems that I am overhearted. In any case, Professor Oak is worried about me. I am very moved, Zhang Yuan said to Oak. Gary quickly interrupted. What are you talking about? Zhang Yuan, what the hell did you do yesterday? Don't interrupt when adults talk. Children. Zhang Yuan waved his hand with a look of disgust. Gary felt like his scalp was going to explode. Oak quickly rounded up the game. Come on, you two can choose the Pokemon you want. Zhang Yuan, I have also reported your information to the Alliance, so this year's newcomer trip also includes your quota. Thank you, Professor. Zhang Yuan nodded. Gary frowned, and suddenly had an idea. Zhang Yuan, you choose first. My lord has a lot. Wait for you to choose before choosing. Chapter 22. I want a tribute to suppress you. Hearing Gary's word, Zhang Yuan was directly happy. I'm really impressed with your cheekiness. I know it with my knees. You definitely want to choose a Pokemon who restrains me. What are you talking about as an adult? Believe it or not, I'll make you grow up in your life. Being exposed by Zhang Yuan, Gary blushed for half a second, and then said confidently, I'm trying to train you. Okay, thick. Zhang Yuan threw himself to the ground at Gary's face today, willing to bow down. He didn't talk nonsense, and walked directly to the table. 3 Pokeballs lined up from left to right. They are Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. Professor Oak also came over and explained to Zhang Yuan. As for the attributes of the 3 Pokemon, I should not say more. Of course, we're expert, Gary said straight, not caring that he was playing a big knife in front of the office. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, then reached out and took the Charmander. That's it, just find a company for Salaman. Charmander, it really suits your fighting style. Oak nodded. Gary smiled and reached for the Squirtle. Then I will use the water attribute. What do you think you are proud of? Zhang Yuan tutted and shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. Just wait and be restrained by me for the rest of your life. Gary hummed and laughed. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Gary, this child thinks the world too simply. Let alone he chose Squirtle. Even if he chooses Suicune, he will not hesitate. Soon as he got the Squirtle, Gary couldn't wait to let the Squirtle out. White light flashed, and Squirtle appeared cutely on the ground of the Research Institute. Jenny. Squirtle opened his mouth and shouted when he saw the people in front of him. It is not unfamiliar with this environment at all, and it was here that he grew up. Gary touched Squirtle's head. Squirtle, we're partners from today. Jenny. Squirtle happily used his, rubbing his head against Gary's hand. The picture is too beautiful to watch. Gary looked up with a look of interest on his face. Zhang Yuan, let's fight with the newly obtained Pokemon. Zhang Yuan hung Charmander's Pokeball on his lower waist and looked at Gary amusingly. Master Gary, although I don't think you're that stupid, but you're not thinking you can beat me with attribute restraint, right? Quote. Is there a problem? Gary asked, taken aback for a moment. Zhang Yuan showed his herring eyes for mentally retarded retarded children. Charmander and Squirtle have no level yet, and they don't have any moves with attribute. If you have nothing to do, you have to fight with Tackle and Scratch, or go out to find wild Pokemon to fight. At least your strength and IQ are similar. Gary twitched his eyes and looked at Squirtle. Squirtle, give him a water gun. Jenny. Squirtle tilted his head in a troubled look. Gary slapped himself on the forehead. The person lost today is enough for him to regret for a year. Damn, I have to go first. This young master has to leave you all behind. Saying that, our master Mal pointed his middle finger at Zhang Yuan and strode out of the institute. Looking at the back of Gary leaving, Zhang Yuan couldn't be teased. Oak shook his head in disbelief. My grandson, I am so spoiled. Zhang Yuan put away his smile. Gary is already very good, and he will definitely stand out in the future. You have a lot of confidence in him, Oak said strangely. Haha, I see people quite accurately, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Oak nodded, feeling very relieved. Gary is a child with a particularly bad personality. He didn't have any good friends since he was a child. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was there, otherwise Gary's personality would have been more distorted. Thinking of this, he wondered again, why hasn't Ash come yet? He's been looking forward to today for a long time. Why did he suddenly lose the chain? Maybe I was too excited last night and overslept, Zhang Yuan said. It's also possible. As soon as Oak finished speaking, the door of the research institute was pushed open. He thought it was Ash and was about to say hello, but found it was a girl. Oak was startled when he saw this girl, and then he broke into a cold sweat. Crap, he said. Zhang Yuan looked over strangely. What wrong? The girl came over. Oak quickly crouched down and whispered, this kid just registered for this year's newcomer trip 2 days ago. I should have prepared an extra Pokemon, but I forgot. Ready for the three of you, Zhang Yuan. Although I knew this kind of thing would happen for a long time, but when it came to an end, I still had to feel the ability of professional Oak. This is simply that the school buys textbooks uniformly, and buys 100 less sets. Big. Professor Oak. Hello, I'm Madoka who registered 3 days ago to get my Pokemon. The girl came over and said to Professor Oak nervously. PFF. Zhang Yuan next to him took a glass of water from the water dispenser and was about to take a sip when he spat it out. Zhang Yuan. Professor Oak looked over. It's fine. I'm fine. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand, then looked at the girl subconsciously. Fortunately, it's not pink, and there's no unknown white creature around. Speaking of this unfortunate name, what do the family think? Aren't they afraid that their daughter will become a magical girl? Looking at Madoka's look of anticipation, Oak couldn't say that she didn't prepare her share, so he pointed at the table with a dry smile. Well, Charmander and Squirtle have been chosen, and only Bulbasaur is left. If you don't like it, it can also be seen that. Finished speaking, the girl happily picked up Bulbasaur's Pokeball and held it in her arm. Thank Professor Oak. My favorite is the Bulbasaur. It's so cute. Ah, yes. Professor Oak felt tragic, but kept smiling. Madoka, you must be kind to Bulbasaur. Yeah, I will definitely. Xiao Yuan nodded and released Bulbasaur. They got to know each other a lot, and they were very happy. They even gave Bulbasaur a nickname called Xiao Frog. This name always feels violent. Thanking Professor Oak, the girl looked at Zhang Yuan, bowed politely, turned and left. When Madoka left, Oak wiped his cold sweat. Ash will come over in a while, and there will be a riot, he said. Zhang Yuan gloated and said, it's okay. Just prepare a Pokemon for him. Ash has no other advantages, just a big heart. Just as he was talking, a scream came from the door. Sorry, Professor Oak, I'm up late. Chapter 23 Usage of Gengar. Ash, who had no Pokemon to take, finally happily took away his old friend Pikachu. Speaking of which, this Pikachu is really at the level of a mythical beast in a sense. It travels from south to north, and fights all the way from Kanto to Alola. All battles are converted into Experience. It is definitely a 99 level mega powerhouse. Result, I should have lost to a normal person, but it is also a tragedy. Seeing Ash walk away, Oak wiped his cold sweat. Finally fooled, he said. Quote, ... Professor, Ash will cry when you hear this. Zhang Yuan was speechless. Oak laughed and scratched his hair. Actually, I didn't give that Pikachu casually. Ash has a lot of enthusiasm, but he has no experience with Pokemon, so I specially found a Pikachu with a lot of personality. Partner with him. In the process of growing up with Pikachu, Ash will definitely gain more experience as a trainer, Oak said confidently. Professor Oak has really put a lot of thought into rookie trainer. Zhang Yuan praised. Professor Oak smiled, not taking any credit, just doing a little bit of work. He sorted out the information in his hand. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuanjin, where are you going to go first? The first stop. It must be Viridian City, the closest place to Pallet Town. Take a break there, take a look at the customs, and then go to Pewter City. Zhang Yuan said, it really is Viridian. Professor Oak pondered. If you're going to Viridian City, I suggest you don't go to gym yet. Why? Well, how do I say it? Professor Oak showed a distressed expression. From my standpoint, one should not speak behind their back, but I have to remind you that, according to what I know, Viridian City gym leader, it's not easy. I'm afraid there is some collusion with Team Rocket. Oh, hearing this, Zhang Yuan raised raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Alliance is not stupid yet, and it has also noticed some trick. Of course, the person who told me about it was just guessing and didn't have any evidence, so don't show it and startle the snake, Oak said. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. Oak is a little strange. You don't seem surprised. The Alliance gym leader colluded with Team Rocket, which is not a small crime. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback, because this matter has nothing to do with me. If the Viridian City leader really colluded with Team Rocket, there would be 4 elites to deal with it, right? And Interpol. Don't forget your identity. For a criminal organization like Team Rocket, you are the target of more attention than the 4 elite, Oak reminded solemnly. Zhang Yuan nodded. Thank you, Professor, for reminding me. I will remember it. With Professor, Zhang Yuan left the institute and released Charmander. Wow! Charmander called out to Zhang Yuan friendly as soon as he came out. Hello, Charmander. I'm Zhang Yuan. I will give more advice in the future, Zhang Yuan said. Then, he let Gengar out again. As soon as Gengar came out, he looked at Charmander and grinned. Seeing Gengar's appearance, Charmander shuddered and hid behind Zhang Yuan. Don't make trouble, Zhang Yuan said to Gengar. Gengar smiled, withdrew his coercion, looked at Zhang Yuan, and waited for instructions. Hide in my shadow and act with me. If someone is malicious against me and attacks me directly, my safety will be handed over to you. Gah! Gengar nodded without hesitation. This thing is too simple for it. With a swish, he jumped directly into Zhang Yuan's shadow, just like falling into the water, and disappeared without a trace. A pair of blood-colored eyes will appear from time to time on the shadow, and if you look around, if you see it at first glance, it will probably scare passersby's heart disease. Charmander watched this scene with a curious expression on his face. It's very strange. How did Gengar get into Zhang Yuan's shadow? He walked to Zhang Yuan's shadow and jumped in, but he just stepped on the ground and didn't sink in at all. Gah! Charmander tilted his head, puzzled. Gengar in the shadow was very playful, and suddenly stretched out a hand from behind Charmander and patted it on the back, causing Charmander to scream in horror, and ran to Zhang Yuan's leg to hug him and not let go. Quote. Are these 2 little enemies? With Charmander, Zhang Yuan returned home. When I opened the door, I could smell a scent. Zhang Yuan walked in a little strangely, and saw that the table had already been put on the table. Quote. Roushi. Zhang Yuan's personality was relatively calm, and he was a little surprised to see this scene. His first reaction was that Lilith learned to cook. How can it be? Zhang Yuan shook his head and got rid of this unrealistic idea. Although Lilith looks cute and looks like a doll, her cooking skills are really not flattering, so she is stronger than Shimura Meow. What's more, it's not school time now. So, who is it? Just thinking about it, I saw a figure walking out of the room, carrying a plate of freshly made fried egg. Color of the fried egg is saffron, slightly shiny. Whether it is the amount of oil or the heat of frying, it can be described as perfect. The one holding the plate was a woman in a long pink dress. Seeing Zhang Yuan coming back, she was stunned for a moment. Then she put down the plate with a smile, and bowed to him. You are Zhang Yuan-kun, aren't you? My name is Yujiya Joy, who originally served as Saffron City Joy, now hired by Professional Oak to take charge of your sister, Miss Lilith Daily Lightilda. Zhang Yuan blinked, a little dazed, responsible for Lilith's life. This is really... Although he was surprised, he had to give Professor Oak a thumbs up, which was great. He had thought of signing up for Lilith boarding house, which saved a lot of trouble. Isn't there no more joy in Saffron City? He asked. Yujiya shook his head. Please rest assured, Saffron City is an international metropolis, and there are more than 30 joys standing in the Pokémon Center. Such a small personnel transfer has no effect at all. It turns out that... Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll leave it to you. Then he suddenly thought of a question. I don't know. What is Miss Yuka's Pokémon, and what is its combat power? Chapter 24. Giovanni gets laid. Hearing this, Yuka smiled slightly. If you are worried about Lilith's safety, then don't worry. Although I only have Chansey myself, I will bring the Pokémon from the Professor Oak Institute. It turns out that the professor is really thoughtful. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Yujiya shook her head and said, Professor Oak never abuses her power. The reason why Lilith can enjoy such treatment is because of your status. Professor Oak just saves you the step of applying. Zhang Yuan knew it. It seemed that the Alliance was still very protective of Interpol, especially a talented Interpol like himself with a promising future. After enjoying the food cooked by Yujiya, Zhang Yuan was completely relieved about Pallet Town's side. That night, Zhang Yuan introduced Joy Yuka to Lilith, and Lilith also felt very happy about this new big sister. However, Lilith was still a little reluctant to think that Zhang Yuan was going to travel far away. That night, the little girl got into Zhang Yuan, squeezed into Zhang Yuan's arms, and expressed her reluctance in her own way. As a result, the next morning, Zhang Yuan told her that she had Salaman, and it didn't take long to fly back to Pallet Town. Thinking of how clingy she was last night, Lilith's little face turned red all of a sudden, and she wailed, ran to school, and Zhang Yuan also walked outside the house and released Salaman. Charmander was so frightened that the whole dragon was done. When he met Gengar yesterday, it made him a little suspicious of life. As a result, a more powerful one appeared today. Charmander looked at Zhang Yuan with a bitter face. As the weakest team in the current team, he felt a lot of pressure. Zhang Yuan laughed and jumped on Salamence's back with Charmander. Gah! Salamence turned his head and yelled at Charmander on his back. Charmander screamed in fright and hugged Zhang Yuan's trouser legs again. Gengar reached out from the shadow and patted Charmander again. This time Charmander simply fainted. Salamence and Gengar grinned together. Looking at his two Pokémon, Zhang Yuan felt that Charmander's future was really troubled. Salamence, let go. Target Viridian City, Zhang Yuan said loudly. Roar! Salamence flapped his wings and rushed high into the sky. Looking at the ground farther and farther behind him, Charmander was a little nervous at first, but slowly his eyes became brighter. Quack quack! Charmander hopped behind Salamence, flapping his little arm. Seeing Charmander's appearance, Zhang Yuan smiled. You want to fly too? It's not difficult. When your evolution becomes Charizard twice, you will be able to fly to the sky by yourself. You have to work hard for that day to come earlier. Gah! Charmander nodded, with a determined look on his face. I have seen people who want to cultivate in order to become stronger. I have also seen people who practice hard because of the trainer's hope, and those who work hard to fly to the sky. This is the first time I have seen them. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's expression was settled. Salamence was flying very fast, and in a short while, he reached the sky over Viridian City, flapped his big wings, and began to descend. On the streets of Viridian City, many people raised their heads in surprise. What kind of Pokemon is that? So handsome. The first time I saw it. Charizard. Bullshit. Not Charizard at all. It seems to be Salamence, but there should be no Salamence in Kanto. Looks like some powerful trainer is here. As everyone watched, Salamence slowly landed on the ground, retracted his wings, and let out a roar. Don't bark. Zhang Yuan jumped off Salamence and patted its big thick legs. Salamence snorted with a smile on his face, and slammed into Zhang Yuan's Pokeball, turning into a red light and drilling back into the ball. He also knew that his body shape was not suitable for staying in the city. Charmander came to Viridian for the first time and looked around in high spirit. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was taken aback by the surrounding onlookers, and thought he was being squatted and was about to be beaten by a group. Call out Salamence, who was pulling the wind. Just thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed, and his eyes looked coldly behind him. Gengar sent him a message that in that direction someone approached with malice, but the malice was not strong enough to warrant a counterattack. As a result, Zhang Yuan was done. Standing there was a middle-aged uncle in a suit, Giovanni. Quote. Zhang Yuan frowned, and the expression on his face quickly thawed. Isn't this Giovanni, leader of Viridian? What a pleasure to meet. He grinned. Giovanni shook his head amusingly and walked right towards him. Stopping next to him, Giovanni looked down. That thing, did you break it on purpose? What is it? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. HMPH. It seems that my luck is really bad. If you find anyone, you can run into a not easy kid, Giovanni said. Giovanni, leader, do you have a stomachache? There are public toilets over there, Zhang Yuan said. Boy, what do you know? Giovanni asked, squinting. I know it's rude of you to look down at people like this. Zhang Yuan also narrowed his eyes and said. Giovanni grinned. Interesting. Dare you come with me? Go. Zhang Yuan nodded coolly. Giovanni nodded in satisfaction, turned and walked in one direction. After a few steps, he felt something was wrong and suddenly turned around. Where is Zhang Yuan's figure behind him? Giovanni gritted his teeth. This bastard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stiff neck, arm movement, head movement. It is very painful, so the update is a bit late, and the second chapter is probably enough to have. I am sorry. I'll make up for it in 2 days. I now owe one more chapter. Chapter 25. Giovanni's curiosity. Looking at where Zhang Yuan was just now, Giovanni touched his chin. This boy must know something. Did he discover it himself, or did someone in the league tell him? If it is the former, then this young man is really talented. If it is the latter, I am afraid that he has already exposed his identity, but he is still unconscious like a clown. He thought about it carefully, and finally ruled out the latter possibility. The best the league suspect right now is my collusion with Team Rocket. There's no way to know who I am. There's no doubt about that. After thinking about this, he couldn't help but want to talk to Zhang Yuan even more. Even those in the alliance didn't discover their identity. How did this kid find out? He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After After a while he said, "It's me. I want to check someone. Pallet Town, about 10 years old, with a salamence on his body, black hair and black eyes. Well, just investigate, don't panic." After speaking, he put down the phone and showed a confident expression. No matter who that kid is, in front of Giovanni he can't make waves. On the other side, Zhang Yuan had already reached a place far from the city center and found a shop selling bicycles. Before the trip, he asked Gary to send his motorcycle here for maintenance, and now it's ready to use, just in time to pick it up. As soon as I entered the store, I saw someone talking to the owner. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Seeing Zhang Yuan come in, the shopkeeper quickly smiled warmly at him. "Welcome." The man who was talking to the shopkeeper also looked over. He had slightly dark skin, was wearing a jacket, squinted his eyes, and looked like he could talk well. "If I'm not mistaken, in front of me, it should be gym leader Brock in Pewter City." Zhang Yuan looked at the person in front of him and asked. Hearing this, the other party scratched his head embarrassedly. "No, I'm still very immature, not a leader." "Well, the strength is immature, and it happens to be the first opponent of the newcomer in Pewter City. It can be regarded as the best use of everything." Zhang Yuan thought for a while and said, Brock's whole body suddenly turned gray. He's never seen someone who can't praise people, but it's the first time he's seen someone like Zhang Yuan who can't praise people. "Well, may I ask who you are?" Brock decided to change the subject. Zhang Yuan looked at Charmander who was following him. "Rookie trainer Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town." "Pallet Town, that's a good place," Brock complimented. "It's okay." Zhang Yuan shrugged. It seems that the Brock in this world is the version in the animation, which made him not interested. If it is the original version, that is, the game version of Brock, he is a very powerful trainer. You can learn a lot by playing against him. "Shopkeeper, I asked a friend to deposit a motorcycle with you for maintenance. Now I'll pick it up." Zhang Yuan took out his ID card and handed it to the shopkeeper. After taking Zhang Yuan's ID card, the owner was taken aback. "Ah, are you the owner of that handsome motorcycle? That's really a good car. The pinnacle of the Mullen Group. I can't say it too much. Wait a minute, I'll launch it for you right away." Seeing the shop owner hurriedly rushing to the backyard, Brock said with admiration, "Mullen Group, a well-known vehicle company in Kanto. I have a lot of research on their cars. Yours is a rhinoceros. No." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Black Sandstorm. No. Strange. When it comes to the pinnacle of work, it should be these two, and the sales are at the industry's dominant level." Brock said, "Maybe the owner is exaggerating." Zhang Yuan said. Brock nodded. "That's right. After all, everyone has different hobbies for things like cars." Then, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't decided which bike to buy. I think this one is pretty good." Zhang Yuan pointed to one that he seemed to be wrong. Brock took a look and nodded. Just as he was about to say something else, the owner had carefully pushed a car out of the backyard. The black body, the exaggerated streamlined shape, and the sharp overall style. Just by looking at it, you can know that this car is definitely worth a lot. This is. Seeing this car, Brock's pupil suddenly shrank. No one can see it even though it shrinks. Seeing Brock's surprised look, the owner laughed. "Haha, this customer, you are not the first to show this expression to him. It was the first time I saw him, and it was the same as you." Saying that, he pushed the car in front of Zhang Yuan. "I went into battle in person this time, and I didn't let the apprentices intervene. Don't worry, I will definitely maintain it in place." "Well, I'm relieved." Zhang Yuan nodded and got on the bike. "Charmander, come up," he said. Under the somewhat distressed gaze of the owner, Charmander happily jumped into the back seat and stepped on it with his soiled paws. "Mr. Brock, I'm taking my leave," he said. Brock was still a little confused, and nodded subconsciously. "Charmander, hold on tight," Zhang Yuan said. Then, he looked down at his shadow again. Gengar was there. He was a little worried that Gengar would be able to keep up with the speed at which the shadow moved after he rode his bike. Then he saw that Gengar grinned at him, looking fine. Nodding his head clearly, Zhang Yuan turned the key, rushed out of the car shop, and walked away. After he rode out for a while, Brock was shocked. "Falcon. Yes, this is the pinnacle of the Mullen Group." The owner repeated what he just said with a happy face. "Brock, it turns out that the so-called pinnacle work refers to the pinnacle of design, not sales. Your own thinking is so powerful that it has fallen to the bottom of the valley from the very beginning." He couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing the direction Zhang Yuan was riding out, he thought for a moment, "It should be in the direction of Pewter City. Do you want to challenge Dad? I have to follow along to see I feel that the readers are very cold. The book review area often does not see a few people a day. Heart hurt. Chapter 26. The Maiden of the Viridian Forest. After leaving the range of Viridian City, the sky turned gloomy. Through the goggles, Zhang Yuan looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. "Gah!" Charmander cried out uneasy, as a fire type like Pokémon, it doesn't like rain. I am not very lucky, Zhang Yuan said. He is now between Viridian City and Viridian Forest. After crossing the Viridian Forest, it is the boundary of Pewter City. It is probably too late to turn around and return to Viridian City. Zhang Yuan has to think about whether to find a place to hide from the rain first. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice came from not far away. Hey, boy, nowhere to hide from the rain. Huh. Zhang Yuan turned to look over. It was a middle-aged uncle, wearing a bamboo hat, sitting by the river, fishing leisurely. Because the clothes on his body were very dark, Zhang Yuan really didn't find him. It would be nice if there was a place to hide, he said, nodding. The uncle laughed, put away the fishing gear and stood up. It's a bit far from Viridian City this time. Come and sit at my house. It's not far from here. Thank you. Zhang Yuan nodded, got out of the car, and followed him. Take Charmander with you, a trainer who just went on a trip this year. Seeing Zhang Yuan's car, the uncle showed admiration, but he soon turned his attention to Zhang Yuan's Pokemon. Yes, from Pallet Town. Zhang Yuan nodded. How many badges are there? Quote, ... No badge yet. That must be hard work. Haha, the uncle said with a smile. Zhang Yuan also smiled and nodded. If it were Ash, he would definitely be anxious to prove himself and refute him at such a time, but to him, such words were completely irrelevant. As Uncle Fishing said, his house is very close, and he arrived after a short walk. A hut built on the edge of a forest. I'm back, the uncle said loudly, pushing the door open. Welcome back. Who is this? In the room, a girl with a saffron ponytail and a simple dress was cooking and asked strangely after seeing Zhang Yuan passing by to hide from the rain. Don't worry about it. Haha. The uncle waved his hand and looked at the pot with great interest. What are you cooking? It's so fragrant. It's just potato stew, the girl said helplessly. Zhang Yuan put the car under the eave, took out the dust cover to cover it, and then walked in. Excuse me, he said. Girl smiled and looked at him. It's okay, uncle, he liked to have guessed. Then she showed a troubled expression. But I only made food for 2 people. It's okay, I just ate it. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said. Uncle Fishing snorted. Obviously he's a kid. How to speak as politely as an old man. Come, let's eat together. If it's not enough, I'll have fish. Magikarps in the uncle's bucket. Zhang Yuan rarely showed a frightened expression. After eating, the uncle and the girl put down their chopstick together. I'm done. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, the uncle said, wow, kid, how come you don't even know this dining etiquette? Quote, ... My family doesn't need this set of etiquette. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and said. At first he was polite to the uncle, but after the meal, the uncle was a real talker. He was a little suspicious that the uncle invited him, not because he was afraid of getting caught in the rain, but because he was addicted to chatting and wanted to find someone embarrassing chat. The girl bowed to Zhang Yuan a little embarrassedly. Sorry, my uncle is so noisy. That's too much. Uncle Fishing was hit hard. Zhang Yuan smiled. This warm family is also interesting. The girl's name is Yellow. She lives on the edge of the forest with the fishing uncle, and she is the same age as Lilith, both of whom were 9 years old. Learned from Uncle Fishing that Yellow's parents died young, and he had to be raised by his uncle. Speaking of this, Uncle Fishing laughed at himself. Unfortunately, I have no ambition. I like to fish and go for a walk, but I can't teach this girl anything. Whether she will be successful in the future is up to her. Yellow is a capable child and will definitely become an amazing person in the future, Zhang Yuan said. Hearing this, the uncle nodded in agreement at first, and then suddenly said vigilantly, wow, you kid, don't you like my Yellow? Let's say it first, I don't support puppy love. Zhang Yuan. Sure enough, after a few seconds of being handsome, this uncle was revealed. After chatting for a while, the rain almost stopped outside. Zhang Yuan came out of the house and saw Yellow not far from the door, humming a song while loosening a small piece of soil. Grow something. Zhang Yuan came over and asked. Yellow hummed happily. Tree fruit. Planting fruit. Zhang Yuan showed a nostalgic expression. He also did this kind of thing when he was playing game, but after planting it, he couldn't remember to go back and collect it. In the end, he forgot where he planted it. Brother Zhang Yuan liked Pokémon very much. Yellow asked with a smile while loosening the soil with a small shovel. The air after the rain is very fresh, and the girl's blonde hair hangs down beside her cheek, looking beautiful and warm. It should be considered like it. Zhang Yuan thought for a while and said. Yellow nodded happily. Indeed, I can feel it. Charmander and the others also like brother Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sensitively noticed the key point in Yellow's word. Yellow nodded and looked at Zhang Yuan's shadow. That Pokemon also like brother Zhang Yuan, although I can't name it. You can actually see Gengar. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. Half of Gengar's head emerged from the shadow, and there was a rare hint of surprise on that cheap smile on his face. Girl smiled and said hello to Gengar. I have a little innate ability. I can feel the mood and thoughts of Pokemon. My uncle said that this is the power given to me by the forest, and I also like this bonds with Pokemon. Quote, this is really. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered who the girl in front of him was. In the comics of the Pokemon Special Chapter, the first generation has 4 protagonists, red, Gary, blue, and the last one is yellow. This lovely girl, in the comic, has done something very strong that many boys dare not do. Yellow, do you want to use your abilities more? Zhang Yuan asked. Chapter 27 Ash, as help. My ability. Yellow tilted her head in confusion. This little action is very similar to Lilith. Seeing Zhang Yuan's heart is itchy, she wants to go up and touch it. For the field of Pokemon research, being able to communicate with Pokemon is a very precious ability. I know Professor Oak from Pallet Town and can introduce you to be an assistant, he said. Hearing this, Yellow was a little surprised. Professor Oak? Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded. Quote, ... Who is it? Zhang Yuan. I wonder if Professor Oak will cry directly after hearing this. Shaking his head helplessly, he also introduced Professional Oak to Yellow. Then, he found Yellow's uncle and talked about the situation. Uncle Fishing is stronger than Yellow. Anyway, he knows the reputation of Professional Oak. When he heard that Zhang Yuan could introduce Yellow to Professional Oak, Uncle Fishing was surprised but also quite pleasant. If Yellow wanted to, that would be great. After a few years of working under that professor, Yellow's life would be fine, he said. Zhang Yuan also agrees with this point. If he didn't come out to find treasure, he would definitely not refuse the invitation of Professor Oak. After thinking about it, Yellow agreed to Zhang Yuan's invitation. After all, she also wanted to have her own abilities earlier, so that she could repay the uncle who took care of her growing up. And, being able to get a job related to Pokemon is also a blessing for a girl like her who loves Pokemon. Then I'll take you to Viridian. When you get to Viridian City, you can take the tram to Pallet Town, Zhang Yuan said. Yellow hummed and turned to look at Uncle Fishing with a bit of reluctance. Uncle, the Fishing uncle laughed. Don't worry, stupid girl, you are gone. I have time to fish easily. I don't know how happy I am. Quote, ... Uncle is too much. Yellow pouted unhappily. Zhang Yuan laughed on the side. Stepping on the falcon, Zhang Yuan inserted the car key and put the Charmander back into the ball. Yellow cautiously got into the car and hugged Zhang Yuan's waist gently. The little girl, although she didn't expect anything, her soft body with Hito made Zhang Yuan feel very comfortable. Boy, don't kidnap my Yellow, Uncle Fishing asked worriedly. Zhang Yuan was speechless. If he really wanted to kidnap Yellow, you couldn't stop him. Reason why Uncle Fishing was at ease and let Zhang Yuan take Yellow was mostly because of Yellow's ability. Yellow can feel the hearts of Pokemon, so if the trainer is a villain, Yellow will never come near the path. He still thought that if Yellow really had no work to do in the future, he could go to the police station to help out and be a humanoid investigator. Thinking of this, the uncle smiled and scratched his hair. Sure enough, it's still young people's world. Ellipsis. With Yellow, Zhang Yuan was not riding very fast, and it took a while to get back out of Viridian City. In the distance, I saw a figure staggering towards the city. Ash, Zhang Yuan said strangely, then speeded up a little and chased after him. Brother Zhang Yuan, what happened? Yellow asked from the backseat. I met a friend of mine who seemed to be in trouble. I'll go check it out. The motorcycle stopped next to Ash. Ash, what's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked in a raised voice. Hearing this, Ash turned his head. The dirt on his face, as well as leaf fragment, grass clippings in the light, looked like an African refugee. Pikachu in his arms. Zhang Yuan, help me. Pikachu is dying. Quote, ... Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. Pikachu was seriously injured. Recalling a little, it seems that in the animation, it was attacked by Spearow. At this time, Master G is really immature. He reached out and brought Pikachu over. Leave it to me and I'll take it to the Pokemon Center. Thank you. Ash gave a grateful expression. Yellow poked his head from his side. Brother Zhang Yuan, give me some treatment first. Can you still treat? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Yellow nodded. Well, a little bit. Professor Oak will definitely like you very much, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, then gave Pikachu to Yellow. Ash looked at this scene a little worriedly. Who is this girl? How does she treat Pikachu? Concerns are messed up. He is even afraid that Yellow will hurt Pikachu. My dear, don't be afraid. With the two of them watching, Yellow gently touched the unconscious Pikachu. Then, a little green light appeared in her hand. With this light, Pikachu's expression softened a lot. Zhang Yuan nodded in appreciation. The most serious internal organ damage problem has been cured, and then there are some small problems. Very serious. Yellow smiled sweetly, and returned Pikachu to Zhang Yuan. I can do this now. After he finished speaking, he lay down on Zhang Yuan's back and fell asleep. Quote, ... It looks like a lot of physical exertion, Zhang Yuan said. Ash looked ashamed. It's all my fault. Okay, don't be uncomfortable. Come to the Pokemon Center to find me later. After speaking, Zhang Yuan changed Yellow's position, hugged him in his arms, and then went to the Pokemon Center as soon as he stepped on the gas. Coming to the Pokemon Center, Zhang Yuan woke up Yellow. Can I go by myself? Let's go to the Pokemon Center and rest, he said. Yellow hummed in a daze. I'm sorry for causing trouble to brother Zhang Yuan. Ha, what kind of trouble is this? Zhang Yuan smiled and walked into the Pokemon Center with Yellow and Pikachu. Many trainers are lining up to treat Pokémon, and in this battle-loving world, the Pokémon Center is simply the most indispensable place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The neck is almost healed, so start to make up. As of 2400 on the 9th, I should have added 4 more chapters. I'll make it up as soon as possible, and then, as compensation, promise to add 2 more chapters by the end of next week. Thank you for your continued understanding and support. Chapter 28 Random Limited Time Treasure. Like in the game, Joy is standing in front of the counter all the time, waiting to serve the protagonist alone, which is not encountered in reality. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. It doesn't matter if you wait for a while, both Yellow and Pikachu are not very good. After thinking for a while, he walked to the service desk. Seeing him coming, Joy stood up with a smile. Hello, do you need any helping hand? He took out the police officer's card from his pocket and showed it to Joy. If you can, please make it easy. I am a girl and a Pikachu is not in a good day. Seeing Zhang Yuan's credentials, Joy nodded and looked behind him. Chansey, prepare the treatment room. Ash arrived. Yellow and Pikachu had already entered the consultation room. Seeing the long queue next to him, Ash was a little surprised at first. Was the time he ran here really enough to finish the long queue? However, with his thinking, he quickly got rid of these complicated things. He bowed to Zhang Yuan and said, thank you, Zhang Yuan. If it weren't for you Pikachu, it would be dangerous. Well, I got your thanks, so don't yell at the Pokémon Center, Zhang Yuan said with a wave of his hand. Just before Ash arrived, he had called Professor Oak and told Professor the general situation of Yellow. Learning about Yellow's situation, Professor Oak seemed very pleasantly surprised, and immediately said that he would come to Viridian City soon without Zhang Yuan taking Yellow with him. Zhang Yuan found it very interesting. I haven't seen Professor Oak so excited for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly froze. In his mental map, a red cross suddenly appeared. Unlike the previous fork, this time the red fork is bigger, and it keeps flashing like a big warning light, which is very eye-catching. Please pay attention to the host. A random limited time treasure appeared. Random time limited treasures have a high chance of high-level treasures, but on the contrary, random time limited treasures often appear near stronger enemies. Please pay attention. Close black lens bracket. A powerful enemy. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then fixed his eyes. Seeing this, I was speechless. Viridian Gym. As soon as the system mentioned a powerful enemy, he should have guessed it. Yes, I just offended Giovanni in the morning, and in the afternoon I had to go to his house to find treasure. Giovanni's Pokémon, different from the coquettish bitches in the hands of other gym leaders, were really a group of elite soldiers, even if they are not inferior to the 4 elite, the league first line level. This treasure, how long is the time limit? Zhang Yuan asked. 29 minutes and 17 seconds remain. Close black lens bracket. It's only half an hour. Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. It seemed that he couldn't delay the time. He looked at Ash. Ash, I have informed Professional Oak to come over. I guess he will be here soon. You can pick him up when that time comes. What about you? Ash asked. I have something to do. I'll go first. Having said that, Zhang Yuan didn't waste any time. Quickly walked out of the Pokémon Center, got on his motorcycle and rushed towards Viridian Gym. On the way, he put the Charmander away first. In the event of a fight, the Charmander was basically useless. Then, I went to another clothing store and bought a long-sleeved coat, the one with a hat, and a windproof scarf, one that I put on my neck when not in use, and I came to Viridian Gym side. Confirming that Gengar's condition was alright, he jumped lightly, borrowed strength from the wall, and reached out to claw at the window. Slowly, he poked his head out and glanced in. There are a few staff members. No, they should be Team Rocket's members. After looking at the situation in the gym, Zhang Yuan gently rolled over and fell back to the ground. Gengar, sneak in and take a look. Be careful, don't show your face casually, Zhang Yuan said. Gengar grinned and emerged from his shadow, slowly melting into the wall. After a while, Gengar emerged from the wall again, shaking his head. Didn't find Giovanni. Zhang Yuan shrugged. He asked Gengar to look for where all outside the Red Cross's reign. If Giovanni was seen in any of these places, then Giovanni must be next to the Red Cross. Tis tis, who made you have to stay beside my treasure? You can't blame me for that. With that said, Zhang Yuan put on his hat and pulled the scarf over his nose, covering half of his face. Then, he pointed to the gym roof. Gengar, will always. Quack. Gengar smiled and stretched out his hand. Following his movement, a few clusters of purple flames suddenly appeared in the air and flew towards the roof of gym. Boom. Will-O-Wis's power is not great, but it is better than the high temperature. As soon as it fell on the roof, it set the roof on fire. Shadow Sneak. Gah. Gengar swung his right hand, and a Shadow Sneak was thrown onto the burning place on the roof. After a bang, several large pieces of the roof with flames fell directly into the gym. What the matter? Several Team Rocket's members who were in charge of guarding Reading were surprised. The roof is on fire, someone shouted. Inform Lord Giovanni. The whole gym suddenly became a mess. Well, as expected of an animation of Zifushang, a little rioting according to the routine can achieve such a good effect. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Taking advantage of the chaos in the room, he easily rolled in through the window. The flames that fell from the ceiling also set off a fire in the gym, and the smoke filled the room, making people want to cough. Relying on the guidance of the map in his head, Zhang Yuan easily entered the back of the gym through a small door. On the cloister on the second floor of the gym, Giovanni's figure appears here. Seeing the flames on the ground, he showed a puzzled expression. Not ordinary flame, but will-o-wisp released by Pokémon. Someone's trying to break in. Giovanni quickly realized what the enemy was thinking. If my identity was exposed, the person who came was probably either the 4 elites or the Interpol, but if it wasn't for my identity, who would it be? Giovanni reached out and touched the Pokeball at his waist. No matter who came, as long as his old buddies were there was nothing to worry about. He pushed open the door and strode behind Jim. And Zhang Yuan has also arrived at his destination, Giovanni's room. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random limited time treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Open successfully. Congrats to the host for the special reward. Mutated Deoxys. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 29. Shocked Giovanni. Deoxys. Zhang Yuan was shocked when he heard the name. Although he knew before that random time limited treasures would give very good things, he didn't expect to give it directly to a divine beast. Deoxys is the mutated product of a virus in the universe after being irradiated. Although it looked distorted, its strength is very strong. Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. Today is really worth it, not to mention going to Giovanni's hometown. Even if it is going to Longtan Tiger's den, it is worth it. Gengar in his shadow suddenly shot. A shadow sneak thrown at the door without warning. Boom! A huge figure rushed in from the door and took Gengar's shadow sneak forcibly. Although it hurt a little bit, it didn't suffer any obvious damage. A Rhyhorn. As soon as he saw this Pokemon, he knew who it was coming from. Giovanni is a standard Earth-type. It seems that except for a Beedrill, the rest of the Pokemon are Ground-type, and Rhyhorn is his standard. It is very fast. As expected of Giovanni leader, Zhang Yuan waved to the person who walked in and said. Giovanni walked in slowly, looking at him lightly. Sure enough, you are not a simple kid. Who asked you to come? Saying that, he seemed to swipe around the room casually, trying to judge his purpose through Zhang Yuan's actions. Seeing that none of his documents had been turned over, he looked a little suspicious. Don't worry, don't look at it. I didn't turn over anything. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Look, or let's stop here. And if the well water doesn't make the river water, just pretend that no one has seen anyone. You think I'd take that offer? Giovanni laughed. Then there's no way. Zhang Yuan put away his joking expression, flicked his right hand, and Salamence appeared directly in the room. Boom! As soon as Salamence came out, he slammed the wall with his big tail, smashing the wall and widening the fighting space quite a bit. Giovanni nodded in appreciation. Your Salamence can already make such a decision to destroy the venue without hesitation through your own judgment. It seems that your bonds are really very deep. I have to say, I am in you at this age. It is far worse than you. If you appreciate my words so much, you can simply admit defeat. Zhang Yuan said. I'm afraid that won't work. Rhyhorn, Ram, Earthquake. Zhang Yuan's command was not far behind. When Rhyhorn just took 2 steps, Salamence had already stepped on the ground. Boom boom boom. The entire gym shook violently, and Rhyhorn, who had taken this move head-on, chaotically attacked and took some damage. How fast! Giovanni exclaimed. His Pokémon, when they were bred, were all focused on speed, and each one was good at quick attack, but he didn't expect it to be faster than that Salamence. Follow the victory. Dragon Claw. Take down. Giovanni said coldly. Hearing the name of this skill, Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. Comrade Giovanni's fighting style was reckless, but this is also a good method. After all, in Giovanni's opinion, he only has one Salamence, and he has a lot of Pokémon there, which consumes all the energy to kill him. Unfortunately, this abacus is wrong. Salamence's Dragon Claw and Rhyhorn's takedown slammed into each other. The aftermath of the battle splashed the earth and rock that had just been broken by Earthquake. Many Team Rocket's members couldn't dodge in time, and they screamed and fell to the ground by the rock. The level of misery is comparable to that of a certain religious woman who cheated on her. Salamence took 2 steps back, gritting his teeth in pain. On Rhyhorn's side, it looked a lot worse. Originally, it was not as strong as Salamence, and it used skills that could damage itself. Now it's hard to even stand. End it. Zhang Yuan said. Roar. Salamence showed a ferocious smile. A pair of big wings and a fan dashed in front of Rhyhorn. His big tail twitched fiercely, and Rhyhorn flew out. Still in midair, Rhyhorn has lost consciousness and is taken back by Giovanni in the Pokeball. You surprise me, boy. At your age, it's unacceptable to have such strength. However, it's still impossible for you to beat me. He said that. He threw a luxury ball. A flash of white light, and a Raiden crashed to the ground. This is Raiden that I carefully nurtured, and has been my partner since I was a child. No matter how strong your Salamence is, it is definitely not Raiden's opponent in level. Level suppression. That boring. Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. In the world of grown-up, the reason to do something is not fun, Giovanni said, before throwing 2 more Pokeballs. Beedrill, Nidoqueen. The 2 Pokemon are under heavy pressure, and you can tell at a glance that they are also very high level. Rank suppression, and group fight. Giovanni leader, you are such an adult, are you embarrassed? Zhang Yuan was done. Although Salamence and Gengar were powerful, they were a bit embarrassed in this situation. Before that, he estimated that he could only have 36 strategies, which was the best strategy. Unfortunately, it's different now. He shook his head. Well, since you have to use rank to suppress, then I don't need to reason with you. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confident look, Giovanni suddenly had a bad feeling. Under his gaze, Zhang Yuan suddenly threw a Pokeball. White light flashed. Next second, under Giovanni's shock gaze, a black shadow swept across the battlefield, and then, Beedrill screamed and was hit directly to the ground by something. Boom! Beedrill slammed to the ground and screamed again from the rubble on the ground. 1 second. Only 1 second. This mighty Beedrill has been seriously injured. Giovanni's eyes widened. Chapter 30 Deoxys' first battle. Hey, your level suppression doesn't seem to be very useful anymore. Zhang Yuan still had to make a few sarcastic words to take advantage of it. Giovanni ignored his mockery. As the leader of a criminal organization, Giovanni is not lacking in this. He looked around quietly, wondering what had attacked his Beedrill. Invisible enemy. Camouflage. Giovanni thought quickly. Camouflage tactics are a kind of insidious tactic commonly used in Pokémon battle. It usually occurs in melee battle. One Pokémon attracts the attention of the enemy, while the other uses camouflage to disguise itself, get close to the opponent, and stick to its hook skill. However, based on Giovanni's combat experience, he really couldn't believe that he was defeated by this trick. Before he could figure it out, the shadow flashed again. Exclamation mark. Boom! A shock hit Nidoqueen's stomach severely. The latter let out a shrill scream, and knelt down on one leg, covering her stomach. Bead tight. This time, Giovanni was very sure and waved his hand. Raiden, Sandstorm. Roar. Raiden responded to Giovanni with a roar, and at the same time used his own power to directly invite a ferocious sandstorm. Sandstorm rays. Salamence and Gengar suddenly showed uncomfortable expressions. Gengar jumped directly into Zhang Yuan's shadow, and with Sandstorm's indiscriminate attack, the invisible enemy finally showed up. It was a strange humanoid life. It has an orange and blue body, 3 long horns that stretch back on its head, a pair of indifferent eyes, a gem on its chest, and a few slender tentacles extending from under its shoulders, stretching freely behind it. Deoxys. Speed form. Seeing this Pokemon, Rao was very deep in Giovanni's palace, and couldn't help but be stunned. This is what? Of course it's a Pokemon. Zhang Yuan pulled his collar to block the sand. This annoying sand. Salamence. Sunny day. Roar. Salamence raised his head, and with its movement, Sandstorm stopped suddenly, and instead, a piece of sunlight poured down. Seeing this scene, Giovanni suddenly had a bad feeling. Raiden, Nidoqueen, protect. The 2 Pokemon executed Giovanni's orders without hesitation, adding an invisible layer of protection to themselves. Sure enough, almost at the same time, Zhang Yuan said loudly, Deoxys, solar beam. Brush. The 4 tentacles of Deoxys gathered together, and a dazzling light suddenly rushed towards Giovanni's 2 Pokemon, and then slowly disappeared into the invisible under the action of protect. Giovanni was sweating coldly down his back. Soon as he saw Salamence use Sunny Day, he realized that Zhang Yuan could not just disperse Sandstorm. With Zhang Yuan's acting style and the level of fighting he showed, it was definitely not that simple. Although he didn't know what skills the weird-looking Pokemon had, he let his 2 release protect just in case. Sure enough, it was followed by a slap in the face of Solar Beam. This grass-based trick, hitting Raiden and Nidoqueen, may directly determine the outcome of the battle. Seeing that his move was blocked, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, as expected of Giovanni leader, he is amazing. You can't underestimate me too much. Giovanni also grinned and showed a hideous smile. This battle has made his heart quiet for many years, and it is rare to see the impulse of passion again. He is going to win. Nidoqueen, poison sting. Raiden, take down. Zhang Yuan shook his head. The idea is beautiful, but unfortunately the reality is the backbone. Deoxys, attack form. Psychic. Deoxys, appearance suddenly changed. The streamlined body that was completely designed for charging suddenly became more angular. At first glance, it was an aggressive design. At the same time, a mental attack as if a mountain collapsed slammed towards Giovanni. Psychic. Giovanni's eyes widened. This level of attack can no longer be described as powerful. This is simply the power of a divine beast. Invisible spiritual force rolled over. Raiden and Nidoqueen only lasted for a while, then completely lost their strength and fell to the ground. Giovanni was hit and flew upside down. His back slammed into the wall, and then fell down with a slap snap and fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and reached out to touch the Pokeball on the lower back. There are 2 more good hands, but can you beat that Pokemon if you send them? Zhang Yuan walked over slowly and crouched in front of Giovanni's head. Giovanni endured the pain and looked up at him. He took out his police ID card and put it in front of Giovanni. Interpol, trainee police officer 0. Now arrest you according to the law. Team Rocket's leader Giovanni. Giovanni's expression was extremely gloomy. He never thought that he, the wise one, would be planted in the hands of such a kid. Hard to accept. What he has to do, his ambition to accomplish, has not been done yet. He slowly reached out to his chest pocket. There lay a pistol. If Barry can't do anything, he can only do things that go against his heart. Just when his hand was about to touch the gun, Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed. Just kidding, don't be so nervous. I don't like facing guns. As he said that, he also collected the police officer's card. Giovanni looked at him in surprise. Zhang Yuan looked at Deoxys. Deoxys, throw out the people next to you, wash their memories, and then set up a barrier. Don't let others in. Deoxys took the lead. Zhang Yuan himself, on the other hand, looked at Giovanni. Giovanni leader, are you interested in collaborating? Chapter 31 Reach a consensus. JPG. Collaboration. Giovanni narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Look at my police certificate. Do you have any doubt? No doubt about it. It's true. Giovanni is very sure that the police officer card in Zhang Yuan's hand is real, and he has dealt too much with the world criminal police. This kid is indeed a world criminal policeman. Even if he is just an intern, his identity has a lot of weight. Zhang Yuan nodded and continued. Giovanni leader is the boss of Team Rocket. He must know the current situation of the alliance. This organization is completely different from decades ago. Although the current alliance is not corrupt, there is no doubt that he is not someone can climb up. Quote, I'm just a small trainee detective. If I don't do something, I'll probably stay in this department for the rest of my life. At most, I've been in this department for a long time, and I will go up a few levels. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Giovanni seemed to understand something, and his eyes lit up slightly. Zhang Yuan reached out and helped Giovanni up. But if I had the resources of Team Rockets and let Team Rockets add some bricks to my performance, the effect would definitely be different. So you're playing this kind of abacus. Giovanni stood up with a weird smile. But what good is it for me? Why don't you ask me? Zhang Yuan showed a surprised expression. This kind of thing doesn't need to be said at all. First of all, his strength is already here. Second, if Zhang Yuan has a high position in Interpol, it will definitely benefit Team Rockets in the future. Third, Zhang Yuan holds Deoxys in his hand, which has a great helping hand for the various plans of Team Rockets in the future. This transaction is definitely a safe bet, and what Giovanni has to pay is only a part of the rights of Team Rocket, and the fact that Zhang Yuan may take some members as abandoned children at any time, changed to the general leader of a criminal organization. This matter is naturally intolerable, but for him, it wasn't like that, because his purpose has never been the same as that of ordinary criminal organization. He took a badge from his pocket, a badge that looks like a green leaf. Viridian Gym badge. Haha, Giovanni leader, you are really doing your due diligence. That just counted as me passing the gym test. Zhang Yuan took over with a smile. As soon as he brought it over, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he threw an appraisal technique over Giovanni's leader badge. It looks like an ordinary Viridian Gym badge on the surface, but if you meet a Team Rockets member, show it, and you can judge the identity of the badge holder through the reaction of another badge. One of the important means of identifying each other while disguising the identity of the Kanto region. Close black lens bracket. This thing is Team Rocket's ID, he asked. Giovanni was taken aback. Is this matter already known to the lead? Don't worry, no, I just guessed. Zhang Yuan smiled and pinned the badge to the hem of his clothes. Quote. Giovanni couldn't believe Zhang Yuan's word, but when he thought that Zhang Yuan didn't need to lie to himself about this kind of thing now, he didn't ask. This one of yours is very special. Except for me, it has the highest authority and can command any Team Rockets member. More importantly, when you want to challenge the Quartz Alliance in the future, it can also pass normally. Badge detection, very convenient. Quote, I'm really curious now what the funds of Team Rockets are used for, Zhang Yuan said. With his badge on, he looked outside. Many people have heard the movement here and are organizing rescue outside. Giovanni said, you get out of here and leave the rest to me. How do you explain this fight? Zhang Yuan asked. Simply hand over those few members you've brainwashed to the police. Say Team Rockets attacked my gym and I beat it, Giovanni said. Zhang Yuan smiled and gave him a thumbs up. It's shameless enough. I like it. Then I'll go. Saying that, he took back his Pokemon, put on his hat again, and pulled up his scarf, and he disappeared into the smoke after a while. Looking at Zhang Yuan's direction, Giovanni didn't say anything for a long time. Well, maybe this guy is more dangerous than I thought. However, it doesn't matter to me either. I don't have any conflict of interest with him in what I'm going to do. Saying that, he also took back his his defeated Pokémon and released an Aggron. Aggron took heavy step to catch his men who had been brainwashed by Zhang Yuan. Walking out of the gym, Deoxys put a confusion cover on Zhang Yuan, which can twist the air so that people around can't see Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan quickly found his motorcycle, and Deoxys covered the motorcycle in the confusion hood. Then, he took Zhang Yuan and the motorcycle and flew into the air, and soon landed on the edge of the Viridian City Pokémon Center. "It's hard work," Deoxys said. Zhang Yuan took Deoxys back to the Pokeball. Patting the ashes on his body, Zhang Yuan walked into the Pokémon Center. "As soon as I came in, I saw Professional Oak who was talking to Joy. Ash was also beside him." Seeing Zhang Yuan, Ash waved his hand happily. "Zhang Yuan, you're back. Pikachu is out of danger." "Oh, Zhang Yuan, I'm here too." Professor Oak turned around and said with a smile. Then Ash suddenly said, "Hey, by the way, what did you just do?" Chapter 32 Arrest by Law. Ash's question was very level, and Zhang Yuan's answer is more level. "Go to the toilet." With that said, Zhang Yuan walked to Joy's side. "How is Yellow?" The child was just a little more physically exhausted. "I hung up glucose for her, and she would be good to sleep," Joy said. Zhang Yuan nodded. Oak asked curiously, "Is that kid really as capable as you said?" "Don't worry, you're satisfied." Zhang Yuan gave Professor Oak a thumbs up. "But let me say first, try not to let her use the healing power as much as possible. It consumes too much physical strength. If I knew I wouldn't let her use it once." Oak nodded. "Don't worry, you can't trust my character." Zhang Yuan pondered for a while, then nodded slowly. Seeing Zhang Yuan's reaction, Professor Oak felt very hurt. Why did he hesitate? Just then, the big TV hanging next to it started broadcasting the news. "Good evening, all Kanto residents. Just now, Viridian City Gym was attacked by Team Rocket, causing serious damage to the dojo. Fortunately, Viridian City Gym leader was powerful and used his Pokémon to defeat the Team Rocket's members and kill several major criminals. Bring it to justice. But due to this incident, Viridian City Gym may be closed for maintenance for a short period of time. Please be aware of all trainers participating in this year's newcomer trip." Saying that, he also released the capital shots of Giovanni and Aggron. Against the background of the ruins of Gym, Giovanni with a cold look on his face, and Aggron, who is strong, constitute a particularly hard line picture. Many trainers are directly fans of this video, shouting that they want to give birth to monkeys for Giovanni leader. Professor Oak frowned. "Is the Team Rocket crazy enough? Even the gym in town dares to attack. What a bunch of bastards!" Ash exclaimed. Zhang Yuanshu glanced at Ash. "Team Rocket's members standing beside you, or senior management?" Ash suddenly felt a chill behind him, and subconsciously looked back at Zhang Yuan, only to see Zhang Yuan's harmless smile on his face. Scratching his head oddly, Ash has no choice but to attribute illusion to himself. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and there were a lot fewer trainers coming to the Pokémon Center. After all, not everyone was busy looking for a fight in the middle of the night. Professor Oak used his relationship to find a restroom for the three of them. Ash had experienced a lot of thrilling experiences before, being chased by Spearow, and now he was exhausted and fell asleep. Professor Oak and Zhang Yuan came to Yellow's ward. Seeing that Yellow was still sleeping, they didn't wake her and walked out of the room. "Zhang Yuan, do you know what's going on with Yellow?" "Huh, I don't know." Zhang Yuan froze for a moment and shook his head. "It's normal if you don't know. This is a very old legend. It happened in Viridian City." Oak said, took out a few documents from the bag he carried with him, and handed them to Zhang Yuan. "The Viridian Forest is a forest with special powers. At the edge of the forest, within a few years, or a dozen years, a child will receive the blessing of the forest and the power of the Viridian Forest. That is to say, before Yellow, did someone gain this kind of power?" Zhang Yuan asked while rubbing his chin. Professor Oak nodded. "The current 4 elite Land Crossing, the Dragon Envoy, he had a similar power when he was young. Now it has declined a little, but he still has it. He is a Viridian." "So it is." Zhang Yuan nodded. It suddenly occurred to him that Ash in the original book also seemed to have a special ability called the Power of Aura, like the ability to do it 7 times a night or something. However, even if he had this ability, he had to have a girlfriend to use it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a little sad. The two were walking in the corridor, chatting in a low voice, when they suddenly heard a commotion from the door. "Looks like something happened," Professor Oak said. Zhang Yuan nodded. "I'll take a look. Pay attention to safety." Professor Oak knew Zhang Yuan's strength and did not stop him. After a few steps to the hall, I saw 2 people standing there with proud faces. At their feet stood a Meow. "This place has been captured by our Team Rocket. Hand over all the Pokémon." "That's right, Meow." Seeing these 2 people and a cat, Zhang Yuan felt that his face was twitching. "It's more cordial than seeing Zia." "Who are you?" A Joy stood up and asked loudly. Hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other with a happy smile. The woman with long pink hair stood up with a smile. "Since you asked the question sincerely." Another man with short blue hair also stood up. "I'll tell you mercifully. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. To care carry out love and true evil. Cute and attract villain. Having said this, Zhang Yuan already felt a little bit wanting to laugh. This line, he meows, can read it out by himself. Pink-haired woman shouted. Jesse. The blue-haired man did the same. Jane. We are Team Rockets across the galaxy. White hole. White tomorrow is waiting for us. The Meowth jumped between the two. That's it. Meow. Team Rocket. Some people were really frightened when they heard the self-reporting of the two of them. The one who attacked Jim this evening. Isn't that dangerous? Everyone subconsciously had a cringe mood. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly and stood up. Good point, but pointless, because you're going to be arrested soon. Haha. Joe. Kid, tell me, who can arrest us? Jessie laughed. Under her gaze, Zhang Yuan took out his police officer card. Interpol, codenamed Zero, will arrest you, according to the law. Chapter 33. Get it done in one go. Jessie. Jane. Meow. Whoa. Interpol. Seeing Zhang Yuan's certificate, Jessie clasped her head in her hands and cried out miserably. No way. James's face turned green. He was different from Jessie. Jessie was arrested and spent a period of time in prison. He, a rich young master who ran away from home, would definitely be claimed by his family. Will you still have a face to meet at that time? The other people in the Pokémon Center all showed relief. It's great to have Interpol right here. Interpol at such a young age. How amazing. There are talented people in the country. Jessie gritted her teeth. What about the detective? After being defeated, you still lie on the ground and cry. Saying that, she took out a Pokeball and threw it out. Come out. Ekin. Although James looked frightened, the habit he had developed over the years made him cooperate and take out his own Pokemon. You too. Coughing. As the white light flashed, the two purple Pokemon landed on the ground together, emitting growl. Looking at these two Pokemon, Zhang Yuan was also a little speechless. They're all purple, they're all poisonous, and they're all pretty weak. Do you both feel like you're abusing a dog when you catch Pokemon? Why do these two people come out every day to do bad things? Just get the certificate and forget it. With a helpless sigh, Zhang Yuan waved his hand and released his Salaman. Salaman's big man took up half of the space as soon as he came out. Seeing this unfamiliar Pokemon, the Team Rockets trio were stunned. What kind of Pokemon is this? Jessie asked curiously, craning her neck. Look like Salaman, James said blushing. He studied at the Trainer Academy when he was a child. Although he was kicked out halfway, he didn't eat all the things he learned. Unlike Jessie, he learned for nothing. That last word is a little sensitive, so just ignore it. Awesome, Jessie asked. Nonsense. Meow. Don't you feel the terrifying aura emanating from the other side? Meow trembled, and as soon as Salaman came out, it couldn't stand a little, and grinned. It was rare for Zhang Yuan to make a move without coming up, because he was really a little bit serious about these two living treasures. Jessie snorted coldly. Maybe it's just a show. Come on, Ekans, use acid. James hurriedly said. Waston, use sludge. Fan. Ekans opened his mouth wide, and a large lump of acid sprayed towards Salaman. Coughing also opened his mouth, spit out a large mass of sludge, and flew towards Salaman. Fire emission. Zhang Yuan said a skill casually. Next second, Salaman let out a loud roar, opened its mouth, and protruded from its throat, emitting a dazzling fire. Boom. A bright column of fire ran through the entire hall of the Pokémon Center, drying out the acid, smashing the sludge in midair, and blasting directly on Team Rocket. The three people screamed and flew directly into the sky, turning into a bright star. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan was a little excited. It's really possible to become a star. It's interesting, but on second thought, he realized that he had made a mistake. Tis, it should be picked up to exchange for merit, so I forgot to have fun. After a few seconds, he was relieved. The three of them, Jessie, didn't commit any major crimes at all, and if they were caught, they wouldn't get much merit, so it was meaningless. It's hard work. Salaman. Zhang Yuan took back Salamence and planned to go back to find Professor Oak, but as soon as he turned around, he was surrounded. God, sign me your name. Woo, it's amazing. Your Salamence is so strong. It's a good tacit understanding with your cooperation. You are the light of Kanto. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Would you mind switching to another one? Listening to what you said and what I said to this group of onlookers, Zhang Yuan had a black line. God TM cooperated tacitly, and let Salamence make a move. You can see the tacit understanding. And what the hell is the light of the east? This is not Wanwan. The last one can look at the appearance and then consider how to answer. Zhang Yuan coughed and put on a gentle smile. Sorry, everyone, I still have to report the situation. I can't stay here for too long. If you can, please let me go. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, people showed clear expressions and moved out of the way one after another. Although the little fans were unwilling, they were not too jumpy because of the general trend, so they had to watch Zhang Yuan walk into the corridor. Back in the hallway, I happened to see Oak looking over with a smile on his face. Well, it feels good to be an idol. Oak whipped. Zhang Yuanen, don't be funny. Professor Oak, I don't plan to become an idol. My school is not facing bankruptcy yet. Oak was done. He didn't understand these mean. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah, I forgot the time to watch the iPhone conference, and it was already 3 o'clock. It's very embarrassing. Let's take a chapter first, and tomorrow will be the 4th shift. iPhone X is really good. Chapter 34 Unexpected Visitor. Seeing O's reaction, Zhang Yuan suddenly had a small idea. When he has free time in the future, he can copy some cartoons of Earth in this world. It should be very interesting. However, considering that this book might have a sudden change in the style of painting, Zhang Yuan temporarily dismissed the idea. Just then, his bracelet rang. After looking at Professor O, Zhang Yuan took out a miniature earphone from the wristband and put it in his ear. I'm Zero. Zhang Yuan wrote this shameful code name with sadness. Zero, this is the Kanto headquarters of Interpol. We just received news that the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City was attacked by teen rockets and was successfully repelled by you. Well, yes, but the other party is only 2 young men. Not worth mentioning. Zhang Yuan said. Opposite party disagreed. No, you did a good job. Vermilion City, where the gym attack happened just now. If there is another attack on the Pokémon Center, the impact will be too great. Fortunately, you took action in time to stop this. Something happened. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt very funny. If the opposite party knew that the gym attack was caused by him, what would his reaction be? This incident, the headquarters has decided that it will be recorded in the file as a second-class merit, and there will be substantial reward. Please go to any Interpol branch to collect it at your convenience. Then, please continue to work hard. Intern Police Officer Zero. Ah, yes. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Putting down the miniature headphone, Zhang Yuan felt very interesting. Life is so impermanent. Going to Viridian Gym to find treasure, fighting Giovanni, destroying Jim, causing accident. These are all he did for other purposes, and it has nothing to do with the night. But it was these things that made him inadvertently gain more benefit. In the common parlance in comic, this is fate. From Zhang Yuan's word, Oak also probably guessed what the other side said, and he said happily, it seems that you are really suitable for this line of work. You have been awarded a few days after taking office. Ha, don't make fun of me. It's not solving a big problem. It's just a light on the gym incident. Zhang Yuan said with tears in his eyes. Oak shook his head. It's not a matter of borrowing or not. You really helped the league solve a big problem. If the organization doesn't reward it too much, well, forget it. Let's not talk about that. I suddenly remembered a very interesting thing to share with you. Oak said, took out a piece of paper in his bag. This morning, Ash was in Pallet Town and Viridian City. In between, I saw Ho-Oh fly by. Quote, the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He also knew there was such a passage in the original book, but he forgot about it before. I don't know how strong Ho-Oh is, he said. This point, Zhang Yuan is really curious. In the game, it is normal to catch the beast, and you need to have the information of the beast to collect Pokédex, but in the animation, the beast is always blown out of proportion, as if human beings can't catch them at all. Whether the beast in the animation is too floating, or the trainer in the animation can't lift the knife, this is a question. The angle of your thinking is quite new. Directly consider the combat power of the legendary Pokemon. Oak wiped his cold sweat and said dumbfounded. Professor is so interested in divine beasts. When I have a chance to catch a few and come back for you to study, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Professor Oak's eyes lit up with a look of anticipation. If it was Zhang Yuan, with his strength, temperament, and potential, maybe he could really do it. However, you can't destroy the ecological environment. Many mythical animals are protectors of local nature, such as the Rayquaza in the atmosphere. Without its existence, the ozone layer will be damaged and the overall ecology of the Earth will be affected. He smiled again, but these are too far away. A monster of the level of Rayquaza, so far, no trainer can fight it. Well, Zhang Yuan pondered for a while. Rayquaza, the name is really domineering. This creature that lives in the ozone layer all the year round and is suspected of being a Caterpie wildfather is very powerful, and shoulders the great responsibility of protecting the Earth from external threats. Similar to Ultraman, this sentence is crossed out. He also has a Deoxys, a cosmic virus Pokemon. If Rayquaza finds out, will Norman come all the way to fight him? If it can, it will be very interesting. With the ability of the treasure detection system, Zhang Yuan believes that as long as Rayquaza dares to come, he will dare to catch it. Suddenly, there was another riot at the door. This time it was even worse than last time, and many people screamed directly. Zhang Yuan was stunned. No way, someone else is here to make trouble. It's unscientific, and the Viridian Pokemon Center is not an alliance vault. It didn't sound like a mess, Oak said. It sounds more like cheering to me. When the two walked to the door, they saw a handsome red-haired man walking into the house handsomely, surrounded by the melon eaters. When he saw Zhang Yuan and Professor Oak, he nodded coolly. Sorry for being late. Chapter 35 Battle with Land Crossing Elite. When he saw Zhang Yuan and Professor Oak, the handsome red-haired guy nodded coolly. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing this man, Oak was taken aback. Land crossing. 4 Elite actually appeared here. Zhang Yuan was also a little surprised. 4 Elite is not a nickname, and there is no common sense that there must be a 5th man, but a real position in the league. If you want to get the title of the 4 Elite, you must get an excellent ranking in the region competition organized by the Alliance, and decide to join the Alliance and become a part of the Alliance. On this premise, you can get the right to challenge the original 4 Elite. Challenge the winner to become a new generation of Quad Elite. In theory, within a region, only one person can be stronger than the 4 Elite, and that is region champion. Because of this, the name 4 Elite is still very intimidating. I heard there was a situation here, and I happened to be passing by, so I came to check it out, and luckily, it seemed to be fine, Land Crossing said. He looked at Zhang Yuan. This must be the Interpol who took care of Team Rocket. Saying that, Land Crossing stretched out his hand. Pokemon Inspector, Kanto 4 Elite, Land Crossing 0. Zhang Yuan reported his code name. His expression did not change, and he shook hands with Land Crossing casually. Seeing Zhang Yuan's reaction, Oka's a bit strange. Zhang Yuan is not usually such a cold personality, but Oka soon understood. Reason is the attitude with Land Crossing. As a 4th Elite, he is used to maintaining his dignity with the people below him, but suddenly asking him to get along with people in the way Zhang Yuan is accustomed to is really embarrassing for him. Having figured this out, Oak shook his head in disbelief. This Zhang Yuan really can't bear the slightest loss. Land Crossing also seemed to see that Zhang Yuan had a general attitude towards him, but he didn't know why. The people who come into contact with him on weekdays are basically either in our worship. Most of them are like Ash. Just hearing his name make their faces go crazy. People like Zhang Yuan are lukewarm to him. Is really rare. I don't know if the novelty was on, or for some other reason. Land Crossing suddenly said, 0, are you interested in a Pokemon Showdown? Oh, Zhang Yuanshu looked at Land Crossing with his eyes open. 4 Elite actually asked a 10-year-old boy to fight. Land Crossing is thick. In a while, he showed a grinning expression. Land Crossing Elite has a lot of opportunities, and you have time to play pointing games with a newcomer like me. Land Crossing shook his head. It's not a pointing game, but an upright and fair duel, you and me. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed completely, looking at Land Crossing in front of him. That's interesting. What is Land Crossing thinking? No matter what Land Crossing was planning, it was exactly what Zhang Yuan wanted. If you want to be famous, you must have a good record and fight with the 4 Elite. Land Crossing. If you win, it will be a big news. Then, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Zhang Yuan gave Land Crossing a rare smile. Okay, then, in a week, come and find me at Mt. Moon. Then we'll have a good showdown. After speaking, Land Crossing turned around, raised the black cape behind him, and strode out of the Pokemon Center. Looking at the direction Land Crossing left, many people were still mad in there. Land Crossing Sama, so handsome. I wanted to sign an autograph, but I didn't even dare to take a step with my leg. This is the aura of the Dragon-type Elite. After getting along with the Dragon-type Pokemon for a long time, it also has a coercive attribute. Zhang Yuan looked at these people with some melancholy. I was just blowing myself with the same caliber, but in a blink of an eye, I defected and started blowing Land Crossing. Sure enough, no matter what world you are in, the supremacy of power exists. If Zhang Yuan's surname was Ling Xiaolu, there would be a way to pretend he was a match now, but unfortunately it wasn't. Oka's a little strange. Land Crossing rarely finds someone to challenge him. This time it's really new. It's possible that I'm upset. Zhang Yuan speculated. How is that possible? Oak couldn't help laughing. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan got up and went to see what happened to Yellow. Yellow was already awake, smiling and feeding his Doduo, probably the dog food he asked for from Nurse Joy. Ah no, the Pokemon food he asked for. As soon as she saw Zhang Yuan, the girl showed an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, brother Zhang Yuan, for wasting your time. I shouldn't have used so much power yesterday. Zhang Yuan shook his head, walked over and touched Yellow's head. Yellow did nothing wrong. It is very important to maintain a kind heart. Many trainers have great power, but they have lost their love for Pokemon. In the end, such people can only fall into the abyss of failure. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, Yellow was a little stunned at first, and then said with emotion, brother Zhang Yuan is really amazing. Zhang Yuan. This reaction is similar to the employees on Earth who have just heard about the leadership meeting. He called Professor Oak and introduced the two sides. Unsurprisingly, Professor Oak's cheerful and informal character, coupled with the emptiness of his grandson who just passed away, greatly reduced Yellow's pressure, and Yellow's innocent and pure nature also made Professor Oak very fond of this old man. The first meeting of the little ones is a friendly ending. After a series of discussions, the two finally set a contract for Yellow for a 1-year study period. During the study process, Yellow was also regarded as a regular employee of the League and enjoyed various contract worker benefits. A year from now, if Oak's side is okay, Yellow will definitely be a full-fledged union civil servant. Zhang Yuan was also very satisfied with the result. Get on his motorcycle this time, and head straight for Pewter Pewter City. Chapter 36. Gary on the road. I want to go from Viridian to Pewter City. I have to pass through the Viridian forest. The last time Zhang Yuan was here was when I met the Yellow family. This time, Zhang Yuan also found Uncle Fishing and told him about Yellow. After hearing that Yellow had successfully become a contract worker under Professional O, Uncle Fishing was very happy and wanted to invite Zhang Yuan to drink fish soup. Magikarp fluttering on their sides in the fishing bucket at the door. Zhang Yuan shivered and firmly refused Uncle Fishing's invitation. Passing through the Viridian forest and taking a few low-level treasures that were not necessary, Zhang Yuan entered the boundary of Pewter City. As they approached the city, the number of people gradually increased. Several trainers on the road invited Zhang Yuan to fight, and Zhang Yuan happily took Charmander to fight. All the way down, I got a few thousand battle bonuses, and Charmander also rose a few levels, which made Zhang Yuan in a good mood. Sure enough, this is the daily life of a trainer. Just thinking about it, he suddenly saw a pink Ford car parked in front of a roadside shop not far away. Drink coincidence. Seeing this car, Zhang Yuan directly guessed the identity of the car owner. After all, apart from him, I have never seen anyone who has to drive in pink when going out. Sure enough, when I walked into the store, I saw Gary, who was throwing a tantrum with the clerk. This is your service attitude. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the worst clerk I have ever seen, Gary said loudly in his chair. The clerk kept bending over to apologize. Zhang watched this scene from a distance and shook his head. Fortunately, there is no one else in the store now, otherwise Gary's humiliating appearance. He really doesn't want to go over to say hello. Hey, it's almost there, he said as he walked over. Hearing this, Gary looked over with a dark face, wondering who would dare to interrupt him. As soon as he saw Zhang Yuan, he was slightly taken aback, and his face suddenly showed a somewhat unable to hang expression. It's alright, let go. Forget it today. It's really bad luck. He waved his hand unhappily. The clerk breathed a sigh of relief, nodded gratefully to Zhang Yuan, and stepped back. Zhang Yuan pulled a chair across from him and sat down, and said with a smile, "What going on?" Quote, It's not a big deal. This restaurant has a problem with the taste of the food, but they firmly deny that there is a problem with their ingredient. It's a bastard. Then again, you're so slow to get to Pewter City and get lost in the Viridian forest, Gary asked, arms crossed. A friend is sick. Take care of her at Viridian, Zhang Yuan said with a shrug. Gary was taken aback. A friend? Still a girl? No, you actually have a female friend. Isn't that what you imagine? You have improved in your skills. Do you need me to loosen your muscles and bones? Zhang Yuan's eyes twitched and he squeezed his fingers and asked, "Ha, speaking of that's right. Come on, play against me," Gary said with a slap on the leg. With element. Quote, Aren't you funny? Charmander, of course. Gary clicked. Zhang Yuan laughed. It seems that although Master Gary is arrogant, he is not stupid yet. Grandpa said that the trainers of the 3 Pokémon families of water, fire, and grass are rivals to each other. You and I are no exception, but this young master rarely admits the strength of others. Your tone of voice is really unbelievable, Zhang Yuan said in admiration. Out of caring for mentally handicapped children, Zhang Yuan agreed to Gary's invitation, and the two went outside the store to start a stance on the side of the road. Gary's face is full of confidence, and with a flick of his wrist, a white light emerges from the Pokeball, turning into a Squirtle. Squirtle looked particularly spirited, with its oily shell and glowing eyes. It looks like it has been carefully nurtured. Zhang Yuan suddenly wondered, did Gary deliberately train only one Squirtle in order to win against him, not caring about the other Pokemon at all? Just thinking about it, Gary has started to urge, "Hurry up, I can't wait to see how you lose." Seeing Gary's surefire appearance, Zhang Yuan sneered in his heart. Since you are going to die, I, Zhang Yuan, will not be polite to you. He swiped his hand over the lower back. The Pokeball flashed white light, and landed on the ground with the Charmander. Gah! Charmander saw his old friend Squirtle as soon as he came out, and he also showed an excited expression. However, it looks much worse than Squirtle. Not to mention, there was a lot of dust on his body, and one of his paws was broken. I don't know if he thought he had just escaped from the refugee camp. Seeing Zhang Yuan's Charmander, Gary smiled. Your Charmander doesn't seem to be well trained. Whether the training is good or not, you will know if you try it, Zhang Yuan said. At this time, a few passers-by also stopped to watch the Pokemon battle between the Little Devil. It looked so nostalgic. I was like them back then, a middle-aged man with a big belly said with emotion. Come on, they are much more handsome than when you were young, said an ant next to him. A young man stroked his chin. Charmander looks exhausted. It's better to go to the Pokemon Center to recover first. Another person also nodded, and with the element of attribute restraint, Charmander is very dangerous. This kind of situation often occurs in roadside battle. Zhang Yuan and Gary are used to it, and they occasionally make guest appearances on these passers-by. Just, Gary is in a bad mood right now. These bastards, if they continue to milk, they will lose if they can win. Chapter 37 Poisonous Milk. In In order to interrupt these milk madmen, Gary decided to attack Squirtle, Water Gun. I just learned the water type skill and can't wait to call me in the face. It's too much to get. Zhang Yuan shook his head amusingly. On Charmander's side, he didn't even need Zhang Yuan's command. He used his epic skill, quickly dodge. His two little fat legs moved quickly, and without saying a word around the water gun, his mouth was just a few words. Ember shoot. It's useless. Fire skills don't do much damage to Squirtle at all, Gary said proudly, while waving his hand sharply. Squirtle, endure, then use the bubble attack. Jenny. Squirtle believed in Gary so much that he didn't dodge. He started to brew bubbles, and then Ember smothered his face. Despite the pain, Squirtle managed to take the blow, opening his mouth and a bunch of bubbles flew out. I've even learned about bubbles, and the level is quite high, Zhang Yuan said in admiration. Smoke green, he said. Charmander understood instantly, opened his mouth and spit out a large black mother, obscuring his vision on the field. Gary frowned slightly, and then said, don't worry, Charmander's vision will also be affected in the smoke green. At this time, it is more beneficial to have a foam that can perform areas right. Encore foam attack. Squirtle nodded, and another large bubble burst out, rushing into the smoke green. Seeing this scene, passers-by frowned. The Charmander trainer's strategy is so poor that it doesn't take into account the actual situation at all. In my years of experience, Charmander is going to lose. Years of experience, I can tell right away. Hearing the words of passers-by, Gary felt very relieved. See, Zhang Yuan, this is the gap between us as trainers. He laughed. Yes, there is still a little gap. Zhang Yuan nodded. Seeing Zhang Yuan's reaction, Gary felt that something was wrong. He looked at Squirtle, and Squirtle was looking at him troubled. Those bubbles just now, none of them hit the enemy. Not a single hit, Gary exclaimed in shock. Passers-by were also taken aback. There are so many bubbles, let alone in the smoke green. Even if you can see it, it is impossible to avoid them all. In the end, what happened? Just thinking about it, a small figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke green. Exactly, Charmander. Gah! Charmander grinned, his paws glowing white, and he grabbed Squirtle hard. Quickly retract into the shell, Gary hurriedly commanded, but it was too late. Using the cover of the smoke green, Charmander was too close to Squirtle, and the claws called directly on Squirtle's turtle. Cough! On Squirtle's head, Squirtle issued with a scream. He flew out and fell to the ground. It really wasn't hurt at all. How to do it? My god, this is Jolteon in Charmander. The passers-by were stunned. Charmander gave passers-by a disdainful look. How can these idiots know what it has gone through? Stop playing. Dragon Rage. Solve the opponent, Zhang Yuan said. Hearing this, Charmander called out clearly, and it was a Dragon Rage against Squirtle, who fell to the ground. Squirtle is directly incapacitated. The failure came so quickly that Gary didn't react at all. Everything about Charmander is too weird. The powerful claws and the Dragon Rage that comes at your fingertip are not like Charmander's level should be mastered. These are nothing. The most surprising thing is that Charmander just walked through a bunch of foam without getting hurt at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the crowd. This battle is the suppression of experience. This Charmander has developed excellent combat experience and intuition. Hearing this, people looked at him one after another. Zhang Yuan also looked at it with great interest, but he didn't expect that there were still people who could see this among the passers-by. The speaker was a dark-skinned middle-aged man with an inch head. Every foam that flies into the smoke screen will have an impact on the smoke green. Charmander in the smoke screen can feel it and respond in advance to avoid these foam. This method is much more effective than seeing it directly with the eyes, because Bubble Beam is a skill that confuses vision. Quote, hearing this, everyone was stunned. It turns out that it uses the fluctuation of the smoke green to determine the position of the bubble. And this kind of operation, this is a new operation. Haven't seen it before. Gary also heard this explanation, showing the original expression. Okay, for this point, it better to continue special training, he said. Zhang Yuan, when did this boy have such perseverance? I haven't seen such a gorgeous fighting method for a long time. Boy, you are very powerful, the middle-aged man said. Award, uncle, your eyes are so poisonous. You should not be ordinary people, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The middle-aged man's expression was a little embarrassing. He was going to skip the topic, but a passerby saw it. This guy isn't Flint. What? Flint, former Pewter City gym leader, the guy who gave birth to 10 children, abandoned his family and ran off as a trainer. How dare you go back to Pewter City? Hearing the angry rebuke from the passers-by, Flint didn't have the guts to stay here, and hurried to Pewter City. Before leaving, he shouted to Zhang Yuan, young man, if you want to fight, come to Pewter Gym. I'm looking forward to your arrival. Chapter 38. Why is Charmander powerful? I don't know why. When I saw this uncle, I was looking forward to his strength, but now I don't have any idea of playing against him. This may be a kind of patience. Gary hesitated for a long time beside him, and finally came over. Zhang Yuan, quote, ... Why? Zhang Yuan glanced at Gary vigilantly. Why did he seem to be making a confession? This style is so creepy. It's not a BL novel. Gary gritted his teeth for a long time, and finally said, I want to know, how did you train Charmander to be as strong as you are now? Ha, are you asking this? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan showed a weird smile. Charmander, who was beside him, was proud of his victory, but his face turned ashen when he heard Gary's words. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Charmander's reaction, Gary looked puzzled. Hey, don't give a shit, what going on? Gary demanded. Pokeball on his way. Battle, it's as simple as that. As the old saying goes, practice make perfect. These two Pokemon on me often battle. As time goes by, Charmander is getting better and better. He heard the battle. Gary was a little sneered. Squirtle also often does Pokemon battle, sometimes with other trainers' Pokemon, sometimes with his own Pokemon, and the amount of training is definitely not low. But then, Gary's expression suddenly froze. Zhang Yuan's other Pokemon. Oh shit, it's Alaman. In this second, Gary understood too much. Why did Charmander not have any fluctuations in his heart when facing opponents with restrained attribute? Why is Charmander so dirty and has a broken paw? Why does Charmander look accustomed to a crisis? Why is Charmander so proficient with Dragon Rage? All because it is trained by a Salamence every day. How do other trainers learn this way of training? Gary flipped a few coffee tables in his heart with grief and anger on his face. Charmander, however, was more grief-stricken than he was. If there is only one Salamence to train it, then it will endure it, and the key is a very evil Gengar. That Gengar is so poisonous, it always like to suddenly jump out to scare it when it is least prepared. Ever since I followed Zhang Yuan, I have been living in the shadow of that Gengar. Except for Pokeball, no one can make it. It's a place of peace of mind rest. Pity that it can't be, otherwise it will have to accuse Zhang Yuan and Gengar of their monstrous sin. After confirming that he couldn't learn anything, Gary gave Zhang Yuan a middle finger with contempt, and then strode to his pink convertible car. Halfway through, I suddenly remembered something, turned around and said to Zhang Yuan, yesterday evening, someone asked me about you, but I couldn't see his identity, so I didn't say anything. Just to remind you, remember to be more careful. Quote, Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Sure, I see. At this time, although there are many people who are willing to inquire about him specifically, they are not many. After a little thought, a general range can be determined. However, Zhang Yuan does not intend to investigate this matter. As his exposure continues to increase and his reputation continues to expand, there will be more and more such incidents in the future. To investigate one by one, he must be exhausted on the road. Gary got into the car, kicked the accelerator, and swept away. Although he is a son-in-law, he is usually poisonous, has a big temper, and doesn't care about the feelings of others. He is a stupid and rich second generation. In urban novels, he can only be used to slap the face, but when he gets along with friends he recognizes, he will know the scale of communication. He wouldn't ask where Zhang Yuan's Salamence came from, nor why Zhang Yuan suddenly became so strong, nor would he ask those people what Zhang Yuan was going to do. These are Zhang Yuan's privacy. Far from saying he did not ask. If Zhang Yuan really needed his helping hand, he would naturally open his mouth. This is also a point that Zhang Yuan is very satisfied with him. Little brother, your Charmander is really amazing, and he will definitely become famous in the future. A passerby said loudly. Yeah, I haven't seen such a potential rookie trainer for a long time. This year's league competition will definitely be interesting. Zhang Yuan looked at the speaker, and couldn't help but compare his middle finger in his heart. The ones who were blowing him were the ones who stepped on him in the first place. Why are you so skilled? How many times have you seen the wind turn the rudder? Shaking his head silently, Zhang Yuan turned the key, turned the accelerator down, and arrived at the Pewter City Pokemon Center not long after. Please help me reply to Charmander's status. Zhang Yuan politely handed over his Charmander's Pokeball. Okay, please wait a moment. Joy took it with both hands with a smile and handed it to Chansey on the side. Zhang Yuan looked around. Speaking of which, there are not many people in the Pokemon Center today. Has Pewter City always been so deserted? Joy shook his head. How come? Although Pewter City is not smaller than Saffron City, it is not a small city. The reason why there are fewer people than usual is because Flint Leader is back, and the trainers have all gone to challenge it. Flint, Brock's father. Zhang Yuan asked subconsciously, remembering the uncle he had seen before. Joy hummed. Yeah, since Flint Leader left, Brock has been taking care of Jim, and he has to take care of many younger siblings. What a great kid. Zhang Yuan nodded knowingly. Holding the healed Charmander, Zhang Yuan walked out of the Pokemon Center and went to Jim. Just halfway through, 2 red crosses appeared on the map in my brain. 2 treasures, not far away. Go get them first, and then go to Jim. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan turned around. Chapter 39 Sabrina's surprise. In a small bush in the south of Pewter City, Zhang Yuan found a treasure he wanted. Reach out and touch, and the treasure is automatically activated. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. The treasure is being opened. Open black lens bracket. Treasure opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the lighter that can be lit at any time. Close black lens bracket. Lighter that can be lit at any time. time. Whether you are in a storm or deep water, as long as you take it out and rub the flint, it can bring you a little bright fire. The favorite of wild survivors. At the same time, it is also the favorite of the otaku who like to survive in the wild. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the last sentence, Zhang Yuan always felt that he was being mocked by this thing. He swiped the flint at random, and a bright blaze emerged from the lighter. Charmander tilted his head to one side, let out a cry, and handed over the tip of his tail, meaning it could also be lit without a lighter. Zhang Yuan patted Charmander's head amusingly. Although the introduction is a bit weird, it's interesting in a one-star treasure, so let's keep it for fun. Putting the lighter in his pocket, Zhang Yuan went to another treasure. This time it was next to a cold drink stand, and the treasure was on a small table for cold drinks. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan simply bought a cup of parfait, took it and sat at the table while eating, while activating the treasure. Congratulations to the host for discovering the Samsung treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this prompt sound, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Samsung treasure. Haven't seen it in a long time. Open black lens bracket. Treasure opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Sync bullet time. Close black lens bracket. Synchronized bullet time. Consume mental power. Get the bullet time effect. You can slow down the speed of everything around you, get enough reaction time, and you can synchronize with your own Pokémon. Close black lens bracket. As the voice sounded, something rushed into Zhang Yuan's mind, allowing him to learn the ability of bullet time without a teacher. Feeling the ability that he suddenly learned, Zhang Yuan couldn't help being a little surprised. This ability is really amazing. In the Pokémon battle, a lot of damage occurs when unexpected. If the attack party can react in time, it will most likely use a magical skill to dodge. With the bullet time, the enemy wants to make a black hand while he can't react in time, and the difficulty is increased several times. Just thinking about it, a person suddenly asked, "Hello, is there anyone here?" "No, please feel free," Zhang Yuan said as he looked up. Seeing this, he was immediately stunned. The speaker was a woman, holding a plate of mango ice cream in her hand, and was sitting down slowly. She has long gray-green hair. The roots are slightly upturned, with a confident smile on her face, and she wears summer clothes casually. Seeing Zhang Yuan paying attention to herself, she smiled and said, "There are people sitting in other places, so please excuse me." "Well, that's not the point." Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You won't be Saffron City leader, Miss Sabrina." Hearing this, the woman smiled softly. "I was recognized. It seems that you are this year's rookie trainer. What's your name?" "Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan nodded, approving his name as a rookie trainer. "I didn't expect to meet the legendary psychic girl here. I'm really lucky. This nickname is too exaggerated." Sabrina shrugged helplessly. Although it was just a normal little gesture, it seemed so pleasing to the eye. Particular, the two empty moons under the summer clothes flickered slightly, making Zhang Yuan look very comfortable. "Miss Sabrina came to Pewter City, not just for dessert. If this is the case, those trainers who want to challenge you will cry." Zhang Yuan said, Yes, there's some work to do, so I have to come," Sabrina said with a smile. Immediately afterward, she changed the subject and said, "Speaking of which, how many badges do you have now?" "Haha, none of them." Zhang Yuan shrugged. Sabrina looked a little surprised. "It's a pity this isn't my gym, otherwise I could be your first gym target," Sabrina said with a smile after a moment of surprise. After eating the sorbet, she clapped her hands with satisfaction. "The taste of this store is really good. I like it." "Then, Zhang Yuanjin, look forward to our next meeting." "Don't worry," Zhang Yuan said, took out a piece of paper from the napkin box on the table, stood up, reached out and wiped the corner of Sabrina's mouth where a little bit of sorbet was stained. Sabrina was slightly taken aback. As a psychic, this is the first time she has been so intimately acted by a man. She used a little confusion subconsciously, and a faint blue light emanated from her body. Not because of what to do, just a manifestation of mood swing. Gengar in Zhang Yuan's shadow frowned. As a ghost-type Pokémon, what it dislikes the most is psychic. A swish, Gengar jumped out of the shadow and released a black wave, blocking the gap between Sabrina and Zhang Yuan. Sabrina was a little surprised to see this Gengar. Gengar, who can hide in the shadows, must have a deep trusting relationship with the trainer to do that. She looked at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan-kun, you don't seem to be exactly like you said. You are a rookie trainer." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sabrina has three completely different settings in the game: animation and Sergeant in the comic. The animation is a psychotic girl with autism, and the comic is a member of Team Rocket. Here I use the game's Sabrina, a psychic good big sister type trainer, because I think Sabrina in the anime is a bit, well, you know. By the way, this book will be released on Monday night, that is, Tuesday, in the early morning of the 19th, and it will be updated at that time. I hope everyone prepares for it, and then gives a first order. In Phylum, the first order order basically determines the score of a book. The little girl needs everyone's support very much. Both thing. In the middle of the night on the 18th, in the early morning of the 19th, you must come. Chapter 40 Shy Sabrina. Ha! Looking at Gengar who jumped out, Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Gengar given by the treasure detection system. He is really loyal to his master, but it is not the place that is loyal today. To Gengar, the psychic fluctuations that are like poison do no harm to Zhang Yuan. This child is a little excited. Miss Sabrina, don't worry about it, Zhang Yuan said, reached out to pick up Gengar, patted its head, and then threw it back into the shadow. He stood up to leave, but was stopped by a snow-white arm. Huh. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Sabrina. Miss Sabrina, what does this mean? I'm sorry, Zhang Yuanjin, as the Alliance gym leader, I ask you to provide proof of your identity. Hey, I remember that the Alliance leader doesn't have such great authority, Zhang Yuan said with a half smile. Sabrina narrowed her beautiful big eyes. Treat me very much in this extraordinary time. As she said that, the psychic fluctuations in her body appeared again, and a small book flew out of her pocket and floated in front of Zhang Yuan and opened it. Zhang Yuan looked at it. Kanto Alliance, temporary inspector. I have a good relationship with Inspector recently. I met two in a short period of time, Zhang Yuan said. This remark made Sabrina's attitude more firm. Please prove your identity. There was a lot of noise between the two, and customers who were eating cold drinks around turned over to watch, and there was a lot of discussion. Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. It's not very convenient here. Change the play. Don't try to play tricks, Sabrina said, and released her Pokémon, an Alakazam. As soon as Alakazam came out, she stared at Zhang Yuan's shadow. The Gengar lineage and the Alakazam lineage have been enemies since ancient times. The two walked all the way to an alley near the cold drink shop. Zhang Yuan stopped in the alley, turned around, and gave Sabrina a weird smile. In places like this, but there are often terrible things that happen, he said, looking at the gloomy scene in the alley. Sabrina snorted coldly. Aren't you going to fight yourself? Psychic fluctuations on her body rose again, and Alakazam on the side also prepared for battle. Gengar jumped out of the shadows, grinning at the two enemies in front of him, without fear, and Zhang Yuan stretched his hand into his arm. Sabrina leaned slightly, ready to attack. Zhang Yuan took out a small book, stretched out his hand, and opened it. Sabrina squinted for a moment, and then her expression suddenly became wonderful. She stared blankly at the small book in front of her with a confused expression. Interpol 0. It's just an intern. Zhang Yuan smiled and shrugged. Do you need to verify the authenticity? Sabrina opened her mouth, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Ah, what have I done? She covered her face, staggered 2 steps, leaned against the wall next to her, slid down, and buried her face in her arm. There seems to be steam coming out of my head. Seeing Sabrina's interesting reaction, Zhang Yuan found it very interesting. However, considering the woman's revenge heart, he still walked over and said gently, Miss Sabrina doesn't have to be like this. You are also thinking of everyone in the Alliance, and it is because of the existence of a responsible person like you that we can live a peaceful life. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Sabrina recovered a little and looked up at him in embarrassment. At the end of the day, it's not your fault. Show me your identity from the beginning. Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's what I said. Interpol doesn't follow the idle route. How can anyone show their identity wherever they go? Although Zhang Yuan's words were correct, Sabrina snorted. Zhang Yuan smiled and stretched out his hand to Sabrina. The latter rolled his eyes at him, reached out to hold it, and stood up with rank. This handshake, Sabrina's face turned a little red again, and she couldn't help but remember how Zhang Yuan wiped her mouth just now. Embarrassed, Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan strangely. Are you really 10 years old? Yeah. Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Passing the Interpol exam at the age of 10, and having such a strong Gengar, this is simply cheating, Sabrina said dissatisfied. She is 16 this year, and she has just become the backbone of the league. She has gotten into a good position, and the Pokémon has become stronger. But Zhang Yuan is so much younger than himself. Actually, thinking of this, Sabrina felt very tired. No, I have to save face today. She folded her arms and squeezed the two empty moons together, making them appear larger. Zhang Yuan silently put his eyes up, watching the ball civilize. Noticing Zhang Yuan's gaze, Sabrina panicked and quickly put her hands down, betting on the badge of Saffron City. Zhang Yuan, follow me for a battle, she said quickly. Didn't you say before that this is not your gym? Don't you play against me? Zhang Yuan asked strangely. That was just now. It's different from now. Sabrina nodded with a humming. Anyway, as long as you are taught a lesson by me, it doesn't matter what the reason is. It's really embarrassing. I don't like to refuse invitations from beautiful girls, but it would be too miserable to be abused, especially since the stake is only one saffron badge. Zhang Yuan tilted his head and said with a troubled expression, that's not important anymore. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, although I don't think it's possible for me to win, but if I do win, let's add some more reward, like how about being my girlfriend? Zhang Far. Sabrina had murderous aura all over over her body. Zhang Yuan laughed. Just kidding. So be it. If I win, you will report to me the whole process of this operation. How? Hearing this, Sabrina frowned slightly. This request may sound a bit strange, but if you think about it, it's okay. It's normal for investigators to cooperate with Interpol. After thinking about it, she nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two sides agreed, and soon found a battle dojo and walked in together. Seeing Sabrina and Zhang Yuan walk in, the person in charge of the lobby was a little strange. The lady looked familiar just now. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Is it an illusion? Chapter 41 Bullet Time. Sing. With Zhang Yuan and Sabrina standing on the other side of the ring, the referee also walked into the arena. Just as he was about to ask if the two sides were ready, the referee was done. Kim, Saffron City leader, Miss Sabrina, he asked in surprise. Sabrina glanced at him lightly and smiled politely. Can we start now? She is now thinking about having a fight with Zhang Yuan, but she has no time to chat with the referee. Feeling the murderous aura coming from Sabrina, the referee shuddered and nodded quickly. Yes, the battle starts now. He even omits the question process and goes to war. Sabrina flicked the Pokeball, and a white light turned into Alakazam's figure on the field. I'm going to use this Alakazam. She smiled confidently. Well, then I can't spoil the scenery. Gengar, come on. Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Next second, Gengar jumped out of his shadow. Grinning, a shadow appeared on his face, and ordinary people would be scared enough just by seeing this expression. HMPH. You dare to take the initiative to taunt in the face of my Alakazam? I'm really confident. Sabrina said. Haha, this kid has such a temper. Zhang Yuan laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Sabrina to reply, he said directly, Sucker Punch. Gengar had been waiting for Zhang Yuan's order for a long time. As soon as he heard the voice, he did not hesitate to turn into a phantom and rushed over, punching Alakazam fiercely. Boom. Alakazam had a pained look on his face, and he took this blow hard, and his whole person was not well. Sabrina showed an unhappy expression. She was not bad for a while, but she was actually attacked by Zhang Yuan. As a senior in the training field, it was a bit shameful. She waved. Alakazam. Psychic. Ow. Alakazam held the spoon in both hands and raised it high, and then, a super wide Psyshock directly enveloped Gengar. Gengar wanted to dodge, but Psychic's attack range was a bit large, and it couldn't dodge the blow, taking a lot of damage. Zhang Yuan snorted. Alakazam and Gengar are really meant to hurt each other. Both of them just happen to restrain each other, and both happen to be good at special attack and special defense. It seems that this battle is a little harder than I thought. Sabrina hummed. It's too late to admit defeat. That's not good. I can't give up the right to speak with Miss Sabrina secretly. Zhang Yuan said. Sabrina gritted her teeth. Why can an intelligence sharing be so strange? Alakazam. Psychic again. She acclaimed. Dark Hull. Zhang Yuan also issued an order. The two energy waves that restrained each other fiercely collided in the middle of the field, causing the air to twist. Two kinds of fluctuations cancelled out at the same time. Gengar and Alakazam stared at each other closely. They both looked like they would not admit defeat. Then, there were 5 or 6 attacks and defenses, and both sides were injured a little, but they were not serious. This made Sabrina a little anxious. As a psychic leader, it was so difficult to deal with a new trainer, which made it difficult for her to accept. Even if the other party is an Interpol with extraordinary talent, it cannot erase the difference in age. Noticing the change in Sabrina's mentality, Zhang Yuan was not polite and said directly, Gengar, Shadow Sneak. With a wave of Gengar's hand, a Shadow Sneak slammed onto Alakazam. Alakazam was directly hit and fell to the ground. It took a lot of effort to get up again. Sabrina woke up and saw Alakazam's state. She knew that if she didn't do anything, she might lose the battle. Zhang Yuan, I have to admit that you are stronger now, Sabrina said. The light of Psychic slowly emerged from her body. So, I'm going to show my card. My Psychic and Alakazam will connect, greatly enhancing Alakazam's power. Using this trick, I admit that I lost, but I still have to win you. Otherwise, you can't relieve your anger. Sabrina raised her hand. The psychic light on her body was directly synchronized with Alakazam. Alakazam, who was still a little sluggish just now, showed a firm expression in an instant. Is this too capricious? Zhang Yuan was speechless. HMPH. Willfulness is the prerogative of girls, Sabrina said with a good-looking smile. Alakazam used confusion to bring down Gengar. Alakazam nodded, used confusion to form a long stick, and jabbed Gengar sharply. Because the two Pokémon on the field fought with special ability, the referee put on the health glasses early so he could see the mental power released by Alakazam. This push, the speed is extremely fast, the momentum is extremely fierce. No matter how fast Gengar reacts, there is absolutely no way to avoid it. He slowly raised his hand, ready to declare Gengar's defeat. Just then, under his gaze, Gengar seemed to change suddenly. Its eyes became very focused, and at the same time, its feet moved lightly, but it staggered a little bit. But Alakazam's mental long stick passed by directly, and did not cause any damage to Gengar at all. What? The referee could not help shouting out. Sabrina and Alakazam were also stunned. The blow just now was never dodged. This is not a simple speed problem. It is beyond the reaction limit of ordinary Pokemon. No reason to be avoided. Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. That was what happened just now. Zhang Yuan laughed. I never said that I don't have the power of the helping hand Pokemon. At this time, in his eyes, everything was so slow. The same goes for Gengar. The spiritual power that struck like lightning at that moment just now was like a feather floating gently, and it couldn't be easier to hide. Bullet time. Think. Chapter 42 Urgent Task. The ability of bullet time appears in many works. The more well-known one is in the Matrix. The bullet is infinitely slowed down in the air, causing a circle of ripples. It seems that it is precisely because of this that this ability is called bullet time. Gengar and Zhang Yuan entered this mysterious state at the same time. Alakazam was a little annoyed that he couldn't make a single blow. He waved the spoon in his hand, and a lot of short spears of spiritual power suddenly appeared in the air, swish, swish, and stabbed Gengar from different angles. Gah! Gengar grinned, moving slowly under his feet, just like walking in a garden. Walking down a few steps, all of Alakazam's confusion spears disappeared into the air, and none of them hurt Gengar in the slightest. This time, Sabrina is finally determined. Zhang Yuan's words just now were definitely not casual. He really, like himself, has a way to strengthen the power of Pokemon. Looking at Zhang Yuan, who was standing opposite the ring with a confident smile on his face, Sabrina had an indescribable feeling. The joy of finding a light. Sabrina, who has awakened psychic since she was a child, naturally has a strange feeling in her heart, feeling that she is different from normal people. Because of this, she refused to interact with people for a long time, and even later became the gym leader of the Alliance, and she never really enjoyed a Pokemon battle. There is always a gap between yourself and normal people. This is Sabrina's idea that has never changed. Until today, seeing the strength of Zhang Yuan and Gengar in common, she has finally found someone who can have nothing to do with her. In today's battle, she doesn't care so much about the outcome. Knowing this stinky brat with a bad personality is already a harvest that makes her feel happy. She took a deep breath and stretched her hand forward. Alakazam, Psyshock, full force. Alakazam responded with his strongest Psyshock. However, as soon as it shot, it found that Gengar had appeared in front of him at some point. Shadow Claw. Zhang Yuan said. Gah! Gengar laughed, flashing his little paw. A purple Shadow Claw slapped Alakazam's body. The latter was already struggling to the death, and after being shot like this, he lost consciousness without any suspense. The referee looked at this scene in surprise, and after a few seconds, he suddenly realized that he raised his hand. Gengar, win. Come back. Alakazam. Sabrina took back Alakazam and looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan grinned and took a step back. What are we doing? We are trainers, and we refuse real PK. Sabrina chuckled. Real PK? I'm not stupid enough to have a PK with an Interpol real person. I lost today. Let go. Where to? Zhang Yuan beckoned to Gengar. Gengar ran over and jumped into his shadow again. After such an intense fight, I'm hungry. Go get something to eat. Sabrina laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that Sabrina's attitude towards herself is much better. This change is a little big, and sure enough, this girl is a trembling M. Do you have to be bullied to soften? With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, wondering if he should find another chance to bully Sabrina again. Seemingly feeling Zhang Yuan's malice, Sabrina looked back strangely. What are you thinking? She asked. I miss your leg. Zhang Yuan replied casually. Sabrina rolled her eyes and pouted at Zhang Yuan. A rascal. Zhang Yuan laughed. However, let's not mention that Sabrina is wearing short jeans now. Half of her calf is exposed, and her big leg is wrapped in a nice shape because the jeans are tight. Such perfect long legs must be great to lick. Looking at the backs of the two walking out of the field, the referee was a little confused. Country, Interpol, damn, forgot to sign. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... After leaving the battle arena, the two first went to the Pokemon Center to send Alakazam and Gengar for treatment. Zhang Yuan released Charmander. By the way, Pokemon Center is really amazing. When Charmander and Salamence played against each other, he often got injured, and sometimes even broke his claws, but as long as he came to the Pokemon Center for treatment, he would not see any injuries at all. I don't know who invented this treatment system, and it should be awarded a Nobel Prize. While waiting for the Pokemon to be healed, the two sat on the chairs and chatted. While chatting, Sabrina's phone suddenly rang. At the same time, a communication request came from Zhang Yuan's wristband. Zhang Yuan took off the earplugs in the wristband, put them in his ears, and connected the call. I'm Zero, he said. Interpol Zero. This is the Interpol Kanto region brand. A female correspondent's voice came from the opposite side. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything and waited for the next paragraph. Detective Zero, please note that there is an urgent task. Please rush to the Pewter City Pokemon Center and contact Miss Saffron City Gym Leader Sabrina located there, and the situation will be explained to you after you contact the target. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Sabrina. Sabrina was was also looking at him strangely. She said to the phone, "We are together. We are all here." Zhang Yuan also said, "I'm with Miss Sabrina, already at the Pokémon Center." Both parties were stunned. Chapter 43 Talk to Giovanni. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina looked at each other, found a room with no one at the request of the other side, and opened a video call. A man in a brown jacket with some vicissitudes appeared on the screen. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Sabrina, he coughed weakly. "Well, what I'm going to say next are all classified content. Please keep it secret, although the level of confidentiality is not high." Sabrina and Zhang Yuan nodded. Man in the jacket coughed again. "Well, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the head of the Kanto region of Interpol, codenamed Keen. The reason why I called you here is because there are only 2 people near Pewter City who are more suitable for this task." Speaking, he scratched his hair. "You are also silent." No one asked anything. Zhang Yuan. Sabrina said speechlessly. "You should just tell the content of the task directly." Keen snorted. "The content of the task? Very simple. We just received a report that a large number of Team Rocket's members are gathering to MT Moon. The purpose is unknown. In order to prevent accident, please go to MT Moon. Investigate what really happened, what the purpose of Team Rockets is. If possible, sabotage Team Rocket plans as much as possible. That's all." Sabrina frowned slightly. "I see. The purpose is MT Moon." Seeing Sabrina's reaction, Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "I guess you came to Pewter City because of Team Rocket." "Yeah." Sabrina shrugged. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. The previous bet was wasted. Hearing this, Sabrina was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help but chuckle, deserving it. Keen couldn't understand the conversation between the two, but he always felt like he was being stuffed with dog food. Shrugging helplessly, he interrupted the conversation between the two. "Then, I'll leave the task to the 2 of you this time. I still have something to do, so I'll go first." After saying that, he waved his hand and left. Please wait," Zhang Yuan said suddenly. Keen stopped. Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at Sabrina. "I want to talk about, my personal topic. How about?" Hearing this, Sabrina nodded, pushed the door and left the room. However, before leaving, he gave Zhang Yuan a threatening expression, and sure enough, it made her a little angry to leave. Zhang Yuan laughed and shook his head. "Ahem. That's zero. What do you want to ask?" Keen asked. Zhang Yuan put his hands in his pockets and pointed at the door with his chin. "I've always wondered, there is a problem in Pewter City. Why should a gym leader from Saffron City come to investigate? Is Leader Flint in Pewter City not good?" "Oh, you're asking this." Keen breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Flint is good in strength, but his sense of responsibility is too bad. Plus, he doesn't have much scheming, so he's not suitable for investigation work. As for Cerulean City, which is not far from here, the gym leader over there is really not very strong, and we dare not invite it." "What about Interpol? There are always others besides me, right?" Zhang Yuan asked. "They are performing other tasks, and there is basically no one left in the Kanto region." Keen shook his head. Zhang Yuan is a little strange. A mission that would allow all of the Kanto Interpol to be sent abroad. It seems that the risk is not low. "Okay, I see," Zhang Yuan said. Keen also nodded. "Zero, come on. The people above are paying attention to you." "Aha, yes. Zhang Yuan made a haha and ended the video call. After confirming that there was no means of monitoring in this room, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. After a while, the other side answered the phone. "Hello." Giovanni's voice called. "Me," Zhang Yuan said succinctly. "What happened to MT Moon? Mount Moon?" Giovanni's voice sounded a little puzzled. "I don't know. I didn't issue an order." "Wait a minute." After speaking, he hung up the phone. After a minute or so, he called back. "I asked." It was the action initiated by the middle-level cadres below to search for Pokémon fossils in MT Moon and revive ancient Pokémon. Because it was not an important action, I didn't care about it. "Is that so? A fossil?" Zhang Yuan nodded. Then he narrowed his eyes. "Let your people be more cautious. This trivial matter can also alert the Interpol. It's just stupid." "Understood. I will let my subordinate pay attention." Giovanni was not angry after Zhang Yuan pointed out the problem so rudely, and just responded as usual. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he opened his mouth and said, "I recently heard some interesting news. I may be away from Vermilion for a while, and I will give you new contact information." "Interesting news? What is it?" "Let's talk about it then. We can't be sure yet." With that, Giovanni smiled and hung up the phone. Looking at the mobile phone in his hand, Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. However, he had asked all the questions, and he didn't care. Walking out of the room, I saw Sabrina sitting not far away, playing with her Alakazam. Gengar also recovered. Asterisk 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 2400 tonight. I hope all readers can come and subscribe at that time. As long as the grades are passed, the little girl will definitely write this book perfectly all the way. If you like this book, be sure to support start it. Bang, 24 o'clock tonight. Chapter 44 Charmander, Runaway. Huh, is this all right? Zhang Yuan said to Gengar with a smile. Gengar grinned, suddenly slipped into the shadow on one side, then emerged from Zhang Yuan's shadow, jumped on his shoulder, and patted it lightly, as if to say don't worry. Zhang Yuan reached out and touched Gengar amusingly. It feels soft to the touch, not bad. Seeing the interaction between Zhang Yuan and Gengar, Sabrina showed a somewhat envious expression. Although she and her Pokémon are also very good friends and respect each other, they can't play happily with Pokémon like Zhang Yuan. Enough with Zhang Yuan. Gengar looked left and right, then pointed to Zhang Yuan's lower back. Want to play with Charmander? Tis, it's crazy, it's still a child, Zhang Yuan said amusingly. Said that, he let Charmander out anyway. Pokeball came out. Charmander was delighted. Just as he was about to play with Zhang Yuan, he saw Gengar with a smirk on his face. Gah! Charmander's entire dragon exploded, and quickly hid behind Zhang Yuan. Gengar walked over with a smile, so startled Charmander turned his head and ran away. Sabrina. She suddenly felt that Pokemon's old-fashioned character was good. Don't make trouble, it's time to go, Zhang Yuan said to the two Pokemon. Hearing this, Sabrina also nodded and stood up. Indeed, the road to Empty Moon is not closed, so let go early. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, it's not going to Empty Moon. Don't worry about Empty Moon. Go to Pewter Gym first. I'll get the badge. Sabrina was taken aback. How can I have time to play gym at this time? Don't worry, it's too late, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. It's just a pewter gym. It won't take much time. Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan's two Pokemon. Gengar, Charmander, your configuration doesn't look like you can easily win, she said, a little troubled. Don't worry, Zhang Yuan said again the words that he had said to Sabrina several times. I will not lose. Well, definitely not losing. Salamence and Bullet Time can hang Pewter Gym. Even if Pewter Gym suddenly hangs up and takes out a few divine beasts, he also has Deoxys. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan slowly raised his head at a 45-degree angle. Invincible. Really lonely as no. Sabrina couldn't understand what Zhang Yuan's gesture meant, but she knew that this kid felt very bad now. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Come to Pewter Gym. It is already afternoon. Although there are fewer trainers waiting for the battle at the entrance of the Taoist temple, there are still some. Seeing this scene, Sabrina raised her eyebrows at Zhang Yuan. Your calculation seems to be wrong. How could it be? Zhang Yuan laughed, found a gym staff member, pulled him aside, and said something. After a while, the staff came back. I'm very sorry, trainers. Pewter Gym is going to have a security check. Today's battle is over. Please come back tomorrow. Hearing this, the trainers suddenly made dissatisfied voices. But the rules of the Alliance are bigger than the sky. Even if they are not happy, these guys can only turn around and leave slowly. Zhang Yuan returned to Sabrina. Look, this is not enough. You are using power for personal gain. Sabrina was speechless. Have the right not to be an idiot. Why do you think I ran to do these tests in the first place? Zhang Yuan scoffed at Sabrina's naive remark. The two walked all the way into Pewter Gym, and as soon as they came in, they saw someone welcoming them. Yo, uncle, we meet again. Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Quote, ... I'll just say, why would someone suddenly want to conduct a security check on Jim? You're the one who did it. Flint scratched his head and said with a sloppy look on his face. Not far behind him, it was Brock. Seeing Zhang Yuan, he smiled happily, and then turned his eyes to Sabrina, who was on the side. The boy's face immediately turned red, and he didn't dare to look directly at Sabrina. What a beautiful woman. If another person stood next to Sabrina, he might still lean over and commit nympho as usual, but as soon as he saw Zhang Yuan, he knew that he would definitely have no chance. Whether it is the level of a trainer or a social person, his level is too far from Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled. Flint leader's gym is too popular. I want to save some time, so I can only do this. Flint hummed and said with a smile. It doesn't matter. I'm very tired to fight with those little brats. If I can fight with all my strength, it's relaxing for me. Follow me. After speaking, he was about to turn handsomely when he suddenly saw Sabrina next to Zhang Yuan. The uncle with the stubble face suddenly turned into heart-shaped eyes. Ah, isn't this Sabrina leader from Saffron City? It's so beautiful. I wonder if I'm lucky. No, thank you. Sabrina laughed. The light of confusion suddenly burst out from her body, and Flint screamed and folded into an upside-down U-shape in midair, lying unconscious on the ground. Zhang Yuan. Brock. Seeing this scene, Brock is very fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't get close to being a nympho just now. HMPH. Sabrina snorted coldly, reaching out to brush her long hair. You are quite temperamental. Zhang Yuan smiled. Hearing this, Sabrina glanced at him angrily. After a while, Zhang Yuan and Flint each stood on one side of the field. Looking at Zhang Yuan on the opposite side, Flint wiped the dirt on his face and said full of momentum, come on, boy, let me see your strongest strength. Well, if you can let me use it. Zhang Yuan nodded. The next second, they both throw Pokeballs at the same time. Go, Onyx. Charmander, let go. After two white lights the Pokémon fell to the ground. Seeing Zhang Yuan's Pokémon, Brock was surprised. Using Charmander against Dad, reckless. Sabrina also showed a surprised expression, wondering what happened to Zhang Yuan. Only Flint's expression didn't change at all. Having seen the battle between Charmander and Gary, he is very clear that the strength of this Charmander is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Therefore, he unceremoniously chose to attack first. Onyx, Rock Slide. Ooh, Onyx's 10-meter long body stood tall, King Zhao's, and suddenly threw a few boulders at Charmander. Quote. Facing this attack that can make ordinary people's legs go weak, Charmander's expression did not change at all. It jumped a few times under its feet and avoided all the rocks. Seeing this scene, Sabrina thought that Zhang Yuan directly started the move to enhance the Pokémon, but then she found out that it wasn't. Zhang Yuan didn't use that trick at all. With everyone watching, Charmander roared, dashed towards Onyx, and hit the Dragon Claw hard. Onyx screamed. Flint was stunned. Although I know that Charmander is wrong, the last time I saw Charmander, I didn't show such a strong desire to attack. Only Zhang Yuan knew too well what was going on. He silently looked up to the sky and prayed for Onyx. Charmander has just been bullied by Gengar and is in a state of rage. He was about to find an opponent to bully him, and Onyx came to the door. Bless yourself. Chapter 45 Evolution. Charmeleon. Facing the runaway Charmander, Onyx felt a little flustered. It has been in the Pewter City Gym for many years, and has seen many rookie trainers, some vigorous, some timid, and some who can't even fight. But if Zhang Yuan and Charmander came up like this, they'd be crazy. This is the first time I've seen them. Damn it, what are you doing, Charmander? Flint yelled with a dog-like look on his face. It's called fighting skills. What a fuss. Zhang Yuan said. Flint gritted his teeth. Onyx, sharpshooter. Facing my Charmander. How dare you show such slow skill? Zhang Yuan shook his head amusingly. Substitute. Gah. Charmander's figure flashed, and more than 10 Charmanders were separated and ran away. Sweep over. Don't miss a single one. Flint also gave a loud command. Onyx roared and swiped with his long tail, smashing most of the substitute into pieces. One of the Charmanders took advantage of the moment when Onyx flicked his tail and had no time to take care of himself. Suddenly jumped up, stepped on Onyx's body, and rushed towards Onyx's head. Seeing this scene, Flint laughed. Want to attack Onyx's head? It's too naive. Onyx is best at dealing with his own enemy. Onyx, rap Charmander. Hearing this, Onyx twisted his body and pressed down on Xiaohua 107 Dragon. Just then, Charmander jumped and came to Onyx. It just couldn't figure out what Charmander could do by jumping in front of him. Give yourself a paw, or do you want to kill yourself? Either way, it won't lose to a Charmander. It speeds up the rate at which the body presses down. Next second, it suddenly noticed that there was a conspiracy smile in Charmander's eye. Brush on Charmander's body. A dazzling white light suddenly lit up. Onyx was caught off guard, was blinded by the dog's eyes, and screamed. Sabrina was taken aback. Flint was stunned. What is this? When will Charmander learn shiny? Before he finished speaking, he swallowed the following word. In the eyes of everyone, what was in the air was no longer Charmander. It was a dark red skin and sharp eyes. A Charmeleon. That was the light of evolution, Sabrina said in surprise, with a look of admiration in her eyes. BDDF, is there such an operation? Flint looked bewildered, but didn't forget what he should do. Onyx, hurry up. Keep suppressing it. I am afraid it's too late. Zhang Yuan shrugged and said the name of a move that made Flint desperate. Charmeleon. Brick break. Roar. Charmeleon responded loudly in midair, and at the same time, his right claw, which had grown a lot, was slashing at Onyx's head. Boom. A sour tackle sounded. Even if you looked at it from a distance, you could feel how painful it was. The reaction force of the downward slash. Charmeleon flipped somersaults in midair, fell back to the ground, and shook his head gracefully. And Onyx, with his eyes turned into circles, fell to the ground with a bang. Charmeleon happily pointed his head towards Zhang Yuan, showing a begging expression. Zhang Yuan smiled and touched Charmeleon's big head. After evolution, Charmeleon's skin became rougher, not as smooth as Charmander's, but it also felt fascinated and comfortable, just like high-quality leather. Flint retracted Onyx and ran over in shock. Did you plan ahead and plan to use evolution's light as part of your tactic? How can I do it? I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know when Charmander will evolve, Zhang Yuan said amusingly. Flint nodded. That's right. Sabrina has a thoughtful expression. With Zhang Yuan's miraculous, maybe he can really figure out the evolution time of Charmander. After Charmeleon asked for a reward from Zhang Yuan, he looked at Zhang Yuan's shadow with great interest. There, a face emerged, grinning at it. Charmeleon has just undergone evolution, and is in a period of self-expansion, and it seems that he is ready to settle old accounts with Gengar. Flint shook his head for a while, marveling at Zhang Yuan's surprising means of winning, and slowly walked back to his side. Although I lost the first game, I'm going to show my true skills in the second game, Flint exclaimed, and then threw a Pokeball. Ow! A round Pokémon landed on the field and stepped on the ground with both feet, causing the surrounding to shake. Golem. Zhang Yuan said the name name of the Pokémon? Flint hummed. Yes, it's Golem. My Golem is very powerful. Much stronger than Onyx. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Since that's the case, I'll come up with a more powerful Pokémon to deal with. After all, I'm still in a hurry. With that said, he took out the Pokeball and threw it out. A figure appeared on the field with white light. Seeing this Pokémon, Flint's expression suddenly froze. Roar. As soon as it landed on the ground, Salamence let out a loud roar. The opposite Golem subconsciously took 2 steps back, sweating coldly. Just using coercion, Salamence has established an advantage. Flint's eyes twitched. Impossible. Such a strong Pokémon actually appears here. What's impossible? In front of humans, nothing is impossible. Zhang Yuan stretched out a finger and turned his entire body to his side, posing as a JoJo execution posture. Salamence, go away. Golem, go first. Flint commanded quickly. Earthquake. Zhang Yuan's voice sounded only after Flint finished speaking. Flint's expression froze again. Salamence has lifted his big thick leg and slammed it down. Boom. Standing on the edge of the field, Sabrina smiled. This battle is decided. A few minutes later, under Flint's morning expression, Zhang Yuan took over the bag. Damn, it's just being crushed. What a shame. Flint said angrily. Zhang Yuan smiled. It's okay. As strong as me, there shouldn't be a second one. I've never seen you so comforting. Flint gritted his teeth. In a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina walked out of the gym, looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Yuan released Salamence, jumped on its back, and reached out to Sabrina. Seeing Zhang Yuan's outstretched hand, Sabrina was lightly taken aback. Seeing the gentle smile of the boy in front of her, Sabrina lowered her head and slowly stretched out her hand. Chapter 46. Turn on Samsung again. Holding Sabrina's little hand, Zhang Yuan pulled her up with a little force. After confirming that both of them were on his back, Salamence flapped his wings, and accompanied by a burst of scattered airwave, the whole dragon flew high. Hey, it was probably the first time to take a flying Pokémon. Sabrina didn't stand still and almost fell. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was quick-witted, stretched out his arms to hug Sabrina, and pulled him back. Sabrina was startled, and was hugged by Zhang Yuan for a few seconds before she realized that she found Zhang Yuan's hand on her lower back. She patted Zhang Yuan's hand angrily, and pulled out. Why are you hitting me? There is something wrong with saving you. Zhang Yuan withdrew his hand, his face innocent. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you little rascal, Sabrina said, rolling her eyes. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I don't know good people. At the same time, he lightly touched Salamance's back with his toes. Salamence shook his body knowingly. Sabrina screamed and fell into Zhang Yuan's arms again. Look, I don't hold you. You are still going into my arms yourself. Zhang Yuan smiled. Sabrina almost threw him off with confusion angrily. You think I didn't see your little move just now? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuan quickly avoided. A while, Salamence had flown to empty moon and put them down. In fact, if only Zhang Yuan came by himself, he could just swagger in and fly in. But since Sabrina was following, he had to put on a pretense and couldn't show that he knew the situation for a long time. Sabrina released her Alakazam and let it follow her, which is similar to Gengar, both as amulets. Seeing his old friend Alakazam, Zhang Yuan's Gengar was a little happy, and he seemed to want to bully Alakazam before taking care of Charmeleon. Alakazam gave Gengar a wary look, a threatening look on his face. Mount Moon in front of him with bright eye. In the mental map, there are actually 4 red crosses in this empty moon. In the Viridian Forest, the density of treasure is not so high. Zhang Yuan, who had no motivation at first, suddenly became complacent. He looked at Sabrina. Let go. Enter empty moon. With that, he retracted Salamence and strode forward. Sabrina followed Zhang Yuan into the empty moon tunnel, which was dug out of Pokémon by the Alliance in order to create a quick connection between Pewter City and Cerulean City. However, because this tunnel uses a lot of existing cave, it is a bit crooked, and many people will get lost here. So later the Alliance considered again and again, or increased the cost, and made a road bypassing empty moon. Hearing Sabrina's introduction, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. This alliance was quite cute back then. It didn't take a while for Sabrina to feel strange. Zhang Yuan went forward this way without hesitation at all. Facing a fork in the road, he just chose one and left, and it didn't seem like he was here to investigate. She couldn't help but said, Zhang Yuan, if we are walking around like this, can we find any clues? Don't worry. Zhang Yuan gave her a thumbs up. I already have eyes. Hearing this, Sabrina was taken aback. He doesn't know anything yet, so Zhang Yuan already has clues. No wonder he was elected to Interpol at this age. As expected, there is something magical about him. Of empty moon. After all, when he was playing game, he was also a little disgusted by this mountain, but now with the help of the map in his head, all of this is no longer a problem. Soon, the first treasure is in hand. Congratulations to the host for discovering the sporadic treasure. Opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the prop. 200,000 yuan. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Yuan. Although Although it is a sporadic treasure, the cash is still somewhat useful. 200,000 has the purchasing power of more than 10,000 sophister coin, which has been enough for him for a long time. Under Sabrina's gaze, Zhang Yuan touched the wall, then froze for a while, then turned around. It's no problem, let go to the necklace. Sabrina couldn't help laughing and crying. What the hell are you looking for? I used confusion to see where you touched, and there was nothing there. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, do you really want to know? Question mark. Looking for flowers. Sabrina nodded. Then let me touch it and you'll know, he said. Sabrina reached out and slapped him with a helpless expression. Can you be more serious? I've always been serious, but you don't understand me. Forget it, I'll show you, said. Zhang Yuan didn't wait for Sabrina to reply, and directly reached out and touched her back. Before Sabrina could get angry, he said, Kermo's shirt, bought at the Saffron building in May this year, is one of your favorite shirts now, the most frequently worn clothes this summer. The neckline was once the powder of the last moth was soiled, and you cleaned it with confusion. First, Sabrina was a little indifferent, but the more she listened, the more surprised she became. When Zhang Yuan said the last two sentences, she was so shocked that she opened her mouth. Your ability can't be fortune-telling, right? She couldn't help saying. Zhang Yuan shrugged. I believe this time. It's amazing. You touched that rock just now to find out if anyone passed by and came across it. Well, I have a lot of various abilities. You can see them sooner or later. Zhang Yuan nodded and said. Sabrina looked very interested. After walking for a while, I found the second treasure. This time it was a psychotropic medicine, a potion that could save a Pokémon from a near-death state. The third treasure made Zhang Yuan a little surprised. It was a treasure hidden in a crevice in the rock, only to pass by himself. Sabrina left outside. Walking inside, Zhang Yuan opened the treasure. Congratulations to the host for discovering the Samsung treasure. Opening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the item. 3 Sun Moon Sekjin. Close black lens bracket. Sanryazongjin, originally a famous sword in the Heian period in Japan, gradually evolved its own legend in the changing time, gained a lot of fame and blessing, and became an ancient sword with powerful power. When using this sword, you can obtain the strength brought by the sword itself. Addition. Close black lens bracket. Looking at this famous sword with a blue scabbard that suddenly fell into his hand, Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. Moreover, this knife is too handsome. Chapter 47. The reappearance of land crossing. After a while, Zhang Yuan drilled out of the crack with the knife on his back. Sabrina came over and was about to give him a hand when she was suddenly stunned. What is this knife? I found it inside, sandwiched between 2 boulders. There is a sign under the boulder saying that whoever can pull it out is the King of Britain. When I pull it out, it really comes out, Zhang Yuan said seriously. Sabrina tilted her head, not knowing what Britain was. It's a beautiful knife, and I can feel that there's a magical power in this knife. Maybe it's fate that you meet it, Sabrina said. Zhang Yuan shook his head amusingly. He was just opening a treasure, but he could also open up destiny. Just as they were talking, the 2 Pokémon suddenly turned to look at the turn of a tunnel on the left. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina stopped talking, and each took out a Pokeball. A figure came out of the corner, with a gray uniform and a gray hat. It was a Team Rocket's member. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Sabrina, he frowned. Hey, you guys, don't you know that MT Moon is not allowed to enter now? Hurry out. Oh, who ordered this? Sabrina asked with cold eyes. Other party snorted coldly. Of course it's stipulated by our Team Rocket. If you don't get out, be careful of suffering. You guys are so courageous. Are you really taking the power of the Alliance as a joke? Sabrina asked in a deep voice. Other party laughed. Alliance? Those low-moving guys. When they send someone over, we have already accomplished our goal and left. Saying that, he sneered and took out the Pokeball. I'll give you one last chance. Get out. Otherwise I'll be rude. Sabrina just stood there, snorting coldly. Next second, the Team Rocket's members only felt that they were being pulled by an invisible force, and in their shocked eyes, they slammed into the rock wall next to them. Ah! He screamed, covering his face with his hand. His nose was smashed, and a lot of blood came out. Sabrina radiated a faint blue light and walked over step by step. With a third-rate character like you are also qualified to point fingers at the league. The members of Team Rockets looked at her in horror, and after a few seconds, their pupils suddenly shrank. Gold. Saffron City Gym Leader Sabrina. Zhang Yuan also came over. Tisk shook his head. I only recognized it now. It's too unqualified. You can't be gay. As a qualified young man, it is necessary to remember the appearance of beautiful girls all over the world. You are not a qualified young man, but a qualified rogue, Sabrina said angrily. With that, she walked over to the Team Rocket's member, intending to force something out. At this moment, several people rushed out from the nectarn at the same time. All are Team Rocket's members in uniform. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. How many people are here? Bastard, let go of our people, shouted one of the Team Rocket. How dare you take action on our Team Rocket, said another. Teach them a lesson. With that said, several people threw the Pokeball at the same time. time, and a few Pokémon fell. Raticate, Ekans, Sandshrew, Nidorino, Fearow. It almost made the low-level Pokémon of the Kanto region. Looking at the several Pokémon in front of him, plus the arrogant Team Rocket's members behind him, replaced by ordinary trainers, I'm afraid I'm too scared to stand still. However, Sabrina just neared and reached forward. Alakazam, Psyshock, Fu. Alakazam held the spoon in both hands and held it up high. The next second, the invisible spiritual stand slammed over it. Some of the Team Rocket Pokémon lasted for 2 seconds, some for 3 seconds, and then they turned back and fainted. Seeing this scene, several Team Rocket's members were all dumbfounded. What going on? My Pokémon lost so easily. Impossible. You bastard. Who are you? Team Rockets who were knocked down by Sabrina before burst into tears. This is the leader of Saffron City. Psychic beautiful girl Sabrina. What? The Team Rockets members were shocked. Zhang Yuan coughed twice. Sabrina looked over with shame and anger, and she knew that Zhang Yuan would definitely laugh when someone called that nickname. No, let's run. We can't get caught. A Team Rockets member yelled, then turned to run. The other few also suddenly realized that they didn't care about the companion on the ground at all, and hurriedly turned around. Just then, a voice sounded. You still want to run? I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Everyone looks over. A man in a black cloak slowly emerged from the darkness. The pink messy hair, the resolute eyes, and the faint coercion emanating from his body all showed his identity. Seeing this person, several Team Rockets members sat directly on the ground. Dragon Elite Land Crossing. Why are you here? If the appearance of Sabrina made them want to retreat, then the appearance of the Dragon Elite Land Crossing simply brought an end to their criminal career. Sabrina was also a little surprised to see Land Crossing. For Elite. Why are you here? Zhang Yuan showed an expression as if he remembered something. While handcuffing some Team Rocket, Lance Crossing said to Sabrina, because I made an appointment with Zhang Yuanjun to fight at MT Moon. Huh? Sabrina was stunned and looked at Zhang Yuan. Are you going to fight Dragon Elite? No wonder she was surprised. Although Zhang Yuan has some strength, in her opinion, Zhang Yuan should not be the opponent of the Dragon Elite. And this Dragon Elite Land Crossing is also. Why do you want to fight with a rookie trainer? To bully the small, so this is not. Guessing what Sabrina was thinking, Lance Crossing smiled. Zhang Yuanjun is far more powerful than he appeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 4. There will be another chapter in a while. My coding speed is relatively slow. I am a working dog, and it is my first time to write a book, so it is difficult to update during the day. I hope everyone will forgive me, and I will work harder in the future. Thank you all for your support. Bo. Chapter 48. Charmeleon vs Dragonair. While speaking, Land Crossing also noticed Sanryu Zongjin on Zhang Yuan's back. Feeling the faint pressure emanating from the blade, Land Crossing showed a slightly surprised expression. This knife is powerful, he said. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan pulled out the knife, swung it at will, and streaked a silver afterimage in midair. Just picked it up, he said. Land Crossing is a little speechless. What kind of luck is it to pick up such a good knife casually? Zhang Yuanjun, are you here for an appointment today? Land Crossing said. Zhang Yuan showed a subtle expression. Actually, I didn't come here to make an appointment. I just received a mission from the Alliance and asked me to investigate why the Team Rockets gathered, but now that I have encountered it, it is better to choose a day than to hit the sun. Just treat me as here. Let's make an appointment. That, he took out Salamence and Charmeleon as Pokeball. I don't have many Pokemon. 3v3. How? No problem. Land Crossing nodded. Let's go to the top of the mountain. With that said, he turned his head to look at the few Team Rockets on the ground. Come and be the audience. He pulled his hand, and several Team Rocket, whose wrists were tied, staggered 2 steps and followed him. Just this one hand. You can see the power of Land Crossing is not small. Although walking in the winding tunnels of MT Moon 11, Land Crossing seemed to be strolling in a leisurely way, taking the two of them to the top of the mountain all the way. At this time, night has fallen, and the moonlight shines on MT Moon, a silver hazy beauty. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Sabrina showed an expression of enjoyment, and Land Crossing threw a few Team Rockets aside and looked at Zhang Yuan. Are you ready? Well, Zhang Yuan nodded. He stared blankly at Land Crossing. He was wondering why Land Crossing had a fight with him. Just because you see young people with potential, you are happy to see the heart. This is unbelievable. No matter what the reason. In short, this battle, he wants to win. Out the Pokeball, Zhang Yuan took the lead and threw it out. Flash of white light. Charmeleon landed on the field. Roar. Charmeleon made a roar sound as soon as it appeared on the stage. It was just evolution, but it was a battle that Covet could prove itself. Charmeleon, it fits your rookie trainer profile very well, Land Crossing said, as he threw out his Pokeball. Since you're using a Pokemon that's not completely evolution, well, I'm just as good. With a flash of white light, a beautiful blue Pokemon appeared across from Charmeleon. Dragonair. Quasi-divine beast. The front form of Dragonite, pure Dragon-type Pokémon. Seeing Dragonair, Sabrina frowned slightly. Any fire attribute skills can only play half of the effect on Dragonair, and Dragonair is also good at water attribute skills. Charmeleon is probably not very beneficial to Dragonair. She looked at Zhang Yuan subconsciously, wondering what Zhang Yuan's reaction was. The latter is just the same as usual, with a peaceful face, and it is completely impossible to see that he is facing a powerful enemy of the 4 elite level. Is this guy really confident, or is he facial paralysis? Sabrina rolled her eyes and thought. The moment Land Crossing's Dragonair entered, Zhang Yuan had already said, "Grimace." Charmeleon opened his mouth wide and made a face at Dragonair. Although it seemed cute to human, to Dragonair, the face instantly caused a lot of pressure to him, and his body was a little bit reluctant. Land Crossing didn't hesitate. Thunder wave. Ah! Dragonair opened his mouth when he heard the word, and a thunder wave shot towards Charmeleon. Quote exclamation mark. Zhang Yuan directly fired the bullet time. Charmeleon suddenly turned sideways, and avoided this thunder wave by a narrow shot. If you don't dodge a paralyzing skill like thunder wave, you don't have to fight a battle, and you're not far from losing. Land Crossing looked in admiration, not expecting Charmeleon to be able to dodge even his thunder wave, which is really surprising. Smoke green, Zhang Yuan said loudly. Charmeleon took a big mouth, and a large smoke green rolled out, directly covering half of the venue. Twister. At the same time Zhang Yuan gave the order, Land Crossing also gave the order. Dragonair let out a long cry, and a twister formed rapidly, rushing into the smoke green. Charmeleon had just sprayed Yanmu, but before he could react, he was caught in the twister, and there were several wounds on his body. Moreover, the smoke green just sprayed out was completely blown away by Twister. Aqua Tail Ball. Land Crossing waved violently. Dragonair raised its slender tail, and the power of the water flow quickly gathered together to form a wave, which slammed into Charmeleon, who had just been hit by Twister. As long as this trick is real, Charmeleon will undoubtedly be killed. Substitute. Zhang Yuan said quickly. Charmeleon's figure swayed in place, and instantly split into a dozen avatars. With the effect of the skill, the main body was swayed to the side. Boom! Aqua Tail slammed hard on the ground, and the 9 substitutes disappeared without a trace. Land Crossing was stunned for a moment, but Charmeleon had time to dodge with substitute. With that, Land Crossing showed a stunned expression. It was the grimace at the beginning, still affecting Dragonair. Thinking of this, Land Crossing couldn't help showing an expression of admiration again. However, admiration will not be the reason for him to release water. He raised his hand, and just as he was about to give a new order, he heard Zhang Yuan's voice. 360 Charmeleon. Brick break. Using melee attacks at such a time. Dragonair, dodge. Land Crossing shouted. The next second, his eyeballs almost fell out in his gaze. After Charmeleon heard Brick break's order, he opened his mouth wide and spurted out a dragon rage. Dragonair patronized to guard against Charmeleon's approach. He didn't expect Charmeleon to disobey Zhang Yuan's order. Charmeleon ignores people, bullies him directly, and shoots down with a dragon claw. Then, the 2 canine teeth burst into flames at the same time, biting the Dragonair fiercely. Dragonair suddenly screamed again and again, not to mention the battle. He almost cried on the spot. Land Crossing quickly took out the Pokeball. Come back. Dragonair. Prey was withdrawn, and Charmeleon fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan and Charmeleon looked at each other with a smug expression at the same time. Seeing the reaction of the two, Land Crossing understood in an instant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to deal with me, discuss the password with Charmeleon in advance. Use different skills to respond to your orders. As expected of Land Crossing Elite, I immediately understand it. I admire it. Zhang Yuan made a gesture of, I am losing. Land Crossing couldn't help covering his face. Chapter 49 Salamence vs Dragonite. You're slack. Land Crossing Elite. Zhang Yuan touched Charmeleon's head, praised it, raised his head and said to Land Crossing, yes, it's my problem. Even though I thought I couldn't underestimate my opponent, I was still a little slack subconsciously. Land Crossing admitted it frankly. He took out the Pokeball. The same question. I won't commit the second time. Come on, Zhang Yuanjin. Start the second battle. Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded and took Charmeleon back. Land Crossing threw the Pokeball. A white light flashed, and a huge figure appeared between the two. Quasi-divine beast of the Kanto region, Dragonite. Oh, you actually went directly to Dragonite. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. He thought Land Crossing would make Dragonite the finale. Then, let me take out my top card too. Zhang Yuan threw his arm and threw his Pokeball. A flash of white light, a behemoth with imposing manner no less than Dragonite appeared. Roar. As soon as Salamence came out, there was a sign and roar. However, unlike previous opponent, Dragonite not only did not flinch in the face of Salamence's roar, but also showed Salamence a taunt smile. Salamence's tantrum came up immediately. Dragon breath. Land Crossing and Zhang Yuan spoke at the same time, issuing the same command. Roar. ×2. Dragonite opened its mouth wide and was about to use the dragon breath that it was good at. As a result, just after it was ready ready to be sprayed out. Salamance's dragon breath was already blowing. Dragonite was startled and flapped his wings violently, seeing that he avoided part of the dragon breath but was still scratched, showing a pained expression. Actually suppressed in terms of speed. Landcrossing showed a surprised expression. His dragonite level is already very high. How fast is this Salamence? After a brief surprise, Landcrossing quickly changed tactic. Dragonite, extreme speed. Dragonite gritted his teeth and held back the pain of the injury. The whole dragon quickly turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Salamence, and slammed into the latter. Roar! Salamence exclaimed in pain. Dragonite, which uses the extreme speed skill, is completely worthy of its name, so fast that Salamence has no time to react and is directly hit. As soon as the two sides collided, they were separated, and they separated from each other. Seeing the situation on the field, Zhongyuan and Landcrossing issued the same order again. Dragon dance. Hearing the word, the two dragons turned around a few times at the same time, making a set of silly and cute dance moves. After the dance end, the attack power and speed of the two dragons will be increased at the same time. Landcrossing snorted. He hurt Salamence with extreme speed. Just to buy time, he used Dragon Dance to increase his speed, and then he suppressed Salamence like a storm to win. It turned out that Zhongyuan directly detected his idea and also used Dragon Dance. This time, the speed of the two dragons returned to the way they were at the beginning. Dragon Tail. Zhongyuan attacked. Salamance's whole body turned sharply, and his big tail was swung toward Dragonite with white light. Substitute. Landcrossing acclaimed. Dragonite flashed and appeared beside him. At the same time, an identical Dragonite clone appeared on the field, facing Salamance's dragon tail. Boom! Salamence wiped his tail on Dragonite's substitute, directly smashing his avatar, but because the substitute was not a substitute, Salamence was shocked by the reaction force and couldn't stand still. Landcrossing's eyes lit up. Dragonite Thunder Wave. Oh! Zhongyuan grinned. Of the Dragon Elite Landcrossing, the timing is really frustrating. At this time, it's useless to shoot bullets by yourself. Crackle. Dragonite's two small tentacles sent out a thunder wave, which hit Salamence accurately. A small electric ember suddenly appeared on the latter's body, and the movement became difficult. Sabrina couldn't help clenching her little fist. No matter what, Zhongyuan was already at a disadvantage. Can you win? She said softly subconsciously. Landcrossing didn't hear the words because she spoke so quietly and far away. Zhongyuan smiled and gave Sabrina a thumbs up. Looking at Zhongyuan's appearance, Sabrina suddenly felt a sense of peace of mind. Maybe it has something to do with Zhongyuan's constant rest assured that she said along the way. Go after the victory. Dragonite, use the dragon claw. Landcrossing wave. Quote. Dragonite stood there dumbfounded. Landcrossing. Dragonite, what going on? He frowned. Ha 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 ha. Zhongyuan suddenly laughed. Landcrossing looked at him strangely, wondering what he was smoking. Sabrina suddenly showed a strange expression. She guessed a possibility. Zhongyuan did not answer Landcrossing, but said loudly, Salamence, dragon breath. Hearing the name of this move, Landcrossing became nervous. Even though Salamence was still paralyzed, he didn't dare to be careless. Paralyzed state only gave the opponent a chance of not being able to make move, not 100%. Dragonite, he reminded. Dragonite hurried to dodge, which made him relieved, and Salamence was just about to use the dragon element when Ember suddenly appeared on his body. He was affected by the paralyzed state and was useless. Landcrossing smiled. Dragon claw. Fix it. Result. Dragonite stopped again. This time, Landcrossing finally felt something was wrong. His pupils shrank, thinking of a possibility. Salamence, encore. Zhongyuan said. This time, Salamence didn't lose the chain. He took a big mouthful. The fierce Wang Lihao dragon breath directly slapped Dragonite in the face. Dragonite screamed again and again, and took the blow, causing heavy damage. Looking at Dragonite's state, Landcrossing's eyes twitched wildly. Attract. Salamence used Attract on Dragonite. He was startled. When did you use? When Dragonite used Thunder Wave just now. Correct answer. Zhongyuan gave him a thumbs up with a smile. Attract is a move that can only be used between Pokémon of the opposite sex. The one who is fascinated will have a hard time attacking the opponent. Landcrossing incredulous. How do you know my Dragonite is female? Zhongyuan shrugged. This is professionalism, and I have studied with professional oak for a while. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Diligent me. Send an update in the middle of the night. I'm afraid I'm going to be late for work tomorrow, so I quickly went to sleep. Hope you all continue to support. Chapter 50. How do you catch it? However, in fact, this is pure nonsense. The reason why he knows the Dragonite gender of Landcrossing is all through identification. Landcrossing is a bit dumbfounded. In these two battles today, Zhongyuan's way of turning the tables is so strange, but on second thought, he suddenly lost his smile. No matter how bizarre tactics are, they are also tactic. Now Zhongyuan and him are just discussing. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but if the enemy uses these tactics on him, he can only be captured by himself. Thinking of this, Landcrossing slowly turned serious. In the beginning, he had some plans to coach Zhongyuan by fighting, but now, he has completely given up on that ridiculous idea. In this battle, the one who benefits more is actually himself. Looking at Zhang Yuan standing opposite him, Lan Crossing took a deep breath. Dragonite, time to pump up your energy. Hearing the master's serious tone after a long absence, Dragonite brain suddenly woke up. His eyes became firm, and he stared at Salamence in front of him. Roar! Dragonite roared loudly. On Salamance's side, the numbness has gradually subsided. It gave Dragonite a cheap look. Although the three people present were not Pokémon, 557 also knew what it wanted to express. What kind of prestige are you playing? Weren't you still fascinated by me just now? The three humans can see it. How can Dragonite not see it? It grabbed it with an angry paw, and it was the dragon claw that Lan Crossing let it use just now. Flame radiate, Zhang Yuan said loudly. Salamence opened his mouth to the Dragonite and a cloud of flames went past. Dragonite instinctively wanted to dodge, but Lan Crossing said, don't worry about it. Endure. Keep fighting. He knew very well that fire damage couldn't do much damage to Dragonite, and Zhang Yuan definitely knew this. Reason why Dragonite uses this trick is very simple. He has a backhand. Sure enough, behind the flame, Salamance's entire body slammed hard. Boom. Feel Dragonite's dragon claw slashed Salamence hard, and Salamence came directly with a quick, accurate double edge and slammed into Dragonite's stomach. Both sides let out a roar of pain at the same time. Although Dragon Claw's damage is lower, it is still a decent amount of damage, including attribute restraint. On Salamance's side, double edge's damage is terrifyingly high, but this move will also hurt himself, which is also a serious injury. Dragonite stumbled a bit and thumped to the ground. When I used substitute before, it used up a quarter of its stamina, and with the damage of the dragon breath, it finally couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing the opponent fall, Salamence screamed in the sky. Then, with a plop, he fell too. It was purely facade down before. Lan Crossing took back Dragonite with emotion. It was a wonderful fight. I haven't had such a hearty battle in a long time. Zhang Yuan also took back Salamence, except, let go. I didn't give in at all. Lan Crossing shook his head. You are really strong, Zhang Yuan, and you have infinite potential that I don't have. In the future of the Alliance, there will definitely be a place for you. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and didn't answer. Reason why he fought Lan Crossing with all his strength was to wait for Lan Crossing's reaction. Elite who can make a deep impression on himself and his future is definitely a great helping hand. In the next third battle, Zhang Yuan naturally sent Gengar, while Lan Crossing sent Aerodactyl. In the end, Zhang Yuan won the battle with 2 wins in 3 games. In fact, when he won 2 consecutive victories, there was already a result, but in order to have the beginning and the end, the two still played the last game. In the beginning, Zhang Yuan got the upper hand by relying on Gengar's weird position, but unfortunately Lan Crossing started playing straight in the second half. Relying on his high level, he started to fight hard to change blood. Because he had already won 2 games, Zhang Yuan didn't have time to fire his bullet, allowing Lan Crossing to win the game. The two sides took back the Pokémon, and Lan Crossing walked up to Zhang Yuan and stretched out a hand. You are a strong trainer, Zhang Yuan. I still say that. Your prospects are limitless. You took it. Zhang Yuan shook hands with Lan Crossing. Lan Crossing looked at Zhang Yuan's expression, not as excited as he expected. Victory over a 4 elite. Lan Crossing thought about it. If he beat elite when he was 10, can't even think about it. At that time, he could be admired by elite, and a word or two would be enough to be excited for a week. He took a deep breath. Zhang Yuan is definitely not simple. He has investigated Zhang Yuan's resume, and there are many blanks in it. No way. Since his parents left Hallett Town, Zhang Yuan has entered a state of complete abandonment. The Alliance is too lazy to record such a teenager. What happened to Zhang Yuan during that time? Lan Crossing said, Zhang Yuan, are you interested in becoming a Kanto 4 elite backup? Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. The 4 elite refills, which literally mean, are trainers whose strengths are recognized by the Alliance and the original 4 elite. After the current 4 elites retire, they will be replaced. However, after thinking about it, he still shook his head and said, thank you Lan Crossing elite for your kindness, but I'm not planning to give up my position as an Interpol. Well, that's fine, but my invitation is valid at any time. When you are interested, you can contact me again. Lan Crossing said, okay. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a pink shadow shaking not far away. Huh. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Sabrina also looked over. A Clefairy, she said. Clefairy, a very rare Pokémon. Lan Crossing said a little surprised. I've been to Mt. Moon a few times, but I've never seen Clefairy. Zhang Yuan noticed Sabrina's expression. That is the expression when you are interested in something. Juan, he asked, leaning over to Sabrina. Clefairy is very good at psychic and should be a good partner with me. Sabrina nodded. Okay, I'll catch you, Zhang Yuan said. Sabrina was taken aback. But your Pokémon are already injured. Haha, don't worry, it doesn't matter. Saying that, he stepped directly toward Clefairy. Pokémon Treasure Detection System Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51. Fossils of Kabuto. Seeing Zhang Yuan walking towards him, Clefairy showed a wary expression. Again, the little pink ball made a protest-like sound, but it only made people feel cute. Seeing that the human being in front of him was not intimidated by himself, Clefairy was a little bit more generous. Hi, Clefairy warned Zhang Yuan again, but the latter walked forward as if he hadn't heard it. Again, Clefairy stretched out a little finger and pointed at Zhang Yuan. Then, the invisible confusion condensed and pushed towards Zhang Yuan. Sabrina was startled and was about to shoot. Then, he saw Zhang Yuan withdrew his knife from behind and slashed lightly. Confusion that pushed him split directly into two halves and disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Sabrina couldn't help but be stunned. Confusion with a knife. This is my first time seeing you. How many times will Zhang Yuan surprise her? On Clefairy's side, seeing that Zhang Yuan wasn't even afraid of confusion, which he was proud of, he turned around and wanted to run. The next second, the little guy's footsteps suddenly stopped. The round body, shaking, slowly turned back and looked at Zhang Yuan. The latter came slowly with a knife in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. Although he was smiling, Clefairy felt that it was like an ancient Tyrannosaurus, looking for prey, hungry. It wants to run away, but it can't even move. Under Clefairy's terrified gaze, Zhang Yuan slowly crouched down beside it. So good. Zhang Yuan touched Clefairy's head with his left hand. While the latter shivered, he lowered his head and accepted Zhang Yuan's stroking. In its small head, there is only one thought at this time. If you don't admit it, you will die. Seeing that Clefairy is so well behaved, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, took out the Pokeball and knocked it on its head. The red light flashed, and Clefairy was sucked into the ball. Pokeball swayed twice in Zhang Yuan's hand, but stopped with a click. Sabrina could not laugh or cry. A Clefairy, who is good at psychic and can already use confusion, was actually conquered by a human by himself. Also, Sir Lance Crossing stood aside, rubbing his chin with interest. While exercising Pokémon, did you not neglect your own exercise? Somewhat similar to his own colleague, the 4 elite Bruno. It's good to have a chance to introduce the two of them to a fight. Thinking of this, the corners of Lance Crossing's mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Yuan retracted the knife, walked back with a smile, and handed the Pokeball to Sabrina. Come on, present. Thank you, Sabrina said happily as she took the Pokeball. Lance Crossing coughed. Well, I've done what I have to do. How about I send the two of you for a ride? And Zhang Yuan's Salamence is injured now and is not suitable for long-distance flight. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No need, let go on. Salamence and the others are not too seriously injured, just a little out of strength. Just take a rest. Hearing this, Lance Crossing nodded. Okay, it just so happens that these Team Rockets are also handed over to you. I still have something to do, so I will stay soon. Yeah. Zhang Yuan nodded, turned to look at the Team Rocket, and smiled. I'll send a few people to town. Isn't there any opinion? Several Team Rockets shook their heads in unison. Just kidding. Seeing the battle between Zhang Yuan and Lance Crossing just now, how dare they say nothing? In this way, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina slowly walked down the mountain with a few oil bottles. On the way, Zhang Yuan also took the time to take the last treasure. It is a 1-star treasure, a small skill. The turtle breathing technique can make the host hold his breath in the water for a long time, and the specific time depends on the physical fitness. Close black lens bracket. With this skill, Zhang Yuan is a little happy. Is this letting himself play diving? When she was about to leave the cave, Sabrina suddenly found something and walked to a rock wall. Under Zhang Yuan's strange gaze, she reached out and gently brushed the dust on the rock wall. Following her movement, a stone with strange lines appeared in Zhang Yuan's eye. Fossil, he asked subconsciously. In this empty moon, most of the stones that can look like this are fossils that have not escaped. Yeah. Sabrina nodded. Psychic light emerged from her body, condensed into a sharp confusion knife, stabbed into the mountain wall fiercely, dug out the stone and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Question mark. For flowers. For you, she said with a smile. Team Rockets who followed saw Sabrina's record, all shivered with fright, and a few cowardly hugged directly. Zhang Yuan reached out and took it. So kind, he said. Sabrina snorted. Take it for you. Zhang Yuan wanted to make a joke at first, but seeing the confusion beside Sabrina who hadn't dispersed, he still chose to admit it. In the entire Pokemon world, it is estimated that few people have just one Sabrina head-on. It seems that some people have a power called Aura Power. I wonder if they are stronger or weaker than Sabrina. While thinking about it, Zhang Yuan took the fossil handed over by Sabrina. I just dropped an identification technique. Huh? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What wrong? Sabrina wondered. What a coincidence. It happens to be my favorite ancient Pokemon, Kabuto, and after evolution, Kabuto. They are very handsome. He shook the fossil in his hand and said, can you even see this? Sabrina said unexpectedly. Your ability is really amazing. Compared to your confusion, it's still a bit worse. Zhang Yuan smiled. Back in Pewter City, Zhang Yuan went to the police station and put the Team Rockets on trial, because he knew the purpose of these people in advance, and after a few introductory questions, he asked all the questions that should be asked out, although he also also has the identity of a Team Rocket's executive behind his back. He has no guilt in doing these things. A group of middle-two youths who yearn for crime. Can they do it without punishment? Then, the two connected to the Alliance's video call and reported the result. When they heard that Team Rockets were just looking for fossils, not for any other purpose, the people above immediately felt relieved, commended the two, and promised lots of reward. Walking out of the police station, Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan. What are you going to do after that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I had finished writing half of it at noon, but the flying shark introduced me to a game that I accidentally overplayed. So angry. QAQ. Chapter 52 Norman Sen. Ticket. Me, of course. I went to Cerulean City to play a gym. Cerulean Gym. Zhang Yuan shrugged and said. While talking, the two went to the Pokémon Center to treat the previously injured Pokémon. Hearing this, Sabrina was a little unhappy. The rules of the league are really stupid. A trainer like you has to lay down 8 badges step by step. Obviously, you can go straight to the champion challenge now. Haha, the rules always have to be followed. Everyone loves privileges and pursues them. The alliance has long been messed up. Zhang Yuan laughed. Walking into the Pokémon Center, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. An acquaintance is here. Other party also noticed his 690 inches and walked over with a slight smile. Long time no see. Zero. I heard you solved a big case. With long blonde hair, a short leather jacket, and a convenient outfit, he was Zhang Yuan's old acquaintance, Interpol Claudia. Strangely, didn't you say that the Interpol in Kanto has been dispatched? Why are you still hanging around here? Claudia shrugged. What else? Team Rocket, the leaders on the Kanto side, are a bunch of idiots who are led by the nose every day by Team Rocket. If there is a problem, they will pull a group of people over there. Resolve, with complete disregard for rationality. Quote, the leader of Kanto, are you keen? Zhang Yuan asked. No, Keen is still very reliable. When you have the opportunity to contact him, there is no harm in learning more from him. Claudia said, subconsciously took out a cigarette and wanted to smoke one, but when she thought of this, the Pokémon Center was closed again angrily. That sloppy uncle. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he could understand it. In many words, sloppy uncles are very strong, right? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Who is this? Over and grinned. Saffron City gym leader. Psychic beautiful girl Sabrina. Big man, disrespectful. HMPH. Sabrina didn't say anything. This woman's attitude. There was no respect. She didn't take herself seriously at all. Ah, she is Interpol. Codename is Claudia, and her level is the police department. She brought me to Interpol when I joined Interpol. Zhang Yuan said. Claudia Police Department. Sabrina's expression did not change. It seems that strength does not seem to match with identity. Claudia smiled. How do you know that my strength is much higher than the police rank? Good eyesight. Sabrina gritted her teeth, a faint psychic glow emanating from her body. Claudia measured her body, smiled confidently, and touched the pokeball around her waist with one hand. Don't make trouble. Zhang Yuan stood between the two of them, and silently stretched out his hand to block the two of them. How old are you? Why are you so impulsive? This is the Pokémon Center. Hearing this, Sabrina snorted coldly, and the light on her body dissipated. Claudia grinned and put her hand off the pokeball, almost subconsciously pulled out another cigarette, and quickly moved her hand away. After confirming the truce between the two, Zhang Yuan walked to the counter and handed Joy his Salamander, Charmeleon, and Gengar. Joy took 3 pokeballs with a smile and gave them to Chansey next to him. Zhang Yuan walked back. Sabrina and Claudia's atmosphere has eased a lot. After all, both of them are mature social people, and it was only a momentary fire just now. Especially Claudia, who wasn't really angry just now, just wanted to tease Sabrina. Seeing Zhang Yuan coming over, Claudia smiled and waved. Come on, Zero, I have something for you. What? Zhang Yuan came over and asked. Claudia rummaged in her pocket but couldn't find it, then rummaged in her trouser pocket but couldn't find it, and finally looked in the inner pocket of her jacket, and finally found what she was looking for, took it out and handed it to her. Zhang Yuan. Well, this is a good thing that ordinary people can't get. A delicate piece of paper. Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling and reached out to take it. Sure enough, his eyes twitched. Luxury cruise. San Ano. VIP suite ticket. This is a great gift. Where did you get it from? He asked, dumbfounded. Claudia hummed. When I was on a mission in Vermilion City last time, it was given by a local tyrant, but unfortunately I didn't have time to go. I happened to meet you today, so it's cheaper for you. Remember to take my share as well. It was fun. Quote. Okay, thank you very much, Zhang Yuan said, putting away the ticket. Claudia was a little unhappy. Why? It looks like you don't want to. There's no such thing as your illusion, Zhang Yuan said with a laugh. 5.5. In fact, it's not his fault for his reaction. In the original book, the San Anu sank halfway. It's unlikely that such a situation would have happened with him around, but I feel a little uncomfortable when I think about it. Seeing Zhang Zhang Yuan pick up Claudia's ticket. Sabrina sat aside with a helpless expression. Saint Anne. A broken cruise ship. Really? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank you, Xiaoming Wu, for the great reward. It was originally planned to be guaranteed for 3 updates, and a chapter was added to greatly increase it. Thanks again. Chapter 53 The Commission of Professional Oak. After giving Zhang Yuan the ferry ticket, Claudia left soon. Before leaving, I also asked Zhang Yuan to have dinner together next time we meet. Zhang Yuan nodded in response. Seeing Zhang Yuan answering her invitation, Claudia smiled and looked at Sabrina. Sabrina rolled her eyes, ignoring it. She also saw that this Claudia was just to amuse herself, and the more she reacted, the happier she was. The best way to deal with this kind of people is to ignore them. Sure enough, seeing no response from Sabrina, Claudia was disappointed and left with a dull look. Seeing the back of Claudia leaving, Sabrina showed a smug expression. Watching the two women's rivalry play, Zhang Yuan wiped a cold sweat in his heart. After the 3 Pokémon were cured, Zhang Yuan retrieved them and walked out of the Pokémon Center with Sabrina. I'm going to Cerulean City next. How about you? Are you going back to Saffron City? Zhang Yuan asked. Well, Gym 12 has a lot to do. Sabrina nodded. That seems to be different. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Sabrina looked at him, didn't say anything, just stared blankly. What wrong? Give me the badge back, Sabrina said. What? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, thinking that he had heard it wrong. And Sabrina didn't explain anything, just let out confusion and took out the saffron badge from Zhang Yuan's pocket. There was a beautiful smile on her always expressionless face. With the badge, you won't necessarily come to Saffron City. I will take the badge back to ensure that you won't run away, she said, and put the badge away. Zhang Yuan, there is such an operation. Why should I run? He couldn't help laughing. Just in case, Sabrina said uncompromisingly. Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. Okay, I admit defeat, but the saffron badge was one of our bets at the beginning. What compensation do you use to take back the bet? Sabrina thought for a while and smiled slightly. The next time we meet, you will know. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This girl seems to really like being with her. In order to allow herself to go to Saffron City, she directly took out 2 insurances. He stretched out his hand to touch Sabrina's head, but found it a little inconvenient because of his height. Grudged the age of his body, he stretched out half of his hand, and simply stretched out the other, and hugged Sabrina lightly. The girl froze for a moment, motionless. Come on, give you a parting hug of love. He patted Sabrina on the back. Sabrina with a smile, got on his motorcycle, turned the accelerator sharply, and went away. Looking at the direction Zhang Yuan was leaving, Sabrina's pretty face couldn't help but blush. However, he returned to his usual expressionless appearance. Little rascal, she snorted. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... The battle in Cerulean City can only be described as crushing. Because the original leader Misty left Gym to travel, her 3 sisters, the 3 Cerulean sisters, were the leaders. These 3 people, when it comes to dressing up, eating, drinking, and having fun, are naturally good players, but when it comes to the strength of trainers, it can only be described with 2 words. Zhang Yuan didn't want to bully them with Gengar and Salaman, and only used a Charmeleon to hang up this water-type gym. It is really sad for those who hear it, and tears for those who see it. Leaving Cerulean Gym, the blue badge has arrived. Because Charmeleon only used up some physical strength and didn't even suffer from injury, Zhang Yuan didn't take it to the Pokémon Center. The 2 found a restaurant on the roadside to eat some food, and gave Charmeleon some healing trees by the way. Fruit. In Zhang Yuan's view, it is not a good thing to always go to the hospital. I wanted to go directly to Vermilion City, but Professor Oak called. Zhang Yuan found a Pokémon Center and directly replaced it with a video call. As soon as it was connected, I saw the familiar Professor Oak Institute. Professor Oak was standing in front of the screen in a white lab coat. Not far behind, and Yellow was happily taking care of a Pidgeotto. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Zhang Yuan greeted. Oak nodded with a smile. It's not too long. 567. I heard that you made a contribution some time ago. Congratulations. Hey, what the merit? It's just a small matter. It was done because land crossing elite help, Zhang Yuan said. Hearing this, Oak shook his head with emotion. Gary boy, if only you were half modest. Really, when will that guy grow up? As he spoke, he seemed to realize that he was off topic and coughed. Moment. Yellow also noticed who was talking to Professional Oak, and happily made do with it. Brother Zhang Yuan. Yellow showed a big smile, looking very comfortable and cute. Lolita Saigao. With Yellow, I returned to the topic. Oak said, you should be going to Vermilion City, right? After you get there, please help me get somewhere. Where? A seaside lighthouse. There is a researcher I know there, and I want to ask him for some information, but I can't get in touch with him for more than a month. Oak said. Zhang Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. Chapter 54 Roadblock. Am going to resign today. today. I won't work and concentrate on coding from tomorrow. It's a bit difficult to maintain 3 shifts while working and writing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Vermilion City, Seaside Lighthouse. I remember. Zhang Yuan nodded and said. Professor Oak folded his hand. What a great help. Haha, you are serious. Zhang Yuan said. Brother Zhang Yuan, when will you come back and have a look? Yellow asked. Zhang Yuan sighed. It was the first time he heard about a newcomer travel and he could say that he would go back. I'm free. I'll give Professor Oak my job first, he said. Yellow nodded sensible, much like Lilith. Professor, how is Lilith doing? He asked. Oak nodded with a smile. Don't worry, it's very good. She's at school now, with Nurse Joy taking care of her. Everything is fine. I just keep asking when you'll be back. Yellow also nodded. Lilith misses brother Zhang Yuan very much. Come back early to see her when you have time. Zhang Yuan hummed. It seemed that a trip back to Pallet Town had to be put on the agenda earlier. After finishing the video call, Zhang Yuan rode into the car and drove in the direction of Vermilion City. Between Cerulean City and Vermilion City is also a forest road. Most of the roads on the Kanto side are like this, probably to promote greenery. In late summer, riding in such a place is still very comfortable, cool and relaxing. However, Zhang Yuan had to stop before he rode too far. Many people are stopping here, looking forward with displeased faces. Some of them were on foot, more by bicycle, and everyone was standing here. Not far ahead, a group of people who looked like students were wandering around, not knowing what they were doing. Zhang Yuan looked at these people a little strangely. He jumped out of the car and was about to push the car over there to avoid hitting people. As a result, before he could get close, a man in a suit stood up and blocked him with a serious face. Sorry, it's forbidden to pass here, tilde. Huh, why? Zhang Yuan asked strangely. The other party frowned, as if surprised that Zhang Yuan was so ignorant. Didn't you see? Our trainer academy students are doing outdoor practice. Everyone is waiting here. Where are you special? Zhang Yuan turned to look at the passers-by, who were all dissatisfied but couldn't say anything. Tis, what's so special about you guys? An outdoor practice, just block the road. Is there a permit issued by the Alliance? Zhang Yuan shook his head and said. The other party frowned even more. Young man, are you trying to provoke our trainer academy? Are you sure? I didn't mean to provoke you. I just asked if you have a certificate issued by the Alliance. Zhang Yuan said lightly. Damn it, I'm really unlucky. I have to waste my time when I meet another fool. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the man stopped talking nonsense and rolled up his sleeves impatiently and walked over. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. His 3-sun moon sect was wrapped in a cloth and could not be pulled out, but even if he didn't use a knife, he could beat 10 scumbags who could only give ordinary people a prestige. A middle-aged man in short sleeves stood up. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to shoot at children? Go aside, it's none of your business. The other party yelled angrily, and the middle-aged man cringed a little subconsciously after being yelled at. The man in the suit snorted coldly and reached out to push the middle-aged man aside. As a result, as soon as it was stretched halfway, with a snap, someone pinched his arm in midair. Zhang Yuan stood beside him, raised his hand, and squeezed his wrist. Then, a little surprised, he looked to the side. It was a man in black, who also shot at the same time as himself, holding the arm of the man in the suit. Yo, who are you? He asked, raising his eyebrows. The man in the suit turned black, and suddenly tried to pull out his arm, but neither Zhang Yuan nor the man in black moved at all, and firmly fixed his arm. The black Superman was about to say something, but the man in the suit kicked him fiercely. What's in the way? Facing the kick that came at him, the black Superman's expression did not change at all. Boom! The calf bones of the two lived together, making a muffled sound. It hurts to look at. The collision position was the same, but the result was completely different. The black Superman calmly retracted his legs and still stood there straight, while the man in the suit screamed out in pain, and the leg didn't dare to fall down. He desperately wanted to pull out the arm that was pinched by the two of them so that he could hug his leg, but the two of them still didn't want to let go of him. The man in the suit struggled a few times, unable to stand on one leg, and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan's eyes are fast and his hands are fast. No, it should be said that his eyes are fast and his feet are fast. Before he fell, he casually made up on his other calf. The eyes of the man in the suit were protruding, and he couldn't scream in pain. Fortunately, the two let go of his arm, allowing him to hold his legs when he was in pain. He Chownan glanced at Zhang Yuan in surprise. That kick just now seems to be random, but there are a lot of doorways inside. First of all, this foot has a lot of internal energy. It is estimated that the leg that Zhang Yuan kicked was more seriously injured than the side that he kicked. And this kick is really hidden, and the trainer academy can't see that Zhang Yuan has stepped out. This skill is amazing. Mr. Zhang Yuan. A voice sounded, and following the voice, a girl ran towards him. Seeing this person, Zhang Yuan showed a somewhat surprised expression. By Zhao Hao. Giselle. Well, our eldest lady. Black Superman nodded. Zhang Yuan snorted. No wonder a black super uncle appeared here to help him. It turned out to be the bodyguard of the Giselle family. The Sunday ran over and was a little happy. Mr. Zhang Yuan, I didn't expect you to come here. Did you figure it out? Did you accept my previous invitation? No, I just passed by and was stopped by this man. Zhang Yuan pointed at the man who was lying on the ground with his chin. Sunday glanced at the man in the suit, and withdrew his gaze. He didn't care about his life or death at all, but said dissatisfiedly, I really invite you sincerely. Well, I'm very moved, but I refuse. One of my favorite things Zhang Yuan does is to say no to self-righteous people. Zhang Yuan raised his head and said with a sudden change in his painting style, what a pity. Sunday shook his head. Chapter 55 Vermilion City. Let's not talk about me first. Can you blockers let me go? We passers-by can't go. Zhang Yuan said. Hearing this, Sunday looked back with a troubled expression. Trainer Academy outdoor practice. Idlers retreat. This is the rule for a long time. I said it doesn't count. What a stupid rule. Zhang Yuan shook his head speechlessly. Since you have this rule, don't practice on the road, go to the forest. But what we're going to learn today is the impact of roads on Pokémon. Zhang Yuan. The passers-by around couldn't help frowning, feeling very angry about the Sunday's statement. Zhang Yuan shrugged wordlessly. Take me to see your manager. I'll talk to him. Sunday was stunned for a moment. Teacher Oshima. No, no, no. He has never had a good attitude towards commoners, and he won't reason with you at all. It's alright, just take me there. Zhang Yuan said. Her attitude was not as good as it was at the beginning. This little girl is annoying and annoying. Hearing Zhang Yuan's unkind tone, Sunday pouted, a little dissatisfied. 750 inches. Oshima-sensei is over there. You can go by yourself. After speaking, she turned around and said, let go. The black Superman nodded and followed. He looked back at Zhang Yuan, bent down and said in a low voice, Miss, this young man is very strong, not an ordinary person. HMPH. Of course I know he is strong, otherwise why would I invite him to be our family's lecturer? Sunday said dissatisfied. No. He Nan shook his head. I'm talking about his own strength. Since humans began to rely on Pokémon, fewer and fewer people are willing to exercise themselves, especially like him, who can exercise their own. I mean, hey, is it so powerful? Sunday looked back at Zhang Yuan strangely, just in time to see him walking towards the academy team with an expressionless face. Then, Zhang Yuan and Mr. Oshima said a few words. Oshima-sensei looked impatient and said a few words to Zhang Yuan. Up to this point, the style of painting is still normal, but then, she saw Zhang Yuan say something to Mr. Oshima with a cold face. Oshima-sensei's expression changed suddenly. Then, Zhang Yuan turned BCCB and walked to the woods on the side, and Mr. Oshima quickly followed. Not only the Sunday, but many students showed strange expressions. On the other side of the wood, Zhang Yuan took out something and showed it to Mr. Oshima. When he saw it, Mr. Oshima's attitude changed immediately. He bowed and apologized in a panic, then quickly ran back and started organized student queue. The Sunday looked strange, but she obediently returned to the team. She was the chief of elementary students, so she couldn't lose her etiquette. Mr. Oshima stood in front of the team with a serious face. Classmate, today's outdoor practice is here. Everyone, turn right. The students couldn't help but look puzzled. Doesn't it mean that this outdoor practice will last until the evening? Although it was strange, everyone still obeyed the command honestly. Go back to the academy. Let's go together. Oshima-sensei said, and had already walked out first. The students quickly followed. The Sunday went a long way, and looked back at Zhang Yuan strangely. Zhang Yuan, what did he show Oshima-sensei? Why is Oshima-sensei afraid of being like that? Really weird. The passers-by were also curious and surprised at this time. Young man, what did you show him? A young man asked. Show us too, another said. Some people started, others followed suit, and a bunch of people chatted with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at them, said nothing, walked to the side of his motorcycle, got in the car, turned the accelerator, and left. Looking at Zhang Yuan's back, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Tis, what a rude brat, they said. Zhang Yuan didn't pay any attention to their plans at all. He didn't care about the guy who was blocked by others, received unreasonable treatment, and didn't even dare to complain. What he showed Oshima just now was naturally his police officer certificate, and then he casually threatened a few words, such as reporting to the Alliance, lowering their school's rating, etc. It's too simple. As for the possibility of revenge in the Trainer Academy, he doesn't care about this kind of thing. Although the hands of local tyrants can reach the door of Interpol, it is absolutely impossible to reach in. Interpol still has this kind of integrity. At this point, it is much stronger than the rest of the league. After resolving this small disturbance, Zhang Yuan entered the border of Vermilion City. From a distance, you can see the style of Vermilion City. A port city. The whole city is built around a small bay, where several several large and luxurious piers stand proudly, which are very valuable at first sight. The hot and humid sea breeze swept across the face, but unexpectedly made people feel very comfortable. No wonder people like to go to seaside cities to escape the summer heat. He didn't rush to the Pokémon Center to find a place to live, but took a lap around the city and finally stopped by the pier. It's a really nice city. Zhang Yuan sighed. Haha, you're right, this is a good city. A rough voice sounded. Zhang Yuan turned to look. This is a man between the age of the young and the uncle, with golden frying hair, a pair of sunglasses on his forehead, some stubble on his chin, a colorful beach suit, and a pair of slippers. Seeing this person, Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. Young man, I feel the breath coming from you. You are very interesting. Uncle Golden Retriever grinned. Are you Vermilion gym leader, Mr. Lieutenant? Sir. Zhang Yuan didn't answer him, and instead asked. Exactly, Lieutenant. Surge laughed. A man as cool as the wind, Lieutenant. Sir. At the same time, he is also the patron saint of the city of Dead Leaf. The patron saint. Zhang Yuan showed a speechless expression, which was too narcissistic, and would be beaten when he walked on the street. Although I can't believe it. You won't be this year's rookie trainer, right, Lieutenant? Surge looked at Zhang Yuan and asked in disbelief. Yes, newcomer. Zhang Yuan nodded. Lieutenant. Surge snorted with disbelief. No, a guy like you shouldn't be a newcomer at all. There must be something wrong. Quote. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. I always feel that there are so many weird people in Gym Leader in Kanto. Should we find an opportunity to suggest the alliance to change a batch? Chapter 56. Treasure. Melodic. Mr. Lieutenant. Surge, calm down. Zhang Yuan said helplessly. Lieutenant. Surge scratched his hair and stopped angled. Forget it. It's not like those. Boy, since you are a rookie trainer, you must come to Vermilion City to challenge me, Lieutenant. Surge, he asked with a smile. Well, the badge still has to be taken. Zhang Yuan nodded. Is that so? It's a pity. Unfortunately, my Pokémon is not in my hand, Lieutenant. Surge said with a shrug. Not in your hand? Zhang Yuan wondered. Yes, I lent it to the staff at the terminal. The international luxury cruise ship San Annuo is coming soon. Their generators are a little short, so they lent my Pokémon, Lieutenant. Surge said with a laugh. Zhang Yuan. As expected, it is recommended that the alliance be replaced. How long will it take? He asked. Probably after the Saint Anne's gone, said Lieutenant Surge. Zhang Yuan was speechless, which was very embarrassing. He was going to Saffron City on the San Annuo. How could he have time to wait for the San Annuo to leave? Thinking about it for a while, he said helplessly. The Pokémon used to test newcomers has been lent, and your own Pokémon should always be there. My own, Lieutenant. Surge was done. That's not to fight with you, isn't it, to bully the small? Zhang Yuan just wanted to say that he was fine, so he just used this, but the map in his head suddenly started to work. A red cross appears on the map. Seeing the position of the red cross, Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. Actually, in the sea. Do you have to dive in? He looked at Lieutenant Surge. Is there any better diving equipment store here? Ha, Lieutenant. Surge's eyes lit up. Do you like diving? That's right. Zhang Yuan shrugged. He wasn't very interested in diving, but he was very interested in treasure. It just so happens that I'm also a diving enthusiast. The water quality in Vermilion City is famous throughout Kanto, Lieutenant Surge said, rubbing his hand. It's rare to meet someone with the same hobbies. Do you want to? Together? I don't care, Zhang Yuan said. In this way, Zhang Yuan followed Lieutenant Surge to find a diving equipment store. Lieutenant Surge's diving equipment is usually kept here. He went to his cabinet to get it, and Zhang Yuan went to find a new set. After looking at it for a while, he found a set that he liked and took it to the counter. Seeing this set of equipment, Lieutenant Surge's eyes twitched. This set is down. It should be 170,000 or 80,000 yuan. This kid is really rich. It was the first time he bought diving equipment that year, and it should be a fraction of him. Looking at Zhang Yuan's unchanging payment, Lieutenant Surge was in tears. Just then, someone walked into the store again, saw Lieutenant Surge, and greeted him with a smile. Uncle, are you going diving? Oh, isn't that Chloe? Lieutenant Surge greeted with a smile when he saw the person coming. This is a black and thin little girl who looks a little older than Zhang Yuan, about 14 or 15 years old. In this Pokemon world, it is already very mature, comparable to 17 or 18 years old on Earth. Come on, boy, let me introduce you. This is Chloe, a little girl in town. She looks like this, full of energy every day, and she is also a diving enthusiast. Lieutenant Surge laughed. Chloe cooperatively greeted Zhang Yuan. Yeah, hello, I'm Zhang Yuan, this year's rookie trainer. Zhang Yuan nodded. Zhang Yuan-kun, are you also a diving enthusiast? Chloe asked curiously after noticing the outfit Zhang Yuan bought. Well, getting ready to go diving with Mr. Lieutenant Surge. Me too. Hearing this, Chloe's eyes lit up, and she dashed to her closet. Lieutenant Surge shook his head amusingly. You don't mind, boy. I don't care, Zhang Yuan said. Just like that, after a while, the three people who had changed their equipment took a small speedboat from Lieutenant Surge and sailed into the sea. I know a place with a great view. you. Take you to see it, boy. Lieutenant Surge laughed while driving the speedboat. Because the direction Lieutenant Surge chose was similar to Zhang Yuan's destination, he nodded. After a while, Lieutenant Surge stopped. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised to find that the place Lieutenant Surge chose was exactly the place indicated by the map in his head. Lieutenant Surge a little surprised. Why did you choose this place? Lieutenant Surge said strangely. Didn't I just say that the scenery here is amazing, and I can see many Pokémon that cannot be seen near the sea? Question mark. As for Flowers Zero, Chloe giggled and said, it's very famous here. Many diving enthusiasts like it here. Zhang Yuan nodded and put on a breathing mouthpiece. Lieutenant Surge helped Zhang Yuan and Chloe to confirm the status of the equipment, and then gave a thumbs up. No problem. I'll go first. Chloe laughed and jumped into the water. Although wearing a tightly wrapped diving suit, the little girl still has no figure, which is really tragic. Zhang Yuan gave Lieutenant Surge a thumbs up and jumped into the water too. On Earth, when he was diving for the first time, he choked once and nearly fainted. The pain is really not to be mentioned. Anyway, now he is familiar with the road, and he swam by himself without being taught by anyone. Zero. As soon as he entered the sea, Zhang Yuan showed a surprised expression. Just now on the water, you can see that the water is terrifyingly clear, and now it's even more unbelievable. The visibility is so high. Zhang Yuan couldn't help thinking, Chloe has already started to go downstream. With Zhang Yuan in the past, he would definitely not dare to chase down so quickly, but now with his physique, he is not afraid of this depth of water. Shaking his flippers, he followed suit downstream. The treasure is below. Lieutenant Surge also followed, and after a while, the three of them reached a depth of more than 30 meters. Along the way, both Lieutenant Surge and Chloe were observing Zhang Yuan's reaction, and they were relieved when they saw that there was nothing wrong with him. Zhang Yuanshu narrowed his eyes. At this depth, the light was already very bad. He had to follow the guidance of the map in his head to find the treasure. Fortunately, he quickly found what he wanted. Congratulations to the host for discovering a special 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. The opening is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pokémon, Melodic. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed from the deep water in the distance. The 2 days subscription is a little bit higher than I thought. Honestly, are you all waiting for me to unblock my 10 billion tons of saffron and take you to fly? Chapter 57 Jellyfish Riot. Zhang Yuan took back the treasure, turned around, and wanted to say hello to the other two, just in time to see the black shadow approaching quickly. Noticing the direction the shadow was heading, Zhang Yuan frowned, swayed his leg, and quickly approached the other two. Lieutenant Surge and Chloe hadn't realized that the crisis was approaching, and were still looking at a coral reef with great interest. Zhang Yuan approached and pushed the two of them abruptly. In the next second, the black shadow rushed through the water between the three. Lieutenant Surge and Chloe were both startled and looked over. It was a blue Pokémon. Under its round body, 2 tentacles swayed gently. Above its head, 3 red gems emitted a faint light. A tentacle. Lieutenant Surge frowned. In the deep sea, many Pokémon can cause great harm to humans, and the agate 243 jellyfish is one of them. This creature, which can release toxins with its tentacles, has disastrous consequences once it pierces a diver's diving suit. He quickly pointed upward, signaling everyone to hurry up. Zhang Yuan stretched out his finger and pointed to the deep water. The two followed his gaze and found that more than a dozen larger shadows were approaching. The evolution body of tentacle. The danger of this kind of creature is much higher than tentacle, and from the way they travel, it is obviously in a rage state. Lieutenant Surge bit his breathing mouth tightly, stretched out his hand to hold Zhang Yuan and Chloe, and quickly started upstream. Seeing that the three were about to escape, Tentacruel's speed also accelerated. These deep-sea monsters shook a bunch of tentacles and quickly approached. Woo! While swimming, Chloe's face changed suddenly. Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Surge looked down and saw that a Tentacruel's tentacle had wrapped around Chloe's ankle. Then, another Tentacruel stretched out its tentacles and slammed it on Chloe's oxygen cylinder. With a bang, the oxygen cylinder burst directly, and the bubbles rushed to the surface. Chloe was so scared that she was about to cry. Now that the water is so deep, there is no oxygen, and she is entangled by Tentacruel. It is a desperate situation. Lieutenant Surge let go of Chloe's hand, turned around and was about to swim toward Tentacruel. He was going to fight Tentacruel. Zhang Yuan reached out to stop him. Lieutenant Surge looked angrily, thinking that Zhang Yuan was going to let him escape. Then, I saw Zhang Yuan take off his breathing mouth and stuff it into Chloe's mouth. At the same time, he took out a Pokeball out of nowhere and threw it out. A flash of white light, a Melodic appeared in the water. Seeing Melodic's beautiful body, Chloe forgot the predicament in front of her. for a moment and stared blankly at the scene. Lieutenant Surge's focus was different. He gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up in surprise. He didn't expect Zhang Yuan to come down with an aquatic Pokémon. As Melodic was released, Zhang Yuan directly turned on the bullet time synchronization mode. Melodic floated quietly in the water. His eyes did not fluctuate, and a few tentacles stretched out like lightning, all of which were perfectly avoided by its gentle movement. Seeing Melodic's appearance, Lieutenant Surge couldn't help being surprised. This Melodic experience to have such a terrifying combat intuition. Normal people cultivate Melodic, and they are all used to participate in gorgeous competitions, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. This kid really doesn't understand Lianxiangshiu. Because he couldn't give instructions to Melodic, Zhang Yuan gave Melodic a hand over to you gesture. Melodic nodded knowingly. This kind of Pokemon opened from the treasure has a very high affinity with Zhang Yuan. The various instructions given to him have even reached the level of understanding. Seeing Zhang Yuan's gesture, Melodic opened his mouth. A haunted singing sounded along with it. Disarming voice. The aggressive sound spread rapidly underwater, and all Tentacruel who wanted to approach all showed uncomfortable expressions and stopped, and the tentacles wrapped around Chloe's ankle also loosened. Chloe breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to take advantage of this time to swim up, but as soon as she moved, she realized something was wrong. Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Surge are both experienced trainers. When they saw the scene, they knew that Chloe's body was paralyzed by toxin. Lieutenant Surge frowned. Just now, more than 10 seconds have passed. That is to say, Zhang Yuan has already held his breath for more than 10 seconds under such a situation that requires intense physical exertion. When people are exercising vigorously, they need oxygen very much. Zhang Yuan's current state is like running a marathon while holding his breath. Just thinking about it feels very painful. Chloe also realized this. She wanted to take off Zhang Yuan's gas mouth and give it back to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan reached out to stop her. Just kidding, he won't use the gas mouth that others have used. If it's Lilith, it's almost the same. But in the eyes of Lieutenant Surge and Chloe, this is Zhang Yuan's efforts to save people. Lieutenant Surge showed a moved expression. Zhang Yuan stretched his arms around Chloe's waist and started upstream. Melodic followed him as he started to back up and float up. Lieutenant Surge quickly followed. After a while, the three of them surfaced. The Tentacruel group has retreated, and the water has returned to calm. Zhang Yuan let out a long breath. The moment he took off the gas nozzle just now, he was running his turtle breathing technique, which is indeed a skill produced by the system. During the entire underwater journey, he did not feel any lack of oxygen, and it seemed that it would not matter if he stayed twice as long. Chloe took off the gas mouth and said in a crying voice, "Are you alright?" "Well, it's fine." Zhang Yuan nodded, let go of Chloe, put his hand on Melodic who was beside him, and kept his balance. 4.4 Melodic's body was cool, slippery, and comfortable to the touch, just like, well, I won't continue to describe it. I'm really convinced. Lieutenant Surge acclaimed, "You're a master of your underwater skills. It's serious." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Let's hurry back to the shore and report the situation. I just found out that there are many tentacles and tentacruels in the deep water. I don't know why they are crazy. If we don't deal with it quickly, the consequences are unimaginable." Quote, "Understood." Lieutenant Surge nodded. Zhang Yuan hugged Melodic's body and began to swim towards the shore. On the way, Lieutenant Surge and Chloe wanted to hitch a ride, but for some unknown reason, whenever they touched Melodic's body, they would be caught by Melodic, released a faint wave and pushed away, and finally had to swim by himself. Chapter 58 Parents Thing. Back on the shore, Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Surge quickly contacted the Alliance. Hearing what the two reported, the experts within the Alliance discussed it for a while, and in the end, for some unknown reason, they told them not to worry about these matters. Lieutenant Surge was suddenly surprised. Such a big thing. The Alliance actually said it doesn't matter. Zhang Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. He found a room and connected to Keen's phone. Soon, Keen's familiar voiceless voice sounded. "That, here is Keen," he said. "I'm Zero. Zhang Yuandao, I want to ask, is there any news from Interpol about the incident of the rampage of the Tentacruel group in Vermilion City?" Keen's voice suddenly became louder when he heard the Tentacruel runaway incident. After a few seconds, he coughed a few times. "Well, I do know something," he said helplessly. "Do you know Granny Yin? Mega local tyrants in the Kanto region have made outstanding contributions to the financial field of the Alliance." Zhang Yuan said recitingly. He still knows a lot about the big money lords of the Alliance. Keen smiled. "It's 12. Her outstanding contribution is because of this. Granny Silver is currently building a large-scale floating city, with the goal of surpassing the famous resort city of Lampolchi. Because of her great construction, there have been several problems with the Pokémon in the sea. Yes, we also reported it to the League, and it was of no use at all. Quote, because of the construction of human beings, the aquatic Pokémon was disturbed." Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and recalled, "It seems that there really is such a plot. A supersized tentacruel or something, but I can't remember it. If it goes on like this, there should be problem, he said. Keen sighed. No way. The various institutions within the alliance are not harmonious and unified. Zhang Yuan was silent for a while, then suddenly said, if something extremely influential and vicious really happened, wouldn't the status of our Interpol be improved? Hearing this, it was Keen's turn to be silent. He was a little surprised. How could you think so? It was Interpol who asked to deal with the problem, and the alliance who did not reply. When a problem arises, the alliance will definitely be difficult to deal with. When that time comes, Interpol will come forward to solve the problem, publicize the matter, and prove Interpol's foresight and ability to do things which should do us more good than harm. Keen was silent again. Wait a minute. There were footsteps from his side. He should be moving. And then, with the sound of the door closing, Keen spoke again, but his voice became a little lower. Zero. If this task is entrusted to you, how much confidence do you have? It depends on how much we need to do, Zhang Yuan said. We are a well-organized and disciplined organization. Success. I understand. Find me a reliable helper, and I'll take care of the rest, Zhang Yuan said directly. Keen's attitude is very clear. He wants Interpol to gain this reputation, but he doesn't want to affect the interests of civilians, so he must find a good degree. If you handle it well, it is a great achievement. If you don't handle it well, the pot will definitely be carried by a few people. Zhang Yuan is very clear about this. At the same time, he also knows how much benefit this can bring him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a notice to reach him. In view of the merits of Zero trainee police officer in the MT Moon mission, he ended his trainee period and was promoted to the police department. This benefit is also given quickly enough, and it is indeed a very efficient Interpol. The police officer's certificate said that someone will be sent here in the near future, and at the same time, some equipment corresponding to his identity will also be sent, which made Zhang Yuan look forward to a small wait. Lieutenant Serge and Chloe, who were waiting within a few steps. There was a couple standing behind Chloe. As soon as they saw Zhang Yuan coming, they all stepped forward and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Yuan. Great kindness, great gratitude. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by this situation, and then he reacted. It should be Chloe's parent. After listening to Lieutenant Serge talking about Chloe, the two of you don't need to be too polite. It's the Chinese people who are righteous and brave. Ahem, it's our young people's obligatory responsibility, and it's not worthy of such a big fanfare. With that said, Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand to support the two of them. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, the couple showed admiration together. As expected of Mr. Zhang Yuan, his words are different from others. Zhang Yuan, this should be considered a compliment. Probably. Chloe's father handed a card with both hands. Mr. Zhang Yuan, this is a little thought from our husband and wife. Please accept it. Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I said no, I didn't save Chloe for this. After several attempts, Chloe's father confirmed that Zhang Yuan would not accept it, so he had to take it back. Chloe's mother suddenly remembered something and came over and said, Mr. Zhang Yuan is really a good person. Since you don't want to accept our money, can you accept this? Saying that, she took out 3 tickets. Zhang Yuan glanced at it. VIP coupons for the resort Lamperchi, which is the most luxurious resort in Kanto, and no one can resist its charm. The biggest value of this thing is not the ticket price. The ticket price of 827 is not too high, mainly because it is difficult to buy. First, it depends on luck, and second, it depends on patience. However, Zhang Yuan still shook his head. This really can't be accepted. Chloe ran over. Oh, Mr. Zhang Yuan, please accept it, or my parents will be anxious for a long time. Lieutenant Serge also laughed and said, yes, if I am the parent of this girl, then I really want to give you all the things that go bankrupt, so you can take it. Seeing the reactions of several people, Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly. Then thank you too. Couple shook their heads again and again. This is our lowest level of gratitude. If Mr. Zhang Yuan didn't even accept this, we would really suffer for a long time, and now we are more comfortable. Lieutenant Serge smiled, then frowned. Those guys above don't know what's going on. They don't want to mention it at all. I reported it several times and it was ignored, and the last time I even hung up my communication. What a bastard. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. Maybe the alliance already knows that this is not a big deal. Lieutenant Serge nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something, grinned and said, by the way, Zhang Yuan, I am very curious about your strength now. Very interested. Do you want to have a battle? Use my own Pokémon. Zhang Yuan nodded. That's what I mean. Chapter 59 Charmeleon's Progress. Hearing this, Chloe also showed an interested expression. Mr. Zhang Yuan, I also want to see your battle, the little girl said happily. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, hooray, Chloe said happily, jumping her feet. Even though he is older than Zhang Yuan, he looks like a child. Chloe's parents looked at each other in disbelief and bowed to Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Serge. Then were disturbing. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Serge, the group soon returned to Vermilion Gym. When the people in the gym saw Lieutenant Serge, they all bent down to say hello. Leader, you are back. And Lieutenant Surge also greeted everyone with a smile. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. It seems that although Lieutenant Surge's IQ is worrying, his interpersonal relationship is not bad. Knowing that Lieutenant Surge was going to fight with his own Pokemon in a long time, the staff immediately became excited. They cleaned up the venue and cheered. After a while, they did all the work and let Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Surge walked into the field. Lieutenant Surge moved his wrists and ankles while laughing loudly and said, "It will be too bad for a while, don't cry." "Well, good." Zhang Yuan nodded. Taunt was ignored, but Lieutenant Surge seemed happier. "Not bad. All aspects are very good. Next, let's look at the strength." Saying that, he raised his arms high and threw his Pokeball fiercely. I don't know, he thought he was going to smash the Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon appeared on the field. Red and white ball body. Electrode. Huh, Electrode. I don't like the type of confrontation. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. Haha, you're not the first to say that. Lieutenant Surge smiled smugly. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand and took out a Pokeball on the lower back. Come on, it's just you. Flash of white light. Charmeleon appeared on the field, raising his head and roaring. This way of debut seems to be learned from Salaman. Seeing that his opponent was Charmeleon, Electrode had a mocking smile on his face. A little guy with such a low level dares to fight himself. Seeing Electrode's expression, Charmeleon showed a displeased expression. A mere Electrode dared to underestimate his Charmeleon. Charmeleon opened his mouth wide, and a flame shot out. Electrode smiled, dabbed his body, released a piece of electric current, and directly floated up under the action of the electric current. White appeared directly not far away. The flames that Charmeleon spewed out directly. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. The speed of Electrode is really powerful. The speed value of 150 is almost twice that of Charmeleon. However, speed is not the only factor in winning. Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at Charmeleon, not in a hurry to give instructions or time to fire a bullet. Since he was with Zhang Yuan, everything Charmeleon has experienced is something ordinary Pokemon can't imagine. First of all, since he left Hallett Town, Charmeleon has been under the training of Salaman. Every day, he has to face monsters that are much stronger and higher than him, and whose blood can suppress him. Then, it encountered Gengar again. This wicked Pokemon has a deeper influence on Charmeleon. It can be said that the reason why Charmeleon has the current vigilance is thanks to Gengar. Although Gengar's speed is not as fast as Electrode, it is far more bizarre than it. The ability to drill shadows at every turn make Charmeleon a headache. Since Charmander's time, it has faced this fear every day. So, a mere Electrode counts as an egg. Charmeleon grinned disdainfully. Bark fell out of his mouth, and the flames on the tip of his tail were also burning, which was a sign of high emotion. Seeing Charmeleon's reaction, Electrode was a little strained. With the speed just now, it would have been scary to change to other Pokemon. What going on with Charmeleon? Why does it seem to be more excited? Lieutenant Surge narrowed his eyes, showing a look of interest. Interesting. Electrode, use Thunderbolt. Diaresis, he commanded loudly with a big wave of his hand. With a stab on Electrode's body, thunder and lightning surged out, turning into an orange lightning bolt and slamming towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon stared at the spark, and just as Spark was about to land on him, he suddenly turned sideways to avoid it. It's like bullet time mode. Lieutenant Surge's eyes widened in shock. The smile on Electrode's face disappeared, but it was also a look of surprise. On the edge of the venue, the staff were stunned. Chloe's parents are also unbelievable. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan showed a satisfied smile, deeply happy for Charmeleon. Other Pokemon, Charmeleon doesn't come from treasure. Because of this, it's not perfect, but it is this imperfection that makes it so powerful. Since stepping into this world, Charmander has been surrounded by Pokemon full of talent, potential, smart minds and understanding, which makes Charmander think that Pokemon should be just like them. The environment can determine a person's growth, and it can also determine a Pokemon. Charmeleon, who learns from treasure Pokemon every day, although not perfect, can bring Zhang Yuanxin a surprise in every battle. He took a deep breath and held out his hand impassively. Quote. Diaresis Charmeleon, flame charge. Roar. Charmeleon stretched his arms back, raised his head, flames burst from his body, and rushed towards Electrode. Lieutenant Surge recovered from the shock. The reason why he was so surprised just now was because Charmeleon's movement to avoid Thunderbolt was too strange, just like a martial arts master dodging hidden weapon. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is not a move to avoid your opponent in battle. What a strange thing. Get out of the way, Electrode, and use Swift. Electrode regathered the power, fled to the distance, and after pulling away, released a large piece of Swift. Zhang Yuan's and Charmeleon's eyes became calm like water at the same time. Bullet time mode. While everyone was watching like hell, Charmeleon kept sprinting while swaying around like a ninja, avoiding all the Swift. In a blink of an eye, he has already rushed to Electrode. Under Electrode's terrified expression, Charmeleon grinned and slammed into electrode with a whole body of flame. Boom. Equals 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 separation line equals 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 equals. Although I always feel that the group account is useless, but according to international practice, I still send one. In case any local tyrant reader wants to send me a private red envelope. Group number. If you want to add it, you can add it to play. Chapter 60. Lieutenant Surge. As fascinating confident. This time, Lieutenant Surge was no longer surprised, but rather annoyed. A skill like Swift can actually be avoided. Not to mention newbies. Even the already famous trainers are very few who can do this. This Charmeleon eat to grow up. All the staff days. Chloe looked up at her parents and saw that both of them were surprised. She asked curiously, Dad, what happened? Didn't Charmeleon avoid Swift? Why are everyone so surprised? Chloe's father pushed his glasses and said solemnly, although Swift's power is not very great, the hit rate has always been high. It is not difficult to dodge a few shots, but if you want to completely avoid all the stars, you can only use the sky knights to describe it. Ah, hearing this, Chloe looked surprised, as expected of Mr. John Yuan. That's amazing. On the field, Charmeleon slammed into Electrode with a whole body of flame. Ow! Electrode screamed in pain, and the whole ball rolled back and hit the edge of the field with a bang. 933. Roar. Charmeleon opened his arms and let out a cheerful roar. Nice job, Charmeleon. Zhang Yuan gave him a thumbs up. Charmeleon grinned and shook his paws proudly at Zhang Yuan. Electrode, stand up. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Zhang Yuan. Lieutenant Surge, S-word. He always felt strange. How does an Electrode stand up? Electrode gritted his teeth. Spark emerged from his body and slowly refloated. Fine Electrode, that's it. Quick attack. Electrode has more spark on his body, rushing towards Charmeleon. Dragon Claw, Zhang Yuan said. Charmeleon raised his right paw, with white light shining on it, and slammed towards Electrode. Boom. The two Pokémon collided violently and exploded a spark. Flame emission. Zhang Yuan didn't give Electrode any chance to master the rhythm. Electrode, if he fought with it a lot, would easily become paralyzed, which would be embarrassing. Charmeleon opened his mouth wide, and flames burst forth. Electrode brushes dodge away. Lieutenant Surge was about to give an order when he heard Zhang Yuan's voice resounding again. Fire Fang. Hearing this, Lieutenant Surge grinned. Sideline. Chloe's dad also frowned. It's not very good. Zhang Yuan has been using melee move with Electrode's characteristic. He may be infected with paralysis at any time. Hearing this, Chloe was shocked. In the eyes of everyone, Charmeleon opened his mouth and bit the Electrode fiercely, and the pair of sharp tiger teeth blazed with blazing fire. Ow! Electrode exclaimed in pain. At this moment, Charmeleon suddenly clicked, and a golden electric ember appeared. Damn it! Chloe's father acclaimed. Lieutenant Surge laughed. I didn't expect it. Zhang Yuan. My Electrode has electrostatic properties. Melee with Electrode and your Pokémon will be paralyzed. I really didn't expect it. Zhang Yuan smiled. Just as Lieutenant Surge was about to say something, he heard Zhang Yuan continue. I didn't expect that the burning state would be successful one. I wanted to take a few hard attacks and rely on the fiery fire feature to make a comeback. Now it seems that I don't need it anymore. Quote, question mark, exclamation mark. Hearing this, Lieutenant Surge's pupils shrank. Sure enough, looking closely, there are small flames emerging from Electrode from time to time. It has fallen into a burning state. Dad, what happened? Chloe asked anxiously, not understanding the situation on the field at all. Chloe's father sighed. I said before, let you learn a little more, BCBE, knowledge of Pokémon fighting. It will definitely come in handy in the future, but you just don't listen. Ooh, Dad, good Dad. Tell me now, Chloe said, shaking her dad's hand. The latter shook his head amusingly. It's very simple. In the burning state, the attack power of the Pokémon will be greatly reduced, about half, and the Pokémon like Electrode. Originally, the attack power is very low, basically no threat to Charmeleon, even a paralyzed Charmeleon. So, Zhang Yuan is going to win, Chloe said happily. Her father shook his head helplessly. Yes, but you really have to go back to school to make up lessons. Chloe suddenly looked sad. In fact, as Chloe's father said, Charmeleon won in the end, even though Electrode wasted a lot of effort in trying to bring down Charmeleon. Standing on the field, Charmeleon faced Electrode, who was already lying on the ground, and shouted again. Every victory brings more confidence and courage to it. One day, he will defeat Salamence and Gengar. With this thought in mind, Charmeleon looked back at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan gave it a thumbs up again. Charmeleon smiled gratified, and then Zhang Yuan took back the Pokeball. Chloe jumped up outside the venue happily. Mr. Zhang Yuan is amazing. Her father nodded too, with a look of approval. Lieutenant Surge retracted the Electrode and nodded in admiration. It was a great game and I got to see Charmeleon's route. He said, that kid is great, and sooner or later he will become one of my trump cards. Zhang Yuan smiled. This, Lieutenant Surge showed a curious expression. So, Charmeleon isn't your strongest Pokemon yet. Which one is the strongest? Melodic, water-type Pokemon. Facing my electric leader, I'm afraid I won't be able to get you. What good is it? Ha! How long has it been since you forgot who saved your life? I have to seek justice for Melodic. Zhang Yuan laughed. Lieutenant Surge scratched his hair. I didn't forget, or I'll be finished in a while, and I'll go buy Melodic the best Pokemon food. Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded and took out a Pokeball. The Pokeball left the belt and became bigger in his hand, filling the entire palm of his hand. Lieutenant Surge did the same. Both throw Pokemon at the same time. White light flashed, and two Pokemon appeared on the field. Raichu by Lieutenant Surge. Zhang Yuan's Gengar. Seeing Gengar, Lieutenant Surge's confidence came out again. Gengar, although it looked good, but facing my Raichu, I'm still waiting for the heat. This game, I will win. Zhang Yuan was almost amused. This Lieutenant Surge is really a little flag-raising expert. Chapter 61. Lieutenant Surge admit defeat. Gengar and Raichu looked at each other. Gengar grinned, revealing his signature creepy smile. Raichu also had a wary expression on his face, and spark faintly flashed from his body. Tilda. Oh, Leader S. Raichu. Leichu, who experienced blood and fire training on the battlefield back then. This battle, there is a good show to watch. The staff of Jim have been shocked by Growl and cheered for Lieutenant Surge. Chloe's father touched his chin. LT Surge. Leader S. Raichu. I heard that he went to war with him and saved his life. He has a lot of fighting experience. I think it's cruel to have Pokemon on the battlefield, Chloe said. Seeing this Raichu, Zhang Yuan also said with great interest. It looked very imposing. Not only momentum, my Raichu is invincible. Lieutenant Surge waved his hand. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Shadow Sneak. Zhang Yuan said. Raichu jumped high, and the fiery spark rushed towards Gengar. Gengar also smiled and pulled out a black Shadow Sneak and threw it at Raichu with a flick of his hand. The twisted Thunderbolt and Shadow Sneak collided in the air, blasting a piece of thunder light, offsetting it in midair. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and judged the skill strength of both sides. Yes, as a gym leader, your strength is already in the forefront, and you are indeed a man who has been on the battlefield. Well said, but I won't show mercy. Lieutenant Surge laughed. Raichu, wild charge. Play first with me. Zhang Yuan stared at the battlefield. Payback. Gengar was slammed into his arms by Raichu, and he took a few steps back, showing a pained expression. Then, it grinned, clenched its little hand, and punched back Raichu's belly. Raichu frowned, showing a pained expression. Raichu, the Lieutenant Surge yelled without flinching at all. You, Raichu echoed Lieutenant Surge's order loudly, punching Gengar back hard, while trying to figure out what to touch on Gengar. Gengar's expression suddenly turned unpleasant. Its physical defense is not high, and Raichu used another dark skill, which immediately made it look like gold dart. I see. Using Gengar's inadequacy in close combat to play physical flow. It's a good idea. Zhang Yuan nodded and said. However, no matter how good a tactic is, it only works in the right environment. He smiled and shook his head. Gengar, substitute. As his voice sounded, Gengar took 2 steps back with a smile, and divided more than 10 substitute. Thunder shot. Lieutenant Surge didn't hesitate. It was obvious that he was very experienced in this kind of combat. Hypnosis. Zhang Yuan said. Raichu shouted loudly, and a piece of bark swept across, directly blasting all Gengar's clones, and the body was also severely electrocuted. However, in the next second, Raichu suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a bang. Crap. Lieutenant Surge frowned. For these ghost-type and psychic-type Pokemon, what he is most afraid of is these weird gills. What kind of hypnosis? Psyshock and the like. Not domineering at all. Full of weirdness. Ooh, leader is at a disadvantage. Some staff members said in surprise. Damn, do you want to lose 2 games in a row? Another person also said angrily. No, leader's Raichu level is very high, and it won't be finished easily. Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of agreement. Raichu has followed Lieutenant Surge to fight everywhere since he was young, especially in the later war period. Raichu's level has long been unbelievably high. Among all leaders, Raichu's level is one of the best. Ask for flowers 0. Chloe's father also nodded, acknowledging the staff's point of view. Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry, but just named a move. Gengar, Nightmare, Garma. Gengar nodded with a smile. This trick is its old skill, and if you forget anything, you will never forget this trick. Lieutenant Surge was slightly taken aback, showing a slightly worried expression. Next second, Gengar sent a wave at Raichu. Then, Raichu's sleeping expression suddenly became contorted. Raichu in his sleep showed a terrified expression, and a large amount of electricity was released from his body, directly sweeping half of the field. Gengar flashed into the distance in surprise, wondering what happened to Raichu. Hurry up and stop. I give up. Lieutenant Surge exclaimed. Gengar, erase the nightmare. Zhang Yuan said. Gengar nodded. The red light in his eyes dissipated, and then Raichu finally calmed down. Lieutenant Surge hurried over to pick up Raichu. Zhang Yuan said strangely, what going on? Equals 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 dividing line equals 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 equal. Ah, why does Chie's Pikachu often use Iron Tail in the animation? I checked the information but found that neither Pikachu nor Lichio can Iron Tail. My heart is so tired. I checked the information and almost didn't come out. So angry. Also, Nightmare seems to be learned only after Gengar has a very high level, so let's ignore it here for the sake of the plot. I'll sell you cute. Hey, Chapter 62 Gentlemen. Sorry for letting you see the gas eye. Lieutenant Surge scratched his hair. Raichu went to war with me back then, so I couldn't resist skills like Nightmare. Alas, it's all my incompetence back then. Saying that, he calmed Raichu for a while, and took it into the Pokeball. Well, it's me who should be sorry. It reminded Raichu of bad memory. Zhang Yuan said. Lieutenant Surge smiled indifferently, and directly bypassed the topic. Okay, boy, if you beat me twice in a row, I can directly give you the badge. With that said, he took out a badge from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. It's all over. Just halfway through his word, there was a sudden vibration from his wristband. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Sorry, answer the phone. After saying 460 inches, he walked outside the venue and put on earplugs as he walked deeper into the corridor. I'm Zero, he said. Keen's familiar voiceless voice sounded. Zero Police Department supplement. There is a special situation. Zhang Yuan didn't speak, and waited for the opposite. Aren't you in Vermilion City now? You should know that it is a famous port city. There is now a luxury cruise ship called the San Annuo, and based on the investigation, we suspect that this ship has a lot to do with Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan was a little funny, but it didn't matter. The San Annuo was a scam created by Team Rocket. In order to prevent any special circumstances, we here want you to come and see and investigate the specific situation. Keen said. I really doubt now that I'm not the only Interpol left in Kanto. Zhang Yuan said speechlessly. Keen smiled. How come? This time you have a partner. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Yes, a veteran police officer, codenamed Gentleman, will come to cooperate with your action. That name came from. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded. Anyone who dares to be called a gentleman must be a pervert. There are not many people in the organization who are satisfied with their code name. Compared with them, ours is quite normal. Keen said with a smile. The gentleman should be able to come to your side soon. Connect it yourself. It done. Zhang Yuan nodded. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan silently took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Giovanni's voice sounded opposite. What the matter? San Anu, what's the relationship with Team Rocket? Zhang Yuan asked directly. Quote. Giovanni was silent for a few seconds. Has the Alliance checked this out? Not only was it found, but 2 Interpols were dispatched, including me. The San Anu is a trap that brings together Pokemon trainers from all over the place, brings them all together, and by the time they get to the high seas, there will be a lot of Team Rocket snatch their Pokemon, Giovanni said. Zhang Yuan was not surprised at all, because he knew the plot for a long time. Not now. Zero, a young and promising Interpol will board this ship, neither out of conscience nor in the protection of my position. It is impossible for your plans to come to fruition. Hearing this, Giovanni chuckled. The latter is the key point. Well, since the Alliance has noticed it, I won't touch it, so it's fine to cancel this operation. There's no need to cancel it, Zhang Yuan said. You find some useless people and let them continue their task. You know, the credit for solving the crisis is always much more than being safe. I can't imagine that this is what an Interpol said, and it's a promising 10-year-old Interpol. Giovanni shook his head and said, I see. I will arrange for some people to jump out for you. Use it. Don't worry. Thank you. After speaking, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. Judging from Giovanni's reaction, he doesn't seem to care about the operation of the San Antonio. What is his current purpose? While thinking about it, he put away his mobile phone and was about to return to the venue when a communication request came from his wristband. After connecting, an unfamiliar voice sounding like a middle-aged man. Hello, Police Department 0. My name is Gentleman. Quote. Hello. Zhang Yuan looked at the sky speechlessly. The name was really harmonious. I've arrived at Vermilion City. Where do I want to meet you? The gentleman's tone was very polite, which was a bit like his code name. I'm at Vermilion Gym, Zhang Yuan said. Well, I'll be there soon, said the gentleman. Zhang Yuan waited for a few seconds, but did not see the communication hang up, and said a little strangely, Gentleman, is there anything else? Well, no, said the gentleman. Quote. Then why didn't you hang up the communication? Zhang Yuan asked twitchingly from the corner of his eyes. Because I always wait for others to hang up the communication. communication. I am embarrassed to hang up the communication of others, the gentleman said with an embarrassed smile. Zhang Yuan violently overturned a coffee table in his heart. This guy really thinks he is a gentleman. He cut off the communication without hesitation and walked back to the venue. Sorry, Lieutenant. Surge leader, there is something to deal with, and the third fight may not be over. Oh, what's the matter? Can I help? Lieutenant Surge said enthusiastically. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I've already found. Before he could finish speaking, the doorbell rang at the door. A staff member opened the door. The next second, everyone was shocked. A man in a tuxedo, a top hat, a monocle, and a cane in his hand is standing at the door with a smile. He also has 2 mustaches on his mouth. 0.5. Chloe was directly surprised. Is he making a movie? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. It won't be. The man in the tuxedo smiled and looked at the people in the room, and finally put his eyes on Zhang Yuan. First meeting, Police Department 0. I'm gentleman. Before the words were finished, Zhang Yuan had already rushed over, picked up the gentleman, and rushed out of the gym. Looking at the backs of the two rushing out, the people in the room looked at each other. Well, what did they mean by that? Chloe wondered. Chloe's father shook his head, motioning him not to ask questions. Lieutenant Surge looked at the direction Zhang Yuan was leaving with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 63 Bill's Lighthouse. I'm going. What are you doing? Calling your code name in front of so many people. Is it because you are afraid that my identity will not be exposed? Zhang Yuan rushed out of the gym, put the gentleman down, and asked in surprise. The gentleman quickly tidied up his clothes, and took out a small mirror to take a look at it. After confirming that it was complete, he cleared his throat and said warmly, Don't worry, the Police Department 0. All the gym leaders in the Alliance have passed by strict inspection. There can be no problem. You don't have to be on guard against them. Quote. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was shocked. He really wanted to ask, do you know someone named Giovanni? After a few short conversations, Zhang Yuan already had a general impression of the gentleman's character. To sum up, he was not a normal person. While Zhang Yuan was thinking, the gentleman was smiling and looking at the scenery everywhere. Ah, it's really good. The scenery of Vermilion City is worthy of being an important port city in the southeast of Guangdong, he said. Indeed, when I arrived on the first day, I also turned around a lot. Zhang Yuan nodded. After speaking, he asked, Gentlemen, there are still 2 days before the San Anu sales. What are you going to do? Well, can I follow the 0 police department to make up for it? Sorry, I refuse. Zhang Yuan shook his head without hesitation. The gentleman showed a regretful expression, thought for a while and said, Then I'll go around by myself. Haha. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Saying goodbye to the gentleman, Zhang Yuan felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. Looking at his watch, he decided to go and do what Professor Oak had asked him to do first, to Bill's lighthouse. According to Professor Oak, he got on his motorcycle, made a half circle around a forest near Vermilion City, found a slightly broken path, and rode all the way to a cliff. A small lighthouse is on the edge of the cliff, and not far from the cliff, there is an abandoned pier. It seems that this place should have been a relatively prosperous port many years ago, otherwise it would not have built a special lighthouse. It's really hard to find. Zhang Yuan raised his head, looked at the rather imposing building in front of him, and got off his motorcycle. Walking to the gate of the lighthouse, Zhang Yuan looked up. There are a lot of reliefs on the door, carved with some prehistoric Pokémon like Kabuto, Kabuto, Aerodactyl, Omastar or something. There is a doorbell beside the door. The rest of the place is dusty, but this doorbell looked clean and still worked. Zhang Yuan reached out and rang the doorbell. After a while, a voice came from the phone. Well, the pizza I ordered shouldn't come at this time. Who? Hello, is this Mr. Bill? I'm Zhang Yuan. I'm entrusted by Professor Oak to come to you to get some information. Hearing this, the other party was slightly taken aback. So that's the case. I know, please come in. With the sound of the voice, the doors slowly opened. Zhang Yuan walked into the lighthouse. Like most of the people who watched the Pokémon animation back then, he only vaguely remembered the plot, and couldn't remember the details at all, so he was a little surprised when he saw the scene in the lighthouse. Like the gate, there are many reliefs in the lighthouse, including some divine beasts such as the Wind King. Looking further aside, you can also see statues of other region mythical beasts. This is very different from the animation. Kanto region, the production team probably hadn't considered the addition of regions later, so they only made the Pokémon reliefs of the Kanto region, but now, these reliefs have begun to include other regions, which is probably the real world. Correction. As Zhang Yuan walked into the lighthouse, the originally dark hall was lit up, and then a Kabuto came out. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Kabuto, he said in surprise. Hearing this, an equally surprised voice came from Kabuto. Hey, you even know the extinct Pokémon. It's amazing. As expected of the person Oak asked for help. Having said that, Kabuto Yijian, right, just right. Do me a favor and press the button on my way. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. He knew as soon as Kabuto spoke, it wasn't a Pokémon at all. It was just a holster, and it was estimated that Bill was in the holster. Reaching out and pressing the button, the holster automatically automatically opened, and a young man with green curly hair emerged from it, heaving a sigh of relief. Ooh, it's finally out. Kabuto's hands are too short to get out on his own. Zhang Yuan. It may be that he has just been baptized by a gentleman. Facing Bill's disconnection, he still feels quite normal. Diaresis that Zhang Yuan-kun, right? Sorry, I've been very busy lately, so I haven't come downstairs to answer the phone. Bill tidied up the Kabuto leather case on the ground and said a little embarrassedly, I don't care. Anyway, the information is not what I want. Zhang Yuan shrugged, then couldn't help asking, what is the leather case for? This. Bill smiled. You know, because Kabuto is an extinct Pokemon, so we don't know everything about them anymore. I'm shutting myself in a holster like this, hoping how much can I know what kind of mood an extinct Pokemon lives on this planet. Quote, Zhang Yuan. Hearing Bill's mystifying theory, he decided to skip the topic. He didn't remember the story of Bill's lighthouse at all, but he remembered a very crucial thing. Super huge Dragonite. Everyone who travels to the world of Pokemon will definitely, monos, be against the bug level Pokemon that will not be missed. Just like collectors love to collect precious antique, trainers will never let go of ultra rare Pokemon. Super huge Dragonite is higher than that of most mythical beasts. He touched his chin. Speaking of which, what are you busy with these days? Are you so busy that you don't have time to answer the phone? Hearing the question, Bill's eyes lit up. I'm calling for a Pokemon like no other in the world. Dash 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 dash. Since writing this book, I have seen no less than 10 book reviews questioning the age of the protagonist. In response to this, I have opened a single chapter. In the related work, some people who are full of lust can go to see it first, and then start the rant. Fang, Chapter 64 Take on the Giant Dragonite. Opening the chat box, Bill directly transformed from a serious researcher to the uncle of the village, and excitedly told Zhang Yuan about his plan. In general, it was basically the same as Zhang Yuan's impression. A foggy day many years ago, Bill heard a sound from the ocean in the distance. After his deciphering, the voice meant, I want to see you. I really want to see you. After a detailed analysis of that voice, Bill concluded that it was a very special Pokemon, maybe even the only one in the world. The reason why it makes that sound is to be able to find a companion of its own. So Bill specially designed a sound to respond to the call of the Pokemon, and used the lighthouse as a loudspeaker to transmit the sound frantically to the ocean. Sure enough, with the passage of time, the day has come when that Pokemon is near here. These days, Bill has been guarding the lighthouse every day, not daring to take a step away, lest he miss that Pokemon. After listening to Bill's word, Zhang Yuan asked curiously, then don't you want to catch that Pokemon? Bill was done. Why should I catch it? As long as I can see it and increase my understanding of the world, that's enough. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Just take a look. What can I understand? Even the first can't be solved. If you increase the power of your voice, I will catch it myself. Hearing this, Bill was shocked. Don't do something stupid. Through my analysis of the voice, the size of the other party is far beyond our imagination. Even if it is a large Pokemon such as Onix and Snorlax, in front of that guy, I'm afraid it's just a baby. Size doesn't determine combat effectiveness. Mr. Bill, don't worry. I'm a good player in combat. Don't you want to get up close and personal with that Pokemon? Bill's expression changed one after another. As a researcher, it's impossible to say that he doesn't want to get close contact with unknown Pokemon. The reason why he didn't have this idea before was partly because of the researcher's self-cultivation, and the other half because he couldn't beat it. After thinking about it, he nodded. Let Zhang Yuan try. There is no loss for him at all. Anyway, even if Zhang Yuan does not make a move, that Pokemon finds that his partner is not here, and it is impossible to come a second time. That night, Zhang Yuan and Professor Oak talked on the phone, using the video phone in the lighthouse. BCAI, Professor, I've sent you the information you want. Zhang Yuan pointed to the USB flash drive next to the phone and said. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. That great, thank you, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded. I have something else to tell you, Oak, about his plans to deal with the mysterious Pokemon. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Oak frowned. In terms of strength in the research field, Bill is not inferior to me. He said that the Pokemon has strong strength, so most of them can't go wrong. It is very dangerous for you to challenge rashly. Don't worry, I have the number. Zhang Yuan said. Lend you my Dragonite. It's my old buddy. It's very powerful, Oak said worriedly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Then, a moving emotion came to my mind. The old man in front of him was really good to him. Although there may be some factors in him being Gary's friend, it did not prevent him from thanking Professor Oak. If given the chance in the future, he will definitely repay Professional Oak. Don't worry, Professor Oak, I can win without Dragonite, he said with a smile. Hearing this, Professor Oak thought for a while and nodded. From the day Zhang Yuan transformed, he knew that the future of this young man must be limitless. Bill, help me me take good care of Zhang Yuan. If something happens to him, I won't let you go, he said. Bill's voice came from the loudspeaker in the lighthouse. If I had the skills, what would I ask him to do? Professor Oaklick. And just like that, Bill started increasing the power of the sound playing. The next night, outside the lighthouse, the fog was thickening. Zhang Yuan and Bill both had a feeling something is humming. Standing on the top of the lighthouse, Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the boundless sea fog. Bill was next to him and said nervously, "Is it really okay?" "Don't worry," Zhang Yuan said. Just as Bill was about to ask something more, a long growl came. Ah, that voice, long and full of rhythm, is like the sound of a whale in the sea, and it is like a song chanting softly. Come on. Bill was startled, almost jumping up, his hands clenched into fists and his body shaking. I've waited for so many years, and it finally here. Finally. Bill's teeth clucked together. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. The light of the lighthouse shone on the sea in a circle, and when they turned around, the two of them saw a huge and terrifying figure at the same time, approaching. Come on, come on. Bill would just repeat the word. Zhang Yuan gave him a pitying look, took out a pokeball, and threw it into the air. Brush. Flash of white light. Salamence appeared in the air. Roar. As soon as he came out, Salamence let out a huge roar. Shocked by the sound, Bill's spirit recovered a little, and he looked over in surprise. Salamence, you have such a powerful Pokemon. Amazing. Normal. Zhang Yuan beckoned to Salamence, who obediently flew down and hovered beside him. Zhang Yuan put one hand on Salamence's back, turned over and jumped up. Fly over, he said. Salamence's eyes showed fighting intent, looking at the figure in the sea fog from a distance, with wings dashed forward. Bill yelled nervously, be careful, be careful. Of course Zhang Yuan would be careful. Huge Dragonite is not only reflected in the size, but the huge body brings unimaginable strength and defense. In the animation, it even ate several Rocket from Team Rocket without any damage. If you put it on other Pokemon, you won't be able to eat a single Rocket. So, he didn't plan to use Salamence to be hard. He reached out and touched the lower back. A Pokeball rarely played. Chapter 65 Deoxys vs Giant Dragonite. Under the thick night, the sea fog filled the air, and there was a Mew-like atmosphere. If there was another wall, it would be even better. In this psychedelic sea fog, Zhang Yuan stood on Salamence's back and threw out his Pokeball. Go! With a flash of white light, a figure appeared in midair, standing in the void. Exactly Deoxys. Deoxys. Attack form. Psychic. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. It's a ruthless move. Deoxys swayed and turned into a sharp attacking form. At the same time, his tentacles slammed together, and the powerful Psywave moved like a mountain to the huge Dragonite. The beasts in the real world cannot be described by the data in the game. Deoxys made a full effort, and the effect can only be described as shock. Under the pressure of mental strength, the whole sea suddenly burst into a circular wave with a height of tens of meters. Oh! Giant Dragonite roared in pain. In the distance, listening to the sound of battle from the sea, Bill reached out and wiped his cold sweat. He didn't know what happened in the distance. What move Zhang Yuan used to cause such a big movement? See, the giant Dragonite was completely angry. It came along with the sound of a suspected companion, and now not only did he not see his companion, but he was also attacked by a little doubting who was only 1 person tall. It is bearable, but the dragon cannot bear it. It opened its mouth wide at Deoxys, and at the same time, the ignition light started to gather in its mouth. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes. Don't avoid it. Deoxys, use defensive form. Try it. Deoxys nodded. His form changed instantly. His whole body became full of heaviness, and his shot became a thick sheet. Deoxys, defensive form. Its tentacles gathered forward to form a wall of light, and at this time, the flame vortex of the huge Dragonite also finished charging and gushed out. Deoxys' tiny body, as if it didn't exist in front of this vortex of flame, was swept indirectly, and no shadow could be seen. Seeing this scene, Salamence showed a slightly horrified expression. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan didn't let himself get in too, otherwise it would be a problem if he could get out alive. The flames dissipated quickly, and a look of disdain appeared in the eyes of the giant Dragonite. No matter how strong the attack power is and how much mental power there is, in the face of this vortex of flames, isn't there even a slag left? The next second, it froze. In midair, Deoxys was still standing there silently. Even the posture still maintains the appearance of the gathering light wall. Although the light wall is full of cracks, the edges are also broken a lot, and it has not completely disappeared. Giant Dragonite was a little surprised. There are only a few Pokemon that can make it feel tricky when it grows so big, such as the big bird with a white body, the little pink flying, and so on, but it definitely doesn't include the one in front of you. Looking at Deoxys' expressionless eyes, the giant Dragonite knew that he had met his opponent. On the lighthouse, Bill's hands were sweating. He could see the fire pillar just now. It was 7 or 8 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters long. Cyan, what kind of thing is Zhang Yuan fighting now? On Zhang Yuan's side, he probably determined the strength of the giant Dragonite. The attack power is undoubtedly the beast level, and the defense power must also be there. The only flaw is the the speed. The speed of the huge Dragonite is very slow. It is basically the kind of boss template in the game that attack high blood and thick blood, and this is not a problem for Zhang Yuan. Stepping on Salaman's back, Zhang Yuan provided support to Deoxys on the spot. Deoxys is in normal form at this time, and is flying around the huge Dragonite quickly, and at the same time, he keep condensing the ball of light and throwing it at the huge Dragonite. Although the latter is angry, he can't handle Deoxys' fast break, and he is completely in a passive beating situation. Zhang Yuan didn't let up. The huge Dragonite can live for so many years. It's definitely not relying on fate. Its trump card is definitely more than he thinks. Sure enough, seeing that he missed Deoxys several times, the giant Dragonite suddenly raised its two front paws. With its movement, huge water waves, like a tornado, surround its body and soar into the sky. This is a change in the use of surf skill. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Although he had guessed that the giant Dragonite had a whole card, he didn't expect to have such a big momentum. As for flowers 0. Map guns are not a good habit. Salaman, fly up. Zhang Yuan said. The huge ring-shaped waves in front of me are getting higher and higher and getting bigger and bigger. If the water hits my body, I am afraid there will be hundreds of tons of impact. It is impossible to get through it. This huge Dragonite is also fighting. As for Deoxys, Zhang Yuan originally wanted him to avoid the edge for a while, but Deoxys conveyed to him that he was willing to fight. Feeling Deoxys' thought, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Deoxys uses his speed to fight the huge Dragonite, which must be a 100% surefire, but this kind of battle, for Deoxys, is probably not happy. It and Salaman, Gengar, melodic, although they are all treasures open, but from the moment they are opened, they already have their own life, their own thought, and their own desires. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth slowly raised. Own tactic, while sound, may not be the happiest way to fight for Deoxys. Maybe according to Deoxys' idea, it's not the safest, but how can there be so many sure things in this world? If you want to fight, fight, Zhang Yuan said loudly. Deoxys, attack form, use the full force of mental dash. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Deoxys raised his head, his whole body burst out with endless fighting intent. Brush, his body turned into Rayleigh's incomparable attack form, and at the same time, all 4 tentacles gathered in front of him. Following his movement, the entire sea area and the sky seemed to start to vibrate. No, not as if, but really shaking. Feeling the trembling of the air, Zhang Yuan's blood boiled. Such is the strength of Deoxys. This is the power of the divine beast brought by the treasure system. With the accumulation of energy, both sides launched an attack at the same time. The overwhelming waves hit Deoxys fiercely, invisible and intangible, but it has already filled the spiritual power between heaven and earth, attacking it. Chapter 66 Conquer Giant Dragonite. A dazzling light lit up at sea. The impact of the collision of the two big moves instantly crushed the space of more than 10 kilometers in Hoenn. The sky and the earth trembled, and the sea water rolled back. On the lighthouse, Bill was still stretching his neck, trying hard to see what was happening in the distance. The next second, he was blown away by a sudden shock wave and slammed into the railing behind him. If he hadn't reached out in time, grab the railing tightly, or you will be knocked over. Even the distant Vermilion city set off a powerful shock wave, and many unstable objects placed outdoors were directly blown over. Whirlwind. Passers-by stood unsteadily and sat on the ground. Everyone raised their heads in surprise and looked at the misty sea, wondering what happened there. And Bill, at this time, has seen the scene at sea. A huge shock wave 757 washed away the fog at sea, revealing the terrifying battlefield. Bill's eyes widened, staring at the scene in disbelief. In the sea stood a huge Pokémon. Pokémon look very much like Dragonite, but the size is completely different. It is more than 100 meters tall. It is a wild beast. This is. Seeing the huge Dragonite in front of him, Bill couldn't say anything in surprise. The shocking waves have not receded, and the whole sea is rolling like a pot, and normal people estimate that if they fall in, they will be smashed by the sea. Seeing this, Bill couldn't help showing his excited expression. Yes, this is the power of the giant Dragonite. This is the power of the Pokémon that I have been waiting for so many years. Just that the state of the giant Dragonite didn't look very good at this time. There were many wounds on his body, and the whole dragon seemed a little sluggish, obviously being suppressed. Bill rubbed his eyes in surprise. The giant Dragonite, and the aftermath of the battle. It is impossible to be injured by ordinary Pokémon. By the way, Zhang Yuan. It's Zhang Yuan. Bill quickly looked for Zhang Yuan everywhere, and finally saw it a few dozen meters above Dragonite's head. Zhang Yuan was standing on Salaman's back, quietly looking at the huge Dragonite under his feet. What kind of Pokémon was fighting the giant Dragonite? He was suddenly struck by an invisible psywave that rushed through his brain. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. He fell to the ground and fell asleep. Deoxys withdrew his shot at Bill, hypnotizing a human, which was too easy for him. Huge Dragonite raised raised its head and roared. With the blow just now, it failed to hit Deoxys, and was severely suppressed by Deoxys' mental power. Its eyes were fixed on Deoxys, and a vortex of flames spewed from its mouth again, hoping that the ability that hit Deoxys in the first place would work again. However, Deoxys wouldn't be hit by him on purpose this time. Its small body nimbly flew up and down in the air, avoiding every attack of the giant dragonite, and then raised a tentacle high, and above it, the force of the brush condensed a large knife dozens of meters long, and slashed down towards the huge dragonite. Huge dragonite roared. White light flashed on its right paw, and faced Deoxys' spirit claw. A harsh collision and friction sounded, and a large piece of ember burst out between the spirit sword and dragon claw, and it fell into the sea. Deoxys stretched out another tentacle, knocked down another mental force, and extended it out, slashing at the huge dragonite from the side. Huge dragonite also lifted up and slammed towards it. Deoxys took back the first one and cut it off again. The two tentacles carry two large knives of mental power. Brush, brush, stroke, lift and drop. It is such a simple action. After speeding up, its gorgeousness is not inferior to powerful skill. Giant dragonite could barely parry at first, and occasionally he could throw two moves at Deoxys, but after a while, there was only the power to parry. A knife, two knife, three, two. Just as the fourth knife was about to cut down, the giant dragonite froze. It slowly raised its two front paws and placed them on either side of its head. He lowered his head and shrank to his stomach. On its head, there are two deep wounds that can be seen from the bone. The Battle of the Beast level. This kind of injury is too normal. I think in the theatrical version, when Deoxys played against Rayquaza, it could be sprayed directly by a hyper beam. Ball up. You don't have to be beaten so badly. Zhang Yuan stepped on Salamence and fell to the height in front of the giant dragonite, saying to the giant dragonite. The latter looked at him with a dissatisfied expression, as if to say that he lost to Deoxys, but not to Zhang Yuan, a human. Seeing the eyes of the giant dragonite, Zhang Yuan smiled, and pulled out Sanryu Zongjin with a swipe. The tip of the knife pointed directly at the eyes of the giant dragonite. The aura of the abyss and extreme cold in the knife was completely released, forming a real coercion. How dare you take this attitude towards your future master? Do you want to lose an eye forever? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Looking at Zhang Yuan, the huge dragonite felt a chill go straight to the bone marrow. This human being can really do this. If he shows a little more hostility, he will really stab this knife into his eyeball. After a few seconds, the giant dragonite let out a low wailing sound, lowered its head again, and did not respond. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, took back Sanryu Zongjin, and then threw the Pokeball at the huge dragonite. Not an ordinary Pokeball, but an overweight ball specially designed to catch overweight Pokémon. It was previously opened in a one-star treasure, and it just came in handy here. Pokeball encounters the giant dragonite, which swipes into a white light and is swallowed into the ball. The ball swayed 3.9 times in midair and returned to calm. Zhang Yuan took the Pokeball with a satisfied expression. Huge dragonite successfully captured. This sense of achievement is unusual. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the town from a distance. This huge dragonite is different from other Pokémon. As long as you go through the procedures reasonably and let the above accept its existence, you can take it out and use it at any time, which is completely different from the Deoxys opened in the treasure. Thinking of stepping on the giant dragonite, crossing the entire city, leaving a huge shadow, Zhang Yuan felt a little hilarious. Ellipsis 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 ... I have a cold, so I don't feel bad, but I'm very sleepy. I'll go to bed first, ask for a leave, and make up chapter 4 tomorrow. Chapter 67 Shocked Oak and Bill. Seeing the huge dragonite being subdued, Deoxys flew to Zhang Yuan's side, with a happy glow in his eyes. Zhang Yuan patted its shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Deoxys. Deoxys shook his head and made a strong appearance with his tentacles, and Zhang Yuan laughed when he saw it. He picked up the Pokeball in his hand and looked at it. The black overweight ball. The giant dragonite sat sullenly inside, with a lifeless expression on his face. It is estimated that it feels that it has not found a companion and has been subdued again. It is already a waste dragon. Zhang Yuan put away the Pokeball, put away Deoxys, and took Salamence back to the lighthouse. The lighthouse was in a mess, and it was washed by the shock wave just now. Bill was lying in the ruin, sleeping soundly. His face was lying on a stone, and there was a red mark on his face, and there was an irregularly shaped stone under his stomach, which hurt when he saw it. He walked over, released Gengar, and woke the hypnotized Bill. Bill slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Zhang Yuan, are you alright? What's wrong with me? What about the giant dragonite? You were hit by the aftermath of the battle. Your mental power was damaged, and you fell asleep. As for the huge dragonite, it has been subdued by me. Do you want to rest now? He wanted to ask you if you want to rest now, but before he finished, Bill jumped up. Where is it? Let me see. Come, please. Facing the enthusiasm of the researchers, Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing and crying. I can't see it now. It's injured a lot and needs to be treated. Don't worry. I've passed the Pokemon nursing license, and I'm definitely not worse than Joy, and I also have a full set of treatment equipment. Give it to me. If it breaks, I'll cut my head to you, Bill said without hesitation. The chest slapped the face of Bill's enthusiasm. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless, but nodded. Since you said so, then I will treat you here, but first, I will supervise the whole process. You don't want to do anything strange secretly. Things like random slices or something. Quote, ooh, what do you think of me? Bill is. I'm a moderate Pokemon researcher, milder than professional Oak, Bill said anxiously, looking a little impatient. In this way, the two spent a lot of time moving a lot of instruments out of the lighthouse. No way, the lighthouse's size can't hold the huge Dragonite's body. After connecting the wires of the instrument outdoors and getting everything ready, Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball and released the huge Dragonite under Bill's, eagerly looking forward to watching. With a flash of white light, a huge shadow directly enveloped the open space. Huge Dragonite's huge body that is more than 100 meters high directly blocks the sky and the sun. It is 40 or 50 stories high. Ordinary people stand under its feet and look up. They will be dizzy. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh. Seeing the huge Dragonite, Bill didn't say a word, just stood there and learned how to baboon. Zhang Yuan gave him a pitying look and turned on the video call device next to him. Was opened. The eagerly awaited Professional Oak appeared on the screen. Last night, Zhang Yuan contacted Professor Oak and said that he was going to start the treatment of a huge Dragonite. Professor Oak heard that Zhang Yuan had caught a huge Dragonite with a height of more than 100 meters. Pity that the huge Dragonite's injury was there. Zhang Yuan and Bill did not accept delayed treatment, and the helpless Professor Oak finally had to accept the video to watch. As soon as the video started, Professor Oak stretched his neck and looked over at the giant Dragonite. Oh oh oh, oh 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 oh. A second baboon appeared. Looking at the appearance of Professor Oak, Zhang Yuan silently looked at the sky. No help. These two. Although Bill forgot what people said and could only bark as a baboon, he didn't miss the job at all. He picked up a few instruments to test his physical signs and ran towards the giant Dragonite. Such a serious injury. Treat it quickly, and it's not far from death, he muttered as he ran. As a result, the huge Dragonite suddenly turned his head and looked at him with a shadowy face. A scumbag human who dares to run beside him. If Zhang Yuan hadn't been there, he would have swallowed Bill in one bite. Even if it didn't do anything, the heavy dragon's might made Bill just sit on the ground. Zhang Yuan. He looked at Zhang Yuan with a look of help. Oak also saw this scene in the video, took a small notebook and began to record. The pressure is very strong. There is a strong rejection of strangers, but it may also be caused by injury. Zhang Yuan looked at the giant Dragonite. Be honest. I'll treat you. If I mess up again, I'll turn you into a dragon meat pot. The giant Dragonite's body like a small mountain trembled, with no momentum at all. Bill glanced at Zhang Yuan gratefully, and resumed his work. First, a few patches were put on the giant Dragonite, and then he tried to stick up, but got the huge Dragonite is no longer in trouble. It doesn't like to cooperate with him. With the body of 660 dozens of stories high, he can't let him go to the bar on his stomach. Still, Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, so he carried Bill with Salaman, flew to the giant Dragonite, and helped the giant Dragonite stick the magnetic pole to force the giant Dragonite to stick it, provided that the giant Dragonite's truck-sized claws can hold the magnetic pole. Getting ready, Dragonite's vital signs began to show up on the instrument. Seeing the icon in the instrument, Zhang Yuan's eyes twitched. Bill and Professor Oak are crazy. What the matter? What are you kidding? Bill couldn't help but swear. Oak also wiped away his cold sweat. How many wounds of this size on the body, yet the vital signs are so healthy. Is this really a Pokemon? It has extremely high scientific research value. Zhang Yuan's thinking direction is completely different. It's great to be so resistant to beatings, and to be a meat shield in the future, he said. In the middle of the night, with a dry throat, I got up to write a chapter. Impressed by his professionalism. Chapter 68 Giant Dragonite Legalized. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Oak and Bill roared in unison. That's not good. Looking at the two researchers who were guarding the calf, Zhang Yuan was speechless. This huge Dragonite belonged to. He didn't bother to argue with the two fellows whose research souls were burning, so he simply called out Charmeleon and started to practice against each other. Seeing his two old foes, Charmeleon isn't as nervous as he was at first. On the contrary, he's already looking forward to this kind of battle. Roar. It roared taunt at Salamence and Gengar. Salamence is happy. Is your Charmeleon floating? Or am I Salamence unable to lift the knife? Had to teach this Charmeleon a good lesson today. Gengar grinned, matching Salamence's thought. Melodic, on the other hand, just quietly looked at the few Pokémon in front of him. From her eyes, it seemed seems that she can see a little bit of maternal love. It may also be the expression of the legendary caring for mentally handicapped children. The battle between real men can be initiated with just one look and one action, and Charmeleon and the others are no exception. After looking at each other, Charmeleon took the lead in attacking Gengar. Gengar was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Charmeleon to shoot himself with 427 first, but then he entered the state and started to rub a shadow sneak. Salamence was unwilling to be lonely, and began to brew a vortex of flame. For a time, the three Pokémon were in full swing. During this period, Zhang Yuan has also been watching their battle. Not only Charmeleon, but Salamence and Gengar will also make mistakes. Whenever this happens, Zhang Yuan will point them out and help them avoid these problems. When Bill was treating the giant Dragonite, he would occasionally look at Zhang Yuan's battle when he was tired. After watching it, he nodded. This kind of battle is very important for Charmeleon and the other two Pokémon. Beneficial. Salamence and Gengar slowly showed surprised expression. Long time, they used Charmeleon as their junior to fight, and it was more a play than a battle, and they didn't take it too seriously at all. Unexpectedly, with the passage of time, Charmeleon has made flying progress in terms of combat power, combat experience, and will to fight, and they won't forget that Charmeleon still has a chance to evolve into a big and strong Charizard, and the two of them are already in their final form. This made the two Pokémon realize that if they continued to fight with this playful mentality, it might not take long before they would be caught up by Charmeleon. To be caught up or even surpassed by the younger generation, this is definitely not a happy thing for the two arrogant Pokémon. The two Pokémon looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes at the same time. Under Charmeleon's surprised gaze, Gengar and Salamence suddenly changed their attack targets at the same time and threw their skills towards each other. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. There seemed to be a happy look in Melodic's eyes too. And Charmeleon didn't stop after being stunned for a few seconds. It doesn't care whether the two Pokémon are teaming up or fighting. There is only one thing he has to do, and that is to become the final winner. 3 times if it doesn't work. Charmeleon was the first to fall, and Gengar, after several unsuccessful sneak attacks, voluntarily conceded. The end. Salamence won. At the same time, the giant Dragonite is almost the same. Bill used the tree fruit to purify the high purity potion and applied it to the wound of the giant Dragonite. Although this cannot heal the wound at once, but with the self-healing power of the giant Dragonite, the effect is still very good. Obviously, at the same time, he also made a lot of data records about the huge Dragonite, and Professor Oak cooperated with the analysis. BCEH. Unfortunately, the two of them tossed for a long time and did not understand how this huge Pokémon appeared. At first, the two guessed that it was related to the power of the beast, but unfortunately they could not verify it. Later, they considered it from the ecological environment. Unfortunately, it was not certain in the end. Fortunately, there are no big mushrooms in this world, otherwise the two may have to analyze the possibility of nuclear pollution. Zhang Yuan came over and said, "Is the research almost done? Will you take a break?" The righteous words on Bill's face suddenly. Scientific research does not need rest. Although Professor Oak didn't say such a second speech, he also showed an expression similar to Bill's. "I'll rush over soon." Zhang Yuan smacked his lip. Well, although it's a bit unpleasant to say this now, the two great scholars should also understand that I brought the giant Dragonite for you to study, not only for the advancement of science. Bill was slightly taken aback, not knowing what Zhang Yuan was talking about. Professional Oak, who has been in the league for so long, has some interesting thinking patterns in his mind. "You mean, let's make you a legal proof of the giant Dragonite?" Zhang Yuan grinned, as expected of Professor Oak, "My good teacher and friend, best friend, much better than Bill's wooden head." Bill was instantly displeased. "I'm no dumber than Professional Oak." Professor Oak scratched his hair. "But this is really a bit troublesome. A Pokémon like a giant Dragonite, if you take it out and use it, it will definitely cause all kinds of noises in the Alliance. You know, the Alliance resists new things and rejects existing ones. Any changes to the rules, but there are a lot of people, and if you want you to use the giant Dragonite reasonably and legally, there must be a high-sounding reason." Quote. Zhang Yuan nodded. "This is indeed a problem. If it can't be solved, he can't use the huge Dragonite casually, and this quasi-god level combat power, he can't easily give up. Even if the secret is kept by his side, he will not be fed up and give it to the Alliance for research." Bill curled his lips in disdain. "Professor Oak, it's not easy. Just say Zhang Yuan is a special tester for the two of us. Isn't it enough to test the newly discovered Pokémon?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Oak were stunned at the same time, then looked at each other and nodded. This statement worked. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 2. There are 2 more chapters, which will be filled up before going to bed. If you have friends who haven't seen it in the last chapter, please take take a look and find out about tomorrow's update. Chapter 69 Union Compensation. Despite the fact that Professor Oak and Bill are both researchers, the miracle eyes they should have are not much at all. Soon, the two of them approved the documents for Zhang Yuan through their relationship. Zhang Yuan was originally from Pallet Town, and had a long relationship with Professor Oak. Both his parents were researchers, and he was in Interpol. The above people did not pay much attention to the content of the application, so they signed it directly. And this is exactly what Professional Oak expected. Giant Dragonite was recovering from his injury. Bill was ready to hurry up and do a little research, while Oak came over with Zhang Yuan's credentials. After cutting off the video, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something and said to Bill, "Mr. Bill, how is your research in the field of DNA?" Hearing this, Bill was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "In the field of DNA, I can't say it's an authority, but it's definitely an expert." The experts in his mouth are definitely different from the brick and mortar bees on the earth. They are people who really have in-depth research in a certain field. Zhang Yuan nodded and took out a stone from his bag. "This thing is the fossil of an ancient Pokémon. You can try to revive it for me." Hearing this, Bill shook his head. "It is almost impossible to extract DNA from the fossils of ancient Pokémon. I have also undergone a lot of similar experiments before, but in the end they were all unsuccessful." Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. "My piece is different. The DNA information in it is very complete. As long as you have the corresponding equipment, you can easily do it." "Huh?" Bill looked over in surprise, with a look of disbelief. First of all, he couldn't help but doubt the authority of Zhang Yuan's word. Even if a 10-year-old child knows a thing or two about the field of DNA, how much can he know? But when he thought of Zhang Yuan's method of defeating the giant Dragonite, Bill murmured again in his heart, "Maybe Zhang Yuanjun has some unknown talent to find out these things." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ignite a flame in his heart. Looking at Zhang Yuan with a confident face, he grabbed the fossil. "If it does, I owe you a big favor." With that said, he turned and was about to run into the lighthouse. Zhang Yuan stopped him. "The DNA in this fossil belongs to Kabuto. Don't be too surprised when you see it. It broke it for me." How else can you know what kind of Pokemon is in the fossil? Bill was also shocked. His gaze towards Zhang Yuan was no longer at a junior, but as if he was looking at a monster. With an expression of surprise and doubt, Bill ran into the lighthouse. Zhang Yuan used Bill's equipment to help Charmeleon and the others regain their strength. While busy, a communication request suddenly came from the wristband. Zhang Yuan put down the device and put on earplug. "I am 00 Police Department Supplement. I'm a gentleman. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry." "What happened?" Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "My identity has been exposed. Just now on the beach in the east of Vermilion City, I was in a very comfortable mood, watching the beautiful sunrise by the sea, but I didn't expect the magic of a few Team Rocket's members who wanted to snatch a little girl. Baby, I used to take out my police ID card and beat them away. Now they must already know my identity." Tis. Zhang Yuan frowned, not expecting this gentleman to be so troublesome. "Originally, I wanted to use his mouth to show off his great achievements in the battle with Team Rocket, but he came up with this. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." The gentleman's voice of apology kept coming. Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Mr. Gentleman, don't do this. You did nothing wrong. It is our duty to protect innocent citizens from criminal organizations. You just abide by your duty." "Ooh, thank you for saying that. I feel much better." The gentleman's voice sounded with a bit of a cry. Zhang Yuan has a black line. "I have to ask about what's going on after Keen. I'll hang up first, Mr. Gentleman." After a few words of greeting, Zhang Yuan ended the communication with such a sentence. Then, quickly connect the line of Keen. Soon as it was connected, Keen's voice sounded first. "The gentleman cannot be left on this mission." Zhang Yuan hummed. He had already guessed this. The gentleman's performance is very bad this time. Even if he wants to be the victim of Helping Hand, he can take action as an enthusiastic citizen. There is no need to take out the police officer's certificate. It really, alas. Keen's voice sounded helpless. Ask for flowers 0. Zhang Yuan shrugged. "Accidents are inevitable." Keen hummed in agreement, and then said, "Actually, it was normal for a gentleman to be excited in that situation." "What the situation?" Zhang Yuan asked. 12 Team Rocket's members, and a captain, so many people shot at the same time. You know the effect, Keen said. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Ordinary Team Rocket's members, 3 or 4 are irrelevant. They are basically the same as Jesse James. They take 1 or 2 Pokemon that are not very good, and get paid every day, but 12, they can play a random punch to kill the master. Effect, very dangerous. Ellipsis. As for the captain, that's the core force in Team Rocket. Generally, there are 3 or 4 Pokemon of not low level, and they are also rich in combat experience. This kind of person with 12 subordinate can be shot by a gentleman. Repel. It seems that this guy who usually seems to be off the line is also very powerful. So it turns out, it seems that I underestimate the strength of a gentleman, he said. Keen smiled bitterly and said, "The gentleman's strength is very good. If it wasn't for his strange personality, he would have been promoted to the police department long ago. So, what should we do after that? Zhang Yuan asked. Keen coughed a few times and said sternly, it's definitely too late to send another partner there. So after negotiation above, I decided to give you a big baby. Quote. What? Zhang Yuan said with a stern face, and decided not to complain about the unknown word that appeared in the previous paragraph. A credit card with a super limit that can only be used temporarily. With this, you can become a local tyrant, attracting attention, and no longer worry about being slapped in the back. Keen said with a happy smile. He laughed, but Zhang Yuan was shocked. What TM thing? It's easier to be slapped by others, right? Chapter 3. And one more chapter. Chapter 70. Kabuto's resurrection is successful. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't reply, Keen was a little ashamed. I am sorry. Something went wrong, and I want you to complete such a dangerous task alone. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan suddenly interrupted him. It's all right. That's it. I have nothing to say. Hearing this, Keen was stunned for a few seconds before he let out a sigh in disbelief. Zhang Yuan actually agreed with this proposal. He thought that Zhang Yuan would seriously oppose it. He was ready to help Zhang Yuan argue with the above and cancel the mission, but Zhang Yuan didn't even respond at all. He added worriedly, Team Rockets are a lot more murderous than you think. They are a bunch of hooligans. Don't worry, Keen, I'm not a child. Zhang Yuan said. Keen took a lot of free to hold back the sentence. You were originally a child. After hanging up the communication, Zhang Yuan connected the call of Professional O. Professor, what kind of research equipment are you still lacking? 4. The most expensive one. Let's just say, I'll buy them for you. Across the phone, O's eyes lit up. Then, Zhang Yuan took out a small notebook and began to memorize things. Well, Lilith will become a trainer in the future, and she will definitely need a luxurious enough outfit. First come 500 great balls, and then prepare 10 sets of clothes from the best brands according to various weather. By the way, considering Lilith as you grow older, prepare more batches according to your age. The best nutritional supplements will come for 10 years. Quote, Yellow also buys some things here. Even a little girl must like clothes and accessories. And then there's Sabrina. When you go to Saffron City to find her, you can't go to Saffron City empty-handed to buy something. Well, who else's? While thinking about it, Zhang Yuan kept memorizing it in the book. Those alliance bosses who thought it was impossible for a 10-year-old child to spend much money, seeing this ledger, probably vomited blood. Ellipsis. It was almost afternoon again, and Bill emerged from the lab, his hair and face greasy, typical of a techie. Although sloppy, there was a radiance in his eyes. Success. Zhang Yuan, it's successful. Okay, it's faster than I thought, as expected of Mr. Bill. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was also very happy. Bill laughed. His praise to Zhang Yuan was very useful. Giant Dragonite stayed honest. Zhang Yuan and Bill walked into the lighthouse. Sure enough, in a petri dish, an egg was floating in the culture medium. Bill stretched out what looked like an X-ray image and said excitedly, look at this. On the screen, a little life is floating in the egg. It is impossible for ordinary trainers to recognize this Pokémon, but the two people present knew what it was. Kabuto. Although Zhang Yuan knew the result for a long time, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Bill nodded. Yeah, Kabuto. Except for Aerodactyl, this is the first ancient Pokémon to be resurrected successfully. Today is one of the indelible chapters in Pokémon history. Pokémon researcher Bill, and trainer Zhang Yuan, have revived ancient Pokémon. The extinct Kabuto. Bill raised his hands high. It was as if he was already standing on the podium. Zhang Yuan blinked. It's very comfortable for Bill to not forget to add his name at such a time, but, Mr. Bill, I'm afraid you will be disappointed soon, because there is a canyon in the Kanto region, and there are many ancient Pokémon in it. What Kabuto, Kabutop, Omanite, Omastar, Aerodactyl, whatever, as much as you want. But now he didn't bother Bill's interest, but cast an identification spell on the egg. Pokémon eggs belong to the Kabuto family. They are hatching and have high potential. They are suitable for training as combat Pokémon. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and the result was not unexpected. Kabuto, who were not strong enough, couldn't keep the DNA information to this day, and it disappeared with time. Seeing Bill's happy look, he reminded, Mr. Bill, just like the huge Dragonite before, I won't leave this Kabuto for you to experiment with, and I won't give you the trophy to cheat. I will give it to you. Take away. Hearing this, Bill was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Zhang Yuan, you think of me as being too utilitarian. It's not me bragging. If I, Bill, want fame, status and money, I've already become a rich man in the Alliance now, instead of waiting so hard in this beacon far away from people. Years before the huge Dragonite, the reason why I was gaff was just because I waited for it for too many years and put too much effort into it. Like this Kabuto, although I am glad I resurrected it, but I didn't think about it. By appropriating it as research result, you can rest assured. Quote, hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded. Bill's words were sincere, compared to his little miracle eye. In recognition of Bill's greatness, he decided to give Bill a set of equipment at that time. Well, with union money. That night, Professor Oak arrived, and Zhang Yuan also went to the city and took his mega credit card. Oak and Bill were shocked when they saw the card. Both of them are people with big vision. They recognized this card at a glance, and through their explanations, Zhang Yuan probably understood how awesome this card is. In terms of money alone, it is no worse than the high-level Express Centurion. This sentence alone is enough to explain the weight of this card. It seems that the Alliance is not talking indiscriminately this time in 4.3 with such a card. Zhang Yuan's safety can indeed be guaranteed. After the whole trip, it is estimated that everyone's eyes will not leave him for a second. But now, mega rich man Zhang Yuan still has to give professional Oak a first shot. For more complete. For the sake of my reluctance to keep my word, ask for an automatic subscription. The method of automatic subscription is, you can open a chapter in the middle of this book at random, then turn back, turn 5 or 6 chapters, and there will be a prompt for automatic subscription. If you find this book interesting, I hope you can click it. This is a great support and encouragement to me. Chapter 71 Real Local Tyrant. Soon, the day arrived for the departure of the luxury cruise ship San Antonio. Many trainers were invited and boarded the cruise ship early, including Master Gary. Probably because of Zhang Yuan's butterfly wing, many of the plots have been advanced a lot due to his promotion, so it is difficult to keep up with Ash's progress. On the contrary, Gary, who should have missed the St. Anne's, happened to be there. Here, today, Master Gary is still a mega style. He is wearing a valuable casual brand name and a pair of sunglasses worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. He is surrounded by sick gorgeous beauty, all of whom are fighting for him. This battle, even on the San Anu, was a very high explosion. Many trainers cast envious glances at Gary. It is not a loss to be able to install such a wave in one's life. Feeling the envious gazes coming from the surrounding, Gary hummed with a smile, holding his head high. What he wanted was this feeling. But then, an exclamation sounded from the other side. People looked away from Gary and looked over there. 12. Gary, who was enjoying the popularity of the people, was instantly furious, and he looked over. He wanted to see who would dare to compete with him. Master Gary. Seeing this, he couldn't help being stunned. In the eyes of everyone, a young man in a black trench coat and sunglasses slowly walked onto the boat. With 2 gold chains hanging around his neck and a large gold watch on his wrist, he exudes the aura of local tyrant. Immediately afterward, 12 big men in black came up and stood in a row behind him, all of them looking brave and strong. 2 women in suit followed him and gently fanned him with fans. Although the number was not as good as the one next to Gary, the professional social temperament, but Gary's girlfriends couldn't pretend anyway. The young man slowly took off his sunglasses, stretched out his hand and stroked his big waxed back. Oh, there are a lot of people. Just 4 words, but it contains at least 5 special tones for pretending. Gary's face turned green. Eye white. Zhang Yuan. Oh, who am I supposed to be? Isn't this Master Gary? How are you doing recently? Zhang Yuan said with a slightly surprised expression and said with a smile. Gary feels that the whole person is not well. What kind of wind is Zhang Yuan smoking? A closer look, he was even more shocked. I rub it. A mama hand made a trench coat. A laborer's watch. Both chains are pure gold. Are you kidnapping the treasury? Hearing Gary's word, there was a sudden gasp of air around him. These things, Gary said, just take them out. Enough for them to eat, drink and play for years. This man named Zhang Yuan, who is so sacred, is too rich. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Little money, it's not worth mentioning. Looking at Zhang Yuan's expression of forced anger, Gary felt that he was out of breath. Gary, let's stop chatting here. Get on board, a girl said, shaking Gary's hand. Zhang Yuan nodded. Gary's girlfriend is right. Let's not waste time on the deck. Get your cabin card ready and board the ship. The trainers nodded, took out their room cards and started lining up. Gary also took out a few room cards with gold edging, and looked at Zhang Yuan proudly. See, the balcony suite. The best ones are all wrapped up by me. What kind of room is yours? The balcony room on the side. As he said that, he took his girlfriends and stood in the team, ready to verify the room card and board the ship. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile and took out a golden card. Seeing this card, several staff members hurried over. VIP suite users, please take the dedicated channel here. Zhang Yuan hummed and followed. The trainers suddenly showed envious expression. The VIP suite on the St. Anne. That's not something you can get with money. It's great. I really want to see what it looks like. Damn, what is the dedicated channel I envy the most? I don't want to line up here. Lord Zhang Yuan, do you need a warm bed? I can do it. Hearing Hearing the various discussions in his ears, Gary was speechless. This Zhang Yuan has been doing things all day long, so it would be better to call him to do things in the future. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Walking into his room, Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa and connected the wristband and earplug. I am Zero and have successfully boarded the San Anu. Very good. Came Keen's voice. Be careful in everything. It is difficult for us to provide you with support in the vast sea, and your own safety is the priority. Received. Zhang Yuan nodded. At present, there is no sign of Team Rocket's members' activities, and I will continue to report the follow-up situation. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yuan returned to the lobby on the 4th floor of the cruise ship. Most of the trainers are gathered here, and it is rare to take a cruise, and few are willing to wait time in the cabin. Some people can't wait to start the battle. Some people are buying, and more people are looking around excitedly, admiring the decoration on the cruise ship. The scene is similar to Zhang Yuan's previous appearance when he was on a cruise ship. As soon as Zhang Yuan came down, many trainers approached and wanted to talk to him. Zhang Yuan kept smiling and greeted these 940 trainers. At this moment, Gary got out of the crowd and looked at Zhang Yuan with warlike energy. Zhang Yuan, since we have come to the normal trainer meeting, let's have a battle. Tis, you haven't been cleaned up enough. You're shaking your Zhang Yuan said speechlessly when he heard Gary's word. Gary gritted his teeth. I'm not what I used to be now. My Squirtle has evolved, and now it's easy and fun to clean up your Charmander. Are you sure? Zhang Yuan showed a narrow smile. Since you are so confident, I'll play with you. I haven't seen you cry for a long time. You've never seen it before. Gary got angry and threw the Pokeball directly. Go. Wartortle. Defeat Zhang Yuan and his bastard partner. Dash 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 dash. I drank too much yesterday, and my memory only lasted until I left the seat and got in the car, and I can't remember anything after that. I woke up in the middle of the night with thirst and found myself thrown on the hotel bed. I don't know which animal had taken off my clothes, and my heart was tired. Right now on that damn 5-hour bus ride back. So tired. This chapter was written entirely on the bus. If you owe 3 shift, write down the account. QAQ. Chapter 72. I have seen the cadre. Zhang Yuan. God TM bastard partner. He grinned and threw out his Pokeball. Come on, Charmeleon. Teach him to be a man. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, Gary was taken aback. What the hell? Charmeleon. Is there something wrong? Flash of white light. Charmeleon had already appeared. As soon as it came out, it raised its head and gave a domineering snort. Gary's face turned green. Charmander has also evolved. The eyes he looked at Zhang Yuan suddenly became resentful. This is simply deliberately tricking people. Zhang Yuan replied with a mean smile. You deserve it. Gary gritted his teeth angrily. Although he has no confidence to win, he will not be cowardly. With a wave of his hand, he said loudly, Wartortle, water gun. Cammy. With Gary's order, Wartortle opened his mouth and shot a water gun at Charmeleon. Facing this old opponent who had never won, Wartortle didn't dare to be careless. When shooting, he made up his mind about the direction Charmeleon might choose to avoid, and specifically corrected the trajectory. And Charmeleon didn't mean to dodge at all, but opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The next second, billowing flames shot out. Fire radiate. The ferocious flames directly evaporated the water gun and shrouded Wartortle, causing Wartortle to panic. Wartortle, rapid spin. Gary's voice came just as Wartortle was at a loss. Wartortle retracted his limbs and head into the shell with a swipe, and then his whole body spun and flew out, avoiding the flame. The commanding level has improved. Zhang Yuan nodded. Gary smiled proudly. HMPH. I'm not standing still. Before he finished speaking, his expression changed. Under the cover of the flame, Charmeleon didn't know when he had touched the place where Wartortle fell, and slapped it with a slap in the face. Exactly. Wartortle's head stuck out of its shell and met Charmeleon's dragon claw directly, and was slapped in the face. This shot almost made Wartortle faint. Wartortle let out a pained cry, and tears came right out. That's not all. Charmeleon took the opportunity to turn around, and another dragon's tail slammed into Wartortle's shell. The end. Seeing that Wartortle was determined not to show his head, Charmeleon simply brewed a mouthful of flame radiation, leaned into the hole in the turtle shell, and sprayed it fiercely. Suddenly, Wartortle's shell began to smell of barbecue. The trainers around were all sweating profusely. This Charmeleon is playing Wartortle. It's just abusing vegetable. Gary quickly took the Wartortle back. Looking at Zhang Yuan's Charmeleon, Gary couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I clearly chose a Pokemon with restrained attribute. Why can't I beat Charmeleon? Is it really the workout effect of Salaman? So obvious. Borrow Grandpa's Dragonite and use it as a sparring partner for Wartortle. Thinking of this, Gary is even more powerless. Last time, he borrowed Dragonite from Professor Oak. Unfortunately, Professor Oak refused directly, saying that holding a Pokémon that did not belong to him would not have the effect of training at all. Zhang Yuan didn't care what Gary was thinking. He reached out and touched Charmeleon's head to show his encouragement, then smiled and looked at Gary. Come again. Don't you have other Pokémon? Originally, Gary didn't want to fight anymore, but when he saw Zhang Yuan's grinning face, he couldn't help but took out the Pokeball again. Raticate, Pidgeotto, Kadabra. They are all Pokémon with decent strength, but unfortunately they are not enough for Charmeleon alone. In order to comfort Gary, when he finally played Kadabra, he deliberately changed to a Gengar to make Gary lose better. Taking back all the failed Pokémon, Gary looked at Zhang Yuan in a daze. The word Professor Oak had said suddenly came to his ears. This kid Zhang Yuan has become different from before. He will definitely become a great person in the future. Gary, if you can't make changes, it may not be long before you even look at Zhang Yuan from a distance. Can't do the back. Has what Grandpa said come true? Gary felt a little dazed. Just when he felt that his breathing was a little difficult, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Calm down. Gary raised his head in surprise, not knowing when Zhang Yuan had already walked up to him. It's not wrong to yearn for victory, but who stipulates that in this world you must be the first in the field of combat to be considered a victory? Even if you can't be invincible in battle, you can find your own way to win. Others' opinions are always someone else's. You have to figure out what you want, don't you? Saying that, he patted Gary's arm with a smile and turned to leave. Gary was stunned for a moment. That's right, maybe Gary can't beat Zhang Yuan in battle, but in this world there are too many ways to become the strongest, and what he wants to be the most may not be the strongest trainer in the first place. He thinks back to his childhood, bouncing around the professional oak every day. At that time, his favorite thing was not to fight Pokémon, but to watch them thrive. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. Damn, it's a shame to be comforted by that bastard Zhang Yuan. Looking up, Gary's eyes gleamed again. After this trip, go and talk to Professional Oak. It's been a long time since the last talk between Grandpa and grandson. After Zhang Yuan walked out of the hall, he slowly, by leaves, came to a room along the crew passage. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door regularly. The door opened, and a man in a Team Rocket's uniform stuck his head out strangely. Seeing that it was a young man, he showed a suspicious look. Under his gaze, Zhang Yuan took out the badge that Giovanni gave him. The Team Rocket's member was taken aback for a moment, and he also took out his bag. The next second, seeing the reaction of his bag, he was shocked. I have seen the cadre. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I feel that there are many people with rhythm in the book review area. I really don't understand. Will it really give people pleasure to fabricate facts and spray the author? Saying that I change once a day. You may only have 8 hours left in a day. The internet age really brings a bunch of secondhand goods who speak irresponsibly. D. Chapter 73 Greenhouse Flowers. Seeing the Team Rocket reaction, Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this badge given by Giovanni is quite useful. He entered the room and closed the door. How's the preparation going? He asked directly. The Team Rocket's member nodded. Don't worry, cadre brothers are all ready. As long as you leave the Vermilion City range, you will shoot immediately. Zhang Yuan hummed. Then the team member looked at him a little cautiously. That, Mr. Cadre, there is something I don't understand. I wonder if I can ask a question. You said. Zhang Yuan nodded. That's it. Didn't they prepare 6 squads before, and they were all superior squad? Why only 2 squads were left in the end, and they were all usually not very good squad? Well, I have nothing else. I mean, just curious. When he asked this, he didn't even dare to raise his head, lest he would have crossed the line. Then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Zhang Yuan looking at him with a smile. Don't worry, this is an exercise given to you by the organization. How can you meet Celadon, Rainbow without going through wind and rain? With that, he turned to open the door and walked away. The Team Rocket's member looked at Zhang Yuan's back in a daze, and murmured and repeated that sentence. How can I meet Celadon, Rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? As expected of a cadre, what he said moved 917 people. Walking out of the crew passage, Zhang Yuan looked at his shadow. Gengar, did you give him an illusion just now to make him misremember me? Gengar emerged from the shadows and gave him a reassuring smile. Zhang Yuan looked back at the crew passage. Poor child, the reason why your boss only has 2 teams and all the weak players. Haven't you counted B in your heart yet? This is obviously asking you to deliver food. A second of silence for these idiots. He came to the deck, found a chair to lie down, closed his eyes comfortably, and started to bask in the sun. After about half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes. Gengar emerged from the shadows and nodded at him. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, rolled over, jumped off the chair, and walked towards the stairs. At this time, the hall on the 4th floor was already in chaos. BCFC. Lot of Team Rocket suddenly appeared here, each carrying a special machine designed to suck Pokeballs, and their purpose purpose is very simple: to take away the trainers' Pokémon. A Team Rocket's member shouted, "Listen to all trainers. This ship has been controlled by our Team Rocket. Now everyone stand up. Hand over all the Pokémon on them. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Quote. Hearing this, the trainers looked at each other in shock. Team Rocket, where did it come from? There was a security check before. Why did Team Rocket come in? I'm going to file a complaint against the Saint Anne. Listening to the trainer's word, another Team Rockets looked at the person who spoke with contempt. Just grab it directly. What a lot of nonsense. Saying that, he directly activated the machine on his body. Brush, brush. The powerful suction suddenly appeared. Coupled with the special design of the machine, the suction for Pokeballs was even stronger. Many trainers did not react at all, and the Pokeballs on their bodies were sucked one by one. Damn, what the matter? My Pokemon. The Pokemon that flew out and fell into the hands of Team Rocket. The trainers sent out grief-stricken roar. Zhang Yuan looked out the window and shook his head. The alliance is so stable that it spawned a bunch of greenhouse flowers, and it goes on like this to eat Jujubee. In the crowd, there were still a few trainers who performed well, such as Gary. When he saw Team Rockets appear, he released 2 Pokemon, Pidgeotto and Raticate, without saying a word. The reason why only 2 were released is because only these 2 can barely fight, and the others were abused by Zhang Yuan. Don't panic everyone. A few Team Rockets won't be the opponents of so many of us. Gary frowned and shouted. Hearing this, the trainers froze for a while, then nodded subconsciously. Zhang Yuan also nodded approvingly outside. Gary's ability to handle things is much stronger than Ash's. How stupid is the animation production team to let Gary lose to Ash? But right now, Gary's cleverness doesn't do him any good. It affects his plan. He let out Deoxys and pointed through the window to the pipe above the hall. Break that. Deoxys nodded, pointing in the air. Boom. In the hall, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. People looked up in horror and found that the pipes above their heads had burst, and thick smoke was coming out. There is a relatively timid female passenger to send growl directly. The male passengers also panicked, and no one paid attention to what Gary said. Team Rockets from 2 mere teams actually played a crushing round against a trainer group of more than 100 people. After a while, a lot of Pokemon had already entered the pockets of Team Rocket. Seeing this scene, Gary was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have any decent combat power now, but there were a lot of Pokemon in Team Rocket. As long as he dared to shoot, he would be beaten into a dog by Team Rocket. Many passengers knelt on the ground helplessly, looking at the Pokemon they had taken away with despair. Cries and shouts are endless. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Someone's not in the lobby. Team Rockets were also taken aback. Under everyone's attention, Zhang Yuan's black windbreaker fluttered in the wind. Team Rocket, your evil deeds are over. Saying that, he covered his earplugs with one hand. I'm Zero. Start moving. Under the surprised gaze of the Team Rocket, 2 white light flashed around Zhang Yuan. Salamence, Charmeleon. Zhang Yuan rolled over and jumped onto Salamance's back. The latter roared and fluttered his wings over the heads of the trainers and dashed straight to Team Rocket. Interpol 0. Arrest you according to law. On Salamance's back, Zhang Yuan carried Sanryozongjin on his back and shouted coldly. Dash 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 dash. After the update is finished, I will eat something to take a bath and start to make up for yesterday's. However, it is estimated that the 3 chapters will not be completed. I have to get up early tomorrow to take the high-speed train and try to write some points on the bus. Chapter 74 Zhang Yuan Police SWAT. Interpol. What? How is that possible? Seeing the police officer card in Zhang Yuan's hand, Team Rockets fell into shock one after another, and the trainers were all excited when they heard Zhang Yuan's word. Interpol. Sir Zhang Yuan is Interpol. We are saved. Annoyed, one of the Team Rockets said. What about Interpol? Not a kid yet. Mankey, come on. Use the bare-handed hack. Ooh. Mankey took the lead and rushed up. The next second, it saw a huge black shadow coming towards him. Boom. In the stunned gaze of everyone, Salamence stepped down, big feet like pillars, stepping on Mankey directly. No movement. No one doubts that if Salamence hadn't shown mercy, Mankey would be a meatloaf now. Please don't interrupt when I'm talking. Thank you. Zhang Yuan said to the Mankey owner with a smile. The Team Rockets subconsciously took 2 steps back and nodded in horror. After securing an early bird who wanted to do something to himself, Zhang Yuan turned around and looked at the bunch of trainers. For these trainers, he didn't plan to hide his identity at all. On the contrary, he had to let these people remember him. These are all rookie trainers, the future of the Alliance. He saved such a group of people, and the Alliance didn't remember him. A few great achievements are not enough. I'm very sorry to have shocked everyone. I'm Interpol, codename Zero. The purpose of boarding the San Anu this time is to investigate possible Team Rockets members here, and to prevent them from doing anything that may endanger everyone's safety. Originally, according to our investigation, Team Rockets would do some petty thefts at most, so I was the only one who came alone. But I didn't expect Team Rockets to be so mad, to openly snatch all the trainers working hard raised Pokemon. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. I am afraid that few of these melon trainers who are present have trained Pokemon attentively. What I said is against my heart, but as long as the atmosphere can be stirred up and the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter that this is against his heart. Although I don't know if I can stop the vicious Team Rockets with my own power, or if I can help you get back the stolen partners, I believe that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. With that said, Zhang Yuan turned around and faced the Team Rockets members in front of him again. Today, I am Zero, and I must seek justice for everyone. All the trainers present felt goosebumps. Oh. Fight with Master Zero. Long live Master Zero. Seeing Zhang Yuan fighting with the Pokemon, Gary was surprised. This guy Zhang Yuan is actually Interpol. When did it start? Grandpa concealed Zhang Yuan's whereabouts the time Zhang Yuan left Pallet Town. No wonder. In this way, a lot of things suddenly make sense. Gary's mood was very complicated at this time, especially after being abused by Zhang Yuan just now. This mood is more complicated. If it weren't for the words Zhang Yuan had comforted him before, maybe he would have collapsed right now. Now, Gary just shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is really on the way to make trouble. Under the leadership of Zhang Yuan, the trainers fought a hard battle with Team Rocket. In the end, the San Anu successfully docked in a small seaport city. With Zhang Yuan's contact, the local Jenny quickly rushed when you arrived, escort the arrested Team Rocket's members to the police station. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, found a single room at the police station and got in touch with the Kanto branch of the International Police. This time, he was not the only one who talked to him. As Zhang Yuan expected, the San Anu incident had a great impact, and it became a topic in the whole of Kanto, and what he did was in this incident simply crucial. First of all, the biggest and most crucial point is to protect the lives and property of more than 100 trainers. From the perspective of the Alliance, this is simply a great contribution worthy of a big book and a tribute to Zhang Yuan. For flowers. Although these young people have no ability, they are spoiled, and they don't understand when they are trainers, but they are the future of the Alliance in name, the flowers and bones of the motherland. Once an accident occurs, they will be scolded to death by the media, chased to death by family members. In the video conference, several senior officials of Interpol and the Alliance were just round Kua Zhang Yuan, and he was about to give him the name of the light of the Alliance. Then the second biggest credit is to keep the San Anuo, such a luxury cruise ship. The cost is calculated in tens of billions. In response to this matter, the owner of the San Anuo, Fengyuan Cruise Group, sent a special contact to express a grand thank you to Zhang Yuan. Ellipsis. The third major credit is to crack the Team Rocket's conspiracy and capture the Team Rocket's members of the two teams. There are also various credits for driving trainers, awareness of struggle, spreading positive energy, and successfully maintaining the image of the Alliance, and they are not listed one by one. After the whole meeting, Zhang Yuan was very satisfied. All the things he did were basically credited by the Alliance. No matter what the process was, the final result was that he did what no one here did. This is the hardest right to speak. No one wants to deny him. Addition, some contact that Zhang Yuan knew, such as Professor O, the Andersu couple, etc., all contacted the Alliance directly and asked for a return worthy of the risk he took. If you don't blow Zhang Yuan's way, you can't do it. At the meeting, Zhang Yuan's police rank was not unexpected, and he was directly promoted to 2 ranks to become Zhang Yuan's police inspector. This was a direct promotion from a local official to a central official. No matter how bad it was, he was the leader of the local officials and changed to the famous detective Conan. The world can be forced by identity alone. There are also countless other rewards, and they have to wait until they meet the superior before they can get them all. But Zhang Yuan is not in a hurry. Anyway, they are all external things. But when he came out of the police station, he found that the map in his brain had found something again. More Chapter 1. A Little Cabin. Continued tomorrow. Chapter 75. Lamperchi. Following the guide of the map, Zhang Yuan finally found a new treasure in an alley. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. After opening, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability. Item column. Inventory. Hearing the name of this special ability, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. When he heard about the special ability, he thought that this treasure would give something like aura, power, psychic, etc. Who would have thought that it was actually an inventory? Inventory, which widely appears in various game work, is equivalent to the storage ring in the Shenxia world, the portable space in the fantasy world, and the space backpack in the Pokémon world. Looking at the translucent inventory in front of him, Zhang Yuan researched for half a 010 day and found that it was exactly the same as the prop backpack in the game, but compared to the space backpack sold in the store, the space space in the inventory was obviously larger, many, and more convenient. It's a lot more convenient to have this. Looking at the Pokémon logo in front of him, a Pokeball appeared in his hand, and he returned to the inventory with a thought, which was very interesting. Zhang Yuan was having so much fun. The communication device on his wrist vibrated. This is Zero. What the matter? Zhang Yuan asked after pulling out the earplugs and plugging them into his ear. I am Keen. Zero, you did a great job this time. Our Kanto branch is proud of you. Keen, who initiated the communication. Zhang Yuan's voice was full of energy when he heard his word. In fact, Keen was really in a good mood at this time. Before, because of Team Rocket rampage in the Kanto region, their Interpols were often criticized by the Alliance, and he, the head of the Kanto branch, was under great pressure. But this time, his direct subordinate beautifully thwarted a major conspiracy of Team Rockets and saved the tens of billions worth of San Annuo. Such a major victory has been swept away. Interpol has repeatedly suffered losses in the hands of Team Rocket for so long. The haze also brightened his face. This is what I should do. Zhang Yuan was very modest, and he took advantage of all the benefits, so he still had to say a few words in the scene. Don't be humble. This time is the biggest case solved by the Kanto Interpol branch in the past 6 months. Keen, you shouldn't just call me to praise me, Zhang Yuan said. Of course not. The main reason for contacting you this time is the following incident. Cohen lowered his voice unconsciously when he said this. Next, Zhang Yuan asked back, and then he reacted and asked, you mean the tentacle thing? If there is any major event worthy of Keen's personal attention, it is only the tentacle riot. Well, I'm telling you this time, your partner is already in place and is on standby at Lamperkey, and he's still an acquaintance of yours. As for the specific operation details, we'll have to wait until you get there. Acquaintance. Zhang Yuan was more interested in this acquaintance. Lampert. As a famous resort city in Kanto, there are sun, sand, wave, bikinis, and Gary. Oh, I said, why don't you guys have to come with me? Taking the San Anu, which set sail again to Lampulchi, Zhang Yuan helplessly looked at Gary, who was turned into a candy and couldn't drive away no matter what. How many days have passed since this guy was educated by himself on the San Anu? Now it's back to the old way. What do you mean by following you? I had already planned to go to Lamperch for a vacation. Right. In order to make his words more convincing, Gary turned back to his fan group after saying this. Yes, Master Gary. Gary's support group said in unison. Zhang Yuan just looked at him with the eyes of a fool. Hey, what do you mean by that look? Gary shouted when he saw Zhang Yuan's strange look. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It's nothing. It just feels like you are more and more like Ash. Homo erectus. 3 words, causing 100,000 damage to Gary. Bastard, who looks like that guy. I'm going to have a Pokemon duel with you. Zhang Yuan looked at him even more strangely. You won't forget how you lost on the San Anu. Damn. When Zhang Yuan woke up the painful memory, Gary found in despair that he could neither beat Zhang Yuan nor say Zhang Yuan, even more than Rich. Ash in the past can be perfectly applied to him and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. Okay, don't talk. I know you are better than Ash. I still have something to do. You play first. I will go first. Gary here. Tentacle's problem is too broad, and he's very vague about the plot. In order to control the situation under his own control, he still needs to conduct a detailed investigation of this matter. Watching Zhang Yuan go away, Gary couldn't get out of his throat with a breath, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Next time I must beat you. Shouting and vowing to beat Zhang Yuan to the ground next time, Gary turned around and took his own support group to go. Pokemon Center. Zhang Yuan sat in front of the table, looking at Claudia, who was wearing sunglasses, short, and big white legs with glittering eyes. He always thought that he had seen Claudia's 2.1 charm, but he still underestimated her. Zero, you haven't seen each other for a few days, and you have already been promoted to police officer. When she spoke, Claudia couldn't believe it. No wonder Claudia made a fuss. It took anyone just a few months to be promoted from a trainee detective to a police officer. Shocked and shocked, Claudia did not forget her purpose, took out a document from her handbag and handed it to Zhang Yuan. This is your official appointment document. Since the above Keen takes into account that you are traveling and has important tasks, I will transfer it on my behalf. Being pulled out by a friend. I'm also desperate. There should be another chapter to come. Chapter 76. Tentacle Group. Reaching out his hand to take the letter of appointment. There are some cliches on it. Roughly how much Zhang Yuan has contributed to the alliance. His ability is very strong, and he is very pleasant to get along with his colleague. Ignoring these words, putting the letter of appointment aside, he picked up the police officer certificate below. The letter of appointment is only a process. The police officer certificate is the result, and the police officer certificate is enough. This is your new police officer's card. The police officer's card of the police is much better than my police department. Zhang Yuan took a closer look and found that the new police officer card was indeed somewhat different from the previous one. The material was harder, and at the same time, there was a circle of blue patterns around the Interpol logo on the cover. Looking up at Claudia, "Are you envious?" She growled. "Come and listen. The police inspectorate can be said to be a standard bureaucratic class. Although it is only one level higher than the police department, the difference is very disparate." "You bastard." Claudia was annoyed when she saw Zhang Yuan's flamboyant appearance. So angry, but there is no way to take him. Seeing Claudia's appearance, Zhang Yuan did not continue to tease her. After all, this was still in the Pokémon Center, and there were so many people watching. Put the topic back on track. Speaking of business, Keen should have told you about those jellyfish before you came. He picked up the introduction about the sea resort and Granny Yin on the table, and read it slowly. It introduced Granny Yin and her sister Granny Jin in detail. The two sisters have been working in the tourism resort industry for more than 10 years to earn money. Countless in the league is also a little famous. I said it, but I didn't say too much. I only know that this matter has something to do with the rich mother-in-law in the alliance. Keen asked me to cooperate with you all the way. Claudia still trusts Zhang Yuan's ability. It's not trivial to be able to handle a major case like the San Annuo and solve a jellyfish problem. Zhang Yuan saw her expression and knew that Keen didn't tell her that the two of them were secretly planning to make big news. Since Keen doesn't say anything, he doesn't plan to speak. The less people know about this kind of thing, the better, and making a fortune in silence is the kingly way. In short, let's go and have a look first. The construction site of the maritime resort that caused the incident is not far from here. Let's go to see the situation on the scene together. Go now, Claudia asked in surprise. Then how long do you want to wait? The opportunity to travel at a public expense that I finally got, but I'm in such a hurry to work. Claudia looked like she had no energy. To describe it with a metaphor, it is probably a salted fish who has lost his dream. There is time on vacation. This is just a preliminary investigation. If you want to play, we will investigate and you can play for as long as you want. After becoming a police officer, Zhang Yuan seems to have become more responsible. Of course, it just appearing. Okay, a woman whose mind is dominated by public travel. Of course, Zhang Yuan did not say this sentence. He put away the police officer's certificate and letter of appointment, and stood up. Let go. Ellipsis. Salamence whizzed through the sky. His wings cut through the air and made a sharp piercing sound. Zhang Yuan and Claudia stood on the mountain behind Salamence to observe the sea below. This sea is almost occupied by tentacle and tentacruel. Claudia tightened her clothes, not because Salamence is flying too fast in the sky, but because the scene below is too crowded. Densely dense jellyfish, densely dense tentacles, densely dense red agate-colored heads. Software plus super dense double horror is enough to make anyone who sees this scene get goosebumps. I feel like I probably won't want to see jellyfish for the next month. Swallowing her saliva, Claudia said in fear. Let me think. How did SpongeBob SquarePants deal with this situation? Net bag or something? Zhang Yuan touched his chin and said, What? I mean, I'm sorry to disappoint you. We can't go anywhere until the jellyfish riot is resolved. Zhang Yuan watched a cargo ship pass by below, and the propeller was entangled by tentacles the moment he passed the jellyfish group, and then a large number of tentacruels approached and launched various water-type tricks to attack the cargo ship. Seeing the freighter sinking, Salamence hyper beam dispersed them. Roar. Salamence roared. His wings fluttered in the sky, and then he opened his mouth, and the bright yellow hyper beam blasted out, sweeping across the sea beside the cargo ship. Instant, hundreds of tentacles hit by hyper beam were incapacitated and floated on the sea. The remaining jellyfish felt threatened. Tentacruel led the remaining tentacles to quickly evacuate, and the sea soon returned to calm. Save. Is it a Pokemon trainer? So strong. Thank goodness. The sailors cried with joy, and the joy of escaping death was unimaginable. Who is in charge here? Putting away Salamence, Zhang Yuan and Claudia landed on the deck. An old man who seemed to be in his 50s came over. I'm the captain of this ship. Thank you two for helping me. Wishes. Otherwise I am afraid I'll be in trouble. Don't mention these first. I want to ask you, is Granny Yin at the resort now? Here. Are you here to find Granny Yin? Zhang Yuan did not answer but gave Claudia a look. Claudia understood it, took out her certificate and took a step forward. Interpol, responsible for investigating the reasons for the tentacle riot in the surrounding waters of Lampert. You need to ask Granny Silver to find out the situation. Interpol, solve the jellyfish problem. Long live. The boat cheered. These sailors have been tortured by these jellyfish recently. It turned out to be like this. I contacted Granny Yin, and the two of you can go to the construction site of the resort with us by boat. The captain was very cooperative after seeing the certificate. In fact, he has also been troubled by these tentacles for a long time, and this time he almost crashed the boat, which made him really afraid. Now that Interpol is here to solve the trouble, he is so happy. The cargo ship moved forward quickly, and soon a sea resort that had just completed the foundation appeared in front of everyone. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. I'm so sleepy. I'll be here first today. All the debts will be made up within the 11th holiday. By the way, how many more do I owe? Chapter 77 Silver Mother-in-Law. Sea Hotel. Granny Yin took her men to wait at the port early to meet the two Interpol. Whether it's Zhang Yuan's status as Interpol or the kindness that saved her men just now, she needs to meet her in person. Hello, I'm Interpol Police Officer Zero. She's my deputy. Zhang Yuan introduced himself and Claudia, the two of Interpol. Thank you for saving my men. Mother-in-law. Mother-in-law Yin thanked him, not underestimating Zhang Yuan because of his age. She had heard of the incident that the San Anu was attacked by Team Rockets before, and she knew that the Zero in front of her played an important role in destroying the Team Rockets conspiracy, which should not be underestimated. But it's not necessarily how much she welcomes Zhang Yuan's arrival. Interpol has always been a symbol of trouble in the eyes of the local tyrants in the alliance. Zhang Yuan looked at Granny Yin in front of her, and she couldn't tell from her appearance that she had the slightest tyrant temperament. It's just a matter of convenience. Protecting civilians is also the responsibility of our Interpol. Zhang Yuan acted righteously when he said these words, which attracted the admiration of the surrounding employees. And this time we're here mainly to investigate the tentacle riot. Zhang Yuan's words aroused cheers in the surrounding area. Although Granny Yin, as the president, has some understanding of the dangers of tentacle, she definitely does not have the deep understanding of their subordinates who face tentacle directly. As Interpol coming to deal with these nasty jellyfish? Mother-in-law, said Mother-in-law Silver. These jellyfish have caused her a lot of trouble, and it would be great if Interpol could help solve these jellyfish. Strictly speaking, it's just an investigation. Specifically, what measures should be taken to deal with the tentacle group, or should we make a decision after research? Can you show us the construction site? Claudia perfectly took the role of Zhang Yuan's deputy, a shrewd and capable appearance. Of course you can. Then please follow me. Mother-in-law Diaresis. Granny Silver agreed, and it was a pleasure to show people the hotel project she was proud of. Following Mother-in-law Yin walking around the construction site of the Maritime Hotel, Zhang Yuan had to admit that the construction of the Maritime Hotel was really of a high level. The construction progress is less than halfway through, and the magnificent outline of this sea hotel can already be seen. World-class design, complete facilities construction, especially relying on large natural coral reefs as the selling point to create the first submarine luxury suite in Kanto. As long as it is completed, it can definitely become a world-class hotel. The only drawback is that the choice of place is not good, and the large-scale engineering equipment used in the construction of the hotel has seriously damaged the ecological environment of this sea area. The tentacle habitat was destroyed, and the revenge was naturally taken, which triggered the tentacle riot, which resulted in a large number of ships being attacked, and even affected the economy of the nearby port. After a detailed understanding of the cause and effect, combined with the plot in his memory, Zhang Yuan already has a comprehensive understanding of the whole thing. After simply organizing some words, Zhang Yuan raised his head and looked at Granny Yin with a serious look. Mother Yin, before I came here, I found out that the nearby tentacle had formed a cluster. If it is not handled properly, it may cause great harm. The suggestion given by our Interpol after research is to stop the construction immediately before the situation gets out of control. Then demolish all the building. Quote, demolish. Hearing these two words, Granny Yin's eyes widened. She wanted to grab Zhang Yuan's collar and ask him if he knew how much money she had invested in this offshore hotel project. Of course, she was still sensible and didn't dare to grab Zhang Yuan's collar. Although she was rich, an organization like Interpol was not something she could afford to offend. Yes, as long as the hotel is demolished and the tentacle habitat is returned to them, they will naturally not disturb the people passing by the boats and the surrounding waters. Ignore the wasteful investment. This is indeed a good investment. Proposal. For the safety of hundreds of thousands of people in the surrounding waters, I hope you will seriously consider our proposal. Claudia added, demolition is absolutely impossible. You don't have to worry about the tentacle riot. I will handle it myself. Mother-in-law. Granny Silver refused bluntly. She scoffed at what Zhang Yuan said about the great harm. In her opinion, no matter how the tentacle group rioted, it was just a group of jellyfish, and the hotel was demolished because of a group of jellyfish. What a joke. Her mother-in-law has built her current industry from scratch. Can't she still solve a group of jellyfish? Claudia opened her mouth and wanted to continue to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Yuan's way. Since you don't agree with our proposal, Mother-in-law Yin, then we will leave, but we will report this matter to the Alliance. Do what you want. Mother-in-law. Granny Yin is not worried about reporting to the Alliance. She has a wide network of contacts in the Alliance. Isn't it easy to suppress this little thing? Quote. Diaresis let us go. Zhang Yuan release Salaman. Call. Salaman's wings fluttered, and he and Claudia left the sea hotel in the eyes of countless people in awe. The two side parted unhappily. Standing on Salaman's back, Zhang Yuan's face didn't show any anger, but instead laughed out loud. Granny Yin refused his proposal, which was completely in his expectation. demolition. Following his proposal could indeed solve the problem of the tentacle riot, but could Granny Silver possibly do it? The investment in building such a luxury hotel at sea is not much less than building a San Annuo. Once it is demolished, it is equivalent to the waste of these initial investment, and even a loss of demolition cost. And as far as he knows, this maritime resort is not her own property. There are many shares of the Alliance's prominent family. Even if Granny Yin agrees to demolish the maritime hotel, Nuos, the large and small shareholders behind her, neither would agree. It's just that they probably won't know the serious consequences of tentacle in this area. You can't live because of your own sin, Zhang Yuan secretly said. Anyway, he has already said what he should say, and he has also informed all the consequences. It can be said that he has done his best. He's done what he's supposed to do, and he'll have to wait for the tentacles to riot and clean up the mess, and there's still a lot to do in the process. Zero, what are you laughing at? Claudia felt inexplicable. The mission obviously failed, but Zero was still laughing. I'm laughing at the fact that it's great that Granny Silver doesn't agree. Next, I just need to report to the Alliance and watch how some guys are unlucky while on vacation. Zhang Yuan smiled very happily. Chapter 1 update today. Chapter 78 Public Opinion. Back to the hotel in Lampert. Narrated by Zhang Yuan. Claudia ghostwritten a report titled On the Tentacle Riots in Lamperty and its surrounding sea. The content of the report describes in detail how the city of Lamperty was poisoned by tentacle, and the surrounding people were living in dire strait. By the way, it was accompanied by a few photos that were enough to make people with intensive phobias creepy after seeing it, which was extremely provocative. You submit this report to the Alliance. Zhang Yuan did not choose to submit this report in his own name, but asked Claudia to submit it on his behalf. Why don't you submit it yourself? Claudia wondered. After much deliberation, I have decided to give the credit to you as my subordinate. You bastard. Zhang Yuan always mentioned the police rank, and Claudia, as a senior, was very hurt. To be sure, Zhang Yuan didn't tell her the truth, but submitting this report would do her no harm. She could see from Zhang Yuan's previous attitude that sooner or later the Sea Hotel had a problem, and as the submitter of the report, although not the author, it was also a great credit. 053. Zhang Yuan didn't explain the twists and turns to Claudia. This kind of thing can't be put on the spot. Does he want to say that he is now listed with the bigwigs of the Alliance? If he submits it himself, not necessarily someone will dare to suppress this matter, and he will not be able to see those guys unlucky. In that way, his character design of the 5 good boys in the new era will collapse. After sending Claudia to submit the report, Zhang Yuan initiated a video call with Keen in the hotel. It's still the same middle-aged figure, but compared to the last call, Keen's voice was not only weak, but his eyes were much more tired. Zero, what's the matter? What the hell does this kidney deficiency look like? Zhang Yuan just thought it was because he did too much healthcare and didn't care. I just investigated tentacle and visited Granny Yin's construction site. Tell me about it. In short, that's what happened. Zhang Yuan reported the whole situation about tentacle to Keen in a comfortable mood. Is the situation really that serious? Keen frowned. After listening to Zhang Yuan's description, Keen felt that things were a bit tricky. In the photo that Zhang Yuan showed him, the scale of tentacle has reached tens of thousands. It would take a lot of effort to solve a Pokémon group of this scale, even for 4 elite. Don't worry. So far, everything is under my control. Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all, let alone the tentacle group. What if it was a huge tentacruel? He still has the huge Dragonite card in his hand. Keen nodded. The Zero he knew was not a person who liked to talk big. Since Zero said things are still under control, there should be no problem. Besides, I have sent an investigation report to the League, and even in the worst-case scenario, someone will take the blame. Keen is even more satisfied. Before saying victory, first saying defeat. In ancient time, this was the style of a general. Do you need any helping hand from my side? Forget it. After all, this kind of thing is not so pleasant to hear. The less people know about it, the better. Zhang Yuan shook his head and rejected Keen's proposal. That's right, I was the one who didn't think about it well, so I'll leave it to you to take charge of this matter. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, I won't embarrass our Interpol, Zhang Yuan said. I'll leave it to you. I still have things to deal with, so I won't talk to you more. Although the conspiracy of Team Rockets was thwarted on the San Annuo, Team Rockets did not seem to have received the slightest lesson from BCCA, and became active again. Keen has been busy recently, and really has no energy to care about the jellyfish in Lampolchi. Okay, that's it. Zhang Yuan hung up the communication and called Giovanni again. Giovanni sat on the couch that had never changed, and stroked Persian's head beside him. Zhang Yuan tutted. This is the gap. Mr. Giovanni can sit at home and play cats when he is free, but Keen has to work overtime. Zhang Yuan, what's the matter? Every time Zhang Yuan talks to him, it will bring him some very important news. Knowing that the exchange of interest can make the alliance stronger, Giovanni feels that he should give Zhang Yuan more benefit to maintain maintain the bridge of interest between them. This time it has nothing to do with Team Rocket. I have something to ask you for your help. You said. Giovanni was a little happy. Finally, I have something to ask me, and the mutually beneficial ally can last for a long time. I need to spread a word through your Team Rocket's channel. What news? Zhang Yuan said lightly. The recent tentacle riots along the coast of Rampur has a lot to do with the sea hotel being built. Public opinion building is the second step for Zhang Yuan to make big news. How can big news without an audience be called big news? Where did you hear this news? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Giovanni frowned slightly. Quote, You won't tell me. You also have a stake in the sea hotel. Zhang Yuan was also stunned when he heard Giovanni's word, and asked while feeling that Giovanni's business scope is wide. Not at the moment, but I am very optimistic about the prospect of this project. My subordinates are in contact with Granny Yin. There is nothing to hide. Giovanni told Zhang Yuan directly, and then asked, is there really a problem with that sea hotel? Tis, I hope you withdraw as soon as possible. Zhang Yuan smiled gleefully. I can't tell you a lot. I can only tell you that this is a big trouble. As that's oh, I get it. Giovanni was good at it, and he definitely stopped the investment negotiation immediately. Fact have proven countless times that Zhang Yuan will not aim at nothing. Okay, I won't tell you more. Remember to help me spread the news. I'll hang up first. The deal with Giovanni is still shady, so be careful. Hang up the phone, stretch out, and look at the bright weather outside. I haven't seen Lilith for a long time. Anyway, it will take some time for the giant jellyfish to riot. Why don't you take this opportunity to pick her up and play with her? Zhang Yuan touched his chin, and it was no problem to keep Lilith at home. The second update tonight. There is one more chapter later. Chapter 79 Holiday Scenery in Lampert. Since Zhang Yuan decided to take Lilith over, he naturally couldn't leave Professional Oak behind. Taking advantage of his authority, he called a small plane to pick up everyone. Lilith appeared in front of him the next morning. Along with Lilith, in addition to Professional Oak, there was Joy, who had been taking care of Lilith, and Ash's mother, Delia, brother. Soon as they got off the plane, Lilith threw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms. Zhang Yuan touched Lilith's little head in his arm, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on the girl's face. Professor Oak comforted Lilith. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Professional Oak. Zhang Yuan congratulates you on your promotion to the police officer. You did a good job on the San Anu. The San Anu incident shocked the entire league, and because of Zhang Yuan and Gary, Professional Oak paid special attention to it. While lamenting Zhang Yuan's growth, Professor Oak handed a safe beside him to Zhang Yuan. I have one more thing to give you this time. What? Zhang Yuan asked. This is what Bill asked me to bring. The fossilized Kabuto Pokemon eggs you provided can already be removed from the culture device, so he asked me to bring the eggs to you. By the way, so fast. To be honest, the speed was much faster than Zhang Yuan imagined. I thought Kabuto's resurrection would be a very long thing, but who knew it would be so fast? Taking the safe handed over by Professor Oak and opening it, looking at the gray and unremarkable Pokemon egg in front of him, no one could imagine that the Pokemon hatching in this egg would be the extinct Kabuto. Professor Oak, help me thank Bill. Professor, I'll help you with the word. Putting away the egg, Zhang Yuan took Lilith's hand and greeted Professor Oak and others. Everyone come with me. I have already booked the hotel. Beach, wave, bikini. Waiting for Lilith to change into her swimsuit in the hotel living room, Zhang Yuan was bored and started to study the Pokemon eggs in his hand. Flip and identification technique. Pokemon egg belonging to the Kabuto family have a very high potential in hatching, 30%, and are suitable for training as combat Pokemon. The appraisal result this time has a 30% progress bar more than the previous one. Zhang Yuan calculated the time and estimated that the incubation time of Kabuto is about 2 months. Put Kabuto's Pokemon eggs in the storage box for easy observation at any time, and there was a click of the door opening in Zhang Yuan's ear. Brother, I changed it. Lilith's voice sounded beside Zhang Yuan's ear. Zhang Yuan raised his head when he heard the sound. Only Lilith, who had put on a pink swimsuit, stood timidly in front of him. Her cheek flushed. Our family's Lilith is so beautiful. Zhang Yuan was literally bleeding out. Is the sunscreen ready? Zhang Yuan asked, looking at Lilith's white and tender skin. It painted. Then let go to the beach. The sun shines on the sand, and the color of saffron is radiated. Because the whole beach was rented by Zhang Yuan, the beach in front of me looked very open and not as crowded as other places. Zhang Yuan, this guy actually rented a whole beach. As soon as he went out, Zhang Yuan saw Gary with an expression of envy, jealousy and hatred at the door. Think of him as the grandson of Professor Oak, a famous second-generation wealthy in Kanto. When didn't others look at him with envy, jealousy and hatred? But since he started traveling, he felt that his status as the #1 tycoon as a rookie trainer was severely affected. Zhang Yuan didn't wonder why Gary appeared. Professor Oak had already come to Lampolchi. Gary was his grandson and of course he wanted to come. I'm just a little bit richer than someone. Zhang Zhang Yuan's understatement made Gary's teeth itch with hatred. Then I'll come today and fight the local tyrant. Gary greeted the support team behind him. Everyone, go play. Don't save money for this guy. How much can you spend with more people? Zhang Yuan's face was indifferent. After the incident on the San Annuo, Zhang Yuanguang was soft on the alliance's bonus. The cost of renting the entire beach this time was just a drizzle. I'm going to eat for you guy. When did you change from Primip to tepig? The bickering between the two saw Lilith giggling behind her. For flowers. 0. When Zhang Yuan was admiring Gary's unwillingness mixed with rage, and the complex expression of despair in rage, Claudia's voice came from behind him. Then Zhang Yuan admired the very wonderful face-changing technique. I saw Gary's eyes widened and his mouth wide open. He looked behind Zhang Yuan, his expression not only amazing but also amazing. Zhang Yuan turned his head subconsciously, and saw behind him a blonde woman with sunglasses in a black bikini who couldn't get any hotter, looking at him with a smile from the corner of her mouth. It was Claudia. He wasn't too rude, but he was also amazed. In the past, Claudia was wearing either a leather jacket or a jacket. This was the first time he saw Claudia. It was so beautiful. The only fly in the ointment is that the cigarette between her fingers ruins the beauty and makes it a flaw. Pinch the cigarette. Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed the cigarette in her hand. This kissing action made Claudia also stunned, and then her face turned red. He forcibly took his attention away from Zhang Yuan, past Gary without stopping, and then landed on Lilith next to him. So cute. 2 step forward. Claudia held Lilith in her arms like a doll. By her huge chest and belly, Lilith's face flushed red, and she had to ask Zhang Yuan for help. Brother, Claudia, you restrain yourself. Silently pulled Claudia away, and Lilith hurriedly hid behind Zhang Yuan. What? I'm talking like a beast of a flood. Claudia was very dissatisfied. What? The report is over. Zhang Yuan didn't say this, but when he said this, Claudia became angry. You are too embarrassed to say, let me take a boat to Vermilion City to submit the report, but you stay here for vacation. To this Zhang Yuan only replied, have you ever seen an officer run errands and his subordinates are on vacation? You are right. I am speechless. Claudia felt her internal injury worsen. Question mark, 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 question mark. The freshly released 3rd chapter. Chapter 80. Calm before the storm. Giovanni was efficient, and in just 2 days, the Rampart and Tentacle riots were buzzing in the coastal region. Countless environmental protection organizations were moved by the wind, and the surrounding area of Rampart was very lively for a while. It's annoying. It's annoying. These nasty environmental protection organizations are really annoying. Mother-in-law. In the Grand Sea Hotel, Granny Yin is losing her temper. She felt that she was really disadvantaged. First, Tentacle and Tentacruel attacked the ship and severely hindered the construction progress of the hotel. Then, the kid from Interpol came to her to point fingers at her project. Now even a group of environmental protection organizations came to oppose her. Who the hell leaked the news? Mother-in-law. Things have gotten to this point, and Granny Yin is also one of the top 2. 550. You must know that there are always some environmental protection issues in any company. This time the incident was so big, if it weren't for her deep connections in the Alliance, I'm afraid she would have been involved in environmental protection inspections a long time ago. You have to clean up these troublesome tentacles immediately. Mother-in-law. Tentacles are the source of this series of trouble. The easiest way to change this troublesome situation is to get rid of these tentacles. As long as tentacle is driven away, all problems will cease to exist. Tell me the local trainer. As long as anyone can solve these tentacles, I will personally reward him with $1 million bonus. As in the story, Granny Yin announced that she was recruiting trainers to help her solve her troubles, but this time she had a miracle eye. Interpol said that tentacle was not easy to solve. She had to be fully prepared. There are also advertisements in several surrounding cities. No matter who it is, no matter what method is used, as long as the trainer can solve this trouble, the 1 million bonus will be his. Granny Yin thought she was well prepared, but she didn't know what would be waiting for her. Lampert. Although he is on vacation, Zhang Yuan has been keeping an eye on the progress of Granny Yin's maritime resort incident. After the atmosphere in the early stage was already heated up, Granny Yin really couldn't sit still. Warrior recruitment and 1 million yuan prize written in his hand. Zhang Yuan smiled and took a sip of the juice from the glass. Zhang Yuan, do you know about this? Professor O came over in beach short, also holding a flyer in his hand. Of course, the tentacle riot. I am the special commissioner sent by Interpol to investigate this matter. Zhang Yuan did not hide Professional O. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. Interpol took over this matter. No, it has always been the Alliance's job to deal with the conflict between wild Pokémon and human. I have submitted an investigation report on this matter to the Alliance, but it looks like the League didn't take my report seriously. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yuan explained the whole thing to Professional Oak in general. It's outrageous. When did the League become like this? No, I have to call and ask. Hearing Professor Oak's word, Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed him, and he planned to play a big game. If Professor Oak came forward, the league would definitely not turn a blind eye to it. What else would he play? He quickly explained to Professional Oak what was at stake. You mean, you want to take this opportunity to clean up the worms within the league? That's right, Professor Oak. Don't you think there are people in the league who have gone too far over the years? Professor Oak is not a pedantic person. After a little thought, he knew that Zhang Yuan's proposal was indeed feasible. But can you control the rioting tentacle? Isn't that easy? Zhang Yuan flipped his hand. The huge Dragonite Pokemon ball appeared in his hand, and shook it towards Professional Oak with a smile. Professor Oak was taken aback, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I'll trouble you. I'm going to teach those daring guys in the league a lesson. Professor Oak's impression of Zhang Yuan is better now. Although his official position is not high, he can think about the future of the alliance wholeheartedly. It is really rare for such a young man now. Do you want me to do something with you? I'm going to ask Professor Oak to take care of Lilith for me. I'm going to the front to control the situation myself, so I may not have time to take care of her. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt strange. Why did he always feel that he had set a flag? Ellipsis. Not far from the harbor of Lamperchi, it is also the location of Yinpo Maritime Resort. Attracted by the bounty, Pokemon trainers gathered from various cities, members of the Environmental Protection Organization who protested against Granny Silver's destruction of the marine ecology and have been organizing demonstration. Lively. Hey, I'm Granny Silver, the initiator of this bounty. Welcome to the helping hand to disperse the annoying tentacle. Granny, my mother-in-law is a person who keeps her word. As long as anyone can help me solve tentacle, I will not only give him a bonus of 1 million yuan, but also give him a 1-year sea hotel accommodation voucher. Mother-in-law. Granny Yin's words made the whole island boil. The trainers who came here were excited, and the Environmental Protection Organization was raised. The island was a mess, and the trio of 2 people and 1 cat in the corner was particularly excited. $1 million bonus. 1 year of luxury hotel accommodation voucher. Quote, I really want it. Meow. Trapped in a rosy vision of the future, the Team Rocket trio are completely unaware that 2 pairs of eyes are watching them. Zhang Yuan and Claudia were standing on the roof of a large 5.7 floor building. He looked at the Team Rocket's trio below with a playful look in his eyes. Are you going to arrest these Team Rocket? Claudia put her hand on the Pokeball. Arrest? Why are we arresting such a small character? Why don't we focus on dealing with Tentacle's revenge? Of course he couldn't. Zhang Yuan also counted on the Team Rocket trio to make trouble. There have been many trainers throwing Pokeballs to attack the Tentacle group, and so far, they have achieved a lot of results. Quite a few Tentacles were defeated and subdued. However, Zhang Yuan can feel that this is just the tranquility before the storm. On the first day of the 11th holiday, I feel more tired than usual without a holiday. Today's first chapter is updated. Chapter 81 Huge Tentacruel. That's right, that's it. Granny Silver was excited to see Tentacle being knocked down and subdued. She wanted to let the 2 Interpol kitties who dared to point fingers at her project know that her silver mother-in-law could solve these tentacles on her own. To be able to give birth to such an idea, it is obvious that her subordinates did not tell her that Zhang Yuan's salamence can stand up to these trainers for half a day with a random blow. From time to time, flying Pokemon from other trainers flew in the sky and attacked Tentacle. The Pokemon in the water also joined the attack. Gyarados, Starmie, Mosquito Coil Frog. But compared to the huge number of tentacles, the attacks of the trainers were nothing but a drop in the bucket. Not only did they not scare off Tentacles, but they aroused their ferocity. The Tentacles gathered quickly, huddled together, and seemed to be preparing for the next round of attack. Meow. Are we really going to rush up like this? James said shaky on the speedboat. 12. In front of them countless tentacles surged densely, forming a red-blue wave. I also have a bad feeling. Jessie's sense as a woman also feels a little bad. They had never seen such a large number of tentacles. Don't worry, we have this. 3 cups of domestic vinegar. Just pour it into the sea. These jellyfish. Meowth stood on the bow and patted the wooden barrel beside him with a reassuring expression. But before Meowth could finish his shape, a Gyarados, who didn't know which trainer it was, suddenly ran wild and out of control. The red-eyed Gyarados wriggled wildly, and the hyper beam sprayed like he didn't want money. Whose Gyarados is biting? This is the irascible strong man. Hurry up and put it away. My Pidgey is almost cooked. Woohoo. This was the girl's voice. It is implied that the essence of class contradictions originate from within the people themselves. Report it. This is a guy who is simply here to make trouble. Amid the rants of countless trainers, a hyper beam skillfully hit the boat of the Team Rocket trio. No, my 3 cups of domestic vinegar. Meow. Meowth exclaimed, and the 3 cups of domestic vinegar was wasted by the explosive gas and hit a tentacle with precision. Click. A dazzling white light flashed through the sound of the wooden barrels shattering. roaring, and a tentacruel, the size of a small mountain, appeared on the sea with its tentacles waving. Meow. The first instant he saw the huge tentacruel, Meow froze, but even the frying was useless, and it was soon submerged in the tentacruel sea. Ellipsis. It's so big. Claudia's first reaction when she saw tentacruel was that she was very emotional, which made Zhang Yuan wonder how clear her brain circuit was. Zhang Yuan looked at the tentacruel in front of him, and the tentacruel in front of him was obviously a very strong existence, but for some reason he had no desire to subdue it. Compared with the calmness of Zhang Yuan and Claudia, the reaction of the following trainers who had never seen the world was much more intense. Such a big tentacruel. A trainer looked at the tentacruel whose tentacles were over 100 meters long in front of him, then looked at the Rattata in front of him, put away the Pokémon decisively, and ran away. There is only 1 million bounty to deal with this kind of Pokémon. How can this be beaten? A trainer watched his Pidgeot being swept away casually, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he hugged the silver mother-in-law who posted the bounty. Awesome rage. Run. Tsunami. Huge tentacruel directly launched the Surtrick in the face of this group of humans who attacked them. As the volume becomes larger, the power of the trick naturally increases exponentially, so Surf becomes a tsunami. The crowd fled, and Granny Yin, who was standing at the back of the crowd, looked at the scene in disbelief. From the good situation just now to the current bad situation, she has experienced the painful experience of falling from heaven to hell. It's time for us to take action. Seeing the tsunami approaching the coast, Zhang Yuan knew it was time to take action. He couldn't really let the tsunami destroy a city in order to gain the name of Interpol. Zero. Don't be impulsive. There's no way to stop this. Hearing that Zhang Yuan was going to deal with the giant tentacruel, Claudia, who was calm, instantly became uneasy. Zhang Yuan didn't answer, but just waved his back to her, like a hero who knew he was going to die, but still had to go to the front line. Zero. Claudia was moved to tears. Before Claudia could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan had already taken Salamence into the air. That is, the trainers below saw Zhang Yuan flying in the air. Is he dying? Many people acclaimed. Not to mention the surprise of many trainers below, Zhang Yuan in the air took out a loudspeaker from the inventory and shouted down, "This is Interpol, I'm Zero, and now I'm declaring a state of emergency martial law for the entire port due to a major crisis. Everyone please follow the instructions of local Jenny and my partner for 030 orderly evacuation." Zhang Yuan's words were like a tranquilizer, miraculously calming the chaotic crowd below, and involuntarily did what Zhang Yuan said. It hypnosis. Many good trainers discovered the mystery. They looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They were able to lightly hypnotize so many people at the same time through their voices. It seems that the strength of this Interpol is very strong. Powerful. Maybe he can really stop the giant tentacruel. Dealing with this, Zhang Yuan turned around and looked at the tsunami that was carrying countless tentacles, and the huge tentacruel that came from Sir. With a confident smile on his face, he waved and threw an overweight ball with a huge dragonite in the adoring eyes of countless fans below. In a flash of white light, a giant tentacle was no less in size than the giant tentacle, and even a giant dragonite that exceeded it appeared right in front of the tsunami. With a round head, big eyes, and a fat belly, despite its huge size, as a super popular quasi-god in the Kanto region, the appearance of dragonite did not cause the slightest panic, but instead brought cheers. Sure enough, this is a society that sees faces. Today's second chapter update. Chapter 82 Dragonite vs Tentacruel. Dragonite has a huge body that is 100 meters high, and with the huge body is a huge pressure. Dragonite looked at the model city around him with curiosity in his eye. This was his first close encounter with a human city, but Zhang Yuan didn't have time for him to appreciate it. Dragonite, Hyper Beam, disperse the tsunami. Zhang Yuanchang ordered Dragonite, who was looking at Zhou Jian with his head tilted. His voice was not loud, but hearing Dragonite's ears was no less than thunder. On this day, Dragonite recalled the fear dominated by the man in front of him. Out Tilda cried out timidly. Dragonite did not dare to disobey Zhang Yuan's order, opened its mouth, and a yellow hyper beam sprayed a tsunami forward just after a little brewing. With Dragonite's head as the center, the hyper beam swept across, and the tsunami in the fan-shaped area ahead was swept by the hyper beam. With the sound of Chi-Chi evaporating, tens of thousands of tons of seawater instantly evaporated and swept away. What a terrifying power! The trainers below swallowed in unison, watching a large number of tentacles that were almost hooked on the sea floating. They couldn't imagine this hyper beam hitting their Pokemon. What will it look like? Granny Yin's expression was sluggish. She knew that Interpol Zero was strong, but she never imagined it would be so strong. Boom! Although Dragonite is strong enough, Hyper Beam cannot perfectly destroy the incoming tsunami. Hyper Beam on both sides slammed hard on the port. The wooden buildings along the coast were photographed by the seawater, and many were directly shattered, which made the people behind Zhang Yuan appreciate irritate Zhang Yuan even more. It is because of Lord Zero that they survived the disaster. Master Zero, I'm going to give birth to monkeys for you. Long live Interpol. I want to show you my dress. There seems to be something strange mixed in with the sound of worship. Zhang Yuan ignored the cheers behind him, and put all his energy on the huge tentacruel in front. Hoak. Huge tentacruel saw that his surf technique was broken, and tentacle was also severely damaged, and rage roared. More than a dozen huge tentacles waved a large amount of seawater in the sky, and then countless purple poison stings shot at Zhang Yuan and the city behind him. Of course, poison sting is also similar to the previous surf technique. It has also been magnified countless times because of its larger size. Perhaps it is much more appropriate to describe it as a poison gun now. Hundreds of purple toxic javelins were inserted from the sky. Of course, Zhang Yuan would not allow these poisonous spears to approach. Dragonite, the most powerful light green, blocks all stingers. The moment Zhang Yuan gave the order, Dragonite responded, and a huge light green with a length and width of 500 or 600 meters appeared in front of Dragonite, perfectly blocking all the stingers. It's not my style to be beaten all the time. Dragonite here. Thunder Punch. Dragonite, who was very belligerent in itself, had a cheerful smile on his face when he heard Zhang Yuan's order. Swish. At a speed completely different from its fat shape, Dragonite appeared in front of the giant tentacruel in an instant. Tentacruel also responded quickly, throwing out tentacles to block it, but it was in vain. Crackling, glowing yellow spark slammed into the huge tentacruel's body, and the electric current spread all over tentacruel's body in an instant, and the effect was outstanding. Tentacruel is obviously not so easy to solve. Although it was hit by Thunder Punch, it directly used the binding trick when Dragonite was close to it when the current was dense. Then the Dragonite was entangled, and the entangled Dragonite was a little flustered. Calm down, Hyper Beam, and give him another Thunder Punch. Zhang Yuan believed that as long as he gave it a few more punches, it would be killed sooner or later. Ow! Dragonite roared and spit out the Hyper Beam. Hoak. Tentacruel didn't show any signs of weakness, squirting a torrent from its mouthpart, colliding with the Hyper Beam. The two collided, and a large area of water mist and white air filled the sea. Then this opportunity, Dragonite hit Tentacruel with another Thunder Punch, and took advantage of its trembling stall to get rid of Tentacruel's bondage. Eating Dragonite to Thunder Punch, plus the attribute restraint factor, the huge Tentacruel is already scarred. Almost there. Estimated that Tentacruel's physical strength was about to be exhausted. Zhang Yuan also began to further implement his plan. Tentacle riot completely is to solve the hotel on the sea. Zhang Yuan didn't lie to Granny Yin on this point at the beginning, and repelling Tentacle for a while is only a temporary solution. So, there is only one solution to the Tentacle riot problem. Quote. Dragonite, use the last Mega Punch on Tentacruel. After saying this aloud, Zhang Yuan added in a low voice, don't hit the dead hand, aim at the building on the sea in front of you. Dragonite didn't dare to disobey Zhang Yuan's orders, only to see it clenched its fist. Then its body suddenly accelerated, punching the giant Tentacruel, knocking Tentacruel out. Boom. However, Dragonite's shooting talent is really bad enough. The giant Tentacruel that flew out accurately missed the sea hotel under construction and smashed into the sea next to the hotel. My hotel is saved, Granny Yin shouted in surprise, but she was obviously too happy too early. When she cheered, okay, Tentacruel, who was already incapacitated, suddenly stood up again. The huge tentacle wrapped around the hotel next to it, and then exerted force. In an instant, the half-finished hotel was reduced to ruin. Ah, my hotel, Granny Yin screamed. Once again, there were ups and downs, and this time Granny Yin fainted. Tentacles who regained their habitat gradually receded. So far the crisis of the tentacle riot has been resolved. Zhang Yuan glanced at the situation on Granny Yin's side and ignored him. He put away the huge Dragonite, and left with Claudia in the eyes of everyone who admired, grateful, and envy. Tonight is the third chapter. I have done the math. I still owe 3 chapters, and I will have time to make up the day after tomorrow. Let me tell you about it first. Chapter 83, Future Star of the League. It was unexpected that Dragonite solved Tentacruel so easily in Zhang Yuan. Huge Tentacruel is different from Dragonite. Although it was catalyzed by coincidence, it also has a huge size and powerful destructive power, but it is far less powerful than Dragonite in terms of strength and familiarity with fighting methods. Tentacruel, who just came from tentacle evolution, it is only natural to be able to achieve such results. 0. The giant Dragonite just now. Leaving the crowded street, Claudia was still immersed in the shocking duel just now. It was a real heavyweight duel, and tall buildings looked like tofu in front of them, just like the monster cartoons she watched when she was a child. Dragonite, it's my partner. Zhang Yuan lied without blushing at all. Dragonite in Pokeball rolled his eyes when he heard Zhang Yuan's word. Wouldn't your conscience hurt when you say this? It was completely coerced. Partner. Claudia didn't see Dragonite's expression, so she didn't know how much bloody plot she made up, and then nodded in agreement. This matter has to be reported to the top. You go back back and write a mission report and submit it to Interpol. Zhang Yuan said to Claudia 757. Why am I writing again? Well, you have the final say in terms of your level. Huge tentacruel was naturally reported to the Kanto Alliance, and when such a big mess happened, no matter how well connected Granny Yin was and how deep the background was, no one would dare to help her suppress the matter. Although the Kanto Alliance has been rigid over the years, the system is there after all, and the cause and effect of the whole thing are quickly figured out. The investigation report signed by Zhang Yuan and the cause and effect of the whole thing were clearly laid out in front of many Alliance bosses. Now the whole thing is very clear. First, Interpol Police Officer Zero was sent by Interpol to deal with the tentacle riot. Then, Granny Yin, the president of the Sea Resort, refused to cooperate and colluded with corrupt elements within the Alliance to suppress the report submitted by Zero, which led to the development of the situation to a very serious level. And, when Zero faced the rioting giant tentacruel, he stepped forward bravely and evacuated the crowd with BDDF good near responsibility, preventing the giant jellyfish and maintaining the image of the Alliance and regional stability. The image of a capable, responsible, and daring police officer emerges in their mind. This guy is very capable. I don't want those trainee civil servants shishi-haha all day long. Of course, there are many discordant voices within the league. Most of the questions here are that the timing of Zhang Yuan's shot is too coincidental, whether there is any connection between the giant dragonite and the giant tentacruel, and whether there is some conspiracy behind it. But when they investigated it in detail, they all fell silent. First of all, this dragonite is a legally registered Pokémon of the Alliance. It was just captured by Zhang Yuan a month ago, and the tentacle riot dates back to half a year ago. At that time, Zhang Yuan hadn't set off for a trip, and there was no contact between the two parties. Secondly, Zhang Yuan was vacationing with his sister and Professional Oak in Lampluk at the time. If Zhang Yuan planned all this, wouldn't it mean that Professional Oak also had problem? No one in the league would dare say that. So these doubts quickly disappeared. Anticlimactic, quite a comedy flavor. Lamperchi police station. Zhang Yuan signed her name in Jenny's adoring eyes, and then came to a one-way video call. Keen, I'm Zero. What's the situation on the Alliance side now? After so many major cases, Zhang Yuan gradually developed his own aura. The current situation is very good. You did a good job this time. Our Interpol's right to speak within the Alliance has soared. The video call. Keen had a smile on his face. The former San Annuo, the current tentacle riot, and two consecutive major incidents that shocked the Alliance. The powerful image of Interpol has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Don't pay attention to those doubts before. As far as I know, those who have raised doubts have more or less been subsidized by Granny Silver, and they are all mobs who take money to do things. After being happy, Keen did not forget to care about Zhang Yuan. They won't be jumping for a few days, and they will be targeted by our Interpol. These guys are already unable to protect themselves. Listening to Keen's hooligan word, Zhang Yuan knew that he was trying to appease himself and prevent himself from being dissatisfied with the Alliance. How could Zhang Yuan be dissatisfied with the Alliance? As an official of the Alliance, how can a vested interest do things that harm their own interest? Seeing that Zhang Yuan's expression was the same, Keen was relieved. He attached great importance to his capable subordinate. Also, this time the commendation has come down. I have good news for you. The other leaders of Interpol this time are lots of compliments on you, so you're promoted again. I was promoted again. Zhang Yuan was surprised. He thought that he had just been promoted 2 levels in a row, and he would not be promoted again this time. He didn't want to be promoted again. 3 levels in just 1 month. You can say that we are the youngest police officer of our Interpol. Keen was a little emotional. He felt that he had witnessed a miracle. Zhang Yuan is well aware of this, knowing that the operations of Professional Oak and the others are indispensable here, and even he suspects that Giovanni has contributed a lot. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to go up. Then what is the Alliance's approach to Granny Silver's side? Well, let's see. Keen flipped through the document. Silver Granny Ocean Resort Company Limited is responsible for repairing all the buildings that were destroyed in this incident, and at the same time, it has to pay a large amount of public comfort fees and environmental protection fine. I'm afraid this the next time she's really going bankrupt. She brought it on herself. Zhang Yuan showed no sympathy. He had no sympathy for Granny Yin. After finishing the call with Keen, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Claudia, who was going to perform other tasks, and then sent Professor Oak and Lilith on the plane home. Finally, used Charmeleon to complete the daily routine and give Gary an unforgettable lesson 1/1, and go to the next stop of the trip, Saffron City, with Gary's gnashing expression on his face. Tonight first update. There is a hint of exhaustion in the smile. Chapter 84 Saffron City. Saffron City, largest city in the Kanto region. Saffron City is extremely prosperous in business due to its location in the hinterland of the Union and a transportation hub. World-renowned world-renowned company Sylph is located here, and the towering buildings are very conspicuous even in the high-rise Saffron City. How is it? Boy, isn't Saffron City beautiful. On the streets of Saffron City, a middle-aged uncle in a mountaineering suit and Zhang Yuan are heading towards the Pokémon Center. This middle-aged uncle was met by Zhang Yuan on the side of the road. At that time, he was being chased by a group of Pidgeotto. Zhang Yuan rescued him, and then the two walked together. And knowing that the middle-aged uncle is a native of Saffron City, Zhang Yuan learned about Saffron City from him while he was on his way. Let me tell you, the most famous company in Saffron City is the Sylph Company. 80% of the Pokémon items in the entire Kanto are from the Sylph Company. It's amazing. Sylph Company. Zhang Yuan, of course, has heard of the company's name. Sylph is a well-deserved giant involving real estate, medicine, machinery, catering, transportation, etc. in the Kanto region. At the same time, he also knew some unknown things when working with Giovanni. For example, this company has a secret relationship with Giovanni, and it is similar to saying that it is the secret gold owner of Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan's thoughtful expression was taken as disapproval by the middle-aged uncle. He just thought that Zhang Yuan didn't know about Sylph Company, shook his head and said, "Young man, don't underestimate the Sylph Company. The Pokémon ball you are using now is made by the Sylph Company, and the Sylph Company is not only engaged in the manufacture of Pokémon prop, but also in a leading position in other industries. Tell you a secret, you know the maglev train that connects Johto Goldenrod City in Saffron City. Although the alliance is said to be built by itself, in fact, it is only because Sylph provides technical support that the alliance can be built." The uncle highly praised Sylph Company in his word, which made Zhang Yuan wonder if he was an employee of Sylph Company, the kind of talkative salesman. "Tell me about Saffron Gym." Zhang Yuan was curious about what Sabrina looked like in the eyes of the locals. Saffron Gym, it's hard to say. This time, the uncle, who had been acting all the time, had a rare entanglement. Oh, what's not to say? Could it be that Saffron Gym has a problem? It sounds like Saffron Gym seems to have a problem in the eyes of the locals. How to say this? Saffron City Gym itself is not a problem. Gym trainer Miss Sabrina is also very respected by everyone, but some admirers of Saffron Gym are really not likable. When the uncle speaks, he sees through the vicissitudes of the world. Let's hear it. Zhang Yuan became more and more curious. It's just a group of fans who are very crazy about psychic. They are crazy about psychic. They wander around the city with a spoon all day. People who don't have psychic are fine, but some people have psychic. If it doesn't work, it will cause a lot of trouble to others every time it gets out of control. So it is. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Is the principle that one pink top 10 blacks really universal in any world? Okay, I'm already there. Let's just leave. Seeing that the Pokémon Center was right in front of him, Zhang Yuan interrupted the middle-aged uncle who wanted to continue the awkward chat. Compared with the middle-aged uncle who was about to bawl, it was obvious that Zhang Yuan was more willing to find his beautiful psychic girl. "You're here. Now that I'm leaving, if you have anything, you can go to Sylph to find me. My name is Nanye." The middle-aged uncle, Nanye Changjiang Yuandao. Sure enough, it's the same as what I thought. Zhang Yuan can already be sure that this guy is definitely a salesman from Sylph Company. After exchanging contact information with Manano, he walked into the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy, please excuse me. In front of the counter, Zhang Yuan handed Joy the Pokeball with Salaman. From Lamperkey to Saffron City, the high-intensity flight all the way. Even Salaman, who is a quasi-god, can't bear it, and Zhang Yuan has to send it to the Pokémon Center for a little recovery. Speaking of which, Sabrina hasn't contacted me. I haven't heard any news for so long. For flowers. He had exchanged contact information before, but he had not been in touch for so long, which made Zhang Yuan a little puzzled. However, since he has already arrived at Saffron City, he is not in a hurry to go to Saffron Gym. On the map in his mind, there are more than 10 red crosses drawn within the range of Saffron City, and one of the largest red crosses is very eye-catching. The location of this treasure. Following the direction pointed by the map, Zhang Yuan cast his gaze, kept moving forward, and finally landed on a towering building. Sylph Building, still the top floor. Zhang Yuan felt that his Interpol identity could come in handy again, but before going to the Sylph Company, he had to get the other treasures in his hand. Salamence in the Pokémon Center to rest. Zhang Yuan started the treasure collection journey along the direction of the map in his mind. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The opening is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mega fishing rod that will definitely catch Magikarp. Close black lens bracket. Quote ellipsis quote. The entire Saffron City, except for the treasure chest of Sylph Company, Zhang Yuan opened a bunch of strange things. Clefairy that can attract the hatred of God, or giant confusion spoons for Mewtwo, and catnip for Pokémon that can make cat Pokémon extremely excited and let go of themselves. It hurts him so much. The only thing that's still somewhat useful is a pair of sunglasses that allow you to spot the invisible ghost Pokémon. Zhang Yuan can only comfort himself. He is saving all his luck to the last treasure. I hope the treasure of Lufu Company won't let me down. However, as soon as he took a step, a violent explosion occurred in front of him. In the sharp growl of the citizens, the Sylph building, a landmark building, was billowing black smoke, and a Pidgeot carried a person straight into the sky. I started writing at 4 o'clock, and I wrote 2 chapters for 9 hours. Today is very bad. I will update 2 chapters first, and take a break to find inspiration. Chapter 85 Attacker in Black. To make trouble right under my nose. Looking at the man in black who didn't know whether to live or die in the sky, Zhang Yuan opened his inventory and wanted to release Salamence to catch up. Halfway through the action, he suddenly remembered that his Salamence was still at the Pokémon Center. It's a little troublesome. The only flying Pokémon on him are Salamence and Giant Dragonite. In this situation, the huge Dragonite must not be taken out, and Salamence is not on him, which means that Zhang Yuan must resolve the battle before Pidgeot can escape. Gengar, will-o-wisp, shoot down that Pidgeot. After thinking about it, Zhang Yuan sent Gengar with floating property. Gah! Gengar, who had been hiding in Zhang Yuan's shadow, laughed loudly, and then stuck his head out of Zhang Yuan's shadow under the terrified eyes of passers-by. 620, holding a ball in each of his left and right shorthand. Will-o-wisp then tossed Pidgeot in the air in tandem. Compare. Pidgeot felt Will-o-wisp's gloomy breath and hurriedly dodged sideways, but it only dodged the previous one, and was hit by the neck root of Will-o-wisp. Bye! Pidgeot screamed. The feathers were stained with Will-o-wisp, and in a panic he hurriedly flapped his wings to put out Will-o-wisp. Its body shook violently, and the man in black who was standing on it almost fell off. Gas egg. Self-destruct. When he found someone blocking him, the man in black in the sky threw a gas egg with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Gas. Cute, cost-effective, and capable of launching suicide attacks at critical moment. Gas eggs are the darling of evil organization. Melodic uses charm, then Water Tail hit it back. Zhang Yuan handled it calmly. Melodic, who appeared on the field, first unhurriedly used the aqua ring to wrap his body, and then, in the eyes of countless people, charmed coughing. Gas Tilda. Melodic's charm is unstoppable, and the trajectory of the gas egg floating under the charm has become crooked. What master, what self-destruct, was completely left behind by it. It just wanted to get close to the beautiful figure in front, but what greeted it was not Melodic's smile, but a cold water tail. Bang! Gas egg was beaten back, and the target was Pidgeot. Dodge, Pidgeot! The man in black yelled eagerly, but the speed of the gas egg was too fast. Hit Pidgeot! The self-destruct energy accumulated on the gas egg exploded out of control. Boom! The sky burst into flames, and Pidgeot was engulfed in flame. Don't give him a break. Gengar. Sludge Bomb. Aggression is like fire, and if you attack, you can't leave the opponent with the slightest chance to breathe. Gah! With a grin, Gengar squeezed a ball of Sludge Bomb into Pidgeot with a shot-throwing gesture. Under normal circumstances, Pidgeot can easily dodge, but it has just been shaken by the shock wave of coughing self-destruct, and then caught in the burning of Will-o-wisp, and its response is more than a beat slower. Boom! The purple Sludge Bomb hit Pidgeot, and thick sludge stuck on it. Poisoning plus burning, and the double negative effect were superimposed. Pidgeot's limited physical strength bottomed out instantly. Pidgeot fell from the sky. Everyone, get out of the way! Jenny, who came from a distance, shouted quickly when she saw this scene. In fact, needless to say, when Gas Egg was using self-destruct, the passers-by watching below had already started looking for cover. Gengar grabbed them both. Due to its floating properties, Gengar directly rose into the sky, grabbed the rapidly falling Pidgeot and the man in black, and threw them in front of Zhang Yuan. Seeing that the matter was settled, Jenny and other policemen who came over also leaned over. The trainer in front, I'm Jenny from Saffron City, please show ID. Jenny, who was staring at him nervously. Jenny's point of view, the combination of Gengar with a dark purple smile and a boy who knocked Pidgeot down from the sky without changing his face is very dangerous. Under Jenny's nervous gaze, he took out the documents in his arm. I am the Zero of Interpol. The police are right. So young. You, real liar. Jenny said in disbelief after reading the documents carefully. Zero, the future star of the Alliance. The police officer behind Jenny had heard of the name Zero. The passers-by heard their conversation. They all looked at the teenager standing next to Gengar and Melodic in surprise. Young and promising. I look as big as he is. Let's catch Rattata on the side of the road. Is this the strength of Interpol? It's really strong. Zhang Yuan was very uncomfortable. What messy nickname. Future star. The nickname always reminded him of a Dairy Group children's yogurt. Been told this by his subordinate. Jenny also remembered the Interpol Zero, which has been very popular in the league recently. I'm sorry to bother you. With a salute, Jenny returned the documents to Zhang Yuan. What happened in Saffron City? How could someone even dare to attack the Sylph Company? Others don't know. He doesn't know. The Sylph Company has always been under the umbrella of Team Rocket. Coupled with the power on on the bright side, even the stunned Ling Tuking would not choose to provoke this behemoth. When Jenny heard Zhang Yuan's question, a distressed expression appeared on her face. We are also investigating and nothing has been done yet. Okay, I'll go to Sylph Company to find out the situation, and I'll let you know through 5.3 if I get something. Zhang Yuan was also curious about who would dare to taunt Team Rocket, and happened to take the treasure of Sylph Company by the way. It's up to you then. Jenny bowed in thanks. If the Saffron City Police Department were to launch an investigation into Sylph, it would take 10 days and a half for approval alone. It would be great if Interpol was willing to help. Away melodic, Gengar dived into the shadows, and Zhang Yuan walked towards Sylph Company under the adoring and awe-inspiring eyes of passers-by. While walking, he did not forget to contact Keen to see if he could get any information, but unfortunately, Interpol has been busy dealing with Team Rockets recently and has not paid attention to this aspect, and he doesn't know much about it. For the first update, I will try my best to pay back what I owe yesterday. Chapter 86 Sylph Corporation. What, are you going to Sylph? Keen asked. Of course I'm going. There's such a big thing happening at Sylph Company, and I'm still around. If I don't go and take a look, it's a serious malfeasance. Zhang Yuan said casually. That's right, I have a task for you. Take this opportunity to explore the bottom of Sylph Company. What's the matter? In the process of playing against Team Rockets recently, we found that a lot of Sylph Company's equipment appeared in Team Rocket hands. We don't know for the time being whether they are collaborating with Team Rockets or simply outflowing equipment. Keen said seriously. You mean, let me continue to investigate the chances of this attack and find out if Sylph Company and Team Rockets are involved? Zhang Yuan was speechless. You really think that I am omnipotent? Zhang Yuan wondered whether it was because he solved the big case, which made Keen have the illusion that he was omnipotent. Haha, that, just try your best. Try your best. Keen was embarrassed for a while. I'm going to meet 13 who's on the move. Although he knew that Sylph and Team Rockets were indeed collaborating, he and Giovanni got along very well, and it was impossible to betray Giovanni. Right. Hang up the communication. He has entered the Sylph building. Sylph Corporation is indeed the top consortium in Kanto. When Zhang Yuan walked into the building, although the employees of Sylph Company had panic expressions on their faces, at least they could still stick to their posts and not be chaotic, which shows the system of Sylph Company. Hello, this gentleman. Can I help you? Seeing Zhang Yuan approaching with a Pokeball hanging around his waist, the receptionist at the front desk became obviously nervous. I'm Interpol 0. I'm here to investigate the attack just now. Zhang Yuan showed his credentials and said, standing in front of the service desk. I need to inform the president. It's okay. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan was already in the elevator that led directly to the president's office. The Sylph building has a total of 30 floors, and the president's office is located on the top floor of the building. Zhang Yuan stepped out of the elevator and looked at the luxuriously decorated office in front of him, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows, sturdy mahogany floors, and an incomprehensible abstract painting hanging on the wall. There is a desk in the center of the office, and behind the desk sits a kind-hearted old man. President Sylph. Zhang Yuan asked. Welcome to your present, Your Excellency 0. Thank you for your helping hand before Interpol. Otherwise the person who attacked our company may have escaped. President Sylph's expression is very kind, like a kind old man. If Zhang Yuan didn't know that he was secretly colluding with Team Rocket, he would definitely feel that way. With an old fox in his heart, Zhang Yuan looked around and found that the red cross displayed by the treasure was in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Pretending to be casual, Zhang Yuan walked over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability, Psychic, Enhanced. Traveling with Sabrina for so long, Zhang Yuan can be said to know Psychic very well. Although he doesn't know what the 3 words, enhanced, mean, he will be a superhuman in the future. Psychic he just got. Zhang Yuan did not show any strangeness. These are just small things. I came here mainly to find out why your company was attacked. Even if you don't come, I will report this matter to the Alliance. Our company was attacked mainly because of a prop we were developing. What prop? Master Ball. There is only the legendary Pokeball that can conquer any Pokemon. President Sylph stared at Zhang Yuan's expression and wanted to see the look of surprise in his eyes, but unfortunately, not. If Zhang Yuan knew what he was thinking, he would have laughed out loud. When he was playing Pokemon, he used Master Balls to catch Caterpie. What is surprising about Master Balls? The man in black attacked our laboratory before with the intention of taking away the semi-finished product we developed, but our security staff stopped him. Then does the president know what kind of organization the men in black came to attack? This is what Zhang Yuan is most curious about. I think it is very likely that it is Team Rocket. The only dark organization that has blatantly attacked Sylph in Kanto is Team Rocket. President Sylph said seriously. I have to say that President Sylph's acting skills are very superb. Even if Zhang Yuan knew the inside story in advance. He couldn't see the slightest clue on his face. It seemed that he couldn't ask anything out of the old fox's mouth, and he still had to talk to Giovanni to find out what was inside. Just as he was talking, a researcher in a white coat came out of the elevator. "President, the loss has been settled." The visitor looked up and saw the two people who were chatting, and quickly closed his mouth, but then his eyes widened. "Nano, little brother." "Why, Your Excellency Zero knows researcher Minami." President Sylph was also surprised by this dramatic scene. "I barely know him. I saw him being chased and killed by Pidgeotto on the road before 913. I saved his life," Zhang Yuan said lightly. "Magikarp that can be caught inadvertently by fishing. You bastard." Nanye had a toothache when he heard Zhang Yuan hurt himself in front of the president. Since Mr. Zero and researcher Nanye know each other, things are much easier. Researcher Nanye happens to be in charge of the research and development of that item, so let him take you to the scene to observe it. Maybe you can get any clues. Zhang Yuan also felt that there was no point in chatting awkwardly with an old man here, so he said goodbye. "Aren't you a rookie trainer? When did you become an Interpol?" Manano asked in the elevator. "I never said I wasn't an Interpol, but you. I thought you were a salesman from Sylph, but I didn't expect you to be a researcher. It was beyond my expectation." "God is a salesman. I graduated from Celadon, Rainbow University and entered Sylph's researcher through a formal interview channel," Nanye said angrily after being looked down upon by Zhang Yuan. On the third day of the second more mobile phone codeword. "I think about it, my computer." Chapter 87 Detective Zhang Yuan. Okay, a full-time researcher graduated from Celadon, Rainbow University. I remember it. Zhang Yuan clasped his ears and said, while casting his eyes on Nanya's hairline, which was far beyond his peers. "I always feel that I have failed even more." Feeling Zhang Yuan's gaze, Nanye felt an inexplicable sadness in his life. Incident Laboratory is located on the 17th floor of the Sylph building. At this time, Zhang Yuan was surrounded by a group of researchers and security guards, and everyone was listening to him analyze the incident. When he first came to the laboratory, many people scoffed at him as an Interpol. After all, it is not easy to convince people at his current age, but Zhang Yuan has a way to shut them up. There are remnants of Ditto's organization in the keyhole, and it can be judged that the enemy originally planned to use Ditto to conjure up the key to sneak in. However, he did not expect that Sylph's laboratories are all specially designed, and specially designed organs for this characteristic of Ditto caused his own Ditto to be injured. Quote, stepping to the side, Zhang Yuan looked at the wall with a big hole in front of him, and threw an appraisal technique directly, then reached out and touched the edge of the wall. The high temperature directly melted through the alloy wall, and coupled with the powerful blasting power, this is the effect of fire blast. I can infer from this that the enemy saw that his Ditto was injured, and became angry and rushed forward violently. Therefore, the infiltrator must have a strong fire-type Pokémon. According to the size and depth of the footprints on the ground, this is an adult Magmar. After listening to Zhang Yuan, all the researchers had surprised expressions on their faces. Unexpectedly, this young Interpol would be able to determine what kind of wall was destroyed by just a trace, or even what kind of Pokémon. As for whether it's random or not, as employees of Sylph, of course, they know that the enemy is indeed using Magmar. Continue to walk forward, cross the big hole and enter the laboratory. At this time, the laboratory is in a mess. Pokeball with exposed wires. The glass that protects it is covered with cracks and has a burnt black color. On the other side, the direction close to the outside of the building is full of gravel, and the wall was pierced. There was a large hole that kept blowing cold wind into the house. The traces of the claw attack, as well as the burning flame, can definitely be Magmar. In addition, the tempered glass has catalytic performance, which proves that the enemy still has an ice-type Pokémon that can use Psybeam to perform alternating hot and cold attacks with Magmar. Zhang Far said. "It cloister." One researcher added. "Cloister. This can explain the depression. It should be the effect of spike cannon. You should be glad that you came in time. Otherwise, the layer of tempered glass in front of you will completely shatter in half a minute. Can you analyze this?" Manano was very terrified by this, and he could infer the whole process of the matter with only these clues, which was exactly the same as the detective cat in the comic Detective Meowth he read when he was a child. No surprise, these things are the most basic skills for us. Zhang Yuan pretended to be invisible. Once again, I am amazed. For these nerdy researchers who stay in the laboratory all day, when have they seen a famous detective like Zhang Yuan? Now they worship Zhang Yuan extremely. After seeing Zhang Yuan's analysis, Nano began to introduce the prop they were developing. Pokeball in front. As you can see, this is the master ball we developed. It is based on Ultra Ball, and the finished product can replenish all Pokemon. This is currently only a semi-finished product, so there are still many problems and defects. Originally, these were all to be kept secret, but since an evil organization has already known the news, there is no need to keep it it secret. Nanye shrugged. Zhang Yuan looked at the half-finished Master Ball and had no interest in it. Although the Master Ball sounds great, it is actually a tasteless rib. Using this thing to catch ordinary Pokémon is a loser, and using Master Ball to catch mythical beasts is courting death. After all, this is the real world, not the world in the game. In the game, a Pokeball can definitely be thrown onto a Pokémon, but in the real world, who dares to say that a Pokeball can be used to throw a beast? Okay, I know about the situation here. I don't have much more to do. You can do your best. Zhang Yuan decided to leave here as he could no longer get valuable news from Sylph. Aren't you going to visit for a while? Do you think I am a researcher like you, who is so busy every day? Now that I have figured out the crime process, I have to rush back to write the mission report, but I don't have time to linger here. Zhang Yuan hurried back to find Giovanni to understand what about the situation. Are you in the mood to hear the story behind Master Ball? Manano, who was despised, said that he was very sad. In an upscale hotel suite in Saffron City. Hello, Giovanni. It's really hard for you Team Rocket to have a day without some big news. Zhang Yuan, who left the Sylph company, was lying on the reclining chair and drinking juice while video calling with Giovanni. What the big news? There was no Persian around Giovanni, which meant he wasn't in the Vermilion city base. Saffron City, it's you who just attacked the Sylph company. Except for your Team Rocket, no one seems to dare to attack the Sylph company. Assault on Sylph. Sylph and our Team Rockets have been very happy, very good working together, and I have absolutely no reason to attack them. Giovanni was a little puzzled. Then what happened to the attack in Saffron City today? That man's modus operandi is clearly your Team Rocket's habit. Wait a minute, I think someone mentioned this to me. Giovanni turned to read the latest report below. 10 minutes later, Giovanni sat back on the sofa and said calmly, "It was indeed done by my people. You don't have to worry about it. This is a scene played by the cadres below and Sylph company, and now our Team Rockets are too popular. Some people are starting to worry. They want to make plans early. Be ready to take yourself out whenever the situation changes." Chapter 4 I try to code. Don't expect too much. When I unblock my computer tomorrow, I will definitely make it up. Chapter 88 Saffron Gym, Psychic Society. So, you Team Rockets haven't been doing very well lately. The gold owners are starting to find their own way, and it is easy to give people the feeling that the Team Rockets building is about to fall, which is not a good phenomenon. Why? Have you lost confidence in our Team Rockets too? Hearing Zhang Yuan's tone, Giovanni didn't seem to be optimistic about the future of Team Rocket, and probed quietly. Well, you don't need to test me. Team Rockets has been in Kanto for so many years, and our Interpol has not yet figured out your details. How could it collapse so easily? Although Team Rockets has been arrogant recently, and the Alliance has launched a round of crackdown, the fundamentals of Team Rockets are still there, and those who are caught are all young people who can be recruited at any time. It is too early to say that Team Rockets has collapsed. You, an Interpol police officer, have more confidence in our Team Rockets than me, the leader of the Team Rocket. Giovanni was shocked. Why didn't he know he was so dangling? It's not my judgment, it's the general view within the league. Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk too much about it, and he brought the topic back to the attack. Since you don't care about that unfortunate bastard, I'll save some hands and feet. I just handed that person over to the Alliance. You clean up the tail of the hand, and don't let people take over the hands of Saffron City. We will contact again if something happened. 283 Wait a second. Question mark. It's not a big deal. Just tell you, if you have time, you can go to the game hall in Celadon, Rainbow City. Go to the prize exchange there. I have prepared a gift for you. After that, he didn't ask Zhang Yuan any question. Giovanni directly interrupted the communication. Giovanni remained silent, so Zhang Yuan didn't know what he was thinking. Delicious guy. Hanging up the phone, he drank the juice in the glass, thought about it, and dialed Keen's number again. The previous attack has been investigated almost, and it can be determined that it was Team Rocket method of committing the crime. It seems that your recent crackdown has not been very effective. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Keen was not angry, but heaved a sigh of relief. Is it just Team Rocket? Team Rockets aren't enough for you. After being choked, Keen looked embarrassed. The current situation in Kanto, Keen was most afraid of any new evil organization that would suddenly appear, and the Kanto Alliance would be a mess. Now that the attack has taken place, it would be best if the culprit was a Team Rockets member. Chief of the Kanto region of Interpol, Keen's psychological quality is absolutely excellent, and he will adjust his mentality in a while. Then there's nothing wrong with Sylph. It's not necessarily a problem. The president of Sylph is an old fox. I can't detect him in such a short time. This matter has to be considered in the long run. Zhang Yuan's answer perfectly matched the image of a cautious, ignorant Interpol. Forget it. It's not a day or two to investigate Sylph company. Keen listened to the long-term plan, and decided not to worry about this. How about your trip? I'm going to challenge challenge Saffron City Gym. Don't tell me what other tasks you have. I'm careful I'll sue you for child labor. God's oppressing child labor. Keen's brows jumped when he heard it. He was aware of Zhang Yuan's poisonous tongue. I remember you met the gym trainer at Saffron Gym. Keen controlled his emotions to prevent himself from losing his temper. When you go to challenge this time, let her restrain those psychic lovers. By the way, recently we have received a lot of complaints about psychic lovers disturbing people. Isn't this Jenny's job? How can it be assigned to our Interpol? Zhang Yuan wondered if he looked like a good talker. Why would he come to him for everything? The gym trainer in Saffron City is our own after all, and we have to formally notify such a trivial matter, which is a bit of a fuss, and everyone's face is difficult. Let BDDG, you go because you are familiar with her. From the side, just a reminder. Okay, I'll tell Sabrina. Don't come to me for the last month. I'm falling apart these days, and I have to take a long vacation. After stretching, Zhang Yuan hung up the communication. Was hung up on the phone, was startled and shook his head helplessly. He also knew that the recent tasks were too frequent, but the Interpol manpower was very tight, so he was helpless. I simply solved my lunch and walked along the central street of Saffron City to Saffron City Gym. I didn't go to a cult gathering place. He went out again and looked at the sign outside the door. It was indeed Saffron City Gym. That's right, back in the gym's hall. What caught my eye were dozens of young men and women sitting together in twos and threes, each holding a silver spoon, each with a frenzied look, full of energy. Seeing Zhang Yuan come in, two people at the door immediately greeted him. Are you here to join our Saffron City Psychic Youth Club? Then, before Zhang Yuan could speak, another young man handed him a spoon. As long as you can bend this spoon, you can join our society. The two of them sang together, full of sales flavor. Glancing at the spoon, he didn't reach for it. I'm here to challenge Jim, as trainer, not to join your psychic club. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, the two young people knew that they had made a mistake, and were a little embarrassed. Leader has something to go out and is not in the gym now. Please come back later. The young man who spoke earlier explained. Not here. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Yes, just now. The local officer Jenny asked the leader to go to the police station to assist in the interrogation of the prisoner who made the explosion before. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait here for a while. The leader should be back soon. As that's so. In the end, the reason Sabrina wasn't there was because of himself. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Yuan decided to wait for Sabrina here. His eyes swept across a group of young men and women who were trying to suckle with the spoon, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Can you tell me about your club? He just got psychic, and he hasn't tried the effect yet. Since it's a psychic specially marked as enhanced by the system, it shouldn't be too bad. The first chapter is updated today, and the next chapter is after the meal. Chapter 89. Sabrina. Oh, are you also interested in psychic? Hearing Zhang Yuan talking about their association, the emotions of the two of them were obviously high. Tell me about it. Anyway, I don't have a mobile phone to play when I'm idle. It's better to find something to do. Still that young man. He took Zhang Yuan to the table in the hall and sat down. My name is Tetsuya. He is Ayoung, and now we are both members of the Saffron City Psychic Youth Club. Our club is all made up of psychic enthusiasts, and it is the members of the club who have psychic. And we judge whether a person has psychic by whether he can bend the confusion spoon. Jay also took out the spoon he had just now and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Confusion spoon handed by Jay Yi. Zhang Yuan played with it. How do I use this thing? Although he had obtained psychic and knew about the confusion spoon, Zhang Yuan had never used it. He looked at this confusion spoon curiously, and it looked no different from an ordinary spoon. This is how it worked. Confusion spoon from his pocket. Like me, hold the lower handle with one hand. Place the spoon 30 centimeters away from your eyes. Concentrate, and try to imagine how it bends. Speaking of which, Tetsuya had already focused all his attention on the spoon in front of him. Gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, as if he had used up all his strength to suckle. Finally, the effort paid off, and the spoon in front of him was slightly curved. With a flamboyant expression, Jay also turned his head to Zhang Yuan. Look, it's like this. If it doesn't work, don't be discouraged. After all, this is a ***. Nani? WTF? How did you do it? Quote, in Tetsuya's perspective, Zhang Yuan next to him was pinching the end of the confusion spoon with his thumb and index finger, and the confusion spoon was flexibly twisting in the air, changing from number 1 to number 9. Jay Yi acclaimed loudly. At this moment, everyone's attention in the entire gym hall was attracted. They looked at Zhang Yuan's personal show with disbelief. I think it very simple. Zhang Yuan controlled his confusion to round and flatten the confusion spoon. Using confusion to control the spoon felt like pinching bubble wrap, which made him feel very comfortable. It's so dazzling. At this time, the smile on Zhang Yuan's face fell into Tetsuya's eyes. It was so dazzling. Seeing Zhang Yuan do all this, all the members of the psychic community were stunned, which simply collapsed their worldview. The confusion spoon that they worked so hard to bend slightly was like dough in each other's hand. can we still have a good time together? All the members burst into tears. Pre. The sound of the door opening, and then the sound of high heels. What are you all doing? A faint female voice came over. All the club members turned their heads and shouted as if they saw a pillar of fate. Leader. The expressions were very aggrieved, and they almost didn't cry. They were really hit. Now only their omnipotent leader can save their worldview. What the matter? Did someone come to us at Saffron Gym to make trouble? With her delicate brows furrowed, Sabrina turned her attention to the only figure in the hall wearing casual clothes. That's right, I'm here to kick the gym. With a smile, Zhang Yuan threw back the unrecognizable spoon to Tetsuya, turned his head to look at Sabrina. Seeing Zhang Yuan's face, Sabrina's icy expression instantly thawed. Zhang Yuan, long time no see. Did you miss me? Zhang Yuan teased. I am actually acquainted with leader. How can the people below know that this is someone teasing them? Living room. Sabrina made a cup of coffee and handed it to Zhang Yuan, then picked up another cup by herself. I heard from Jenny before that an Interpol passed by and caught the prisoner, but I didn't expect you to do it. Interpol at my age isn't much better. Zhang Yuan added 2 cubes of sugar to the coffee, stirred and took a sip, shook his head. It was still too bitter. Speaking of which, you are also an Interpol, but you came over to bully our gym student. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Asking for flowers. Thinking about the scene I saw when I entered the gym, I almost thought that someone was here to make trouble. I didn't bully them, it was just that they asked me to test confusion, but I didn't expect that I was quite talented. Zhang Yuan added a cube of sugar and drank the coffee that was so sweet that he lost his teeth. Confusion. Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan carefully. You awakened psychic. Yes. He saw a blue light flashing in Sabrina's eyes, and in Zhang Yuan's perception of confusion, a film composed of confusion suddenly covered him. Zhang Yuan took a sip of coffee and smiled slightly. A blue light also flashed in his eyes, and a stick formed by confusion pierced the film in the opposite direction. Little rascal. Sabrina spat, blushing. I haven't seen each other for over a month, and this guy is still the same as before. What are you talking about? I just broke your move with confusion. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky, acting like a pure white lotus. It's strange to believe in you. Sabrina rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. Speaking of which, I have often heard about you in the league recently. San Anuo, the sea resort. These 2 things have made your name spread all over the Alliance. Now as long as the name of Zero is reported, I am afraid that no one in the Alliance will not know. Sabrina is very envious of Zhang Yuan's reputation and admires his strength even more. Who said that? When I met Jenny in the morning, she didn't recognize me. Zhang Yuan didn't believe it. He didn't think his reputation was so widespread. Don't worry about her. She's just a fool. She still doesn't know what type of Pokémon the 4 elites are using. We haven't seen each other for more than a month, and there is no strangeness between the 2 as they were when they first separated. Chatted from the time we parted to the explosion that just happened at Sylph. By the way, how are you going to compensate me? I still remember the bet you owe me. Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed. HMPH. Beat me first. Sabrina stood up. You haven't got the saffron badge yet. Chapter 2 today. Chapter 92 V2 battle. Then what about you losing again? Be my girlfriend. After losing. Talk about losing. Saffron City Gym. In the open indoor field, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina stood on both sides of the field, and next to the field, a student from Saffron City Gym served as the referee. Why did you beat me again this time? Zhang Yuan looked at Sabrina, who was full of confidence, and said with a smile, you won't know until you hit it. Sabrina's mouth also evoked a smile, making her already beautiful face even more radiant. This match is played by challenger Zhang Yuan against gym trainer Miss Sabrina. The game is a 2v2 no rules battle. Both sides can use 2 Pokémon. When one Pokémon loses its ability to fight, the game will be terminated. Now the game starts. As the referee's voice fell, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina threw the Pokeball with 637. White light flashed, and 2 Pokémon appeared on the field. Clefable. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and looked at Clefable, who was looking at him with fearful eyes. Is it the Clefairy evolution that I gave you? Didn't expect you to get the Moonstone. You didn't even use Gengar. Sabrina looked at Charmeleon, who was waving his tail and growling at Clefable. My Charmeleon is not weak at all. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly. Listening to his words, Charmeleon roared into the sky like a demonstration, with a powerful look. Charmeleon, we go first. With flamethrower. Roar. Charmeleon's fighting spirit was high, and when he opened his mouth, a thick column of fire swept toward Clefable. Clefable, steer clear. Use Ice Shock. Again, although it has short legs, Clefable's movements are unusually vigorous. He turned over and avoided the fire pillar, and confusion turned into an entity and slapped Charmeleon. Block with the flamethrower, then dash through with the Flamatra. Flamethrower and flame car. Sabrina was shocked by this combination of trick. It's okay to use these 2 tricks separately, but in order to seamlessly connect, the requirements for Pokémon are extremely high. Coincidentally, Zhang Yuan's Charmeleon belongs belongs to this Pokémon that can be switched seamlessly. Roar. Flames and the confusion together caused a violent explosion, and Charmeleon directly resisted the oncoming impact without retreating. The flames on the tail burned violently, and the flames covered Charmeleon's entire body, making it look like a flaming god of war. Come on. Charmeleon dived into the smoke before the smoke of the explosion dissipated. Clefable, be careful, get out of the way. Sabrina immediately felt bad when she heard Zhang Yuan's order, and ordered Clefable to avoid it, but Clefable looked at the surrounding smoke screen and didn't know when Charmeleon would come out. She wanted to avoid but didn't know where to hide. Just being vigilant can't defend against Charmeleon's attack, Zhang Yuan said. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Charmeleon jumped out of the smoke screen, and his body wrapped in flames slammed into Clefable. This blow was powerful enough to knock Clefable out. Again, Clefable screamed. Cheer up, Clefable. Confusion smashes Charmeleon, and use metronome. Sabrina was still struggling. Clefable lay bruised on the ground, eyes glowing blue, trying to control Charmeleon. Don't give it a chance. Give it the last fire fang. Hearing Zhang Yuan's order, Charmeleon, who rolled into a ball with Clefable, opened his mouth and bit Clefable's body with his flaming teeth. Again, the damage of the flame car, coupled with Charmeleon's level suppression, after the continuous defeat of Clefable, after suffering this fire fang, his stamina directly bottomed out. Clefable is incapacitated. Following the referee's decision, Sabrina took Recycle back to Clefable, who was incompetent. My second Pokemon, it's Alakazam. Clefable was defeated. Sabrina's face didn't look strange at all, so Zhang Yuan couldn't figure out what she was thinking. If that's the case, let go, Gengar. Zhang Yuan put away Charmeleon, and as Zhang Yuan's voice fell, the purple round Gengar quietly crawled out of Zhang Yuan's shadow. Seeing the old rival, Alakazam's expression was a little serious, while Gengar's face showed a big smile. Quack. Come on, Alakazam, use Psychic. Preempt. Ominous wind. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. Gengar smiled and stretched out his two short hands. Following the movement, a gust of wind wrapped in phantom energy suddenly rolled up, blowing hard, and collided with the mental power from Alakazam. The style of play that didn't work the first time is even less likely to work for me the second time. I am a man who surpassed the Saint Seiya, Zhang Yuan said. As if to confirm what he said, Gengar's side also increased its power, and the two sides' moves distorted in midair, and they all disappeared. HMPH. I didn't say I would use the last leg. Sabrina smiled and stretched out her finger. Alakazam. Confusion attack. Hearing the name of this familiar move, Zhang Yuan wanted to say some trash talk, but suddenly realized that Alakazam's actions were a bit wrong. Under his gaze, the two spoons in Alakazam's hands were raised at the same time, and then several confusions suddenly condensed in midair, and flew towards Gengar in batches from several directions. A bit interesting. Specially trained move, Zhang Yuan said with interest. Anything else to comment? Sabrina raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. A blue light suddenly appeared on her body, and the confusion projectiles in midair suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of Gengar in a blink of an eye. Gah! Gengar was startled, and hurried back, but its short leg couldn't keep up with the speed of the confusion projectile. Clear the field with Thunderbolt, Zhang Yuan said. Crackle! On Gengar's dark body, a large piece of golden spark suddenly appeared. Spark was like a twisted snake, sweeping across half of the field in front of him. The confusion that flew in the air was basically blown up. Only one or two flew over. Miss Alakazam. Seeing Sabrina's ability, Zhang Yuan said in admiration. Amazing. As expected of Sabrina, 1.1 alone is worthy of your reputation as a psychic beautiful girl. Of course, it is inseparable from the excitement brought by this genius relationship. Sabrina can't help laughing. Shameless. Now, Shadow Sneak. As soon as Sabrina spoke, Zhang Yuan suddenly grinned and gave Gengar an instruction. Just now Gengar was trying to get close to Alakazam when he was dodging the confusion attack. Now, when Shadow Sneak made his move, he basically didn't give Alakazam much time to react, and Sabrina was talking to Zhang Yuan, so he didn't have time to give instruction. As a result, poor Alakazam was directly smashed. Zhang Yuan chuckled. This is shameless. Sabrina. She found that in terms of fate, Zhang Yuan is still stronger now. Commemorating the deceased Common Department Clefairy. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. Late blessing. Chapter 91. The battle between Gengar and Alakazam. Ghost-type Shadow Sneak hit Alakazam. The effect is outstanding. Thanks to Alakazam's decisive use of teleport to distance himself from Gengar, he avoided Gengar's follow-up attack. Have you escaped so decisively? Did you judge Gengar's follow-up move as expected of a Pokemon with an IQ of over 5,000? Alakazam, who teleported to the other side of the field, lit up with blue light. Is it recover? I said it was too shameless. Seeing the scarred Alakazam recover quickly, Zhang Yuan said. Sabrina brushed the hair on the side of her face and showed a smile. Recover is an important move. Even if you recover, if you can defeat my Gengar, you will win. That's what you said. Sabrina took an hint. Haha, your skin has all also thickened. Zhang Yuan felt that Sabrina was brought down by himself. Gengar, rush up with shadow claws. Gah, break the distance. I won't let you. Alakazam, teleport, and use the pre-future sight. Alakazam teleported to the other side of the field again, with 2 spoons crossed in front of him. Blue light in his eyes. Sabrina simultaneously used Psychic, amplifying the power of the pre-future sight 13 more than one step. It turned out to be a pre-future sight. Can Alakazam persist until the pre-future sight takes effect? Zhang Yuan was surprised that Sabrina chose the pre-future sight move. What do you say? Judging from Sabrina's expression, Zhang Yuan knew what she was thinking about. Sabrina planned to rely on teleport to fight Recover and Zhang Yuan in a war of attrition. Zhang Yuan naturally couldn't sit still. Continue to draw closer. Give it Darkle. Gengar as he ordered. Gengar understood it, smiled wickedly, and the icy aura swept the entire venue. Everyone present, including the referee, felt a rush of cold air from the bottom of their heart. As a psychic genius, Sabrina is obviously within the restraint range. The whole person is stunned for a moment, and when he comes back to his senses, he finds that Gengar has rushed up. Shameless. Alakazam, use Fantasy Rays. Hearing Sabrina's order, 3 consecutive phantom rays shot out of Alakazam's eyes, blocking Gengar's path of action. As long as Gengar continued to move forward, he would definitely be hit by Psybeam. Don't stop, keep going. At this time, Zhang Yuan acted like an indomitable warrior. No matter what, he ordered Gengar to charge forward. I dare to take Alakazam's Psybeam head on, then I'll win this game. Although Zhang Yuan changed his previous wretched style of play, Sabrina would not refuse the victory. Gengar's body is a little unstable, but fortunately, it does not trigger the 1/10 of the chaos effect. Alakazam, Psychic. The 2 spoons in Alakazam's hands vibrated with high frequency, which was the ultimate performance of confusion. Gengar, Shadow Punch. Purple ghostly energy converged on Gengar's little fist. Both sides made moves at the same time, neither dodging nor evading. Boom. The 2 Pokemon's moves hit each other at the same time. Gengar's chubby body was knocked out by confusion, and the muscles on Alakazam's face were also distorted. Seeing this scene, Sabrina showed a smile. I won. It's coming to the pre-future sight round. Your Gengar was attacked by Psychic and Fantasy Wave. It's too early to talk about victory now. Zhang Yuan didn't have the slightest chagrin of defeat on his face, and smiled. Sabrina felt bad. Into the venue, I saw another Gengar suddenly appeared behind Alakazam, and the one in the sky turned into a ghost and dissipated energy. At this time, Sabrina finally realized that she was being tricked. It's a substitute. Sabrina clenched her silver teeth. Alakazam, be careful. It's late. Tongue, head. Zhang Yuan waved. Gengar smirked, stretched out his big tongue and head, like a TN on Alakazam. It's oh numb. Sabrina felt her body tremble as she watched Alakazam being trapped by TN. Sucker Punch. Go all out. Taking advantage of the paralysis, Gengar stretched out its short leg, charged up and used Sucker Punch, kicking Alakazam with a side kick, kicking Alakazam out. Poor Alakazam didn't have much flesh all over his body, and he rolled on the ground, seeing Zhang Yuan's bones hurt. Give him the last Shadow Sneak. Not giving Alakazam a chance to use Recover, Gengar grabbed a Shadow Sneak and smashed it at the fallen Alakazam. By Shadow Punch, Tongue, Head TN, Sucker Punch, Shadow Sneak in a row. Zhang Yuan said, if Alakazam could still stand up, he would write his own name upside down. Alakazam is incapacitated. All Pokémon in Saffron City leader Sabrina are incapacitated. The winner is the challenger Zhang Yuan. At this time, the pre-future sight finally came late, but the game was over, and the late attack was useless. The referee's shout brought the curtain down for the showdown. Failed again. Sabrina covered her head, looking very cute. It's already very good. Under the inspiration of this genius, there has been such a big progress in just 1 month. Zhang 513 is far from being humble at all. Are you praising yourself in disguise? Sabrina had already put away Alakazam and walked across the field. Zhang Yuan pretended to be stupid. I'm praising you. Quote. Sabrina really has nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. I won again this time, and the gift you prepared according to the agreement. Zhang Yuan can't open the pot and lift it. Sabrina didn't beat, just took off the Saffron City gym badge from her clothes and pinned it to Zhang Yuan carefully. Then he stepped forward, held Zhang Yuan's head, and put his lips on Zhang Yuan's lips. Shocked by Sabrina's confession of kisses, but of course he would not refuse. He hugged Sabrina directly, and life turned a delicate kiss into a French wet kiss. You little rascal. Sabrina, who couldn't help herself, finally broke free from Zhang Yuan's embrace and ran away quickly. Zhang Yuan laughed and followed. The student, who was forgotten by the two, looked at all this and broke down in cold sweat. It's over. I won't be silent. I'm still young. Well, will you be silent? And don't you have AB number in your heart? Woke up early today to update. Chapter 92 Summer Festival in Lavender Town. Sabrina was not really angry, even though she was indeed taken advantage of by Zhang Yuan. As the saying goes, habit becomes natural, perhaps because Zhang Yuan is not less taken advantage of, and if he is taken too much, he will not care. So habit is a very scary thing. On Central Avenue in Saffron City, Sabrina and Zhang Yuan walk side by side. So, you just left gym and went on a trip with me. Zhang Yuan turned his head. The trainer who came to challenge Jim will cry. Sabrina next to him gently supported the dome hat on his head, and then closed the vanity mirror. My father temporarily took over at gym. I'm only 16 years old, but I can't be tied to gym for the rest of my life. The world is like this big. I also want to go for a walk. Quote, the beautiful girl gym trainer has become an uncle gym trainer. Zhang Yuan observed 3 seconds of silence for the rookie trainers who were about to challenge Saffron City Gym, and then continued. What about your psychic society? Forgot to mention that the head of the psychic club that Zhang Yuan wanted to join was Sabrina. It is precisely because the head of the group is Sabrina, so they usually dare to let themselves go in Saffron City despite being complained by the citizens. The trouble they've caused is big enough. If you hadn't told me, I didn't know they'd made so many things. Pause. A sly smile appeared on Sabrina's face. It happened that my father was short of staff to take over gym, so I threw all those guys to him. Are you being treated as a hard worker? You're such a beautiful girl. What's it like to be brought down by me? Zhang Yuan thought about the scene when he first met Sabrina before, shaking his head. I also have to teach them a lesson. Where are we going next? To the next gym. Since they were traveling with Zhang Yuan, the route was naturally decided by Zhang Yuan. No, although it is important to challenge Jim, traveling is not just about challenging Jim. Zhang Yuan said, we go to Lavender Town, where I am a little bit interested in the Pokemon Tower. Lavender Town, Pokemon Cemetery. Living in Saffron City, Sabrina, although she has never been to Lavender Town, knows something about there. I just wanted to know. I heard that Lavender Town is holding a triennial festival recently. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. If we hurry up, we should be able to catch up. Hearing that there is a festival, Sabrina is interested. Then what are you waiting for? Let go quickly. Zhang Yuan was keenly aware of something. Don't you know that there is a festival in Lavender Town in Saffron City? I'm not busy with gym things all day, or solving the league task, and I still have time to go shopping. How can I pay attention to these things? It makes sense. It seems that Sabrina is not so satisfied with the job of gym trainer. Zhang Yuan felt the same way, and so did Interpol. Couldn't he have an easier job? Lavender Town is shrouded in fog all the year round. Even in the height of summer, there is always a layer of mist floating in the sky, adding a bit of mystery to the whole town. The festival here is very lively, but I don't know if it is because of the Pokemon Tower. The whole festival is filled with a strange atmosphere of strange solemnity and joy. There's always a weird, depressing vibe. Sabrina wandered around the festival, looking around, her confusion telling her that there was a weird vibe around. It's like this for us. Zhang Yuan looked at the people coming and going, and then glanced at Gengar, who was poking his brain from his shadow. Gengar is very excited. Looking at Gengar's gestures, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, you asked me to look at the sky. Looking up at the sky, only a faint mist can be seen. Quack. Are you wearing glasses? With that said, Zhang Yuan took out the sunglasses he had just drawn from the inventory, and then handed the phantom see-through glasses to Sabrina. It was like entering a whole new world, and in the sky where nothing could be seen before, there were many ghost Pokemon wandering around. Most of them are ghastly family, and a small number of mischievous and shuppet wandering from other regions. It is a group of demons. The weird thing is that there seems to be a dividing line between ghost Pokemon and human. Ghost Pokemon floats in the sky, except for occasionally absorbing a little life energy from people to maintain their lives. They do nothing to human chew. You know, in the Alliance, the incident of ghost Pokemon attacking people happens from time to time. Sabrina next to him also adjusted the phantom perspective glasses, and raised his head like Zhang Yuan. So many ghost Pokemon. I feel that this festival is not just for us. Obviously someone is maintaining order. There is nothing in this world for no reason. Wild ghost Pokemon and human autumn are innocent. Zhang Yuan. Ghost Pokemon and humans coexisting harmoniously don't happen in fairy tales either. Have you found it? Very keen observation, young man. An old voice came, and an old woman on crutches came from a distance. For Elite, mother-in-law Agatha. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Yuan saw her identity at a glance, and there was no other reason, because the face and the dress of the apron of Granny Agatha had only been seen once, and she could not forget it if she wanted to. And Agatha appeared here, which means that so many ghosts Pokemon appeared in this festival because of her. Why did Granny Agatha appear here? Sabrina was also a little surprised. Interpol and the gym trainer from Saffron City, who have been in the limelight recently, are a very interesting combination. Would you mind chatting with this old woman? Next to Agatha was a dark-colored Gengar, grinning at Gengar behind Zhang Yuan. I can't ask for it. Zhang Yuan knew that Professor Oak had something to do with Granny Agatha when he was young. He was very curious curious about it, and he always felt that there must be a secret behind so many ghost Pokémon at the Lavender Town Festival that he didn't know. The three were led by mother-in-law Agatha, all the way to a house in the middle of the town. The second chapter is updated, code words all night at night, and finish the 4th chapter. Chapter 93 Agatha Mother-in-Law. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan, Sabrina, and Granny Agatha sat at the table, and on the table was the hot tea served by the servant. Even though it's summer, the environment in Lavender Town is still too cold. After a cup of hot tea, Zhang Yuan's face showed a comfortable look. The entire Lavender Town is full of ghost Pokémon. Even if they do not intend to harm humans, they will eventually emit negative energy. The intuitive expression is that the weather is very hot, but people in Lavender Town will feel chilly. The same is true for Sabrina. The entire psychic girl has little resistance to the negative energy of the ghost system. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction of the door, where his Gengar was fighting with Agatha's Gengar. 2 Gengars. You punch me and kick, you throw Shadow Sneak, and I move Shadow Claw. Even if it is just a simple fight, the strength of both sides can be seen from it. Granny Agatha's Gengar attribute is not far from Zhang Yuan's full attribute Gengar, but Agatha's Gengar is much more cunning than Zhang Yuan's Gengar. Also facing the incoming Shadow Sneak, Zhang Yuan's Gengar's first reaction was to dodge with Double Team and then counterattack with Sucker Punch, while Agatha's Gengar's 113th reaction was to sneak into the shadows and wait for an opportunity. Although it's hard to tell which of the two methods is better or worse, it can be seen that Agatha's Gengar is very cunning and knows how to use his own advantages to preserve his strength in exchange for the greatest victory. Your Gengar is well developed. Agatha watched the 2 Gengars sparring with a rare expression of surprise on her face. People of her age have seen so many things, it's hard to surprise them, but Zhang Yuan's Gengar did it. Granny Agatha is raving about it. So far he has a good sense of Granny Agatha. Hehe, I'm not being polite. Your Gengar is indeed excellent. Whether it is skill proficiency, health or momentum, it is very good. The trainers I have seen can train Gengar to be like this at this age. You are the first. Agatha's eyes. Of course, it can be seen that Zhang Yuan's Gengar has been cultivated extremely well, and his intimacy with Zhang Yuan is extremely high. That guy at Oak is really lucky to have a junior like you, and now he's left with his eyesight to make sense. His tone was full of disdain. BDDC. In the league, Professor Oak spoke for Zhang Yuan many times. In addition, Zhang Yuan was a rookie trainer from the Professor Oak Research Institute. In the eyes of others, he was already a member of the Professional Oak Department. Professor Oak so quickly, making Zhang Yuan's mouth twitch. Although I know that you and Professor Oak fell in love and killed each other when they were young, do you want to mention Professor Oak in the second sentence? I learned a lot from Professor Oak. Can Zhang Yuan echo mother-in-law Agatha and speak ill of Professor Oak? Certainly not. He can only answer, I hope you don't be like him. After that guy changed his career to study Pokemon, he became worse and worse. The domineering he used to be lost at all. The older he gets, the less he looks like as irritable. Mother Agatha, can you ask why there are so many ghost Pokemon in Lavender Town? Sabrina, who was sitting on the side, changed the subject calmly. Haha, old people always complain a little. Hearing Sabrina's overtones, Agatha turned the page with a smile. You asked the reason why these ghost Pokemon gather in Lavender Town. It's not a secret. You can find out if you inquire a little in the league at your level. But since I'm sitting here, I'll tell you, they're all attracted by the negative energy gathered in Lavender Town. Negative energy. This is the well-known Pokemon cemetery, where dead Pokemon rest in peace, and the negative energy formed after their souls dissipate as the nourishment for ghost Pokemon evolution and birth. A cycle of 3 years. At this time of every 3 years, nearby ghost Pokemon will follow their instinctive guidance and come to Lavender Town to find the opportunity of evolution, and a new generation of ghost Pokemon will be born here. Attracted by foreign ghost Pokemon that are usually hidden in Pokemon towers will also come out to participate in this event. Sabrina gave a thoughtful expression. So you came here. A large number of ghost-type Pokemon gather in human gathering places. If no one manages it, it will definitely cause harm to the residents of Lavender Town. As a ghost-type elite of the Kanto League, I naturally take responsibility for managing ghost-type Pokemon. It's really hard work for you. Sabrina felt great admiration. I'm afraid it's not only to protect the residents of Lavender Town, but also to protect ghost-type Pokemon and stop poachers. Zhang Yuan saw a deeper meaning. After all, so many cherished ghost Pokemon are gathered together openly. If the Alliance doesn't send someone to protect them, I'm afraid they will be hunted down in a short time. Granny Agatha, one of the 4 elites in the Kanto region, sits in Lavender Town, which can protect these ghost-type Pokemon to the greatest extent and prevent the concentrated hunting of evil organizations. As for whether the Alliance has organized its own organization to capture ghost-type Pokemon, who knows? The atmosphere of the next conversation was very harmonious. Although Agatha's Agatha's mother-in-law was grumpy. She had not yet reached the point of losing her temper with the two juniors. I just have nothing to do recently. Do you want to have a Pokemon battle? Agatha is famous in the league for her love of supporting juniors. Many people in the alliance have been supported by Agatha's mother-in-law. In terms of influence within the alliance, Agatha's Lance Crossing, the strongest among the 4 elite, is not bad. The last time was with Lance Crossing. This time it was with mother-in-law Agatha. Sabrina said, "Oh, I had a fight with Lance Crossing at Mt. Moon before." Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Granny Agatha was intrigued. "Mt. Moon, are you the young man who defeated Lance Crossing?" "Fuck, there is no luck in this thing." Agatha shook his head and smiled. "Since you can defeat Lance Crossing, you must have formed your own fighting style. In that case, I'm afraid that coaching can't help you." Today's third update. Very late. There is a chapter to make up for it. Everyone will watch it tomorrow morning. Chapter 94. Confined Ghost Pokemon. Zhang Yuan drank all the tea in the cup and was about to speak when suddenly there was a violent explosion outside. Hearing the explosion, Granny Agatha's expression changed. Gengar, who was next to her, ran out of the door without her opening her mouth. At the same time, her body became pale and she was invisible in the air. "Go out and have a look." Zhang Yuan's expression also became a little more serious. "Someone dared to attack the town protected by the 4 elite Agatha. Is it to say that the other party is daring, or that they are unscrupulous? The evil organization that dares to fight against Agatha in Kanto. Team Rockets again. What is Giovanni doing recently?" Zhang Yuan frowned secretly, showing no signs of abnormality on the surface. "Let go together. Maybe how can I help you?" "All right. Agatha has been in the alliance for so many years, and she is not a fool. The matter of her taking care of the Lavender Town festival in Lavender Town can be easily understood with a little investigation. She dared to attack here even though she knew she was here. Presumably someone must have something to rely on. In this case, with Zhang Yuan and Sabrina's helping hand, the pressure on her would be much easier." 3 of them walked out of the house together and came to the streets of Lavender Town. At this time, Lavender Town was in chaos. The panic caused by the explosion, and the man in black who suddenly rushed out to hold the Pokeball made them extremely terrified. Who are these people? What are they doing in Lavender Town? What will they do to me? These 3 questions encapsulate what Lavender Town residents think today. The people in black obviously won't tell them the answer, because they are busy making riot, and the police in Lavender Town won't tell them the answer. They have been beaten by the men in black. However, the identities of the men in black were not hidden for long, and their identities were revealed by a sign on a huge instrument they pushed out of the van. It Team Rocket. The name of Team Rockets has caused another round of panic in Lavender Town. In this part of Kanto, Team Rockets is equivalent to the trouble that the Alliance can't solve. "Just be honest with me," a Team Rockets shouted at a Lavender Town resident who was trying to escape, and wheezing next to him was blowing poison gas and knocked the resident who wanted to escape to the ground. Agatha frowned and looked at the group of Team Rockets who were manipulating huge equipment. "Are the Team Rockets attacking here? The intelligence work of the Alliance is really getting worse and worse, and they didn't even receive any information beforehand." Zhang Yuan's focus was different. He focused on the huge machine that kept releasing strange fluctuations. The fluctuations made Gengar beside Zhang Yuan very restless. Even places so far away can be affected. So, Zhang Yuan put on his glasses and looked into the sky. The sky was already a mess. Shrouded by the strange waves emitted by the machine, the ghost-type Pokemon in the sky became extremely restless, scurrying around like headless flies. Many ghost-type Pokemon no longer care about hiding themselves, or their black or purple bodies are exposed in the air, and their faces are painful. How come there are so many ghost Pokemon? Gosh, where did they come from? These ghost Pokemon won't be on our heads forever. The residents of Lavender Town look pale at this scene, and anyone who saw so many ghost Pokemon would be horrified. Things are going bad. Everything happened between Spark and Flint. Looking at the scene that was obviously chaotic, Agatha had a bad secret. So many ghost Pokemon were exposed to people's eyes, and the spread of panic could not be contained. Team Rockets obviously don't think about panic crowd, or rather they'd rather see it than an alliance that requires order and stability. Under the action of the Team Rockets machine, the ghost Pokemon became weaker and weaker one by one, and even the ghost Pokemon close to the machine was so weak that Growl lost his temper. Then I saw that the team of Team Rockets directly pulled up the net with the Pokeball installed on it, and easily netted the ghost Pokemon that fell to the ground and collected it into the ball like a fish. For some strong-willed Pokemon, they often release a few Pokemon and swarm them, beat the resisting Pokemon and lose their fighting power before they are included in the ball. Ask for flowers 0. The behavior of Team Rockets made Zhang Yuan frown. Although he has a cooperative relationship with Giovanni, it does not mean that he agrees with some of Team Rockets' Rocket practices. You come back first. Gengar. The visibly uncomfortable Gengar back into the Pokeball and send the Charmeleon, the most suitable size for the situation, to block the chaotic ghost-type Pokemon. Dare to provoke the 4 Elite. How can there be a cadre to lead the team? Zhang Yuan's eyes quickly swept across the Team Rocket's members in the audience, squinting. Soon, he found a figure standing out in Team Rocket, wearing white clothes among a group of people in black, for fear that others won't know that you are the leader. Granny Agatha also noticed the Team Rocket cadre in white who had been standing next to the machine. Hundreds of people from Team Rockets have been mobilized, but there is no news in the alliance. Granny Agatha's tone was unusual. To be honest, the league flaw this time is really big. With hundreds of Team Rocket sucker punch Lavender Town, Agatha was caught off guard. Zhang Yuan, at this rate, the ghost Pokemon in the sky will probably be captured by Team Rocket, and the machine must be destroyed first. Sabrina's voice entered Zhang Yuan's ears. Of course Zhang Yuan understood this and turned to look at Granny Agatha. We have to find a way to destroy that machine. Granny Agatha glanced at Gengar, who had just returned to her side with a look of pain, and nodded, with anger brewing in her eyes. This group of Team Rockets is making a riot under their own noses. Does she really think that the name of her Agatha 4 Elite is a decoration? Throwing a Pokeball, a very ferocious-looking Golbat appeared in the sky with his wings flapping. Most of my Pokemon are of the ghost type, and they are restricted here. Destroying that device requires your assistance. As long as that device is destroyed, everything else will be left to me. After coding all night, I feel like my brain is dead, and I code at 3 o'clock until now. This chapter is a supplementary update, and I still owe 3 more updates. Please ask for a wave of automatic subscription. Chapter 95 Draco Meteor. Zhang Yuan nodded. Granny Agatha is a ghost-type elite, and most of her strength is on ghost Pokemon. In this environment, her strength is severely limited. If that's the case, then the task of destroying that device is left to me. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand. After a flash of white light, Salamence appeared on the field. Zhang Yuan's announcement of Salamence made a lot of noise, and the residents of Team Rockets and Lavender Town also noticed the 3 of them, and most of their eyes fell on Agatha, who was leaning on crutches. It's Lord Agatha of the 4 Elite. We are saved. The residents and trainers of Lavender Town found the backbone, and some trainers who were afraid to fight at first also released their own Pokemon to rebel against Team Rocket. 4 Elite Agathas have appeared. Turn on the power of the device to the maximum. The cadre in white did not panic, and quickly commanded his subordinate. Team Rocket's ship such a large 460 inches device. It is not only used to capture ghost-type Pokemon, but limiting Agatha's strength is probably the real role of this device. Zhang Yuan patted Salamance's wing. I'll leave it to you to destroy the device in front. Roar. Salamence understood, flapping his wings and flying into the sky, domineeringly fanning Block's ghost Pokemon with his wings along the way. Above the sky, Salamance's eyes are sullen, his mouth is open, and a hyper beam is aimed at the dense place of Team Rocket. A few Team Rockets subconsciously sent Weezing and Arbok to resist, but the move was annihilated in the hyper beam as soon as it was released. In the end, it was these Pokemon who endured the impact of the hyper beam to save the trainers behind. The ferocity of Salamence made the eyelids of Team Rocket cadres jump. Where did this Salamence come from, and when did the League send another manpower? It looked like you are very confused. Zhang Yuan had a faint smile on his face. I am Interpol 0, and now I am arresting you according to law. Interpol. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, the white-clothed cadre's scalp exploded. He had just stepped back from the front lines where Team Rockets and the Alliance were fighting on the Indigo Plateau, and knew all too well how difficult Interpol was for him. 4 Elite plus Interpol. The cadre in white suspected that he had offended someone above, and arranged a mission to send him to death. You can only bite the bullet. Heartbroken, he grabbed the 3 Pokeballs around his waist and threw them out. Magneton, Fearow, and Nidoqueen. Come on. Kill that Salamence in the sky. He believes that 3-on-1, he still has a good chance of winning. As long as this Interpol is eliminated, the remaining 4 Elite Agathas who have been abolished most of the main Pokemon, there are hundreds of Team Rocket present, and she can be killed by using the crowd tactic. 1-hit 3. Salamance's eyes didn't change at all. What about 3-on-1? Salamence, get rid of them. Use Fire Blast. 1-on-3. Zhang Yuan's confidence in Salamence was completely true. The cadre in white on the other side just sneered when he saw this. Every Pokemon of his was meticulously trained by him. So what if you, Salamence, were a quasi-god? 1-on-3 things like that. Roar. Salamence condensed a mass of flame energy in his mouth, and saw it stretch its neck, raise its head, and then spit it out violently. Call. The raging flame twisted the air, and the fire blast slid towards Magneton. Nidoqueen, Bide, blocked the fire blast. Magneton, Thunderbolt. The cadre in white gave Nidoqueen a very stupid order. Of course, he had a good idea, but he didn't realize the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Nidoqueen was instructed to block in front of Magneton, and Magneton behind him was ready to launch Thunderbolt. Fire Blast slammed on on Nidoqueen. With an explosion, fire blast suddenly exploded, and Nidoqueen's huge body was thrown out by the explosion for the first time. With his body just blocking Thunderbolt's path, Nidoqueen was attacked by two skills at once. Back, a scream, Nidoqueen smashed to the ground, scorched black and scarred. Thunderbolt does little damage to Nidoqueen, mostly the effect of fire blast. Nidoqueen, cold sweat dripped down, and the expression on the white-clothed Kadri's face changed from determination to fear. A Salamence can beat Nidoqueen, who he has cultivated for nearly 10 years, to half-death with fire blast. How strong is this Salamence? Dragonite of Elite Land Crossing is nothing more than that. What to do? Are you going to run? Watching the sky roaring constantly spewing out Hyper Beam, Salamence and his two Pokémon dodging everywhere. Escaping has become the best choice now. Anyway, most of their goal of capturing ghost Pokémon has been achieved. If they are greedy to capture the remaining ghost Pokémon, they will continue to stay here and die, and they will only take themselves in. More excited he became. At this time, the Magneton in the sky was killed by Salamance's flamethrower in second. There was only the last hero left in the sky, and he also made his final decision. Come back, Nidoqueen. Magneton. Putting away Nidoqueen, who fell to the ground, he ordered the members of Team Rockets to retreat. Let's retreat. The members of Team Rockets could not ask for anything. They all saw that their captain was hanged and beaten, and if they retreated now, they might be able to run away. I just want to run now. Zhang Yuan shook his head. He wasted so much time here. How could it be possible for Team Rockets to run away easily? Salamence. Draco Meteor. Vehicles for the target Team Rocket. With a wave of his hand, Salamence roared, the yellow energy flashing from his mouth. Then Salamence spit out energy, and in the fearful eyes of the Team Rocket's members, a piece of meteorite emitting a fiery glow fell from the sky. Zhang Yuan didn't keep his hands at all, and his cooperation with Giovanni would not prevent him from stopping Team Rocket atrocity. His job is Interpol, and now Team Rockets want to run after riding on his fate. If he doesn't slap these guys out, Zhang Yuan will not want to lose fate. The shriek that ripped apart the air made the eardrum hurt. Run, Team Rockets. My fellow 5.5 is heartbroken. God sees pity. They are just a group of small people who are desperate for money. Do they need to use a dragon-type ultimate move like Draco Meteor? Draco Meteor. Even the Draco Meteor after Salamence controlled the power was extremely terrifying. With the rumbling explosion, the vehicles used by Team Rockets to retreat were all smashed. The meteorite washed the ground, and the target location was a mess. Team Rockets who were planning to escape were shaken by the airwaves, severely broke their arms and legs, and the mechanical equipment used to control the ghost Pokémon was bombed to smithereens. Just Zhang Yuan looked at a hole in the ground. Tis, did you take advantage of the explosion of Draco Meteor to escape? The escape ability is top-notch. Chapter 1 Today. Chapter 96 Aftermath. The cadre of Team Rockets is really a rat, and the ability to escape is top-notch. Zhang Yuan glanced at the dark cave and resisted the idea of releasing Melodic to fill the cave with water. Team Rockets ran away this time, but destroyed the entire team of Team Rocket. Overall, the purpose of his shot this time was achieved. As for the overall situation, whether Zhang Yuan can catch that Team Rocket cadre will not affect the overall situation. Come back, Salamence. Taking back Salamence, who was screaming, Zhang Yuan released Gengar again. Gengar, go and save those ghost Pokémon. Gengar, who is also a ghost Pokémon. Force-captured Pokémon are always very sensitive, and if someone else does it, they can easily be attacked by them in the process of rescuing ghost Pokémon. Mother-in-law Agatha soon realized this too. Gengar, Haunter, you go too. Soothe those ghostly Pokémon. 13. At this time, the ghost Pokémon must not be messed up again, and everything must be cautious and cautious. Releasing Gengar and Haunter Xie Zhang Yuan, Agatha's brows, which had been frowning since the beginning of the riot, finally relaxed. By Team Rocket this time, she didn't expect such a riot, especially when Team Rockets had come up with a device targeting her ghost Pokémon. Go back and investigate in detail. She was worried that Team Rockets would use the device to target trainers who specialize in ghost-type Pokémon. As for herself, not so much. This time she was so passive because she only had Haunter and one Golbat on her body beside Gengar, who was the ace, and only one Golbat was not a ghost. Therefore, this time she will behave like soy sauce. As a veteran trainer in the Alliance, Agatha is not short of Pokémon other than ghosts. If you want to avoid being targeted, you only need to bring some Pokémon from other types in the future. Mother-in-law Agatha was thinking about how to deal with this matter after returning to the Alliance. Zhang Yuan was looking at the destructive effect caused by Draco Meteor and recalled the feeling just now. Seriously, hitting someone with a Draco Meteor is really cool, better than pinching bubble wrap. It's just that it's very troublesome. The coverage of Draco Meteor is very large. 1/3 of the Xian Street, which is used to hold festivals in Lavender Town, was hit by meteorite, and the huge meteorite is still embedded in the street. The casualties were equally heavy, with mourning Team Rockets everywhere, and Joy from Lavender Town dispatched all the medical medical staff before sending the seriously wounded into the Pokémon Center. Due to the shortage of personnel at the Pokémon Center, the lightly injured were sent to the police station for custody after a simple dressing. In a word, Zhang Yuan's move of Draco Meteor brought great trouble to the post-war treatment of wounded and the post-war reconstruction of Lavender Town. But he saved Lavender Town after all, and no idiot came to trouble him. Agatha's mother-in-law's residence. The stars of Salamence are still very measured. The streets are now unrecognizable, and the buildings are basically intact, so they can sit here. Thank you both this time, otherwise the matter will not be so easy to solve this time, Granny Agatha said solemnly. This match against Team Rocket, she didn't do much except use Golbat to get rid of some Team Rocket's miscellaneous soldiers. Zhang Yuan solved almost all the enemies by himself. Sabrina assisted from the side, and used Alakazam to rescue most of the hostages that fell into the hands of Team Rocket. It is no exaggeration for Granny Agatha to thank her so solemnly. Mother-in-law Agatha, you are too polite. Zhang Yuan was very modest. As a gym trainer, it's my job to protect civilians, Sabrina said. If you want me to help you with anything in the alliance in the future, just say. Agatha will not really feel that Zhang Yuan and Sabrina have done nothing wrong after experiencing so much sophistication. Agatha mother-in-law's promise is amazing. It represents a for elite favor. Elite in Kanto. This time, Agatha's promise to Zhang Yuan and Sabrina was full of weight. From Agatha's mother-in-law's residence, and the two strolled in Lavender Town. Zhang Yuan looked around, and the Lavender Town street, which was originally very lively because of the festival, became bumpy and deserted. The festival party seems to be in a mess. The streets are very desolate. There are almost no people, and everyone stays at home. One is that they have just been attacked by Team Rocket, and the residents of Lavender Town are not in the mood to hold any festival. The second is that they know that there are some unknown number of ghost Pokémon above their head, which makes them feel a little bit broken. Yeah, but we can't waste such a good time. There is no human festival party. We can watch the ghost festival. Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously. The festival of ghosts. Zhang Yuan put the phantom perspective glasses on Sabrina. Look up. This is. Sabrina's eyes widened suddenly. In the sky, the released ghost Pokémon held hand, formed a group, and happily danced an unknown dance in the sky. A purple mist permeated from the Pokémon, glowing a misty purple light under the setting sun. Echoes the Pokémon of the ghost system. Everything is so beautiful. Team Rocket secret base. Boss Giovanni. I failed. The voice of the cadre in white came from a room. In front of him, there was a machine, and on the display screen, Giovanni's face was clearly visible. Hearing the words of the cadre in white, Giovanni's expression remained unchanged, and his psychological changes could not be seen from his face. Why? In this operation, in addition to Agatha of the Four Elite, I also encountered the obstruction of Interpol. The other party was too strong, and I had no choice, so I had to withdraw first. The Interpol I met was called Zero, and the Pokémon he used was a powerful Salamence. Terrible strength. Giovanni's unchanging face suddenly became strange, and his right hand became stiff. Zero. Salamence. Today's second chapter update. I'm afraid I can't finish writing the third chapter, so I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 97 Proximity to Celadon, Rainbow City. Meow. Giovanni didn't come back to his senses until Persian neck to him let out growl in pain. I want to know the detailed process. Why did Zhang Yuan appear in Lavender Town? Does defeating the operatives of their Team Rocket twice in a row mean that Zhang Yuan has given up his cooperation? Giovanni had to make judgments based on the descriptions of the cadres in white. That's it, Boss Giovanni. Cadres in white did not understand the behind-the-scenes PY transaction between Giovanni and Zhang Yuan, so they cheered up and recounted in detail what happened after Zhang Yuan and the three of them appeared. Quote, He destroyed all our equipment with just one move, Draco Meteor. If I hadn't taken advantage of the chaos and let Sandslash use the dig to take me away, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. The face of the cadre in white showed the happiness of the rest of his life. Stupid. You'd be underground with Diglett now if they hadn't let you go. A mere middle-level cadre was able to escape from Zhang Yuan's hand. Giovanni can be sure that Zhang Yuan's men showed mercy. Giovanni judged that Zhang Yuan and Agatha of the Four Elites were together at that time, and they happened to meet the action of Team Rocket, so they had no choice but to take action. So there is no need to worry about the breakdown of the cooperation between the two sides for the time being. Clean up. You have been transferred to the Hoenn branch, and you will be given 10 days to report there. Giovanni casually settled the results of the cadre in white, and Giovanni lowered his head and continued to play the cat. Hoenn region. This place name. The faces of the white-clothed cadres turned pale. Hoenn region is a pioneering area for Team Rocket, where the casualty rate of Team Rockets has been high all the year round, which is much more tragic than the front line of the battle between Indigo Plateau and the the Alliance. Do you have any questions? Giovanni said quietly. No, no. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. Team Rockets has always been rewarded and punished. As a Team Rocket cadre, he is very aware of these rules. Moreover, going to the Hoenn region is not necessarily a bad thing. For a powerful faction like him, going to a new territory can bring more credit. Boss Giovanni may be tempering himself. The cadre in white hypnotized himself. So, in this world only idiots are the most hopeless. Patter. Communication screen disappeared. Giovanni leaned back on the sofa, stroked Persian's head with his right hand, raised his head slightly, and after a while, made another video call, this time with the secret branch of Team Rockets in Celadon, Rainbow City. Giovanni Boss. The video is also a senior cadre of Team Rocket. In terms of level, it is even higher than the previous cadres in white. After all, the basement of the game hall in Celadon, Rainbow is an important base for Team Rocket, which cannot be missed. How are you doing what I told you to do? Boss Giovanni, the gift you asked me to prepare has been placed in the game hall in Celadon, Rainbow City, and can only be received with your special bag. Well, pay attention. In the last month, the Celadon, Rainbow game hall cancelled all non-essential operations, closed the base, and everyone went into a hidden state. Boss, is there another action in the Alliance? The subordinates became serious after hearing Giovanni say this. Giovanni nodded. Almost. Shrink the manpower. Don't make mistakes and be discovered by the Alliance. Subordinate didn't know was that Giovanni was afraid that his own people would create another unexpected incident and hit Zhang Yuan, exposing the underground base in Celadon, Rainbow City. This incident sounded the alarm for Giovanni. After all, Zhang Yuan was an Interpol, and he was the leader of Team Rocket. Sometimes he couldn't help himself. Although he and Zhang Yuan were in a transaction and cooperation relationship, some things were better kept secret. Of course, Giovanni didn't know that there were traversers who knew the plot in this world, otherwise he would never have thought about keeping Zhang Yuan a secret. Leaving Lavender Town and returning to Saffron City to rest for a while, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina embarked on a journey again after a daily call with Professor Oak. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. Treasure is opening. The opening is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the golden beads Act 1. It's this kind of thing again. Can you give me something else? Along the way, a lot of treasure chests have been opened, but unfortunately, I don't know if the character has been used up, and Zhang Yuan has never opened a Samsung treasure. Even the 2-star treasures, Zhang Yuan only found 2, one for the Pokeblock production device, and the other for a set of evolutionary stone, ITE that was of no use to him. The rest are all messy prop potions, or gold bead. All the way down, he actually scattered millions of gold bead. Can you believe it? Is it the right way to go now? I feel like we're getting more and more remote. Sabrina looked around and said that other trainers could be seen occasionally, but now there are only wild Pokemon that haunt occasionally. For directions, Salaman, take a look at the direction of Celadon, Rainbow. The advantage of flying Pokemon is not only that it can man flight, but also that it can fly high and see far away, which can play a very good detection effect. Roar. Salamence roared and rose into the sky, startling countless terrified Pidgeys. Salaman, with its intimidating properties, is like a cat and a mouse to these low-level wild Pokemon. Soon Salamence flew back, and after a few gestures of his wing, Zhang Yuan quickly understood what he meant. We are heading in the right direction. Celadon, Rainbow City is just ahead. Let's take a break. After lunch, one afternoon tone to Celadon, Rainbow City. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Sabrina's Jian Nujiao eyes narrowed because of her smile. She released the confusion, and stretched out with her feet on the ground. I can finally take a good rest. Haven't you been resting? Sabrina has been floating in the sky with confusion. Using confusion to travel is a kind of practice, and practice is also very tiring. Well, Zhang Yuan was speechless. What for lunch today? Sabrina was in high spirit. Her eyes were blue as she spoke, ready to cook with confusion. Well, have steak and fruit salad. Just as Zhang Yuan decided to eat steak, Salaman, who was beside him, raised his head vigilantly and shouted at them. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan saw a strange scene. Today's first chapter update. Chapter 98 Exegutors. What's that? A large cloud of smoke rose from the forest, giving the impression of a swarm of Tauros running wild. I haven't reached the wild wilderness area yet. Zhang Yuan turned over the map and determined that it was not the wild wilderness area in front of him, nor did Ash's 30 Tauros exist. So, what are those things? Come back. Salaman, who is bulky, has limited mobility in the forest and is easily exposed. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina used confusion to float into the sky at the same time, looking forward. In the forest, 8,000 or 2 kilometers in front of them, large swaths of trees fell continuously, and smoke billowed. He took out the phantom and vision glasses, adjusted it and switched it to telescope mode. Zhang Yuan suddenly saw the scene in front of him clearly. This is Executor. There are at least 50 of the running Executor group. Judging by their current expression, they are running away. It can can make a group of more than 50 executors have the idea of running away. Is the opponent for elite? After listening to Zhang Yuan's description, it may be because Sabrina has just seen 4 elite Agatha, and Sabrina's brain is wide open. Don't be stupid. How can 4 elite have the spare time to drive Executor 100 to play? Except for the time for cultivation, the 4 elites are fully arranged for other time, but there is no free time, and their every move also represents the image of the Alliance. When they fall to this point, the Alliance will not be far from destruction. Do you want to join in the fun? It is human instinct to join in the fun. After he has the strength to ensure that he will not be killed by curiosity, Zhang Yuan finds that his curiosity is getting heavier and heavier. Generally speaking, there are 2 possibilities for Executor to be driven into this way. One is the turf battle between the Pokémon populations, and the other is illegal capture by poachers. Forget the former. If the latter, Zhang Yuan would like to see which idiot would come to capture a Pokémon like Executor, which was made mentally retarded by a full 7 Buick. Come on, let's go and see. Pulling up Sabrina's hand, the 2 swept across the trees and drifted in the direction of the coconut egg riot. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina hide behind the canopy of a big tree. Looking at the fully armed poachers in front, Zhang Yuan was speechless. A group of 7 or 8 poachers drove 3 off-road vehicles, shouldered a net shooter specially designed to hunt Pokémon, and drove away the coconut egg. Executors were caught in the net from time to time. There's really a team to catch the Executor. Don't underestimate Executor. Executor is also a psychic Pokémon after all. Except for dragon-type Pokémon, psychic Pokémon have the highest price on the black market. Sabrina, as a psychic gym trainer, has a great say in this. An Executor with psychic attribute can sell for at least 500,000 on the black market, and because Executor lives in group, it is easier to catch than other psychic Pokémon, so a large number of Executors are poached every year. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, if considering the particularity of the attribute psychic, 500,000 is not impossible. You made me want to catch Executor and sell it. He touched his chin. Sabrina ignored his funny and continued to look inside. When the 2 of them were discussing how much Executor could sell for, the following situation changed again. Executor ran all the way. Just as they were about to escape from the fairly spacious forest to the dense forest, raging flames suddenly fell from the sky, and a Charizard fiercely blocked their way. Feeling the scorching heat of the flame, coconut egg breaks immediately. The consequence of this is that dozens of Executors are huddled together. You step on me and I step on you, and Zhang Yuan panics in pain for them. A coconut tree egg has 3 BDEH heads. Ask, how many heads do 50 Executors have? Each Executor has 3 consciousnesses, and under panic, all heads emit noise. Hundreds of voices are mixed together, and it sounds like heavy metal rock and pop mixed with black rap and bumblebees as accompaniment. This kind of taste is really indescribable. It's not the first time the poachers have poached the Executor. They pulled out prepared earplugs to plug their ears and release Pokémon. 2 Fire Magmars, 1 Scyther, 3 Beedrills and 1 Nidoking. Clearly the quality of poachers' Pokémon is far superior to Team Rocket. Moreover, such a highly targeted lineup can be arranged. Compared with the rookies on the San Annuo, the talents of these poachers as trainers are not known. It's time for the onlookers to leave the scene for go for it. Get rid of these poachers. Followed by gym trainers and Interpol. Alakazam, use Psychic, Melodic, High Pressure Hydro Pump, Vileplume, Petal Dance. In addition to Melodic, High Pressure Hydro Pump and Alakazam, Psychic, a flower rose in the sky. Like a sharp blade, countless flowers were inserted into the body of the poacher's Pokémon, and the Nidoking was instantly eliminated. Psychic takes out 1 Magmar, and the High Pressure Hydro Pump takes out the remaining 1. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked to the side in surprise, only to see a beautiful girl in a kimono holding a bow and arrow and looking at the 2 of them in astonishment. Damn, be careful, it's Erica. She's got help. Before Zhang Yuan could speak, the poachers in the field shouted, huddled together in group to be on guard, and then threw more Pokémon. Charizard, use the flaming car. Kill that woman, shouted the suspected poacher leader. Charizard in the sky let out a roar, blazing flames on his body, and rushed towards the place where the 3 were. Greet the beautiful girl suspected of Erica, Zhang Yuan ordered. Melodic, Aqua Ring, and then use Water Pulse. Bathe in a soft cry. A stream of water with high-frequency vibrations hit the menacing Charizard. How can you see Melodic here? The poacher leader's face flashed with greed and greed. Charizard, use the flame car with all your strength. Evaporate the water, and then use the Iron Tail. Chapter 2 update today. Chapter 99 Charizard and Machamp. Reality is different from the game world, and this topic has been mentioned more than once. In reality, although fire-type Pokémon are still restrained by water washing, when the fire-type trick is far more powerful than the water-type trick, it is not impossible for the water to be evaporated by the flame. The poacher leader leader is extremely confident in the strength of his Charizard, which was a trophy when he sneaked into the Charizard Valley to work when he was young. He was hatched from Pokemon Egg to the current Charizard, and the two of them are very close. Hearing the order of the poacher leader, Charizard roared without hesitation. The flames soared on his body, the raging flames wrapped his body, and rushed towards the water pulse. Laugh. The steam was steaming, and the poacher leader had a very confident expression on his face. I don't know how many young trainers in the past self-righteously thought that they could rely on attribute restraint to deal with his Charizard. The end. These trainers' Pokemon became his trophy, and he believes this time will be no exception. And as long as you catch Melodic and ship it to the Hoenn region, which worships Melodic, it will definitely sell for a sky-high price. He could also retire early with the money. Just when he was immersed in the fantasy of the future, a growl came, and unlike what he expected, what he heard in his ears was not the screams of the enemy, but the screams of Charizard. Roar. The collision of the water wave and the flame car filled the surrounding steam, but it was not the water wave that evaporated, but the flame on Charizard's body was doused. Melodic's wave of water did not seem to be very powerful, but it extinguished what seemed to be a mighty flame. Such a change was unexpected by the leader of the poachers. The opponent obviously seems to be just a rookie trainer. How can a rookie trainer's Melodic outperform his Charizard in his move? If Zhang Yuan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely educate him well so that he could understand the principle of not judging people by appearances. Charizard, hold on, keep using the Iron Tail. Although he failed to start, the poacher leader was not discouraged. He still had this mental quality after so many years of poaching. Forget about the Exeggutor. Catch this Melodic. We won't have to worry about it in the next life. You guys too. Knowing the opponent is not easy, the poacher leader, while commanding Charizard, also decisively ordered his subordinates to attack at the same time, using crowd tactic. Beedrill's Poison Sting attack, Butterfree's Numbing Powder, Victreebel's Razor Leaf. Poachers joined the attack on Melodic with many newly released Pokemon. However, there are many people on the poacher's side, and Zhang Yuan is not alone here. Sabrina and Erica are gym trainers. Naturally they have met each other, and the brief exchange of eyes is enough for the two to reach an offensive and defensive alliance. Alakazam, Light Green, Vileplume, Razor Leaf. The two cooperated very well. The moves of the two Pokemon formed iron defense in front, except for Charizard, who was in front of him. Most of the long-range attacks were blocked outside. With a small number of attacks left, the harassment to Melodic outweighs the damage. Zhang Yuan praised the tacit cooperation between them. Melodic, Aqua Tail, then High Pressure Hydro Pump. Bathe. Melodic stretched out, his water rat tail slapping at Charizard like a storm, while his mouth opened slightly. A swirling stream of water condensed in front of him. Boom. After Iron Tail and Aqua Tail collided and exploded, Melodic curled his tail in pain, but due to the effect of Aqua Ring at first, this minor injury quickly recovered. Charizard wasn't as comfortable as Melodic. Aqua Tail slapped it on its tail, and it slapped it on the face as well, and it was slapped straight out and smashed to the ground, as if it fell apart. The Pokemon swarming up behind had no cover from Charizard, the big brother who took the lead, and was suddenly exposed to Melodic. Bathe. High Pressure Hydro Pump Torrent is turbulent, and it uses this trick at the level of Melodic. How can these poachers who can only bully and bully ordinary trainers can stop them? High Voltage Hydro Pump swept the audience, and no one was the enemy except the Pokemon of the poacher leader. Charizard, you are responsible for side harassment. The leader of the poachers finally realized that Zhang Yuan's power and inverse attributes are a very stupid thing, and he looked at the rest of his Pokemon. Rhyhorn, Machamp and Nidoking. Machamp, you go. Throwing Machamp's Pokemon Ball. The poacher leader simultaneously unleashes Rhyhorn and Nidoking to join the siege on Sabrina and Erica. For flowers. Gengar, you go help Sabrina and the others. Ordering Gengar to assist Sabrina, Zhang Yuan focused his attention on Machamp in front of him. Machamp held up 4 muscular arms. His gray skin glowed with oil, and he looked like a muscular brother. And running, Machamp bent his legs and kicked Lash very close to Melodic. Volley, Jump Kick. The fighting style seems to be more powerful than Machamp by 3 points. Zhang Yuan was very interested. He didn't plan to use Salamence. That would be too boring. Just took this opportunity to practice commanding Melodic operation. Melodic, solve it in midair. Use Psybeam. The ice-type move shot at Machamp, and seeing that Machamp was about to be hit without any help, suddenly a Butterfree flew next to him. Butterfree used his body to give the midair Machamp a leverage point, allowing it to leap into the sky to avoid Psybeam. Change moves and use Brick Break with the power of the fall. Machamp forearms show 4-hand knife. The lower 2 arms are crossed in front of him, and the upper 2 arms are one left and one right. It's a good move, but it's too taken for granted. Twister. Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Bathe. Melodic ignored the Machamp in the sky. His body danced quickly, and a twister appeared around it. Machamp, bye. Twister. Machamp gritted his teeth. His physical strength was constantly wearing down, and his eyes shone with light. In this world, some people can become stronger with money, and some Some people can become stronger with hard work, and Machamp should belong to the type of pain makes me stronger. Right now, Machamp, seeing that the melodic on the ground is getting closer and closer, and has reached a suitable distance, the poacher leader shouted. Machamp plummeted from the sky at a speed of 234 kilometers per hour, and his forearms were glowing with white light. It was the brick break. Chapter 3 Update. I feel like staying up late has become a habit. Chapter 100 Machamp _ Zhang Yuan watched Machamp descend from a position of 100 meters in the sky, and he didn't feel anything special. In the eyes of the poacher leader, it can be used as a surefire move, but Zhang Yuan seems to be nothing. Ordered Melodic to spread out the twister, who had disturbed his vision, using the high-pressure hydro pump. Fight back. Bathe. Melodic let out a soft cry, opened his mouth again, and the high-pressure hydro pump immediately shot into the sky. High-voltage hydro pump has already been demonstrated just now. How could the poacher leader dare to let Machamp, who has been attacked by Twister just now, bear the high-voltage hydro pump again? Use two arms to control the falling direction and avoid it. The command of the poacher leader is exactly the same as the skydiving method of a certain chicken-eating game character. Awesome. The lower two hands are still in the cross position in front of the body, and the back two hands control the direction to avoid the high-voltage hydro pump dangerously. Seeing that Machamp's attack was about to hit Melodic, Zhang Yuan calmly ordered, Protect. This is a skill that is difficult to define. It can be used as a complete defense in the game, but in the real world, whether the Pokemon using Protect can block the enemy's moves depends on the strengths of the Pokemon on both sides. Will Melodic's abilities be any worse than a Pokemon from a trainer reduced to a poacher? It's a fantasy. Melodic's eyes are arrogant and her movements are graceful, and she doesn't want to mingle with a guy with a muscle in his head like Machamp. Keeping an eye on Machamp's falling trajectory, at the right time, Melodic flicked his tail. Melodic's slender body twisted. Machamp fell from the sky, and before he could get close to Melodic, she was led by her tail and smashed into a big tree next to him. Superior. Tree was cut in the middle. Machamp was castrated, and tried the taste of splitting the ground with his bare hand. Melodic hypnosis. While Machamp's head and the stone were still in chaos, Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to order Melodic to use hypnosis. Fighting Pokemon have a terrible low resistance to psychic move, and Machamp was undoubtedly hypnotized. Machamp, wake up. Give it the last call. Bathe. The terrifyingly hot boiling water poured on Machamp at first sight, and after a scream, Machamp lost his ability to fight. Melodic dominated the audience, wagging his tail gracefully. If this time is in the Pokemon battlefield, there should be a referee to announce that Machamp is incapacitated, and Zhang Yuan wins the game. How can a rookie trainer have a Pokemon of your level? Who the hell are you? How stupid the poacher leader is now. He realizes that Zhang Yuan is definitely not easy, defeating his two main forces with one Melodic. The previous Charizard can also be explained by attribute restraint, but there is no restraint relationship between Machamp and Melodic. What? Introduce myself. I'm a Pokemon trainer from Meow Hongjung's Pallet Town this year. Zhang Yuan took out his Pokédex and shook it. He did not reveal his identity as an Interpol in a very wicked way. The sound of professional O. This Pokédex is presented to Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town. Is matched on the Pokédex. The leader of the poacher saw the darkness in front of his eyes and felt that his life was extremely gloomy. I was beaten by a rookie trainer, but he came back to his senses immediately. Now is not the time to be decadent. He has to run away quickly. Everyone, retreat. The incapacitated Machamp, throwing coughing to release a smoke ring, turning over and jumping onto Charizard. The poacher leader moves in one go, but when he raised his head, a roar in the sky shook him to a daze. Blood. Salaman. Charizard, who had little energy left, was no match for Salaman. He lost his fighting power after only one face-to-face. On this side, Zhang Yuan resolved the battle, and on the other side, the poachers saw that the boss was killed, and felt that the situation was over, and they had no intention of taking up the fight. In the cooperation of Sabrina's three Pokemon, Alakazam, Vileplume, and Gengar, they were also defeated. This group of poachers is not wrong, except for their boss who is good. The rest are all mediocre people who don't know what a trainer is. Sabrina asked Alakazam to give the poachers one hypnosis one by one, and all the Exeggutor poachers were caught. Sabrina and Erica had the time to say hello. I originally planned to kill a group of poachers, but I didn't expect to meet the leader of Celadon, Rainbow Gym here. Zhang Yuan asked Gengar to untie the Exeggutor bound by the neck. I received information before that some poachers were targeting the Exeggutor in the Celadon, Rainbow Forest, so I came here to inspect, and then I ran into this group of people. Erica smiled and said that her every move was very decent, and it looked very comfortable. You've been in the forest for a long time, according to the poacher. Sabrina asked. Although Sabrina and Erica know each other, they are not familiar with each other. The relationship between the gym leaders in the Kanto region is not too close. Well, I've been chasing them for a week, but they are too difficult to deal with. I also saw them have no no choice but to shoot coconut egg today. Fortunately, I met two of them. Erica was still a little scared when she spoke. If she hadn't run into Zhang Yuan and the others, it would have been almost impossible for her to deal with the entire poaching organization by herself. It's nothing. The two of us are a gym trainer and an Interpol, so we won't see poachers arrogant in front of us. Interpol. Sabrina is a gym trainer, she knows, but Interpol. Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his credentials and shook her. Interpol 0. This forced fit came naturally. You are the Zir 0.40 who is called the future star of the Alliance. Erica covered her mouth, very surprised. No wonder it is so strong. Why? Every time I hear this name, I feel bad. Although it was uncomfortable, Zhang Yuan still had to force a smile. Gah! Gengar gave a weird laugh and ran over. Just now, the last executor was released, and a group of executors ran away from this terrible place. Watching the coconut egg go away, Erica felt heartfelt joy. I have told Jenny to come and escort these poachers. Are you two going to Celadon, Rainbow City? Please come to Celadon, Rainbow Gym tomorrow and let me entertain you too. Today's first chapter. Commemorating the 100th chapter of this book, I will definitely try my best to code the 3 chapters every day.